Chapter 81 Who Stole It? Senior sister. Try this. Jiang Lian poured 2 cups, held a cup in both hands, and gave it to Yan Yan Yan, looking at, like a child waiting for praise. It seems that Jiang Lian's feelings for Yan 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 are definitely different, because the memory of the previous life has not been restored, and because he was still young and went up the mountain after his family was brutally wiped out. He almost grew up with Yan Yan Yan. Not a relative, but better than a relative. Yan 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 took the glass of wine and was surprised to see the spiritual energy contained in it. He tried to take a sip, and the gentle spiritual energy circulated in his body with a warm feeling. The golden elixir that has just been stable seems to be more solid in the early stage. This. Yan 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 calmed down and said quickly. Blur. Put this thing away quickly, and keep it for yourself to drink slowly. Senior sister doesn't need it. Seeing that my senior sister was obviously happy with the effects of this wine, but was reluctant to drink it, and wanted her to keep it for herself, I felt warm in my heart. I quickly helped her fill it up again, while my senior sister was not paying attention. Sister, feel free to drink it. I still have it. And this stuff is not suitable for me. It won't do me any good if I drink too much. But it's good for you to drink it. Originally, Yan 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 wanted to talk about Jiang Lian. This kind of thing is a good thing at a glance. It has been so difficult for the junior sister for so many years. You should keep it for your own use. When he heard that it was no good, he looked at Jiang Lian and asked strangely, Why is it no good? Are you trying to trick her into drinking? This girl has done this kind of thing before, and so many good things were deceived into her. Fortunately, she wouldn't keep them for herself. Otherwise, this silly girl would probably suffer a huge loss. Really? I really didn't lie to you this time. The look in her senior sister's eyes reminded her of her own dark history, and she quickly explained, My physique is indeed quite special. You see, my cultivation has been in the early stage of chi refining over the years, all due to physical reasons. And the fact that I can get a spot this time is also due to my special physical condition. After hearing Jiang Lian's explanation, Yan 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 asked even more nervously, Is that important? The junior sister's condition has been a problem for them for so many years. It suddenly got better some time ago. Although she is still worried, she is also happy for her. It's okay. Senior brother has already solved it for me, Jiang Lian said with a smile. Well, senior sister, I can't drink too much. I'll leave this bottle to you. The junior sister has been at Wan Yanfeng during this period. It turns out she went to solve a physical problem. After thinking about it on his own, Yan 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 finally compromised, but only said he would drink a little and save the rest. Let Jiang Lian drink slowly later. I still have one here, Jiang Lian said, and took out another bottle from the space. Well, now there are 2 bottles. One for each of us. If senior sister can't finish the drink later, just keep it for yourself and drink it slowly. I don't help you. With a helpless smile, Yan 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 could only compromise. If she continued to shirk, this girl would probably explode. It's so pleasant to have good wine and delicious food. Jiang Lian, who was drunk, was already drowsy. He was going to sleep directly with his senior sister, but the noise outside made him frown. She had a bad feeling. Obviously, good does not work but bad does. There was a sound at the door, and I glanced at it with my spiritual consciousness. There were quite a few people, and they were checking each room. Soon they arrived at their room. Jiang Lian was lazily. When Yan 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 heard the noise, he had already used his spiritual power to force out the wine. His body ached. He really wasted such a good wine. How drunk you are will also affect the effect. Besides, this was given by her junior sister. He looked at the little junior sister who was leaning on the chair, looking too lazy to move, with a drunken and hazy look on her face. If it hurts, let it hurt. It's better to wake up. Otherwise she will regret it if she lets the junior sister be bullied. He stood up, walked over and opened the door. The second elder Huang Huazhang led the team. Behind him stood Shuozhang Peak disciple Cheng Gaoyan, Ling Xian Peak Wang Qian, Xiao Miao, and a few people who could be identified as Ling Xian Peak at a glance. This time Ling Xian Peaks there are the same 7 people, with fewer in Shuozhang Peak and Kuinyue Peak. There were a lot of people. Not far away, Situ Luyun came here with several other disciples, and the disciples in the surrounding rooms opened the doors curiously to find out. I wonder what the elder has ordered here. Yan Yan Yan's attitude was very respectful, and could not find anything wrong. But there was a strength in his voice that could not be bullied. The senior sister of Chongyan Peak is as gentle as water in front of her own junior sister. But in front of outsiders she is like an iron lady. heroic and majestic. The second elder is known to be ruthless and powerful. His attitude towards this true disciple of Chongyun Peak was very ordinary. What's the point of fearing a disciple who has become a useless person? What's more, the 3 disciples were all picked up and have no idea of their family background. The last blind cat encountered a dead mouse and picked up Su Chongjiang's daughter. Master Gao's nephew's magic weapon is missing. It's a routine investigation. Huang Huazhang's voice was filled with displeasure. The Gao family clan must not be offended. And Gao Lingshuang suspected that Wang Qian and Xia Miao had stolen her magic weapon. It would be easier to solve if it were an ordinary disciple. But the Wang clan is not easy to mess with. Plus there is a proud disciple of the leader. The number 1 golden elixir of the younger generation. We can only find it and solve it quickly. If we can't just pull it together, we can block it. First block. As soon as the disciple next to him told her the whole story, Yin 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 said with a bad expression, "May I ask when junior sister Gao lost her magic weapon?" Jian Lian, who didn't want to move in the room, looked at those people leisurely and thought, "Look, there is a law for everything when going out. Something will happen as soon as you go out." This is always the case in novel plots. Because Yin 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 intentionally did not open all the doors, people outside did not know that Jian Lian was there. Gao Lingshuang raised her head and said with pride, "Just now." Although arrogant, there was no offense or hostility in Gao Lingshuang's words. So Yin 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 didn't pay too much attention. "Then you may need to look elsewhere. I have just been in the room and have never gone out." People from Ling Chuanfeng had not been able to deal with each other for many years. So they had many confrontations. Ling Chuanfeng's disciples were arrogant because they were the main peak. So one of them habitually attacked him. "Who knows whether what you said is true? And who can prove that you were in this room and never left?" Yin Yin Yin's eyes darkened at the person looking for trouble in front of him. Why were there so many people in Ling Xiafeng who were as disgusting as shit? There is nothing wrong with asking such a question. But there is something very wrong with it. There is still a witness in the room all the time. Doesn't this make people want to go crazy? In addition, Yin 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 is still a woman. If a male disciple is brought out, although the world of immortality does not have such strict moral constraints on the relationship between men and women, it is still easy for people to gossip. Yin 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 looked at the person who just spoke with a cold face. "Then how can Junior Sister Ma prove that you didn't steal Junior Sister Gao's magic weapon?" You must know that Gao Lingshuang is suspicious of Wang Qian and others. Ma Xiaoxiao happened to be inside as well. After finally being dragged out by Wang Qian and looking around, she was dragged in again this time. Ma Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned red and her neck thickened. Chapter 82. It's really different. "Whether I have evidence or not has nothing to do with whether you have a witness or not. You must be looking for excuses. Did you take the things belonging to Junior Sister Gao?" Ma Xiaoxiao blushed, looking at Yin 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 gnashing her teeth, wishing she could peel off her skin and poke her bones. Yin 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 was not angry, but looked at her indifferently, as if looking at a clown. And his voice was so calm that Ma Xiaoxiao wanted to vomit blood again. "Oh, then can I also say that Junior Sister Ma has no evidence to prove it? That is just making excuses. You are the one who stole the thing. Junior Sister Ma, who wouldn't be able to spout blood as soon as he opens his mouth." "Okay, hurry up. Once it's proven, we have to go to the next one." Huang Huazhang scolded impatiently. It's really annoying to waste time on such trivial matters. Seeing that the second elder was about to get angry, no one in Ling Xiafeng said anything. After all, the second elder usually had a lot of power and was feared by everyone. In addition, the second elder also agreed to let Yin 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 come up with evidence. Yin Yin Yin's face turned solemn at this time. The second elder showed obvious favoritism. Situ Luyan, who had already arrived here, looked very unhappy. "Elder, so many people are alone, and there is no one to prove it. If so, wouldn't everyone be suspicious? If there is proof, wouldn't it be a cover-up? Let the real criminal escape." Situ Liuyun's words were so conclusive and even pointed that the people around him were about to explode. At this time, the second elder was even more dissatisfied with the people of Chongyun Peak. How could one sentence cause so many things? "You make the decision, or do I?" He looked at Situ Liyun gloomily. The meaning was obvious, as if to say, "Boy, you've gone too far." Situ Liyun, who had always been cold-spoken and taciturn, argued hard and had no intention of retreating. When Jian Lian saw what his senior brother wanted to say, he felt that it would be bad for him to sit back and watch the fun any longer. Although it is true, as the senior brother said, there are witnesses who may be covering up for each other. These people are like flies that smell eggs in gaps. Very annoying. But she's not afraid of them either. With a slight movement of spiritual power, the door covered in her direction was opened. How about I serve as a witness? Jianlian said with a lazy smile. See, the second elder, senior sister, and I can testify to each other. We have been drinking in the room and have never left the door. At this time, Ma Xiaoxiao saw Jianlian and was as excited as a fighting cock. He pointed at Jianlian and said, Well, this is what senior brother Situ said. There are witnesses, and it is possible that they are covering up for each other. Otherwise, why would senior sister Yin be reluctant to tell Jianlian after asking for so long? Junior sister is here too. That smug look really didn't deserve a beating. Jianlian smiled sweetly. Oh, I was drunk just now. And I'm just recovering now. If we say we were in cahoots, senior sister Wang is also our witness. Wang Yifeng was the last person Huang Huazheng wanted to be involved with. You must know that this person was a time bomb. We have to go back with all our hair. If there is not even a single hair left, then I don't know if the man stationed at the sword tomb will go crazy. People with full bloodline of the Su family are powerful, but they are all very crazy. If the bottom line is really violated, it will probably lead to chaos. What's the matter with senior sister Guan Wang? She has been with us just now, Ma Xiaoxiao said with great disdain. Huang Huazhan on the side had an unkind look on his face. It was the first time he noticed that this disciple was too noisy. Jianlian looked at Wang Qian calmly. What do you think? Senior sister Wang, I just entered senior sister's house, and you were about to go out. And if senior sister and I followed you while you were together, you would have discovered it. Wang Qian has always been arrogant. Although she is sinister, she does not bother to lie. Yes, we met when we first went out. Okay, now that we've ruled out the next one, hurry up and take the next one. Huang Huazhan stopped hurriedly. It was obviously not these two people. He didn't want to bring up other people besides Gaoling Shuang and Wang Qian, two favored young ladies from aristocratic families. Come. The group of people then walked towards the next room. Wang Qian gave Jianlian a meaningful look. Jianlian responded calmly. She was not afraid of making trouble now, seeing that he was about to knock on his room next door. Jianlian leaned lazily beside his senior sister's room door and said in a lazy voice, Oh, that's my room. She just liked the feeling of drinking this spiritual wine. Not for the improvement of her cultivation, but for the warm and lazy feeling. Everyone in the world of cultivating immortals is not vigilant and tense every day, and they want to hurry up and improve their cultivation. It seems that such a thing as laziness does not exist. Chum Gaoyan, who is responsible for knocking on the door, nodded and walked towards the next room. It was at the end, and only Wang Qian's room was left. Chum Gaoyan has not had any interactions with her since she was dragged in by Xiao Shengsheng and others last time to help verify her crime. So Jianlian didn't bother to take a second look. A wide search turned up nothing. The second elder, Huang Huazhang, was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with ink. Junior sister Gao, what are the characteristics of your magic weapon? Can you call it out? Chung Gaoyan was named to help with the search this time, but he had no choice but to ask the questions he had just asked again. Gaoling Shuang said disdainfully, If I can call you out, why should I call you for help? As she spoke, she crossed her arms across her chest and pointed her chin at Xiaomiao and the others. I already told you it wasn't the other disciples. Those were the only ones who were there at the time. There was no one else but them. The pointed eyes looked at Xiaomiao, with an obvious intention of provoking trouble. Gao, please don't slander me. We were also on the deck and we stole it. We even said you hid it yourself. Ma Xiaoxiao said with disdain on his face. Who is stupid enough to have a magic weapon? If you don't make a contract and still take it out and walk around, isn't this an obvious sign of attracting thieves' attention? Gaoling Shuang was not angry and looked at them calmly. I'm sure it was you who took it. If you don't take it out, I don't mind letting you go to the discipline hall. The power of the Gao family in Kunlun is not small, which is why Gaoling Shuang is so arrogant and fearless. Xiaomiao, who had been standing silent for a long time, looked at Gaoling Shuang. Her indifferent expression was still elegant, and she didn't show any anger at being framed. Since you can't find it, then use all your means to find it. As she said that, Xiaomiao turned to look at Jianlian. Her voice was light and faint, with a hint of refusal. I heard that Tianin magic is the best in this aspect. Junior sister Jian is a disciple of Uncle Yun. I believe that junior sister can help find the magic weapon. Where it really is, Jiang Lian secretly complained in his heart that if a person is sitting at home, disaster will come from the sky. I had known for a long time that things would not end so easily. Second senior sister. You trust me so much to help you find her? Her voice was still lazy, with no other emotions at all. If it had happened in the past, Jiang Lian would have exploded and yelled back. Xiao Miao took a serious look at Jiang Lian at this time. This person was really different. Knowing that the big white lotus wanted to cause trouble again, Yin 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 stood in front of Jiang Lian with a cold face. Junior sister is not allowed to use the Tianyan technique today. Chapter 83 Unexpected. That's your excuse. Ma Xiaoxiao couldn't stand Yin Yin Yin's attitude and sarcastically said, who doesn't know that Tianyan magic can measure good, bad, and fortune, and it can be used to find people and objects. Only major events have a limit on how often it can be tested. How could it not be possible to find something? Yin 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 didn't even take Ma Shishi's aggressive approach seriously. They were the clowns. The only ones who were ugly were themselves. Junior sister drank alcohol today, which is very inconvenient. Besides, junior sister has not yet opened her eyesight. Isn't it possible that junior sister Ma doesn't know the rules of our Tianyan lineage? His senior sister's domineering response made Jiang Lian even more happy. Senior sister is indeed a senior sister. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to say anything. Looking at the situation, her senior sister was definitely more than able to deal with it. If she wanted to speak, she would probably be held back by her senior sister. You can't use magic after drinking alcohol. That's your excuse. Unless it's high-grade spiritual wine. How could they have high-grade spiritual wine? Ma Xiaoxiao has always had a high opinion of herself. And she has always looked down upon Jiang Lian and others who were picked up on the mountain. In addition, Jiang Lian had been cultivating at a low level for many years, which made Ma Xiaoxiao look down upon them. Even though Jiang Lian now has a spot in the wilderness secret realm and even ranks first in the annual competition, Ma Xiaoxiao still hasn't changed his mind. Coming from a family of cultivators, I always thought that she was superior to others, had a big backer, and was not afraid of anything. As for the Kaiyan, it is the Kaiyan ceremony held by the teaching master after he feels that his apprentice can start using Tianyan magic to test things. With the blessing of the Kaiyan ceremony, there is protection for the inheritors of the Tianyan lineage. The power will not cause too much damage to the calculation. In addition to the calculation method, Tianyan magic also has the art of defending against enemies. There are countless disciples who practice Tianyan magic in the world, and there are countless strong ones, but not all of them are able to use the method of calculation. Besides, the heavenly evolution technique can spy on the secrets of heaven, and no one is willing to use it at will. It is really embarrassing for Xiao Miao to make this request. Under the unkind eyes of Situ Luyun and others, Xiao Miao looked at Jiang Lian with some disbelief, but didn't say anything. Then he looked at Yin 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 and said, then you need to trouble senior sister Yin. I'll pay for it. Yin 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 is the senior sister of Chongyan Peak, and the calculation skills of Tianyan Jifa are recognized in the sect. On weekdays, if Yin Chongzi really can't come out, Yin 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 is the one who needs to calculate anything in the sect. He and Situ Luyan helped. But besides the two of them, there are other people in Chongyan Peak who can calculate. Xiao Miao said it easily, as if it was their fault that Chongyan Peak was unwilling to accept it. Gaoling Shuang didn't want to involve fellow disciples from other peaks, so she sneered. Second senior sister is really shameless. I'm not that shameless. I use Tianyan magic to spy on the secrets of the sky. Even if I find something, I have to pay a certain price. Your method of delaying time, really clumsy. As he spoke, he rushed to Cheng Gaoyan with even more disdain. Senior brother Cheng, although you are on good terms with second senior sister, don't forget that you are also a member of the discipline hall. To protect a suspect is to violate the law. Last time, I misunderstood senior sister Jiang and entered the discipline hall to accept it seems that the lesson of punishment did not last long in your memory. Jiang Lian, whose name was called inexplicably, looked indifferent. But he also looked like he was asking if all the people in the bed at the discipline hall had gone in obediently. After that time, she was so busy with her physical fitness and cultivation that she completely forgot about this incident. Her greatest pleasure was when her enemies were unhappy. So Jiang Lian had no time to watch them argue. Cheng Gaoyan looked very unhappy when his sore point was mentioned. The punishment for serving disciples of the discipline hall would be even more severe if they knew the law and broke the law. At this time, he stopped talking and turned to look at the second elder Huang Huazhang. Elder, please give me instructions. Xiao Miao, who was standing aside, was obviously displeased by Gao Lingshuang's scolding, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Jian Lian, who was familiar with the individual plots of the original work, saw her small move and knew that Gao Lingshuang was going to be slapped in the face, and would be slapped in the face endlessly in the future until she completely quit the stage. The second elder had lost patience and said, "Take it back directly, and ask the Lord of Red Flame Peak to make a decision. He cannot bear the responsibility of offending others alone." As he walked back, he passed by Gao Lingshuang and reminded him, "Master Nephew Gao had better tell the truth." Gao Lingshuang couldn't help but tremble when the sound reached her ears. The unique sinister tone made Gao Lingshuang start to wonder whether she had made a bad move. Her determination became even stronger when she met the eyes of Xiao Miao and Wang Qian. A large group of people came and left, leaving behind Yin Yan Yan and a group of people from Chongyan Peak. The other 4 people also heard the news and followed Situ Luyun to the scene. Now that nothing happened, they all left. Situ Luyun looked at the drunk junior sister with hazy eyes, and said helplessly, "Junior sister, please go back and rest. If possible in the past few days, it is safer to stay with senior sister first." That group of people is used to causing trouble, and judging from today's situation, they probably won't be kind. "Okay." After saying this, Jian Lian lay directly on his senior sister's shoulders, feeling very sleepy. "Senior sister, I'm going to nag you these days." She didn't expect that things would end so quickly. If an incident had happened before, she would have been involved and unable to get out. "Has your luck improved?" This shameless behavior made Yen Yan Yan and Situ Luyun laugh for a while. When Jian Lian and Yen Yan Yan were left alone, Jian Lian asked curiously, "Senior sister, does she know what happened at the discipline hall last time?" She was not afraid that those people would not fulfill the bet, and at most, she would find connections to reduce the punishment. Immortal cultivators make the most important promise, and if they fail to fulfill it, they are afraid that heaven will remember it for them and strike them a few more times during the thunderstorm. Then the gain outweighs the loss. "The time I made a bet with you?" Yin Yan Yan looked at Jiang Lian narrowly and smiled. "I know. They all entered the discipline hall, but Xiao Shengsheng found a relationship to reduce the punishment. Cheng Gaoyan was punished because he was a disciple of the discipline hall. Double." Only then did Jiang Lian suddenly realize. No wonder Cheng Gaoyan looked unhappy just now. You must know that the punishment for entering the discipline hall will not be low, let alone double. But she didn't feel anything. Either the enemy is unlucky or she is unlucky. She does not have the heart of a virgin. She is very selfish. It's just that Xiao Shengsheng actually found a relationship to lighten up, which was a bit unexpected. The punishment Xiao Shengsheng received during this annual competition has not yet been redeemed. Is she staring more? Otherwise, it would be really unpleasant to let her escape again. The next day, the senior sister said she went out for a walk, and when she came back, she shared the gossip she heard with her. Jian Lian felt funny in her heart. "Senior sister, it turns out you are such a senior sister. If the disciples who are afraid of you at Chongyan Peak know that you are cold and inviolable on the outside, but you have a heart of infinite gossip inside, they will probably suspect that it is not an illusion, or they didn't wake up." Xiao Miao was really good at it. Finally, she used a tracking charm and found Gao Lingshuang's magic weapon in a jar on the deck. The second elder didn't want to let them argue any longer, so he ordered them to disperse. Yin Yan Yan became even more indignant as he spoke. "Let's just say that Xiao Miao is just a white lotus with a dark inside. She obviously didn't take out the tracking talisman at the beginning, but she actually wanted you to use Tianyan magic to find it. Is it because she has to do it for her?" The junior sister has not yet held the opening ceremony. If she wants to directly use the Tianyan technique to find something, she will suffer some damage, although this will not cause any serious harm. Who is she? Xiao Miao. To give her face? Speaking of this, Jian Lian suddenly thought, was part of the tragic endings of the female supporting characters in the original work not only done by herself, but also partly done by Xiao Miao intentionally. At this time, Yin Yan Yan said to Jian Lian with a straight face, "Junior sister, in the future, before the master helps you to open the calculation, you must not use the calculation method in the Tianyan technique to calculate. Do you understand?" Chapter 80 for the original cause of death. Jian Lian is already very proficient in the use of swordsmanship and formations in Tianyan magic, but he is deficient in calculations, and he doesn't understand it at all. This situation is not impossible. How many people in the world of cultivating immortals choose Tianyan technique, but cannot use the method of calculation? Yin 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 was stunned for a moment after learning about his junior sister's situation, and then smiled and said, "That's fine. If you don't know how to calculate, it will not harm the harmony of heaven, and it will not cause any harm to yourself. This way they don't have to worry. The little junior sister only needs to be good and happy, just like her cultivation was at the early stage of chi refining. As long as she is good, nothing else matters." The matter ended like this, and Jiang Lian didn't pay much attention. Curiosity killed the cat. If she hadn't been a cannon fodder female supporting character, she wouldn't have wanted to know about the original characters. Isn't it beautiful when it's free and at ease? After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Jiang Lian returned to his room. With almost half a month left, she decided not to go out, but stayed in her room to study what to do next. In the original work, reaching the secret realm of the wasteland is a small climax. The heroine Xia Miao and Su Heng's relationship grows rapidly in the secret realm. The book writes that Gao Ling Shuang accidentally fell into an underground cave with the heroine and finally escaped after going through hardships in it. Su Heng really enjoyed the blessings of his family and seemed to be loyal to his fiancée. Gao Ling Shuang became resentful and made all kinds of difficulties for Xia Miao. The upgraded version has now begun. It should be said here that there is nothing wrong with her in the original work. After all, she was not lucky enough to know her own constitution at that time. And it was even more impossible for a person in the early stage of chi refining to appear in the secret realm of the wilderness. But Jiang Lian was unexpectedly attracted by something. Fortunately, she met her senior sister Yin Yin Yin, encountering a Chonghua purple in a secret realm. Jiang Lian originally thought that her chance had come. Yin 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 tried his best to help her get the Chonghua purple, but Xia Miao got there first. The conflict intensified again. Gao Ling Shuang took advantage of her, who was also full of hatred for Xia Miao, and gave her the Gao family's secret medicine, saying that she could instantly break through her cultivation and regain Chonghua Zi. It was even possible to kill Xia Miao. Under Gao Ling Shuang's instigation, Jiang Lian in the original work became so evil that she took the secret medicine without telling her senior sister. Her cultivation level exploded in an instant, and she fought with Xia Miao, even seriously injuring him, but died in the end. When Yin 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 arrived, he saw that his junior sister, who had been loved by him since childhood, was pierced by Xia Miao's sword and finally perished in the world. The people of Chongyan Peak have always been the most united, even if they bully their junior sister who is in the early stage of chi refining, let alone kill her and attack in an instant. But even Tiandu helped Xia Miao, and the time to leave the secret realm just came, and everyone teleported out. At that time, it was not the third elder Zhang Butao who followed, but the master of Red Flame Peak and the second elder Huang Huazhang. The people from Chongyan Peak were restrained and would be dealt with separately when they returned to the sect. The final result is that Jiang Lian in the original work deliberately murdered the second senior sister Xia Miao, and was finally killed by the sword, and died innocently. The matter was resolved in this way, but it did not eliminate the hatred of Chong Yunfeng and others. It was clear that the little junior sister's cultivation, which had been stagnant for so many years, was finally expected to improve. But Xia Miao came from behind, and even the little junior sister died under her sword. The people of Chongyan Peak were now tit for tat with Xia Miao. Jiang Lian's eyes flashed when he recalled this. At first, she was angry that the character with the same name as her died in such frustration. And then she watched a little bit, and then stopped watching. Xia Miao, since you will eventually fight to the death, then don't blame her for being ruthless. It's probably not that easy to kill Xia Miao, the daughter of heaven. Besides, there is also a son of heaven to kill the daughter of heaven. She decided to hide in the dark before she was sure to deal with these two people. But I'm not afraid if I really confront her. The plan for now is to be prepared to enter the secret realm of the wasteland. She already has a way to capture the sword spirit. After digesting the inheritance of Yuxianji in the past few days, she has discovered a way to imprison the spirit body. As long as she can draw the sword spirit out, she will have a way to imprison it. Unknowingly, thinking of this, she suddenly thought that since the sword spirit was not contracted, would it be possible for Xia Miao to imprison him and slowly spend his time after receiving the inheritance of Yuxianji? At this moment, Su Yeshuan's message came over. Jiang Lian said low in a pleasant voice. Did your husband miss me? Although Jiang Lian's voice was very joyful, Su Yeshuan inexplicably heard that her mood was not right. Did something happen? Jiang Lian was a little surprised by his sensitivity, and was not prepared to hide it. Miss Sir, do you know how to make the sword spirit leave the sword body where it originally resided and return to its original one? Have you found the sword spirit of Feiyu's sword? Before she said anything, Su Yeshuan guessed it right away. Well, I discovered the existence of the sword spirit, but I was wondering how to draw it out of the sword. In the ancient spirit guiding formation, Feiyu's sword is the center of the formation. There is a chance that the unfused sword spirit in the sword body will be drawn out of the sword body and integrated into the center of the formation. Ancient spirit guiding array. She hasn't dabbled in it yet. Is it because her level at this time is not yet able to draw? Su Yeshuan simply did not let her worry too much. I have prepared matching talisman papers for you in the space. You can hold on for a few minutes. When it is time to take action, you sacrifice the puppet and you can just hold the formation. I'll help you. The puppet Su Yeshuan gave her only had 3 chances. It was really not worth it. She had other methods, but she didn't want to use them until the last moment. So she refused. I'll keep the puppet here. If I'm really in danger, I'll call you sir. I have a backup method. If it doesn't work, I'll tell you again. Okay? Okay. In fact, Su Yeshuan wanted to tell her not to worry about running out of times. He was well prepared this time, and there was no need to be afraid. But in the end, she didn't say anything. At this time, the little girl also needs to grow up. In the end, Su Yeshuan told her that she didn't need to hold on. He was here. Although he couldn't get out, there was no problem handling it. After teasing Su Yeshuan for a while, the conversation ended, and the system appeared at this time. How are you going to lure the sword spirit? It knows that the host is still unwilling to fight with the original male and female protagonists. If it hadn't added fuel to the flames before, it would probably still be hiding somewhere now. Jianlian was quite surprised by the system's sudden curiosity. Originally, she was not sure yet, but it would depend on the situation when the time came. Now that the system came out, she was suddenly determined. Did you control the lightning points of the previous punishment? She sometimes doubted it, but she thought it was outrageous and impossible. It can be under small control, the system hurriedly explained. Thunder and lightning are not sent out by me. I can't send out that thing. Without Jianlian noticing, the system had a faint guilty conscience, and no one knew what the guilty conscience was. Then if I advance to the next level, can you trigger a thunder tribulation and strike someone else down? Chapter 85 Hatred. This kind of thing has happened before, so Jianlian thought of this possibility. I can control it within a certain range. I'm not sure it will work, but you will probably have to pay a certain price. Jianlian had a bad premonition. Have you fallen into the trap of the system? What price? No matter how many insinuations Jianlian tried, he couldn't get any information from the system. He only realized that this was not within its authority. Jianlian was dubious. She found the talisman papers Su Yeshuan mentioned from the space. They were all high-end goods. She couldn't draw them at her current level, but they could save her life. She found the ancient spirit guiding formation that Su Yeshuan mentioned among the books and jade slips left by Yu Xianji. It required 36 advanced formation patterns to be drawn, and required a monk's cultivation level to be in the void refining realm to control it. And now that she has perfected the golden elixir, if she uses drawn talisman papers instead, she will have to consume 72 high-level talisman papers. Although her cultivation in the golden elixir stage can be controlled, her time is limited. Although Su Yeshuan gave her more than 72 talismans, each one could be used to save her life, so it hurt her to waste it. After trying hard to recall, I saw something in Wan Yanfeng's library that mentioned that during the thunder tribulation, the sky thunder might also split the sword spirit out. There were Feiyu's swords as formation eyes, plus her home made the enhanced version of the spirit guiding array. If the system helps guide the thunder and lightning, there should be no problem. However, she still has to advance to the nascent soul stage in advance, and then use the task punishment to induce thunder and calamity. Otherwise she will be afraid of problems caused by unstable cultivation, which will be more than worth the gain. People who have always been very afraid of lightning now actively ask to trigger lightning. The system is a little curious about how this person will react when the time comes. Whether you can trigger the mission to cause lightning disaster depends on you. I can only help you deflect the lightning slightly, but nothing else. If it hadn't been restricted, it could hit anyone directly. Half a month passed quickly. Jianlian had been studying those books in her room these days, but she didn't expect that she would actually study them. The most difficult thing about drawing out the sword spirit is to make it break away from the sword body. As long as lightning can split it out, then the spirit drawing array does not need to be so advanced. The enhanced version of the spirit drawing array plus the blessing of a few high-level talismans can be used. Enough. This method is only applicable to her. thanks to a certain black-hearted system that threatens her with lightning strikes every day. Otherwise, it is really not possible for ordinary lightning to split out the sword spirit. According to the top-quality talisman papers she had drawn by her current intermediate talisman master, as long as the quantity was sufficient, the power of the enhanced spirit guiding array should not be underestimated. Therefore, Jiang Lian took advantage of this period of time to work hard on drawing talisman paper, and his cultivation became more condensed. Soon they reached their destination. The opening time of the wasteland secret realm was 2 days later. They arrived early, so everyone stayed at the only wasteland inn in the desert. The sky is filled with yellow sand outside, but inside the inn is clean and tidy and bustling with people. Kunlun is the last group to arrive this time, and several other sects and clans have arrived a few days ago. The inn is so big that it can even accommodate everyone who comes here to experience it. Jiang Lian looked up curiously, but couldn't see clearly how many floors there were. When she was dazzled, senior sister Yan Yanyan woke her up. "Don't look at the wasteland inn casually. You might lose your heart and soul." Jiang Lian was shocked to know that this inn was an ancient spiritual being located here, and it had been providing convenience to people in the secret realm of the wasteland for tens of thousands of years. Because entering the secret realm of the wasteland also requires the guidance of the wasteland inn. No one dares to take the idea of the inn, and even more can't do it. Those who are really interested have become the nourishment of the wasteland inn. Nourishment? Hearing what his senior sister said, Jiang Lian saw that the inn no longer had the warmth of the sun, and instead felt a little eerie. When Jiang Lian went upstairs, he unexpectedly saw a group of people. The eldest son of the Xiao family, and Xiao Shunsheng were among them. Invisibly, Jiang Lian even felt a real hatred for her in the crowd. Looking over, Jiang Lian was very sure that she had never interacted with that person. This hate is a bit inexplicable. Several people pass by each other without any dispute. There is a clear rule in the wasteland in that no matter how big the hatred is, no one can take action in the inn. As long as you take action, whoever is right and who is wrong will be punished and lose the qualification to enter the secret realm. Yin Yin also noticed the hateful look. After returning to the room, he couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister has a grudge against him?" This time, due to the large number of people, they could only share a room with 2 of them. So Jiang Lian didn't feel bad at all. "No, I don't know that person. This is what's strange about her. Ling Xuanfeng's veteran golden elixir, I heard, has reached perfection. It stands to reason that he has already entered the wasteland secret realm last time. How come he appears in the Xiao family's team this time? Or within their own sect?" It turned out that he had the same golden elixir as her, but she was still surprised that she couldn't see that person's cultivation level. "I really don't know him, and I'm confused, but he will appear in the Xiao family's team. I guess this hatred has something to do with Xiao Shengsheng." Recalling Xiao Xingxing's eyes full of hatred but faintly excited, I knew that the woman was thinking of a bad move again. "Be careful. Junior sister should follow us closely when we enter the secret realm. They won't dare to mess around when there are many people." Facing his senior sister's concern, Jiang Lian responded with a smile. "Okay, I will pay attention. As for whether they are together or not, it depends on the situation. After all, if you want to steal the sword spirit, you need to plan separately. If there are too many people, it will be exposed." Yin Yin thought that her junior sister had agreed, so she didn't think much about it. I started to analyze with her who was here this time. There are 8 sects in Xianling continent: Xiantian sect, Kunlun, Wanfo sect, Tianyin temple, Dan sect, Qianji sect, Spirit Beast Villa, and Bayou Pavilion. In addition to these, there are also many powerful immortal cultivating families, such as the Xiao family and the Gao family, Wang family, Su family, Jian family, Xia family, Lu family, and Su family are the 8 major immortal cultivating families. She hadn't had time to understand the immortal cultivating families in this world. When she heard that people from these big families would also come, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask, "The Jiang family is here too?" She could not forget the disaster of her childhood. My grandfather once sent a distress signal to the Jiang family, the main family, asking for support, but he failed to receive a response. In the end, the ancient tree that protects the clan was opened after pleading to no avail, and the sacrifice of flesh and blood and soul was used to support them until they escaped. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian trembled all over, and the hatred was about to bury her. Even now, her people and her family members are still being tortured under the ancient trees. But why did the Jiang family, the main line at the time, not respond at all? Why did the servants who wanted to take her to the main Jiang family to seek refuge abandon her and flee alone? You must know that the servants of aristocratic families all have the mark of servants. Once they betray them, no one can afford the price. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't bear to think more, and her hatred became even more intense. The main Jiang family. Don't let her discover anything. Otherwise she will make them pay the price even if she gives everything she has. Chapter 86. Junior sister Jiang together? Yes. The Jiang family also has a certain quota every year. Jiang family. The surname is Jiang. Yin Yin looked at her expression when she heard about the Jiang family, and couldn't help but wonder, could the junior sister have something to do with the Jiang family? But when the master took the little junior sister up the mountain, he told the little junior sister that her family had been wiped out and that she should be protected. The Jiang family, a powerful cultivating clan, had not heard of anything going wrong, so it should be okay. What's wrong? Junior sister? If someone offends you, you must tell her. Senior sister will help you teach her a lesson. Having become accustomed to protecting his junior sister, Yin Yin had forgotten that his junior sister's strength was now beyond their imagination. After clearing his mind, Jiang Lian smiled and said, Sister, it's okay. Who dares to bully me? It's good if I don't bully others. Yin Yin looked at his junior sister seriously, and didn't see anything strange. I was confused in my heart, but I knew that the junior sister didn't want to say anything more, so I didn't ask any more questions. Although it was the same room, there were 2 beds. Jiang Lian lay on the bed inside. This trip to the wilderness secret realm must be very lively. She wants to snatch the sword spirit, and can no longer be affected by the plot. In addition to the male and female protagonists, the Xiao family and the Jiang family unexpectedly appeared this time, and it became more lively. But who is that person in the Xiao family team, with that look in her eyes that looked like someone who killed her father and her enemy? She had never killed anyone except old Su Tu from Tianyong City. She couldn't figure it out, and didn't think about it anymore. The next 2 days were very busy outside. Jiang Lian was not interested in the people outside at all, and she had no interest in visiting the desert and where people could be eaten at any time. So she continued to stay. Soon it was time to open the wasteland secret realm. Standing in the open space in front of the inn, the young generation of big families from various sects are full of vitality. Jiang Lian looked around boredly. Although there was no shortage of handsome men and beauties in the world of immortality, there was still no one in this large group of people who could compare to her Su Yeshuan. Her Su Yeshuan's unique temperament left them behind. I don't know how many streets there are, let alone her Su Yeshuan's face. Anyway, every bit of it contributes to her aesthetics. Xiantian sect and Kunlun stood together. Su Heng's gentle and jade-like appearance attracted the attention of many female cultivators. However, he was about to become a Taoist couple with Kunlun Xiaomiao. He had already widely invited Taoist friends. This time, he would start to return to the wilderness secret realm, prepare for the wedding ceremony. Even so, there are many people who look at Xiaomiao teasingly. After all, they haven't really gotten married yet, and may change at any time. Hu Yunshan, who was standing next to Su Heng, poked his arm and asked quietly, Hey, brother, I think you have really become a hot potato this time. The choice of my sister-in-law will not change. Right. We didn't have much contact, let alone feelings, so it was really hasty to make an engagement so quickly. Not to mention, there were a lot of talented people in the world. For example, Hu Yunshan thought of this and subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian, who was standing there leisurely. He was very powerful when he killed the mother-in-law Gu. He even heard that during this competition, he surpassed Xiaomiao and became the first. One person. He was a little curious about how this person did it. Isn't Kunlun's second senior sister the most talented among their generation? What's more, I heard that the time when this person went up the mountain with the second senior sister was not much different. Thinking about it, Hu Yunshan became even more curious about Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian had noticed this gaze that had been staring at her for a long time, but she was too lazy to pay attention to it. The important male partner next to the hero was not a good bird either. Listening to the words around him, Jiang Lian knew that the group of people wearing blue clothes were from the Jiang family, and the ones in red were from the Su family. It was not only the Su family who were present wearing red clothes, but also a number of people from Danzong who were also wearing red sect uniforms. But the styles were different, and the colors were also different. They are all very handsome, and although their clothes are uneven, they are not ugly. When the time came, the leaders of the 8 sects took out a jade pendant one after another, after the input of spiritual power. a large whirlpool appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this, the leaders of several major aristocratic families stood up one after another, and their spiritual energy surged towards the five-colored jade pendant floating in the air. The vortex quickly stabilized and turned into a large mirror, allowing you to see the entrance, the environment we are in. But we can't see more. Wealth can be found in danger, and most of the young people present are eager to try it, full of longing for the secret realm. Infected by this atmosphere, Jianlian was somewhat looking forward to it. After it was announced that they could enter, everyone flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. This time, they entered the training for several months and could not come out until the time was up. Jianlian flew in behind his senior sister. I saw a flash of light, and the original desert was replaced by an ancient forest. There were sparse trees all around, and the mountains, rivers, and Gobi Desert in the distance were vast. After landing, Jianlian looked around and asked, "Senior sister, where are we going?" She had to find a place to enter the nascent soul first. Although her special physique would not cause thunder disaster, it would be somewhat affected if she advanced in a dangerous environment. Xiao Miao and others landed at about the same time as them, and Su Hong was beside her. It seemed that they had reached a consensus. When Hu Yunshan saw Jianlian and the others arriving, he smiled and said, "Why don't junior sister Jiang come with us?" Yin Yanyan looked at his junior sister. The meaning was obvious. Does the junior sister know them? Jianlian's eyes flickered, not recognizing him. Now there is no intersection with Su Hong and others. So Jianlian said with a smile, "It will not affect second senior sisters reminiscing with you all. We will say goodbye first." After saying that, he pulled Yin Yanyan to walk in the opposite direction to them, followed by a group of senior brothers and sisters from Chongyan Peak. "System, do you have a way to find Xiao Miao's location in time?" She had a hunch that based on the original novel's urinary nature, they would definitely meet each other even if they went in opposite directions. But it was still just in case. "Yes, you can redeem your lucky draw opportunity once." The sound of the mechanical system was particularly beautiful. At this time, Jianlian pulled the senior sister and the others away without any burden. The spiritual power was placed on the pattern of the divine branch, and the red pattern in his hand shone slightly. "Xiao Xixi, I'll leave it to you next." The road to wealth for Chong Yifeng and others is really exciting. Anyway, she had 2 months, so she was not in a hurry to grab the sword spirit. She would search the secret realm of the wasteland first. At the same time, she also filled up the storage space for her senior brothers and sisters. "Yes, master." The stream of light turned slightly, and Yuqiong, who had been hidden all this time, faintly revealed roots, and there were several light groups above. "The ball of light above is the treasure." "Right." The pattern of the divine branch gave off a pleasant light, because she wore a jade bracelet that covered her hand. Others did not notice the presence of the divine branch. "Yes, this is a safer place for babies these days." Chapter 87 Arrogant Woman. After Jianlian and others left, Hu Yunshan realized that the rumor that this person had never dealt with second senior sister Kunlun was true. Xiao Miao chose to ignore Hu Yunshan's behavior, and Su Hong didn't say much. Hu Yunshan even pretended that nothing was wrong, and they walked in the original direction, which was exactly opposite to the position of Jianlian and others. Yen Yanyan, who was being pulled by his junior sister here and had already mined many valuable elixirs, was a little confused. Are the spiritual herbs in the secret realm of the wasteland not guarded by spirit beasts? So easy to get? In fact, Jianlian relied on the two-way function of the lucky branch and Yu Qiongyin to perfectly avoid the guardian beast. But it's just a few people. She will also use her spiritual sense to investigate. If she really senses the danger, she won't take everyone there. At the bottom of a cliff at this time, Jianlian and his 7 friends had just finished picking snake spirit fruits, when countless big snakes appeared nearby and rushed towards their position. The ones running at the front were clearly the people wearing the Jiang family's cyan robes and the Su family's red robes. Frowning at the group of people and the waterfall behind him, Jianlian said to his senior brothers and sisters, "Brothers and sisters, follow me." The experiences of the past few days have made Jianlian become the leader of them. Looking at the map above Yu Qiongyin, Jianlian jumped along the pool towards the waterfall. She had already checked with her consciousness before, and there was no danger. Although her clothes got wet when she passed the waterfall, it also eliminated the smell on their bodies and blocked the tracking of those big snakes. What did those people take? Judging from the situation, the big snake was obviously chasing the people from the Jiang family and the Su family. "Junior sister, how do you know there is a road here?" "Lin Yu man, who is also a female in the team? Asked curiously. Lin Yu had no ill intentions, but was just out of pure curiosity. She is an inner disciple of Chongyan Peak, and she takes good care of Jiang Lian on weekdays. In the past, she would bring Jiang Lian something fun to play with when she went out, and she even helped teach some people in Ling Xiafeng who bullied her. Sister Lin, do you believe what I said about my premonition? Lin Yu was not angry at Jiang Lian's perfunctory answer with a smile, but said firmly, let her. There are not many people in this world who have had their fortunes explode just by feeling lucky. Ha! No! I just inadvertently explored the way inside with my spiritual consciousness. So I took you to escape. Fortunately, there is no danger here. Otherwise we would be in trouble. Ahead is a grassland, and not far away is a forest. The recent harvests are good, but we have not encountered the ruins mentioned in the article. But Jiang Lian is not as good as him. There is still time. At this moment, there was a sound behind them, and the people from the Jiang family and the Su family also flew in. Although there were fewer big snakes behind them, they were all of high levels, and there were obviously 2 6th level ones. Jiang Lian didn't want to pay too much attention now. They could leave, and the benefits of killing these snakes were taken away by the Jiang family and the Su family. So she was too lazy to make wedding clothes for others. Just as he was about to take his senior sisters and brothers away, he didn't expect someone from the Jiang family on the opposite side to shout, I hope fellow Taoists from Chongyan Peak can help. Another voice also rang. Brother Situ, help! The originally coquettish and wealthy rogue now became particularly embarrassed. Jiang Lian led them back and asked his senior brother, do you know them? Well, I know someone. It was just an acquaintance. Situ Lian didn't do much at this time, and even prepared to leave with his junior sister and others. 6th level spiritual beasts are equivalent to the cultivation level of the void refining realm. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many people they have in the golden core stage, they are unlikely to kill each other. Of course, except for the pervert Jiang Lian. No one knows Jiang Lian's actual ability. Obviously these people don't know their situation and still ask for help. Doesn't this push them into a dead pit? Jiang Lian rolled his eyes speechlessly, and saw that although the people from the Su family were also very embarrassed, they obviously had no intention of dragging them into trouble. I remember that Su Yeshuan gave her a jade pendant and said that she didn't have enough money to go directly to Su's store to get it. At that time, she also asked, could the Su family be trusted? Su Yeshuan's answer is yes. At least they must be trustworthy to the couple. This is an unknown constraint of the Su family for generations, and it is engraved in the bones. Jiang Lian was about to take action, but a woman from the Jiang family over there shouted arrogantly, I'm asking you to help. Do you hear me? Is this an attitude of begging for help? Yen snorted coldly and said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind him, let's go and ignore them. When the woman saw that they were about to leave, she became anxious and even scolded. If you dare to leave, I will let you live in Kunlun and not die. What a big breath. Jiang Lian was so angry that he laughed. Who is this person? There's something wrong with your brain. But Yen and others didn't find it strange. In the past, there were several members of the Jiang family with good status and high cultivation in Kunlun. There was even an incident where the younger members of the Jiang family were bullied by Kunlun disciples. The elders of the Jiang family in Kunlun went out to make those bullying disciples blame themselves. The final outcome was very miserable. Gradually, the younger generation of the Jiang family often used their backers to create various difficulties for individual Kunlun disciples. These were things that happened later, and the elder didn't know that. From then on, every time someone from the Jiang family was in a high position in Kunlun, they would protect the children of the Jiang family, so that those people did the same thing every time. The one in front of me is obviously over the top. Jiang Lian, who was originally ready to help, had completely lost interest at this time. He turned around and said to his senior sister, Senior sister, let's go. Don't pay attention to them, and see what they can do. At this time, Yen was still a little hesitant. They had heard about the history of the Jiang family and the Su family in Kunlun. Besides, no one knew what Wang Yanfeng's current level was. If the two families were to get married again in the future, and the Jiang family settled old scores, that would be true. Not easy to handle. Besides, there's also the Su family. The younger junior sisters don't know this, but they also know to some extent that Wang Yanfeng's senior brother is destined to marry Zhang's daughter. But there has been no movement for so many years. At this time, Yen did not associate his junior sister with his senior brother. After all, every time Jang's daughter goes up the mountain, she is greeted with endless scenery, and is greeted directly by the wedding ceremony. It was rumored that the eldest brother was engaged that year, and this Jiang girl would go up the mountain sooner or later. And her junior sister is just a poor orphan girl with the same surname Jiang. It doesn't hurt to save someone. The Jiang family can be left to fend for themselves. But then, there is the Su family. Kunlun and the Su family have always been really good friends, and there is no unhappiness between them. Before Yan made any move, someone from the Su family's team spoke up. Jiang Shuxian, stop mumbling like crazy and return the snake eggs to them. Otherwise we won't be spending time with you here. The person who spoke was a young man who looked impatient at first glance. When he looked at the woman named Jiang Shuxian, his eyes were almost bursting with fire. He wanted to throw her out to feed the big snake. This group of people had been following them from the beginning, making various excuses to want to go with them. They even used the relationship between in-laws to talk things over. The younger generations of the Su family thought so. The wedding ceremony of the Jiang family's 7th master in Kunlun was probably coming soon. So they agreed. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be a bunch of troublemakers. Now their intestines are about to turn green. Chapter 88: The Unknown Plan. If you just leave like this, I will make you look good when my sister gets married to your 7th master. The spirit snake's bloody mouth attacked her. In panic, Jiang Shuxian's true nature was revealed, and her threatening words were even more disturbing. I couldn't help but frown. At this time, she had forgotten that the matter between her sister and Master Qi was just a plan of their family, and it was not really successful. So it was impossible to say. The young man from the Su family who just spoke didn't think much about it. It was possible for the future 7th lady to be of the same race as Jiang Shuxian and call her sister. Thinking about whether the 7th lady would really be instigated by her in the future, she would let the 7th master punish them instead. Right. Thinking of how terrifying Master Qi was rumored to be in his clan, the young man couldn't help but tremble. Su Chengche, who was standing next to the young man, glanced at Jiang Shuxian coldly, his eyes flashing with unknown meaning. The Su family had not heard any news about the 7th lady in all these years. There is definitely something wrong with Jiang Shuxian's attitude now, and she will have to investigate it some other time. In addition, Master Qi sent back the news some time ago. Although the elders did not say it clearly, they were sensitive enough to detect any investigation of the Jiang family. Looking at his younger brother next to him, his voice was cold and filled with absolute leadership. Zhang Yan formed the formation. Although the young man was very dissatisfied with Jiang Shuxian, he listened to what his elder brother said, so he hurriedly formed a formation. The Su family's formations are also famous for using low-level ones to deal with high-level ones. The power of the formations listed by several people is rising steadily. It seems to Jiang Lian that those big snakes can be dealt with without any help, so she can stand there calmly. He didn't mean to help. Jiang Shuxian felt even more proud when she saw the people from the Su family forming an array. After calming down, I regretted what I said. Fortunately, those people didn't notice anything. Her father's plan was just recently. If the secret was leaked due to her lack of speech, her father and sister would never let her go. Seeing that their help was no longer needed, Yan was about to leave with her junior brothers and sisters. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuxian was very proud over there. When she saw that they were about to leave and refused to listen to her words to help, she became angry. Stop! Are you told to leave? Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Shuxian and the people surrounding her as if they were weird. This person is really trying to get his nose in the face. Although several people from the Jiang family were working hard to kill the big snake and obviously disapproved of Jiang Shuxian's behavior, Jiang Lian was very dissatisfied with a group of people from the Jiang family in Luojing at this time. Gritting her teeth, she waited until she was stronger and determined to find out the truth about the genocide. If it was really related to the Luojing Jiang family, don't blame her for being ruthless. Several people in Chongyan Peak looked at Jiang Shuxian unkindly. This woman was definitely mentally ill. Jiang Lian threw a few protective array patterns at the Su family and others. After forming the protective array, she lazily said to her senior sister, "Senior sister, let's go!" She was too lazy to look at the Jiang family's idiots, so it was more fun to hunt for treasures. The Jiang family was horrified when they saw that Jiang Lian had created a protective formation with his hands. This kind of strength was definitely not something that ordinary golden elixirs could achieve. Jiang Shuxian did not consider the difference in strength at all, but was angry that Jiang Lian only gave the protective formation pattern to the people of the Su family, but not to them. and even ran towards the protective formation very shamelessly. It's a pity that the protective formation seemed to have circled several members of the Su family, and Jiang Xuxian was pushed away as soon as she ran over. Su Chengyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her acting like this, for no other reason than to make this person eat defecation to relieve his anger. At this time, my affection for these Taoist friends from Kunlun increased sharply. At this time, Jiang Xuxian glared at Su Chengyan angrily, and the entire battle situation became more and more clear. When the big snake was cleaned up, the Su family's people exhausted their spiritual power, but they were fine after taking the elixir to repair it, and the Jiang family was in a much more miserable state. And even Jiang Xuxian, who had been protected, looked miserable. Looking at the position of Kunlun Chongyan Peak and others was full of hatred. But at this time Jiang Lian and others had already left. Yin 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 and others were still surprised that their junior sister raised her hand to form a formation of her own. What level is the formation of junior sister now? There is nothing to hide. So Jiang Lian smiled and said, Intermediate Array Master. Having read books related to the ancient spirit guiding array before, and working hard to draw intermediate level top quality talisman paper during this period, Jiang Lian felt that he had a faint tendency to break through to the advanced array mage. Obviously, the intermediate level has shocked Yin 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 and others. It is important to know that array masters can exert their ultimate combat power on the battlefield, but it is difficult to do so. Even super sects like Kunlun do not have many intermediate array masters. Master, the ruins have been found, but the danger is relatively high. Shinji can sense treasures within a certain range. Jiang Lian specifically reminded Shinji that there were signs of ruins. At this time, more than a month had passed since they entered the secret realm of the wasteland. During this period, except for the Jiang family and the Su family, they did not meet anyone else. But there is a place inside that is very suitable for Master to advance. Master can give it a try. Before, Jiang Lian specifically reminded Shinji to help find a place more suitable for advancement. But he didn't expect to find it. With such an easy-to-use magical branch, it's no wonder that it was so powerful to the male protagonist. In fact, what Jiang Lian didn't know was that without Yu Qiangyin's assistance, the wealth-lucky branch could only remind him that there was a treasure nearby. It was all up to Su Heng to look for it on his own. And sometimes he might not be able to find it as expected. With Yu Qiangyin's assistance, it's like starting a treasure hunt navigation. The whole process was extremely smooth. Brothers and sisters, shall we take a rest before moving on? For many days, under the leadership of Jiang Lian, they really felt as if they had received help from God. It had been extremely smooth for so long, and they returned home with a full load. Yin 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 and others also made preparations before coming in. They bought maps from seniors who had come in previous years, and even bought information from spies who sold information. But none of them was used. Okay, let's take a break. Lin Yu always spoke straightforwardly and asked Jiang Lian curiously, Junior sister, your intuition is so accurate. Is there anything else interesting later? They have gained so much recently. If they were based on the experience of their predecessors in the past, it would be possible to gain even 1% of the harvest. Jiang Lian smiled and said, Would you like something exciting? Although everyone didn't know why the junior sister seemed to be so familiar with this place, they believed her deeply and had no intention of asking in detail. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Speaking of excitement, Lin Yu looked at Jiang Lian with gleaming eyes. The other brothers and sisters also looked at her, and Yin 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 had a doting smile on her face. Okay, junior sister, do you know where to find one? Lin Yu answered eagerly, and no one else had any objections. Immortal cultivators also have an adventurous spirit to some extent. After all, many opportunities are accompanied by dangers, and they are not afraid of dangers. Seeing that everyone was looking at her expectantly, Jiang Lian had almost rested. So Jiang Lian stood up and said, Let's go then. In the original work, Chonghua Zi is in the ancient secret realm. Senior sister and the others have also gone in and returned safely, so she is not worried about the dangers inside threatening their lives. When she advances again, Xiao Miao, just wait to be struck by lightning again. Chapter 89. Who is the seventh lady? Although they encountered individual spiritual beasts along the way, they were able to cope with them. At the intersection of the ruins, they unexpectedly encountered the Jiang family and the Su family again. This time the Jiang family seems to have fewer people. Speaking of which, even with the presence of the mentally retarded girl from the Jiang family, the people of the Su family could stand it and were willing to go with them. How much tolerance is there? But soon Jiang Lian knew why they were together. I saw Su Chengyan looking at Jiang Shuxian with disgust. Some people just follow him shamelessly. They are really thick-skinned. Jiang Shuxian's face was full of resentment. Just wait for me. He couldn't beat him. And most of the snake eggs he finally got were snatched away. She felt miserable and couldn't vent her anger. So she was really angry. When her eldest sister really marries into the Su family and goes to Kunlun, becoming Su Qia's wife. Then they will be able to look good. Su Chengyan sneered. As if there was nothing you could do to me. You just rely on the fact that our future 7th lady is from your same race. I believe she is not as unreasonable as you. The Jiang family in Xucheng was the ancestral home of the Jiang family. He had been there before. And the folk customs were not as domineering as those in Luojing. Jiang Shuxian was so angry that she was furious. But Jiang Lian was a little curious and secretly asked Yin Yin Yin. Sister, do you know who the 7th lady they are talking about is? Why are people on both sides so afraid of her? Just like Jiang Shuxian. This 7th lady is still her arrogant backer. The people from the Su family looked a little scared. Otherwise Su Chengyan wouldn't have said that. It would be better for her to know about such a person in advance. And it might be a clue to investigate the matter of family destruction. Knowing that his junior sister did not understand everything. Yin 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 patiently explained. What they are afraid of is not actually the 7th lady, but the 7th master of the Su family, and the 7th lady blowing the pillow. You know, the Su family is known for their love affairs, and most of their wives are responsive to their requests. There is also this. Is Mr. Su Qi very powerful? Yin 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 thought for a moment, nodded and said, Yeah. Awesome. Now Jiang Lian was confused. So powerful that even Kunlun is afraid? Otherwise, why did Jiang Shuxian even threaten them to make them look good? It can also be said that no one knows his strength yet. But his strength is generally recognized. With him as his backing, the Su family will probably have no worries for thousands of years. But it still depends on the temperament of the 7th lady. She had seen that the higher-ups in the sect and even the head were a little afraid of him. Senior sister, how do you feel about what the so-called 7th madam said? Why didn't she know when the Jiang family had such an awesome person? By the way, the most powerful person she has ever seen in Kunlun seems to be Su Yeshuan. He is also from the Su family. Right? Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask. Who is more powerful between the 7th master of the Su family and the senior brother Kunlun? Hearing the junior sister's question, Yin 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 couldn't help but smile and said, There is no comparison at all. Jiang Lian was a little confused. But what her senior sister said next made her even more confused. Because the eldest brother is the 7th master of the Su family. Yin 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 was made to laugh by the cute expression of his little junior sister. Eldest brother himself comes from the Su family. Although he guards the sword tomb all year round, he is also the Su family's biggest supporter. Elder brother made an engagement with a woman from the Jiang family back then. It's probably almost time now. When the Jiang girl goes up the mountain, it will be a lot of fun. She had been on the mountain for many years. At that time, countless women from the same sect fell in love with the eldest brother, but were rejected ruthlessly. And when it was revealed that the eldest brother was engaged, he ruined the hearts of countless women. Wan Yetfeng was not the one who could do it. Easy to get up. How much the elder brother dotes on his wife. The incident with the younger junior sister is enough to show how terrifying the future will be. You must know that no one can go up to Wan Yetfeng all year round. But the junior sister Jiang with the same surname actually went up to Wan Yetfeng, and even made an exception to help solve the physical problem. According to the master's intention, he asked Su Qia, but that also requires his consent. Although it is a bit far-fetched to think about the little junior sister, it is not impossible. After all, it is completely unreasonable for that person to go crazy. So the 7th lady they are talking about is the daughter of the Jiang family, who is about to marry senior brother Kunlun? Jiang Lian herself felt that it was quite fun. She didn't even know that she was so awesome. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced dangerously at Jiang Shuxian. When my grandfather asked the Luojing Jiang family for help, they didn't respond. Later, the entire ancestral land in Xucheng was reduced to ruins, and they didn't know it. In addition, those servants who abandoned her in the ancient forest included Luo Jing. It was because of her engagement with the Su family that year that Luo Jing sent them, saying that they were to serve her. This was the custom in previous years. So my grandfather and the others did not stop it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a disaster. She was sure that the people in the Luojing Jiang family would not know that she had disappeared, and they might even judge her to be dead. So where would they find the seventh lady, who could marry the seventh master of the Su family? This show is getting more and more exciting.
Yes! Senior sister, do you know the name of the seventh lady?
The Jang family has a strange rule. Only the children who have introduced qi into their bodies can be included in the family tree. Their names will be listed on the family tree, and they will have names that are well known within the family. Those who fail to draw qi into their bodies will lose their qualifications to be included in the family tree for life and become unknown. In this situation where qi cannot be introduced into the body, there are only two options. Either leave the Jang family, set up your own business, and live a peaceful life, or become a servant of the Jang family and work as an adult in the Jang family's industry. Those in the Jang family who consider themselves noble regard these people as servants. The ancestral land managed by my grandfather was relatively peaceful, and there was no bullying of the weak. Although she is the legitimate daughter of the ancestor of the Jang family and has her own name, she can only enter the family tree after getting married. Therefore, it is estimated that the outside world has no idea what she is calling. Not even Luo Jing. Otherwise, they would have already known the news if they entered the secret realm together this time. And Jiang and Su would not be so calm.
I don't know about that. When we made the engagement, we only said that we would wait for Su Changjiang's daughter to have hairpins. We didn't reveal much about the rest.
Jiang Lian became more and more suspicious, and doubts arose in her heart. She couldn't help but continue to ask.
Then, senior brother, did they sign the jade pendant at the wedding ceremony? Last time, I heard that second senior sister was engaged to senior brother Su Hung of Xianling sect. At that time, we will sign the marriage jade pendant at the marriage ceremony.
It is impossible to change the jade pendant after getting married. But if they don't know about it, is it possible that the Jiang family once they died out to be dead? Otherwise, where would anyone come from to hold a wedding ceremony? It is rare for the junior sister to be curious about things. She has been troubled by her cultivation for many years. Now that she is fine, Yin is even more pampered and replies softly.
Yes, you can see that grand event another day. It just so happens that senior brother is here one field. One field for second senior sister.
Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh. But she was wondering in her heart that no one knew that Su Yeshuan had arranged a jade pendant with her. Or is it just a matter of individual knowledge? Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask Su Yeshuan with the jade pendant.
Miss Sir, does anyone else know that we have signed the jade pendant?
At this moment, Su Chengyan was too lazy to talk to Jiang Shuxian. Instead, he looked at Jiang Lian with bright eyes and said with good intentions.
Fellow Taoist, I really appreciate your help that day.
Chapter 90 also named Jiang.
It's easy. No worries.
Jiang Lian's voice was clear, but he didn't show too many emotions. The Jiang family and others looked at her unkindly. It was so easy to do so why didn't she do the same for them in the first place? Just then Su Yeshuan's reply came.
The elders know. Others don't know.
Like this.
Does Luo Jing know? And what about the juniors from the Su family?
Su Yeshuan's seniority in the Su family is quite high. If he knew about it, these people in front of him would probably not react like this.
Right?
But Jiang Lian decided to ask clearly.
The Jiang family in Luo Jing doesn't know. It was only given to my grandfather when it was sent there. Grandfather requested that it be announced at the wedding ceremony. Only a few elders of the Su family know about it.
And the younger generation has not been notified yet.
Hearing Su Yeshuan's answer, Jiang Lian couldn't help but his eyes turned slightly red. But they soon calmed down. Grandfather was afraid that it would be announced too soon. And since she had no ability to protect herself, the enemies of the Su family might not see their good intentions and wanted to get rid of her. After all, once the red jade pendant loses its life, it will cause certain damage to the other person. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel sad. Her grandfather, who cared about everything for her, was gone. It was so painful for her soul to be pressed under the ancient sacred tree. Jiang family, if she is found to have anything to do with the genocide, they must pay the price. Seeing that Jiang Lian was not in the right mood, Su Chengyan glared at the Jiang family members fiercely, scaring their benefactor like this. After glaring, Su Chengyan looked at Jiang Lian. The young master was like a jade, with a smile on his face.
Fellow Taoists from Kunlun, are you willing to join us?
Others in the Su family didn't have any objections, and the kindness they showed was completely different from that of the Jiang family. Everyone looked at Jiang Lian, whose meaning was very obvious. She just decided. Both the Su and Jiang families were a little surprised that the Kunlun gang was led by her. Jiang Lian nodded. She just took the opportunity to observe. With Jiang Shuxian's arrogant and careless look, she might be able to get unexpected news. Although everyone in Kunlun was curious about why the younger junior sister was willing to join them, when she was obviously very disliked by the Jiang family. But during this time, the few people led by the junior sister, who were used to it, did not have any objections. Yin 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 and Sidu Luyun, who doted on Jiang Lian as if they were their own daughters, had no objection. Several people walked forward together. Jiang Shuxian followed shamelessly, and the rest of the Jiang family followed closely behind. Su Chengyan already had zero tolerance for the Jiang family, and stood in front of Jiang Shuxian very unhappy.
Go away. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Why can those people do it? But I can't. I want to tell my sister that you bully me because you want to look good.
Jiang Shuxian had already thought about it clearly. Anyway, outsiders didn't know which sister she was talking about. The clan sister is also a sister, and the family sister is also a sister. Looking at Jiang Lian and others, their eyes were very unkind. The children of the Su family have always been strong. If you can follow them all the time, you can not only get good things, but also be safe. It's all because of the Cheng Yao gene in front of him. Sooner or later he wants them to look good.
Hey, you do whatever you want. Even if you go out, I won't be afraid if the seventh lady wants to punish me in the future. Get out of here like you are.
Su Chengyan had already broken the pot at this time, and he would rather be punished. I don't want to suffer from Jiang Shuxian's jealousy here. Jiang Lian stood aside silently. When she knew that the seventh lady they were talking about was herself, she suddenly felt that this title sounded so old. Jiang Shuxian was almost furious. She stared at Su Chengyan with round eyes.
The road is there. You can't control where I want to go.
As she said this, Jiang Shuxian even snorted proudly, as if there was nothing you could do to me.
Don't forget, we are still related by marriage. If you break up, it won't look good, and the elders won't let you go.
Su Chengyan was helpless and his face turned red with anger. Let's go. Su Chengche spoke at this time, his voice cold, but it made Jiang Shuxian couldn't help but tremble. But she still followed relentlessly. This was the first time Jiang Lian, the scoundrel, had seen such a person. People from the Su family were also good-tempered. If she had said that, he would have knocked her out with a palm and thrown her aside. Still chattering with her. It doesn't matter whether it's dangerous or not. The world of immortality is inherently dangerous, and you asked for it. But Jiang Lian didn't say anything at this time. And Jiang Lian didn't care at all about Jiang Shuxian's malicious glances from time to time, as long as she is responsible for watching the show.
If you really offend her, don't blame her for being rude. Several people walked forward. In front of them was a large passage. The stone walls were a bit old and looked very old. Jiang Lian is not in a hurry to take her senior sisters to the place shown on Yuqiangyin, and plans to spend some time with Jiang Shuxian and others to see if there is anything gained. With his spiritual consciousness turned on, he looked forward. The surrounding environment looked like a mechanism that could hurt people could pop up in the ancient tomb at any time. It was eerie and scary. None of them spoke, but Jiang Shuxian was trembling and kept pushing towards the Su family's team, which showed that she was very scared at this time. Su Chengyan glanced at him with disgust and stopped looking. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Lian, who was walking on the other side calmly. This is normal. That one from the Jiang family is really annoying.
My name is Su Chengyan. What do you call me, fellow Taoist?
In response to Su Chengyan's approach, Jiang Lian subconsciously took 2 steps towards his senior sister's position and said,
Jiang Lian.
Su Chengyan was about to apologize, but was stunned by the name Jiang Lian said.
Your surname is also Jiang.
The voice was not low. Not to mention that Jiang Shuxian had been paying attention here. Looked at Jiang Lian and snorted.
Her ginger is different from mine.
That look of superiority really deserves a beating. Yin Yan's eyes turned cold, and Situ Luyun and others looked like they were ready to take action. It's none of their business how Jiang Shuxian defies heaven and earth. But they can't talk about the little junior sister they've loved since childhood. Seeing the Kunlun people waiting for her to pull out her dog teeth at the slightest word, Jiang Shuxian felt a little bit kicked in her heart for some reason. But when she thought that her sister was about to become a human master, all these people in front of her were going to crawl on her knees, under her feet. She can do whatever she wants. The fear in his heart disappeared, and he glared at Kunlun and the others.
Look at me! My Luo Jing Jiang family is not something that just any bastard can climb on.
Even if she is talking about herself, she even belittles her family. Jiang Lian's voice was cold and stern, very much like Su Yeshuan's, making people shudder.
Oh! Who is this bastard?
Jiang Shuxian was not afraid of her at all at this time. She could not tell the cultivation level of the person in front of her. But no matter how high it was, it could not be higher than the golden elixir stage. After all, the cultivation level restricted by the wasteland secret realm was only at the golden elixir stage. To deal with a person golden elixir, there are many ways to deal with it in her space. So Jiang Shuxian said again with disdain.
You? A bastard from nowhere. Dare to say your surname is Jiang. Your ancestors are really not ashamed to have some relationship with the Jiang family.
This is too much. As if the Jiang family is a hot commodity. They even rush to follow their surname. A crisp slap sounded in the empty corridor, accompanied by an astonishing scream that was extremely ear-piercing. Chapter 91 Spiritual Charm.
I'm going to kill you!
Jiang Shuxian covered her cheek. Her eyes seemed to be filled with poison, and she looked at Jiang Lian fiercely. And a sword appeared in her other hand. An intermediate magic weapon. A good weapon. But Jiang Lian, who has been tricked by Su Yeshuan's vision, doesn't like it at all. The Jiang family and the Su family were all shocked that Jiang Shuxian, who had never shown a weapon from the beginning, was so angry that she wanted to be raped. It was really not easy. Just then, faint noises came from far away, which made people's skin crawl. Everyone displayed their weapons for protection. Jiang Shuxian was stunned by those voices, but her murderous intent was clearly felt in her eyes. Jiang Lian was very indifferent, and even did not forget to increase the amount of stimulation.
If you want your future seventh lady to sanction me, you are still a little immature. Maybe you will be sanctioned by me first.
His voice was evil. His laziness aura was undiminished, and his malicious expression was a bit naughty. The younger members of the Su family, who had always been afraid of Master Qi, couldn't help but gasp. But it was obvious that Jiang Lian had no intention of stopping at all.
It's still unclear whether the sister you mentioned could become the seventh lady. The wedding ceremony has not been held, and it is not impossible to change people in the middle. I am waiting to see the good show of your Jiang family.
She looked so determined, as if the Jiang family member really couldn't be the seventh lady. The Su family was even more shocked. Su Chunyan hurriedly reminded,
I don't know. Fellow Taoist Jiang.
Before he could say anything, Jiang Lian glanced over coldly.
What does the ties between your Jiang and Su families have to do with me? If I kill these people today, who will dare to say anything?
This arrogant look made Jiang Shuxian go crazy.
My sister will definitely become the seventh lady. She will. I will take your life now. Take your life.
Not caring about the danger not far away at this time, he raised his sword and attacked Jiang Lian's position, and the others had no time to stop him. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Lian was sure that those in the Jiang family in Luojing did not know that Su Yeshuan had contracted a jade pendant with her, and was preparing to marry her. Very good. The Luojing Jiang family had such a big flaw, but showed it to others so carelessly. She wanted to see how they would fool them. Jiang Lian dodged, and Jiang Shuxian rushed forward and fell straight away. At this time, the faint voice was getting closer, and transparent spiritual bodies were seen floating in the air, and the invisible force came towards them.
Lin Mei!
Someone exclaimed. Yin Yan was also full of surprise. He was afraid that his junior sister wouldn't know, so he defended himself while explaining.
Among the major ruins in the wilderness secret realm, there is a Kuifeng tomb, and most of it contains. It's a spiritual charm.
Jiang Lian nodded. This spiritual charm Jiang Lian had read relevant information in Wang Yinfeng's library before. It looked harmless, but in fact it was the most dangerous existence in all the secret realms. As long as it is climbed on the back, the soul may be sucked clean and become a living dead. Many people enter the secret realm every time, and the number of people who die in the secret realm is unknown. Therefore, it is rumored that in addition to the spirits, there are also living dead in the ruins of Kuifeng's tomb. These are existences controlled by high-level spirits, and they can be used as weapons. In use, when Jiang Shuxian heard that it was Ling Mei, she hurriedly turned around with her back turned and squeezed into the crowd, completely ignoring her anger just now. Her fear at this time was beyond words. When we first set out, the elders in the family had told us that it was best to avoid Kuifeng's tomb, this time to be conservative. We were not afraid of other places. What we were most afraid of was that we would not have the strength to get out after entering here. It is estimated that even these people from the Su family would have a hard time escaping from the spirit. Looking at the senior sister, who was subconsciously protecting her behind her, Jiang Lian felt warm in her heart and said warmly to her senior sister,
Senior sister, don't worry. It's okay. I have a way to deal with them.
The people of the Jiang family are still useful and cannot die. The people of the Su family seem to be of good character and can be taken out by the way. However, all the brothers and sisters of the family have to go back intact. So Jianglian does not continue to hide. The talisman pin and the yin and yang spin appeared in the hand, and the formation formed itself as the spiritual power circulated. A huge protective formation was opened at this time, covering all of them.
If you don't want to die, just transfer your spiritual power to the protective formation. It doesn't take much. Just maintain it. Then follow me.
After Jianglian said it, most of them did as they were told. Only Jiang Shuxian was dissatisfied and wanted to argue.
Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are?
Several children of the Jiang family, who had been protecting Jiang Shuxian since she came and couldn't help but look at Jiang Shuxian at this time. A man in the lead frowned and looked at her, full of disapproval.
Have you made enough trouble? If you want to die, go and die on your own.
Death. Don't drag us down.
After being shouted at like this, Jiang Shuxian gritted her teeth and glared back bitterly. But she no longer had a voice to refute, and she obediently input spiritual power into the protective formation at her position. Jianglian was a little surprised that someone could stop Jiang Shuxian. A fool! With everyone's spiritual input, Jianglian saved a lot of energy, walked forward, and told everyone, "Follow me," using the yin and yang spiral to maintain a huge protective array. When Jianglian was getting closer and closer to Ling Mei, he threw a rune at Ling Mei, who was already approaching. I saw that the spiritual charm, which was originally full of dangerous aura, was stuck on the forehead with a spiritual power talisman, and the spiritual charm was instantly stopped on the spot, unable to move. Everyone looked at Jianglian in surprise. This seemingly soft and frail woman was so strong. Seeing Jianglian's power, Jiang Shuxian silenced her voice at this time and did not dare to provoke him again. She thought to herself that no matter how powerful she was, she would never be more powerful than the seventh master. One day, if my sister really married the seventh master of the Su family and became a true Taoist companion with her, then those people who had been bullying her would definitely pay the price. Even before things are done, they have already thought about how to fake it. If Jianglian knew about it, he would be laughed to death. Some people are really weird. Several people were conveying spiritual power, and Jianglian led everyone through the spiritual charms. Although they had been fixed, the power was still terrifying, and the cold breath made people tremble all over, and their teeth were chattering. Soon a whole long corridor passed by. Unexpectedly, when they were approaching the exit, several living dead appeared in front. The livid faces, mummy expressions, and empty eyes indicate that they are all dead. The protective array is only useful for ghosts. If you want to get past here at this time, you can only fight the living dead.
The charm can only be fixed for half an hour.
The meaning is very clear. The time to deal with the living dead plus the time to get out must not exceed half an hour. Otherwise, you have to explain it here. Spiritual power circulated. At this time, the formation of the yin-yang spin and the Luofu talisman pin in Jianglian's hand changed instantly and shrouded the living dead in front. Chapter 92 Kuefeng. The number of living dead is increasing. Jianglian has not enveloped all the living dead in the formation. Although his 2 golden elixirs have stronger spiritual power than others, he is a fool to carry them all by himself. Soon everyone fought their way out, and when they entered another array of techniques, Jiang Shuxian felt jealous, and her hatred reappeared, and she pushed Jianglian back to the original path.
Junior sister.
Originally, Jianglian only had to come in again, but the formation suddenly changed at this moment. Yin and others who followed anxiously found that the place had changed.
When he went back to kill Jiang Shuxian, he found that the formation had changed again, and it was no longer the original place. He actually let her escape. Chong Yifeng and others were really furious. Facing danger, what should the junior sister do alone? You must know that the junior sister has never been out except for the last mission near the sect. I just hope that the good luck of the junior sister will be there recently, so that at least she will be safe. Jianglian stood in the open space. She was still too young and had forgotten the importance of guarding against others. She only focused on those monsters, but forgot that Jiang Shuxian was there. Ah! Very good. It's best to wash her neck and wait. It will definitely make her want to live but not die. Originally pushed back by Jiang Shuxian, she hurriedly turned back and ended up in the open space in front of her.
Shiji! Go to the training ground.
He decided not to go to his senior sister first. So Jianlian used the communication jade pendant to send a message to his senior sister to report that he was safe.
Junior sister, where are you? Let's go find you.
Although the junior sister said that she was very safe, Yan was still a little worried.
Senior sister, don't worry. We will gather outside. Otherwise, the formations here are complicated, and we may not be able to encounter them.
Although Yan was very worried, that was all she could do. She could only pray that they would find a way to meet their junior sister as soon as possible. The lucky branch changed the map on Yuqiongyin again, according to Jianlian's location. Jianlian also used Yuqiongyi's invisibility function to change his face and cultivation, and found a place to change his clothes. He wore a black suit with a gold thread pattern and a mask. His hair was tied up high, and he looked very saucy. Gas. Following Yuqiongyi's instructions, Jianlian successfully reached the destination using various talismans and formations in the space.
You can arrive after passing this formation.
The dark hall was eerie, and the surroundings were very quiet. Although she followed Yuqiongyi's instructions, there was no way there would be no monsters at all. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Jianlian cautiously walked towards the formation mentioned by Shinji in front of him, his hand replaced by the jade bamboo sword. Somehow, I feel more at ease with Yuju's sword in my heart. Bata, bata, bata. A sound rang out in the empty and dark hall, and each sound seemed to hit my heart. With each sound, my heart seemed to shrink instantly. Subconsciously, he clenched the jade bamboo sword tightly and let go of his consciousness. When he touched the source of the sound, it suddenly seemed as if he was blocked by something. His head hurt suddenly, and he felt dizzy. Jianlian hurriedly withdrew his consciousness and looked forward nervously. Because of the memory of her previous life, her consciousness was stronger than others. But now she hit a wall and was not damaged at all. The other party's cultivation was definitely not something she could easily handle. A ray of light slowly approached. Antlers, half human and half deer, holding a trident, with demonic light formations accompanying it as it walked. Jianlian's heart tightened when she saw the other party's true face. Kuei-Fong. According to records, the top 10 demons and gods in ancient times looked like this, eating the spirits of heaven and earth. Jianlian remembered that this man could not only eat spirit puppets, but also control them and make them fight against the enemy.
It's been thousands of years, but finally someone is here. It's really not easy.
Kuei-Fong's voice was quiet and quiet. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't very nice either. It felt as if he hadn't spoken in a long time.
No offense intended. I'm leaving now.
Jianlian couldn't figure out the other party's intention, and saw Kuei-Fong standing not far away, looking at her calmly.
Don't just leave when you come. It's been tens of thousands of years, and it's hard to come here just to leave like this. You have no conscience.
Is it passable?
Why is this sentence so wrong? There is a familiar yet sad feeling. It must be her illusion. If you don't leave,
why don't you stay and turn into a spirit puppet to serve as food for you? Jianlian smiled stupidly and prepared to take the opportunity to move towards the formation. But her intention was clearly seen by Kuei-Fong. It is definitely not a good person who can occupy a place among the top 10 demon gods in ancient times.
Want to get over there?
The voice felt more plaintive. Jianlian was a little confused for a moment. Jianlian was momentarily confused when she saw that Kuei-Fong in front of her was not real and not very smart. She looked a bit weird, but had an unusually handsome face. In addition, she looked like he was about to be abandoned by her again. She had been here for so long, but there was no movement at all from Kuei-Fong. He was just standing here chatting. Jianlian was a little suspicious of what his real purpose was. Jianlian tried to say,
Is it okay? Take your things away first. I'm not happy to stay here to look after you anymore.
Staying alone in this dark place. At first I just said I would be back soon, but it turned out that it has been tens of thousands of years. He didn't even see anyone, and now he came back like this weakling, which really disgusted him. He really doubted where this person had been for tens of thousands of years. Jianlian was really confused now.
My things?
What is she? This is my first time entering this wilderness secret realm.
Cannot remember?
Kuei-Fong looked like he knew it. As the formation circulated, the entire hall was illuminated. There were formations all around, and the patterns painted on the walls gave off a strange light. Jianlian couldn't move at all. Standing there, he felt strangely that what was happening now was not dangerous at all. The patterns on the wall were nothing like what she had known in the world of cultivation, and were even more complicated and difficult to understand than the inheritance of Fairview.
I think so. If I remembered, I wouldn't have stopped coming here for hundreds of thousands of years.
After the light passed, a group of things flew towards her space ring. This familiar feeling. This was also the case when Yu Xianji passed on her inheritance. Shouldn't this be an inexplicable addition to the inheritance of the demon god? Jiang Lian still couldn't move, and Kuei-Fong didn't give her time to react. After the things were handed over to her, she seemed to feel relaxed instantly.
Well, I've given all the things to you, and I'm going back. In this place where birds don't shit. It's really uncomfortable to sleep.
The surrounding light dissipated, leaving only the formation behind him.
Take the things inside with you as well. I'm really leaving. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too depressing.
After saying that, Kuei-Fong turned around and disappeared on the spot. And the power in the air disappeared instantly. Is this really gone? It was pitch black all around. And there wasn't even a sound. Subconsciously squeezing the jade bamboo sword in her hand, Jiang Lian found that she could move. Chapter 93 Upgrade again. Because the space ring signed a contract with her. It had a certain connection. She could clearly feel that the light group that Kuei-Fong had just thrown in was not dangerous. After a tentative look, Jiang Lian was instantly shocked. The entire space expanded again, and a palace appeared next to the two high towers where things were originally placed. It was magnificent, and had an ancient atmosphere. The environment in the space has changed drastically. Lingxi turned into mountains and rivers, until it turned into a vast ocean in the distance. When I looked into it with my spiritual consciousness, I saw fish and shrimp swimming by in the sea from time to time, which were extremely delicious. The spiritual field has also expanded again. The elixirs inside have grown more lush. And there are even many more plants that she doesn't recognize. It seems that the content level of the spiritual energy is definitely not low. The saplings in the distant mountains have turned into a lush forest. There are countless spiritual fruits. Even the Lingshan mountain on the other side, where she used to stack the Lingshur, instantly grew several times larger. Jiang Lian was shocked instantly. Is it so good? Has the demon god taken a liking to her? She is a human, not a demon, and she cannot practice the demon clan's techniques. What's more, the demon clan has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and there are almost no traces of demons in the world. Thinking of this, I felt that it was even more impossible. I couldn't help but think of Kuei-Fong's sad eyes, and I was a little confused about the situation for a moment. When I tried to enter that palace, I saw Tianqiong Palace written above. As a result, before entering, Jiang Lian was thrown out and hit a box behind him. The box fell to the ground with a clang, and there was a faint sound of shattering. Jiang Lian turned his head stiffly. A small jeweled box fell to the ground and opened up. Not far away, a jade plaque was broken into 3 pieces and lay there quietly. There are 2 corners missing on the side. Jiang Lian couldn't recognize the words on it. It looked a bit like the pattern on the main hall.
TSK. 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 It's just broken like this. What a pity.
The system sound sounded at this time. The sound was not like the mechanical sound in the past. It was cold and cold, as if it was filled with gloating after being speechless and surprised. Although she was surprised by the sudden sound of the system, she did not ask in a hurry. Instead, she joked,
"Are you willing to give up?"
The system has not appeared since last time, and she was still a little uneasy, wondering if the secret realm had blocked the system. The Thunderbolt plan came to nothing.
"I'm waiting for you to call me."
Jiang Lian exited the space first. Although there were no strange things nearby at this time, it was better to be cautious.
"Do you know that quiet jade tablet?"
The jade tablet in the space was lying there quietly. After Jiang Lian left, the box unexpectedly put the broken jade tablet back, closed the lid, and left it in place.
"Demon God's order."
Listening to the systematic explanation, Jiang Lian felt very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that I got a 10,000 demon token in the lottery. Now I get a demon god token. Why does it feel like it has something to do with the demon world?
What's the difference between it and the order of 10,000 demons?
After all, I still asked. But the system didn't expect that the host had such a trick hidden in the first place. Fortunately, it reacted quickly, sealed the things in the palace, and took away 2 pieces of the demon god token. Otherwise, it would all have reached the sky in one step. It was to train her by destroying the boss's strength, and she quickly became an embarrassing task.
The demon god order orders all the demon gods. The 10 demon gods must obey the orders. The 10 demon gods also control the magical weapons of the demon world. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the orders of the gods of the demon world. As for the 10,000 demon order, it can command the demon clan and all living beings in the demon world. All living beings must obey.
It looks so awesome. It feels like a military order and a jade seal in the mortal world.
Isn't the demon world sealed? What do you mean by asking me to draw this 10,000 demon token? Draw it randomly. Once chosen, it will not be returned or exchanged.
The system didn't mean anything at all. And Jianglian knew she wouldn't be able to ask anything else.
Although that hall cannot be entered, and the demon god token cannot be used, you can use your spiritual consciousness to plant things in the medicine field and increase your spiritual consciousness.
This moment attracted Jianglian. The growth of spiritual consciousness is very slow, and there is no method in the world that can increase it. The only way is probably to increase it a little bit as the cultivation level advances. I didn't expect that there is a way to grow now.
Can I plant anything? Yes. You can also catch fish from the sea. Both the things grown and the things in the sea can be eaten.
This time Jianglian was even more motivated. It's edible, as there is more spiritual energy in the space than in the outside world. The food grown will definitely be more delicious. If it weren't for her not being able to enter, she would have just wanted to go inside and practice. Thinking like this, Jianglian decided to find time to give it a try another day. It would have delicious food and could increase his spiritual awareness. It was very beautiful. Looking around, it was quiet. There was no movement for so long. Jianglian couldn't help but ask the system.
So Kuifeng has really returned to the demon clan? Well, I'm back. You can only enter and exit the demon world, unless there are special circumstances.
For many years, none of those who have been trying to rush out has succeeded. After saying that, the system did not forget to remind Jianglian.
There is no need to worry about that formation after entering it. Gang Kuifeng has already set it up for you, and no one can disturb you.
I had already made all preparations, and there were countless protective arrays and protective magic weapons in the space. I didn't expect that I didn't need to use them in the end.
Why does he want to help me?
With the same tone, she couldn't help but wonder if they had known each other before. In her last life, she was in modern times, which was absolutely impossible. In this life, she didn't remember anything with this demon god since she was a child. Intersection. Could it be that this Kuifeng is also a time traveler? Thinking about it, I think it's impossible.
This is not within the scope of my authority. If you want to know the specific reason, you may have to explore it yourself.
Let's do it. I didn't expect you to tell me either. She looked at the formation door ahead. Since the hidden boss of the system had said that there was no danger inside, she didn't need to worry. As he walked in, the formation behind him disappeared. Because of the systematic reminder, Jianglian was not nervous about it. I saw that there was a cave inside, with a jade floor and spiritual energy that was constantly overflowing. It was so thick that I could guess that the treasure underneath was comparable to a giant spiritual vein. Could it really be spiritual veins? Thinking about what was in the space, Jianglian began to doubt what was written in the book. Resources in this world are scarce and monks are constantly fighting. This shouldn't be a scarcity, right? In addition to the ground, even the surrounding area is made of thick crystal stones, which has a very strong ability to block spiritual power, and even has a powerful ability to store spiritual power. This space of nearly 200 square meters, coupled with the height and the powerful spiritual energy inside, is really an excellent place for practice. Jianglian even suspected that this was tailor-made for her. You must know that there are very few people in this world who can truly accept such powerful spiritual energy. Her special constitution makes her more suitable for this kind of person. I remembered that Kuifeng seemed to have said before that when he asked her to leave, he would also take away what was inside. Was he referring to this practice place? Can you take it with you? Chapter 94 Changes in Dantian.
You'll find out when you advance.
Jianglian didn't have to look for it himself. The system would help explain it. Fine. Since she will know after she reaches the promotion, she can practice with peace of mind. Although the immortal demonic body can be promoted invisibly, and there is no thunder disaster, it is best to find a place to practice and stabilize the cultivation level like a normal person. Otherwise it will easily leave hidden dangers. Before the retreat, Jianglian sent a message to Su Yeshuan.
Miss Sir, I'm in retreat to advance to the nascent soul. Don't miss me too much.
It's a pity that the communication jade pendant can only have conversations, and cannot chat and post pictures and videos like she did on the internet in her previous life. Otherwise,
she would have sent the most enchanting photo of herself at this time. Curious about Su Yeshuan's expression. Jiang Lian has a habit of teasing Su Yeshuan occasionally. Being so far away is one of the joys of life. Anyway, Su Yeshuan couldn't do anything to her at such a long distance. Little did he know that Su Yeshuan, who was grinding his teeth every time he was teased by her, was secretly thinking about how to deal with her properly when he came back. Well, take precautions. Su Yeshuan's unique sound quality had a refreshing feeling. Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Yes, the place I chose is very safe. I have used the protective array you gave me. I glanced at the formation discs placed on the ground. Although the system said it was safe here, I still felt more at ease. The spiritual energy required to advance to the nascent soul stage is relatively large. Not to mention her 2 golden elixirs. I am a little curious about what her Dantian will become after the advancement. Sitting cross-legged, her mind calm. And while the formula was running, Jiang Lian found that the spiritual power around her was rushing towards her. After being tortured during the period at Wanyifeng Shenxi Cliff, Jiang Lian's meridians at this time were already very comparable to others. If it were anyone else, such ferocious spiritual energy would definitely make him explode and die. But for Jiang Lian, this level was just right. His Dantian was absorbing the spiritual energy happily, and his whole body seemed to relax. Gradually, the Dantian became more and more solid, and even faintly seemed to have changed its shape. But it seemed not to have happened at all. I don't know how long time passed, when there was a bang in the Dantian. The spiritual mist surrounded Jiang Lian, and saw that the 2 golden elixirs in the Dantian were no longer there. There was a miniature version of himself in that position, surrounded by golden light. The fairy spirit is misty and dazzling. As the spiritual energy circulated, his cultivation became more and more stable. When his cultivation was at the early stage of nascent soul, Jiang Lian took a closer look at his Dantian. There, a miniature version of himself was covered in golden light, standing on a yin-yang formation disc, with 2 sides of yin and yang. As the fish swims, its spiritual energy forms a spiral of its own, which is endless, as if it never lacks spiritual energy. Jiang Lian was so shocked by this discovery that she quit practicing. Why is this situation so abnormal? Uncertainly, he looked inside again. The delicate and small Jiang Lian was standing on the circulating yin and yang fish. A silver-white dragon was swimming not far above his head, and the jade-colored array plate at the top was sleeping quietly. Immersed in it, the rich spiritual energy in my Dantian seemed to be very comfortable, and I slept even more comfortably. Does this mean that one of her 2 golden elixirs has turned into a smaller version of her, the so-called Yuanying, while the other has turned into the endless yin and yang fish? Since the system was also in her body, she tried to ask about it, although she didn't know where it actually existed. System, do you know what's going on with my Dantian? She has 2 Dantians, one more than ordinary people, so she is not sure whether this situation is normal. Is one Dantian transformed into nascent soul, and the other transformed into yin-yang fish? The system's usual haiku tone sounded, completely unlike the emotional fluctuations I felt when I was outside before. Yes, this is a good thing. It's normal. Good thing. Then she was relieved. Anyway, she was bound to the system. If she died, the system would not survive. So she was not afraid that the system would really trick her to death. Although this guy threatened her with thunder and lightning every time, this was the only threat he had. Does that mean my spiritual power is endless and will never dry up? From the swirling ring of the yin-yang fish, she sensed the endless spiritual power. Even at this time, she did not use the magic formula, and the yin-yang fish turned around on its own. As it moves, the originally stable cultivation level after promotion becomes more and more solid. There are no special circumstances in which this is the case. What are special circumstances? Don't worry if you encounter special circumstances. Just treat them like ordinary monks. The system is as cold as the sound of nature. Doesn't this mean that she usually has a constant flow of spiritual power? But under special circumstances, it only consumes the same amount of spiritual power as a normal person. Inside, he had no idea how much time had passed. Jiang Lian hurriedly asked Su Yeshuan, Miss Sir, how many days have I been in seclusion? More than a month has passed since I arrived here, so don't run out of time. Otherwise, she would have to find Xiao Miao to seize the sword spirit. 13 days. Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. So there was still time. How many days are left until we leave the wilderness secret realm? Although it was more than a month, she had not calculated the details. 5 days. This is a bit nervous. She still has to find Xiao Miao. Jiang Lian did not dare to stay any longer and asked the system how to leave. The original formation disappeared, and there were no exits around. He really didn't know how to get out. Kafang has changed the owner of this place to you. As long as you make a blood contract, you can take it into the space and leave here. These can also be contracted. Jiang Lian, who knew the host's thoughts, explained at this time. This is a training space with levels, and you can recognize the master. It was such a miscalculation that they were allowed to smuggle this rare thing out of the world. Jiang Lian didn't hesitate at all. The spiritual power passed through his fingers, and the blood dripped on the jade floor and immediately entered. There were formations all around, and Jiang Lian felt as if he had a certain connection with it. It can be put away. Jiang Lian nodded, and as her mind moved, the entire cultivation space disappeared into thin air in an instant, and she reappeared in the hall. Standing in the main hall, Jiang Lian clearly felt that this ruin seemed to have lost its former intimidation and became no longer so dangerous. Is it because of Kuifang's disappearance? Now that time is running out. Jiang Lian is not in a hurry to find his senior sister. System, didn't you say before that you could help find Xiao Miao's location? Okay, it's a waste of one lottery opportunity. In fact, losing the lottery opportunity is still a big loss. Generally, the things drawn from the system are better, and it is not worth looking for Xiao Miao. In view of the fact that Xiao Miao is the heroine of the original novel and has a relatively European style, it is better for her to be careful. Okay, we can draw a lottery to exchange for Xiao Miao's specific location. It just so happened that she still had one lottery chance that she had not used. Su Yeshuan had given her quite a lot of things recently, plus what she had inherited. She had not used them up yet, so she was not in a hurry to draw. Fortunately, she still had another chance. Hey! The exchange is successful. Search for Xiao Miao's specific location. Chapter 95 Amazing Mission. I saw Yu Qiong flickering, and the map above changed instantly, looking very accurate. The red line is the route to find Xiao Miao. There are 2 red and yellow dots on it, with a red line linking them in the middle. Yes, red dot Xiao Miao. You are the yellow dot. Just follow the route. Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. But the distance felt a bit far. In the original work, it was written that Xiao Miao went out after grabbing the elixir. Unexpectedly, she was already outside at this time. Still so far away. Little did they know that it was actually Jiang Lian who received the inheritance. And nothing or even a lot of things in the ruins were directly transferred out. Her senior brothers and sisters are no longer in the ruins at this time. After defeating the boss, Jiang Lian finally left the secret realm. There was a map. He hurriedly and slowly arrived near Xiao Miao's place. 3 days had passed. He found a rock to hide, and explored it with his spiritual sense. He saw that the same few people he saw when he first met Xiao Miao were still the same. Su Heng's attitude towards Xiao Miao seemed to be better, and not as good as before. That feeling of alienation. And she magically discovered that Xiao Miao had a faint tendency to break through to the late stage of Jin Dan. The corners of Jiang Lian's lips curved in an evil way. God was really helping her. In this way, no one would suspect that she was the one who caused the thunder and lightning. People would even wonder if Xiao Miao had a special physique. When she advanced to the golden elixir, she had a different number of thunder disasters than ordinary people. She was different from ordinary people. She began to look forward to everyone's reaction. At this time, the detection range of her spiritual consciousness in the early stage of nascent soul was wider. So she took the opportunity to observe the surrounding situation, and found that people from the Su family were also nearby. Farther away, Jiang Shuxian was desperately escaping. In a state of embarrassment, several people in fluttering clothes behind controlled fear soared energy, and were approaching Jiang Shuxian. Those familiar scents warmed Jiang Lian's heart. But when she looked at Xiao Miao's position, she sternly said that it was related to the original female protagonist, the male and female protagonists of Heaven's Beloved, and she did not dare to ignore it. So she hurriedly used the communication jade pendant to say, "Sister, please change direction and leave quickly. There is a problem ahead." After receiving the news from his junior sister, Yin 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 asked eagerly, "Junior sister, where are you? I will meet you later." "Senior sister, just take the other senior brothers and sisters and leave quickly. Jiang Shuxian will take care of her later." Yin 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 raised his hand to signal the others to stop. He searched around and found that there was no sign of the junior sister. He frowned and looked at Jiang Shuxian, who had fled away, and finally decided to listen to the junior sister. "Senior sister, why did you stop? If it hadn't been for the senior sister's stop, Lin Yu would have rushed forward to kill someone. Stopping at this time was as uncomfortable as if someone suddenly poured a bucket of water on her. Junior sister told us to retreat. There is danger ahead. After searching for many times, I found that there was no sign of the little junior sister. I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Junior sister, where are you? When they heard the news about the junior sister, everyone couldn't help but hurriedly looked at the senior sister, hoping to know the specific situation. I'm safe. Don't worry. Senior sister, I have something else to do, and I'll go find you later. From the voice, Yin Yin heard that there was nothing strange about the junior sister, so she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind her, back off and find a place to repair on the spot. The junior sister said she would come to find us later. At this time, Lin Yu saw that Jiang Shuxian was really going to escape if she didn't chase her. So she said anxiously, Senior sister, you guys wait here for me. I'll go and tie up that shameless guy. Lin Yu, wait here. Junior sister said that there is danger ahead. She is definitely not lying. We wait here. There is still time to teach Jiang Shuxian a lesson. During this period of time in the secret realm, everyone knew that the junior sister acted in a measured way. And it was definitely not a joke to say that there was danger ahead. In the end, Lin Yu had no choice but to compromise and follow the senior sister and others to find a nearby place for repairs. Before leaving, Situ Luyun looked at Jiang Shuxian's position meaningfully. A talisman appeared in his hand. As his spiritual power was running, the talisman turned into a small ball of light and quickly flew to Jiang Shuxian's position. With a bang, Jiang Shuxian hooked a stone and fell to the ground, and the light ball invisibly penetrated the back of her neck and disappeared. Jiang Shuxian kicked the stone away unluckily and didn't notice anything. She herself was surprised that even a stone could trip her up. But it was important to escape and find the tribe members quickly. Otherwise she would really die in the secret realm. Inside, after finishing the conversation with his senior sister, Jiang Lian was surprised to find that a group of Jiang family members and other family members were walking towards this location in the other direction. Is there something here? Otherwise, why are everyone gathered here? Looking at Xiao Miao, he didn't care about it anymore. Let's get the sword spirit back. I took out the Feiyu sword and the required talisman array disc from the space, and first used the advanced hidden array disc. I guess only someone with Su Yeshuan's level of cultivation could discover this. Then Jiang Lian inserted the Feiyu sword into the ground, and the Luofu brush appeared. Jiang Lian began to set up a formation around the Feiyu sword. The strong spiritual power made the array arrangement smoother than originally planned, and even more powerful. After the formation was completed, Jiang Lian put away the Luofu pen and breathed a sigh of relief. System. The next mission is short, and can be punished by lightning immediately. Remember that the lightning will hit Xiao Miao's position. This heroic Qianyin's tone is really the only one I've seen this time. In the past, when she heard that the mission failed and was struck by lightning, it seemed that it wasn't her. The one that takes a short time? The one that strikes quickly? The system confirmed again. The meaning is very obvious. Host, are you sure you are not joking? The lighting protection array disc in Jiang Lian's space has been prepared. It will definitely be enough. In the worst case, if it gets hacked, there are still many targeted healing medicines in the space. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. He comforted himself with a strong composure in his heart, and asked in a serious voice. What? Don't tell me it's not possible. She wouldn't believe it if he said it was impossible at the last moment. Don't let the dog system slip at the critical moment. Okay. Although it knew that this girl was secretly scolding it again, the system didn't care, and was even a little narrow-minded. Since it asked for a thunderstorm, it would be violent. Anyway, the host's cultivation level increased too fast, and he still had to be thundered. Split, trim and trim. This is requested by the host himself and does not violate the regulations. A small tree somewhere that was swaying its branches and leaves happily had completely forgotten how terrifying someone had been. If that person knew about it in the future, he would probably skin it. Tip! Turn over and become the master. I am super strong. Please kill the original male and female protagonist within 5 minutes. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 1 thunderbolt tempering. If you fail, please accept the punishment of thunderous waves. Jiang Lian felt Spartan when he heard this mission. What kind of mission is this? It's like you'll be struck by lightning if you succeed, and you'll be struck by lightning if you fail. It's so scary. I originally thought that the system would randomly come up with a task about Su Yeshuan. But no one happened to be here. So I failed and accepted the punishment. Just like the last Xia Miao pill formation ceremony. But in the end, there was such a fierce one. And there was a failure. What a thunder. Jiang Lian suddenly thought that since she had just advanced to the nascent soul stage, the thunder tribulation would also come down together. Finished. She was trembling a little at this moment. Without waiting for Jiang Lian's reaction, the system's reminder came. The time is about to enter the countdown. Please prepare the host to walk towards Xia Miao's position. Otherwise the split will not be accurate. Chapter 96 Pretending to faint. Unable to split. What the H.L. Jiang Lian was a little hesitant. But he had to do it. It had already reached this point. It was so thunderous. It would be a big loss if we really just hit her. The dog system tricked her again. Jiang Lian, who secretly gritted his teeth, checked the formation and made sure it was all right. Then he took a detour and hurriedly ran towards Xia Miao's position from the other side. It looked like something was chasing him. The speed was terrifying. Like a giant escape. A group of people who were studying a light group in front of them soon discovered something strange about Jiang Lian. And everyone looked at Jiang Lian's position. It's a pity that Jiang Lian is wearing a mask, so no one can see her face clearly. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Lian's mind. Mission failed. Please accept the thunderous punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if the sky would fall in the next second, which was so terrifying. Xia Miao, who was standing in the center, found that the spiritual power in her body was getting stronger and stronger, and even the cultivation that had been suppressing her preparations to go out and find another place to advance began to surge uncontrollably. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Xia Miao's heart was full of panic. Why did such a strange situation happen? The fear she encountered when forming the pill once again dominated her. And the fear in her heart became even worse. Back then, there was a sect protective formation. Even the master and other elders were there. And the mountain guardian beasts appeared. But now she was not prepared at all. And judging from the magnitude of the thunder disaster, it was probably even worse than the last time. Xia Miao also wanted to suspect that these thunders had nothing to do with her. But with the fluctuating cultivation in her body, and the clouds gathering above her head in the sky, it was useless for her to doubt it. That's just the way it is. The people around him no longer cared about the stranger flying at high speed, and looked at Xia Miao in surprise. Is the second senior sister preparing to advance to the nascent soul stage? This terrifying thundercloud is even more terrifying than the last golden elixir. People around him couldn't help but fled towards the outside. Su Heng looked at the thunder in the sky, and then looked at Xia Miao, gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry about breaking through. I will help you protect the law. Xia Miao's heart, which had been unmoved for a while, suddenly wavered. It was really hard for her to say. How could such a big thunderstorm happen to her in the late stage of advancing the golden elixir? Normally it shouldn't be like this. Thinking again of Jiang Lian, who had always been at odds with her, she couldn't help but think more about it. Is there something wrong with her too? You must know that both she and Jiang Lian have rare purple spiritual veins. However, Jiang Lian has been stuck in the early stage of chi refining for so many years, and only made a breakthrough recently. She had been going smoothly in the past few years. Is this a problem? Appeared at this time? Xia Miao's originally firm heart was shaken at this moment. And Dao's heart also had invisible cracks at this moment. After looking at the surrounding environment, Su Heng took Xia Miao to move to a larger open space on the side. A high-level array appeared in his hand, which looked like it was of a high level. The thunderclouds in the sky moved towards Xia Miao's position with great force. And the people around him were even more convinced that it was the second senior sister who was about to break through. They were all shocked. The other sects knew that this was the best time to destroy Xia Miao, so that Kunlun would lose a big boost. You must know that the younger generation has a gap in its backbone, which will have a great impact on a large sect in the future. There are many people who thought about this. But after looking at the thunder disaster in the sky, they decided to forget it. If someone gets hit by the attack, the gain will be more than the loss. So everyone around them hurriedly retreats and stands within the predicted safe range. The weirdest thing in the whole world was Jiang Lian, who couldn't control his inertia and fell directly next to Xia Miao with a bang. Everyone said that she was unlucky. She was chased by someone, and she was thrown so far and fell near Xia Miao, who was about to advance. At this time, Lei Jie came down. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and Jiang Lian felt relieved when he saw the thunder and lightning falling towards Xia Miao. I saw Xiao Miao taking out all the lightning protection tools in the space, holding the green sword in his hand, looking at the thunder seriously, but looking at Jiang Lian defensively. If Jiang Lian stabbed her and killed her right now, she wouldn't be able to deal with it. Meeting Xiao Miao's wary eyes, Jiang Lian coughed twice weakly and looked back fiercely. What are you looking at? Can I rest here? He acted as if he was seriously injured and couldn't move, and he pretended to faint after a moment of wandering. But his consciousness was always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Xiao Miao had no time to take care of her. At this time, the thunder and lightning was striking towards her. The level was frightening. The loud noises of boom, boom, boom kept sounding, and they were so dense that it was completely unbelievable. Huge thunder and lightning struck down, and all the protective equipment prepared by Xiao Miao and Su Heng were scrapped. When Xiao Miao resisted with the green sword in her hand, Jiang Lian's eyes lit up, but she did not dare to show it too much. The green sword buzzed under countless thunders. It seemed like he was about to rush forward to fight with the sky. Jiang Lian lay aside and did not dare to move. Her Su Yeshun was not here. If she was struck by lightning, there would be no one to protect her. At this time, Xiao Miao was not as relaxed as outsiders looked, and her spiritual consciousness was trying to separate out a ray to discuss with the sword spirit. However, this sword spirit has already decided to leave. I don't know when it started to have the intention to leave. It didn't even say any reason. Now it wants to block this thunder disaster for her in exchange for her kindness in taking it away. Am I not treating you well? For it, I have to find so many spiritual stones and treasures for it to devour to get to this state. Otherwise, I don't know where it would be sleeping. Xiao Miao resisted the thunder calamity and felt sad. Why was she in such a situation? Obviously according to her situation. If there is a thunder tribulation, it is only a small thunder tribulation. Why is it stronger than when the pill is formed? It wasn't like this when he advanced to the middle stage of Jin Dan. Okay, so in return, I blocked this thunder catastrophe for you. Don't underestimate this thunder catastrophe. Even if you die, the power of the sky may not be able to fade away. The voice of the sword spirit was cold and indifferent, and it was difficult to hear it. Show no emotion whatsoever. Do you know what is going on with this thunder tribulation? Xiao Miao seemed to have grasped hope. She knew that this thunder tribulation was not simple. If the progression continues like this in the future, how many more powerful thunder tribulations can she withstand? Second rate, I can only say that you can't resist it. The kid next to you may not be able to withstand all thunder tribulations even if he has the body tempering technique. So think carefully. The sword spirit subconsciously glanced at Jiang Lian on the ground, and then at the faint call in the distance. He kept silent, unwilling to reveal any information. The thunderclouds in the sky stopped a little, as if they were brewing more powerful energy. Even Su Heng, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown. The price of losing an ancient sword spirit in exchange for surviving the thunder tribulation is a bit high. Don't think that I am in your green sword, and I will use the green sword to resist the thunder calamity. If I don't want to, your green sword will be scrapped sooner or later. Chapter 97 Transaction. The clear and cold voice of the sword spirit seemed to be pronouncing something. After thinking hard for a moment, there was nothing else in the space that could resist him. If he continues like this, he will really die in this thunderstorm. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Miao had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you, I will let you go. But you must ensure that my green sword is undamaged and the level cannot be lost. Jianling paused for a moment and finally said, Okay. To ensure that the Sojourning Qin Yao sword's level does not drop, I'm afraid it will have to lose something. Forget it. It can be regarded as repaying the treasures and spiritual stones that this person contributed before. It might even fall asleep using that method, and the Qin Yao sword will become bigger. After the two parties discussed it, the two formed a contract between heaven and earth. The sword spirit smiled. This person's character is really always on guard. This is because I am afraid that it will regret it. There were more and more thunderclouds in the sky, and Su Heng glanced at the stranger on the ground. The thunder tribulation is getting more and more severe. If it continues, he and Xiao Miao will be damaged to some extent. This person is really worried about staying here. Thunder tribulation soon came down again. Su Heng's spiritual power surged, and he attacked directly towards the stranger on the ground. Jiang Lian, who had been paying attention to the surrounding situation, hurriedly protected, but was still half a beat too late. What's more, Su Heng did not intend to attack her. Jiang Lian's protection did not work, and was directly hit by roll-up and head towards the thunder and lightning. Let me go! This is to prepare her to ward off thunder. Jian Lian jumped down. Lightning had already come down, and he was almost hit. At the same time, the sword spirit also flew towards the sky with the green curling sword. Facing the falling thunder calamity, Su Heng's natal sword Yinglong appeared in his hand, and looked at Jian Lian defensively. Who are you? He was clearly pretending to be dazed when he appeared here, and his intentions were suspicious. Xiao Miao moved her gaze from the green curling sword to Jian Lian, and the black sky-reaching talisman pen appeared again, full of precautions. This time Jian Lian found that her heavenly talisman brush seemed to be stronger than the last time in the illusion. Su Heng turned around and didn't even bother to answer. The thunder and lightning in the sky were really blocked by the Qing Niao sword. Every thunder and lightning entered the Qing Niao sword, and the lightning suddenly appeared, and the Qing Niao sword seemed to be tempered. Xiao Miao, who had been paying attention to the situation in the sky, had mixed feelings at this time. It would be great if the sword spirit did not leave. People around were shocked. Jian Lian's original intention was to strike the green nipple sword with thunder and split the sword spirit out. But now he saw the powerful thunder and lightning striking the green nipple sword. The green nipple sword was being tempered with each blow, and there was a faint tendency to make a breakthrough. I can't help but feel a little worried. The sword spirit of Feiyu's sword is an ancient sword spirit. What if I really don't want to leave Qing Niao's sword? Fortunately, she had reserved time. If she couldn't do it then, she would really have to use the ancient spirit guiding formation. Although he thought so, Jian Lian felt inexplicably distressed when he saw the sword spirit being chopped like this. This feeling was really inexplicable. Don't worry. If you can't kill him, you'll be in coma at most. The system, which was originally gloating about the misfortune and prepared to kill the host, now felt a little pity. It decided not to help the sword spirit regain its strength after taking it in, which ruined the system's plan. And the system also held a grudge. The system, which has not been restrained for many years, is a little drifting at this time, completely forgetting that the person it fears will wake up sooner or later. Judging from how well that person protects his wife, even he is afraid of her. Then can we successfully induce it? After so much effort, it would be a huge loss if it failed. Okay. I have already felt that the existence of the main body cannot always be nestled in that low-level sword. The level is simply different. Of course, it is good at the moment, but I will never see it in the future. Sure. Then she felt relieved. Then can I leave? It was really frightening to stand under this thundercloud. If someone really hit her, it would be more than worth the loss. No, that's your punishment. I can control it within a certain range. Li Daikao is stiff. If you leave, lightning will follow you. It is true that it uses concealment to change the target. If it is too far away, it is easy to accidentally hurt. Then things will not be so simple. Fine. Although she actively requested the thunder tribulation, she was still afraid of the thunder tribulation and could only work hard to reduce her presence. When Jian Lian was idle, she glanced at Su Heng. This girl actually wanted to throw him to block the thunder. Uncle and aunt couldn't bear it, and she felt so aggrieved. If he hadn't been worried that there wouldn't be enough lightning to strike out the sword spirit, he would have wanted the system to divert the lightning to strike this evil bastard to death. Su Heng clearly felt Jian Lian's gaze, and his originally gentle eyes instantly turned cold. The Yinglong sword in his hand was ready to strike, as if it would strike at her in the next moment. Jian Lian was not afraid of him. The hidden weapon bracelet in her hand was surging with spiritual power. Just now, she was paying attention to the thunder in the sky. She was afraid of being struck by lightning, and her reaction was slow. If it happened again, he would definitely lose his skin even if he didn't die. Although the opponent has the attributes of Long Alkian in the original work, she is no longer afraid of them because of the courage she gained from Su Yeshuan. However, she will still be habitually defensive in her heart and use the inertial thinking of the original work. The clouds in the sky lasted for a long time, and the three people below were in a stalemate for a long time. The people outside did not dare to move, and Chong Yafeng and others who had just walked out not far away to wait for the junior sister were a little shocked and looked at the sky where thunder layers gathered in the distance, as well as the silvery thunder and lightning. The junior sister actually knew in advance that there was a thunder disaster over there. Yen couldn't help but think more about it. How did the junior sister know? Could it be that the junior sister is there? Yen, who was worried, looked at the sky, feeling tortured every second that passed. No, she had to take a look. Otherwise she wouldn't worry. Situluyan hurriedly grabbed her. What are you going to do? I'm not worried. I have to go take a look. It would be very dangerous if Lura is really alone there.
Yan, who is used to protecting her junior sister behind her, has forgotten that her junior sister's strength is now beyond her imagination.
Since Lura can inform us in advance, he knows it in advance and will definitely be prepared. If you rush over now, you may become a burden to her. Besides, the master has put a protective array on the little junior sister before leaving. It is really dangerous. It will definitely be fine. If we rush over, it will be really dangerous. Who do you think master should save?
Situluyan was relatively calm, but he was somewhat worried in his heart.
I forgot.
The master had placed protective formations on them before. If they encountered a life-threatening situation, the master would definitely appear. Although Yin Chongzi was seriously injured and could not be used lightly, his cultivation should not be underestimated. Several people looked worriedly at the ever-changing thunder layer over there, feeling tormented but unable to do anything. I sent a message, and the junior sister did not reply. The thunder cloud gradually shrank, and the green curling sword made a buzzing sound at this time. The whole green sword body was covered with a layer of silver light. Then the silver light slowly converged and finally entered the sword body. In the center of the sword, a silver-white lightning-like line formed. When the Qing Miao sword flew towards Xiao Miao, a golden ball of light also flew out of the sword and flew into the distance without a trace. Chapter 98 No Loss. Gone? Xiao Miao took over the completely transformed green sword and felt disappointed. The thunder layer in the sky that had almost dissipated suddenly struck Su Heng with a bang. Very fast. Caught off guard, Su Heng hurriedly ran the tempering skills in his body, and the outside was burnt and the inside was tender, without any damage to the muscles and bones. Xiao Miao was stunned on the spot, while Jianlian, who hurriedly ran away when the sword spirit left the thunder cloud and gradually dissipated, was almost laughing with laughter while hiding behind the boulder.
System, did you do this?
She had reason to suspect that this matter was related to the dog system. If it was true, that would be really awesome.
I didn't set the thunder.
It moved the target of the attack, but it didn't say it. It wanted to hide its merit and fame, as long as the host was happy. Although she threatens the host every day, she only scares her. Grandma is such a badass. She just pushed the host to challenge her. She must be severely punished. They all disliked the spiritual grass for being too weak. The next level of thunder tribulation was as small as the legs of a fly, and it was boring. Jianlian was a little strange.
Didn't you release it? Was it because Tian Dao didn't like him?
It's unlikely. That guy is Long Outyan, the darling of heaven.
There is an advanced spiritual grass near him. Lei Jie probably struck Xiao Miao in a somewhat confusing manner just now and struck the wrong target.
As the cold mechanical voice explained, Jianlian suddenly realized, and her subconscious consciousness came out. She was surprised to find that it turned out to be a Chonghua purple. Shouldn't this be inside the ruins? He was actually outside and advanced. Heaven is really kind to Xiao Miao, and he is not willing to let her suffer in any way. Look! Although the sword spirit has been lost, the Qing Miao sword has advanced, and the newly promoted level Ho Tian Ling Bao is available. If it goes one step further, they probably all derive their own sword spirits. This is a blessing in disguise for Xiao Miao. Before, the sword spirit was just a sojourner. She is not at a loss. While thinking about it, Jianlian put away the Feiyu sword. She could feel that the sword spirit was already inside the sword, but the breath was weak, and it would probably take some time to recover. After changing into the Kunlun clan uniform, Yu Qiongyin took off her disguise. Jianlian put away the hidden formation disc and sneaked to the position of his senior brother and sister when no one was paying attention. But this time, Xiao Miao hurriedly walked to Su Heng and looked at him worriedly. Su Heng took out a pill from the space and ate it directly. His scorched appearance instantly returned to its original appearance, still fairy-like and gentle. But the breath is still a little unstable. The elixir on the ground next to it glowed brightly. Xiao Miao and Su Heng looked at each other, and Su Heng motioned to Xiao Miao to put it away. They didn't expect that what was originally wrapped in the light ball was a Chonghua purple plant. You must know that Chonghua purple is a high-level elixir. The preparation and refining of the medicine not only consolidates the cultivation level, but also allows people who have not made progress for many years to break through the cultivation level. The most important thing is that it has no level limit, and is suitable for any cultivation level. Who wouldn't want such a magical elixir? Xiao Miao was not polite, and took out the jade box from the space, picked it up and said,
"Go back and share it?"
She vaguely felt that this thunder tribulation might be the thunder tribulation of Chonghua's promotion.
but it was really puzzling why it hit Su Hung. Perhaps the high-level magic medicine has its special features. Okay. Su Hung expressed satisfaction that Xiao Miao did not intend to monopolize her. During this period of time together, he found that the two of them were getting more and more suitable. Looking at the thunderclouds that had disappeared in the sky, I wondered what was going on. I subconsciously thought it was because of the uniqueness of Chonghua purple medicine. He took Xiao Miao's hand and walked away. After all, they had the elixir, and Xiao Miao had just advanced. If the people around him attacked, they would at least be damaged, which was not worth it. Unexpectedly, the direction they ran in was exactly where Chong Yufeng and others were. When everyone reacted, they hurriedly chased after him. Both themselves and their elders need Chonghua Z. This kind of elixir is hard to find in the world. Chong Yufeng and others finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the junior sister here. Junior sister, I finally see you. But you are worried about us. Lin Yu saw Jiang Lian full of excitement and was about to hug her to comfort her. She had often done this when she was a child. But Yen 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 had already hugged Jiang Lian one step ahead of her, full of emotions. Joy. Brothers and sisters, don't worry. I'm fine. Jiang Lian's eyes flashed slightly when he noticed that the group of people were running towards this direction. And he suddenly became ruthless. There are quite a few people who want to deal with him this time. But she won't be stupid enough to deal with them all at once. Let's start with Jiang Shuxian. If you don't show her any favors, you still treat her as a weakling who is easy to bully. His consciousness turned to Jiang Shuxian's position, and he saw that Jiang Shuxian, who had already reunited with the Jiang family, no longer had the awkward feeling of being chased by her brothers and sisters. She was bright and beautiful, with fluttering clothes, and a graceful appearance. Very good. Don't blame her for being rude. Jiang Shuxian provoked her first. It's okay. It's okay. Yin Yanyan felt relieved when he saw that his little junior sister was safe and sound. After they finished reminiscing, Jiang Lian stopped a group of senior brothers and sisters who also wanted to go forward. Why? I heard that there is a treasure over there. Let's go take a look and maybe we can find it. With the dense thunder and lightning just now, there must be a treasure born. At this time, the junior sister came back. Lin Yu was no longer anxious, and looked excitedly towards the place where the thunder clouds were densely packed. The treasure was taken away by second senior sister and Su Hung. Jiang Lian explained very calmly. Seeing that those people had almost arrived, Jiang Lian took out the Yuju's sword. The sword spirit of Feiyu's sword had just returned and was in a dormant state. Although it can be used, but it's better to wait and see again when you go back. After all, facing so many people, it is possible to kill people and seize treasures at any time. Xiao Miao. Lin Yu was almost furious when she saw her junior sister nodding. Why did she get the hypocritical Debalion again? Jiang Lian didn't say that Xiao Miao had just been promoted and her strength was unstable. As for luck, she still had to come slowly. Didn't she win the sword spirit now? Facts have proved that defeating Xiao Miao, the original heroine, will make her the darling of heaven. It's not impossible, but it still needs to be worked out slowly. At this time, everyone also felt the people flying not far away. Yen Yin recognized Xiao Miao and Su Hung at a glance, followed by a group of people from Kunlun and Xianling sect. More people came from behind, but with Yen Yin's cultivation, they couldn't see that far. Thinking that Xiao Miao had captured the treasure and came to see those people, one can imagine the purpose. Let's go! Let's go somewhere else. The secret realm is about to close. For the safety of the junior brothers and sisters, there is no need to be tough with them. The gain outweighs the loss at this juncture. Brothers and sisters, I have some personal matters to deal with next. Let's get together outside. Jiang Lian originally wanted to find trouble with Jiang Shuxian alone, but not destroying her would be a big hidden danger. Not to mention that this is the best way to get news about the Jiang family. The timing. When we get out, there may not be such a chance to catch Jiang Shuxian when Luo Jing is crowded with experts. After all, not all Jiang family members are as brainless as she is. And they know a lot. Chapter 99, Kill Without Mercy. Yen Yan could tell at a glance what the junior sister wanted to do, and looked at Jiang Lian with disapproval and said, Are you going to cause trouble for Jiang Shuxian? The younger junior sister just said that she would handle Jiang Shuxian's matter. This is almost out of the secret realm, and this is probably the case. Lin Yu hooked Jiang Lian's shoulder, naturally and freely. Then, how can the junior sister go to seek revenge without us? Jiang Lian didn't want them to get involved. She accidentally saw the soul-searching method in Wan Yinfeng's library. Because it was a high-level method, it could stun a person. Seeing the things deep in her memory would not change the person. Silly. Even outsiders would not be able to find out that this person has been used to search for souls. Originally, this method could not be used with her original cultivation level, so she did not consider it when she first met the Jiang family. Now her spiritual power is constantly flowing and will almost never be exhausted. And her spiritual consciousness is here. After the first advancement, she also got a big improvement. So she decided to give it a try. The death of a loved one has always been a hurdle in her heart. She will definitely find the real murderer, take revenge, and let those people taste the feeling of despair. There are also tribesmen whose souls are still suffering under the ancient sacred tree. And she must go back again. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian became even more suspicious of the Jiang family. Not only was the Xuchang Jiang family clearly wiped out, but she was nowhere to be seen. But the fact that the Luojing Jiang family asked Su Yeshuan to hold a marriage ceremony was very suspicious. She was very curious about who the Luojing Jiang family was planning to replace her with. She must know that full bloodline could not be forged at will. During this time in Wan Yanfeng, she also learned to some extent that the Jiangsu and Su family's bloodline became Taoist couples to help each other. Su Yeshuan once said that his blood could relieve the side effects of her immortal and demonic body. Later, when the time came, she also asked Su Yeshuan why she didn't use it anymore. In the end, the guy said that he wouldn't use it after he completed dual cultivation. Hurry up. Slowness will heal itself. Just like the immortal and demon body of their Su family. She could feel it. But Su Yeshuan didn't say anything. So she didn't ask any more questions. However, if she really dared to send someone to the Jiang family this time, she might be able to know about it. Reason. Thinking of this, I suddenly looked forward to the death scene of the Luojing Jiang family. The people of the Jiang family and Luojing probably don't know these key things. Otherwise, they would not dare to do this. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Several people laughed and said, It's not troublesome. Junior sister, if you say that, you are too foreign. We are not afraid. Then you will look out for me. In the end, Jiang Lian could only compromise. Yin 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 and others readily agreed. This time Jiang Lian did not trouble Xiao Miao again. The Jiang family's affairs were the most important. So Jiang Lian found the Jiang family and others when they left the large army to search alone and infiltrated. Hiding in the dark, Jiang Lian said to his senior brothers and sisters, Brothers and sisters, please help me keep an eye on it. I will come as soon as I go. Yin 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 and others subconsciously looked at where Jiang Shuxian was. Not only was she there, but there were also several members of the Jiang family. But they were obviously not that protective of Jiang Shuxian. They were all looking for someone to get a piece of the pie. After all, Xiao Miao was injured. And Su Heng was struck by lightning and his strength also fluctuated. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a good opportunity? Seeing such, Yin 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 nodded and said, Be careful. Okay, I'll be right back. Now that Jiang Lian is in the early stage of nascent soul, coupled with his strong spiritual power, his strength is by no means comparable to that in the golden core stage. It is estimated that very few people who entered the secret realm have truly advanced to the nascent soul stage this time. Most of them will probably suppress their cultivation even if they want to break through, and wait until they go out to find a safe place before advancing. Therefore, the strength of the Jiang family is nothing to Jiang Lian. Even using Yuqiong to restrain her aura, she quickly arrived behind Jiang Shuxian, knocked her unconscious and abducted her. But no one else noticed. At this time, Jiang Lian was thinking about going back and looking for another hidden skill. Only when it comes to using it would he regret it. If Yin 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 and others hadn't been staring at the junior sister all the time, they wouldn't have been able to discover that the junior sister had such great abilities. Is it just that the little junior sister's hiding place is safe at this time? Several people watched the surrounding situation nervously to prevent anyone from hurting the junior sister. Luofu Pen appeared, and after setting up a concealment formation, Jiang Lian looked at the unconscious Jiang Shuxian, with an evil smile on his lips. You asked for this. If you don't arrest me, who will arrest you? Quickly forming a seal in his hand, light suddenly appeared, and the seal was completed. Jiang Lian nodded towards Jiang Shuxian's forehead, closing his eyes. His spiritual consciousness invaded Jiang Shuxian through the seal. After a long time, Jiang Lian opened his eyes and withdrew the seal in his hand. He stood up with a sneer. The Jiang family is so good. The Jiang family knew Jiang Shuxian's character,
so they hid important matters from her. She also accidentally overheard and found out once. The elder said that all the people in the Shuchang tribe were dead, and they had made a marriage contract with the Su family. People also died, and this time their chance came. The Jiang family and Luojing planned to let Jiang Shuxian's biological sister Jiang Shuning go to Kunlun to hold a wedding ceremony in place of Jiang Lian. After the event was completed, it was discovered that the rice was already cooked. You must know that in the world of cultivation, once a person who cultivates immortality is bound to the jade pendant and signs it, he is a Taoist companion certified by heaven and earth. Jiang Lian was not prepared to stop the Luojing Jiang family's group from going to Kunlun. But her indifference, and even gloating despite knowing that the Shucheng clan was completely destroyed, really made her hateful. Originally, she did not attribute too much of the Luojing Jiang family's fault for the death of her clan members. There might have been other reasons for not being able to support him at the beginning. But the fact that he was gloating over the misfortune, while he knew it made her truly suspicious. He was sure she was dead without even seeing the body. Which made Jiang Lian couldn't help but think of the Jiang family servants, who escaped before. Luojing Jiang family. Waiting. When the truth comes out, if she really can't get away from you, then she won't be lenient. Withdrawing the concealment formation, the jade bamboo sword reappeared in his hand. Looking at Jiang Shuxian, it was obvious that Jiang Shuxian wanted her to die in the ruins. The spiritual power in his hands is condensed, and the pushing hands are useless. At this moment Jiang Shuxian woke up, and facing Jiang Lian, who was looking at her with a fierce and violent look, she screamed repeatedly, "What are you doing? If you dare to touch me, my sister will never let you go." The Jiang family members, who discovered that Jiang Shuxian was missing and hurriedly searched around, also rushed over at this time. The swords in their hands were pointed at Jiang Lian. The leader looked at Jiang Lian sternly. "Fellow Taoist, what are you doing when I, the Jiang family, have no enmity against you? Are you going to hurt my disciples?" This person looked different from the group of people at the ruins. He was obviously other scattered Jiang family members. Jiang Lian was not in a hurry to destroy Jiang Shuxian. The spiritual pressure directly locked her, making her unable to move. No grievances or grudges. I really need to ask this question about this legitimate young lady of your Jiang family. I have no grievances or grudges against her. Why do you put me in danger and want to kill me? Her heart is sinister. What is this? What's the explanation? Jiang Shuxian was angry and glared at Jiang Lian. You are not dead. Very good. Really looking for death. The spiritual power circulated. The Yushu sword wave passed, and Jiang Shuxian's screams were heard. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The Jiang family saw Jiang Shuxian's hands covered with blood, and the tendons in her hands were broken. If you want to recover after going out, you will definitely have to exhaust all the treasures of heaven and earth. As everyone knows, after being injured by the Yushu sword, Jiang Shuxian's hand was completely disabled for the rest of her life. Anyone who hurts my clan will be killed without mercy. Several members of the Jiang family slashed at Jiang Lian. At this time, a surprised voice sounded not far away. Xiantian Jade Sword. Chapter 100. You are jealous of my majesty. Su Chengyan looked at Jiang Lian in shock. Why did she have the Xiantian Jade Sword? You must know that this is that person's magic weapon. Others may not know it, but their own family members know it best. Looking at Jiang Shuxian, who had her hand tendon severed, she didn't have any sympathy for her. She even felt that this person deserved it. As long as she wasn't hurt by Jiang Lian, she would have died sooner or later because she had made too many enemies. Su Chuch's eyes flashed strangely, and when Jiang Lian looked over to warn him, he understood instantly and ordered his tribesmen not to say anything. Although it was very strange why Xiantian was with her, it was impossible for that person to lend the natal sword to others for no reason. Not to mention that it could not be used by anyone after borrowing it. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian's identity is about to come out. Although I don't know what the situation is. The Jiang family are just gifts from the marriage, and they are absolutely incomparable to the real owner. Therefore, Su Chengche ordered everyone to help stop the Jiang family. Here Jiang Lian opened and closed, and her Yushu sword was played to a new level. The group of Jiang family members were stunned and didn't even touch the corners of their clothes. Jiang Lian didn't want to get too entangled with him. His spiritual power shook and everyone was sent flying away. Jiang Yan covered his injured arm in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the Kunlun female disciple who was standing there calmly, and then looked at Jiang Shuxian on the ground. My heart was filled with shock. With his golden elixir perfection cultivation and several clansmen at the golden elixir stage,
He couldn't move her at all. What kind of cultivation level does this person have? When people from the Su family arrived, Jiang Yan originally thought they were friends rather than enemies. So he cupped his hands in front of Su Chenche and said, "Thank you, Brother Su, for your help." Jiang Shuxian laughed like a madman. Kill her! Kill her for me! Before they started to feel proud, the swords of everyone in the Su family were already pointing at them. Everyone in the Jiang family was stunned, full of shock. What do you mean? Su Chengyan was impatient. Isn't it obvious? The Jiang and Su families have always had a good relationship. But that was only on the surface. Mutually beneficial. The younger generation of the Su family has long been impatient with the Jiang family. Jiang Lian looked at everything around her quietly. Now she had two choices. Kill all the younger members of the Jiang family to avoid future troubles. Now she was very sure that the demise of her people was inextricably linked to the Jiang family and Luojing. It's just that there will definitely be a lot of trouble after going out. Even if she had Su Yeshuan as her backer, she would not dare to act arrogantly outside because she was afraid of causing trouble to Su Yeshuan. As an ancient family, the Jiang family must have some tricks up their sleeves. The other way is to just give up and treat it as just a small lesson to Jiang Shuxian. Thinking that she also wanted to investigate the Luojing Jiang family, Jiang Lian stopped taking action and looked at the group of Jiang family members and said, "Today is just a punishment for her attempt to kill me that day. Every injustice has its owner, and its debtor has its owner. I won't embarrass you. Take her away." As he spoke, Jiang Lian stood there without making any movement. The Jiang family members were skeptical and silently prepared to take Jiang Shuxian away. At this moment, Xiao Shengsheng and the rest of the Xiao family appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, our little junior sister Chang Yanfeng is really majestic now. Thousands of years of calamity will never end. Why is it that she is there every time? That she fools around every time? And that she has already suffered losses twice? Why is there still no success at all?" Seeing Xiao Shengsheng and others coming, Yin 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 and others hurriedly came out and blocked Jiang Lian. Because Xiao Shengsheng and the eldest son of the Xiao family were wearing Xiao family uniforms and were waiting together with the Xiao family. Everyone thought that Kunlun and the young disciples of the Xiao family were having a childish relationship. The disciples from other sects who were attracted by the sound looked at them with swords facing each other curiously. Some people even speculated whether these Kunlun disciples were besieged because they had news about their second senior sister. Otherwise, why would everyone be surrounded here? Xiao, have you forgotten the sect rules? Yin 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 was not afraid of them. People around her were watching them with eager eyes. In this situation, she was somewhat worried that her junior sister would be injured. Although junior sister Gang is very strong, they are still worried that she will be bullied by these people because she consumes too much spiritual power. Xiao Shengsheng sneered. Sect rules? I mean, senior sister Yin, you're probably not awake yet. The discipline hall has no control over the outside world. The meaning is very obvious. Even if you kill them outside, you will not be afraid of the discipline hall. It looked like the discipline hall opened in her home. Very casual. Yin 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 and others were furious. And Lin Yu even pulled out his sword, ready to strike at Xiao Shengsheng. It kept buzzing. If Xiao Shengsheng said another word, he would probably strike directly. Xiao Shengsheng didn't care. But she didn't believe it. With so many people, and the person behind him, they couldn't kill a single Jiang Lian. That person specifically used secret methods to suppress his cultivation, which was a real nascent soul stage cultivation. Jiang Lian knew immediately that Xiao Shengsheng was well prepared. And she didn't care at this time. With Xiao Shengsheng's temperament, if she didn't make trouble now, she would find trouble with her sooner or later. It just so happened that this time it would give them a certain deterrent, so as to avoid more trouble in the future. Trouble? Are you envious of my majesty? You can't be envious. Just that evil smile and mean look made Xiao Shengsheng so angry that her teeth itched. Pointing at Jiang Lian, he said to a man behind him, "Don't you want to know who killed your brother? She is." WTF? Jiang Lian looked at the menacing man who was already walking towards her. It was the man he met at the wasteland inn. Looking at his eyes filled with hatred and Xiao Shengsheng's words, Jiang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is his brother? She didn't have any conflicts with anyone except Xia Miao, the heroine of the original novel, and her family. Besides, Xiao Shengsheng was talking about killing. Except for Old Man Su from Tianyang City and the spiritual beast from Thunder Gusen, there was no conflict with anyone else. Who is your brother? I ask myself, and I have never had any interaction with you. Although he asked this question, The jade bamboo sword in Jiang Lian's hand was ready to go. It seemed that this person didn't want to reason with you. Li Chu, you'd better think clearly, Yin Yin shouted sternly, looking at the other person warily. The veteran golden elixir in the past can no longer see his cultivation level, and it feels very dangerous. It stands to reason that the wasteland secret realm can only be entered by people with cultivation levels around the golden core stage. But it is not impossible that there are breakthroughs in the secret realm. There are no breakthroughs that limit cultivation in the secret realm. At this time, Yin Yin and others had to wonder whether Li Chu's cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage. Li Chu ignored Yin Yin and others, and even Jiang Lian's words instantly angered him. You don't remember. The hatred became even more overwhelming, and he couldn't help but recall the tragic scene when he saw his brother's body. She was fine on weekdays. But why did she die after competing with this person? He didn't believe her when she said it had nothing to do with her. Fortunately, he had some friendship with the eldest son of the Xiao family, and he sacrificed many benefits to make him willing to help find the real murderer. He had been in seclusion for many years, and it would take a long time to find the murderer quickly. The power of the Xiao family in the sect should not be underestimated, and he couldn't wait that long. Now that the murderer is right in front of her, she still wants to make excuses. Chapter 101 Doubt. That resentment cannot be ignored. Looking at the other party's cultivation level, she has not noticed it. The only possibility is that the other party is in the early stage of nascent soul and has a higher cultivation level than her. Judging from the fluctuations in his spiritual power, he should not have exceeded the early stage of nascent soul. Looking at Xiao Shangsheng in the middle stage of Jindan, and the eldest son of the Xiao family in the late stage of Jindan, Jiang Lian sneered in her heart. Time and time again, she got tired of them not bothering her. The jade bamboo sword is more suitable for single-player combat. She doesn't know how to use multi-person attacks yet. So Jiang Lian first put away the jade bamboo sword and summoned the Tai Chi formation plate Yin Yang spin and the Luofu brush. After the formation started, Li Chu, who was charging forward, was instantly trapped in the formation. The Xiao family brothers and sisters standing in front were still watching the show very proudly. Unexpectedly, the formation was covered up, and they were also trapped in the formation. Middle. Li Chu was frightened and used fear sword moves to try to break the formation, but found that the formation was changeable, and even the level of the entire formation was not something he could easily break. Kill her now! Kill her for me! Jiang Shuzhan, who was supported by the clan girl, looked at Jiang Lian with hatred. Seeing so many people besieging Jiang Lian, she wanted to kill him directly with hatred. The pain in her hands made her wish Jiang Lian had died without a burial place. Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Lian hesitantly. This person always felt familiar to him, but he didn't remember knowing this person. That's enough. Haven't you made enough trouble? Let's go! The other Jiang family members saw that Jiang Yan was angry and did not dare to speak out. They quickly trapped Jiang Shuzhan and took her away. Now is not the time to be at odds with Kunlun. Moreover, although Jiang Lian deposed Jiang Shuzhan, it was indeed Jiang Shuzhan who was at fault first, and his life was not harmed. The most important thing was to bring Jiang Shuzhan back alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive if she really tried to trick him into trying to die. Jiang Shuzhan refused to accept it and yelled angrily. Jiang Yan, you coward! I will let my father destroy you when you go back. Branches are branches. They are all trash. Trash. Jiang Yan couldn't help but tighten his fists. But he didn't say anything more, and signaled the tribesmen to leave quickly. Su Chengche watched them leave without stopping. This person is probably the one of the Jiang family who is relatively well paid. Originally, I heard that the Xucheng Jiang family was chosen to marry the Su family. The Luojing Jiang family was the main family, and was relatively powerful. So they strongly requested the Su Chong family to send a legitimate son to be raised in the name of the head of the family. Isn't it obvious that he was a proton worker in the past? The head of the Jiang family in Luojing is also someone who has no tolerance for others. He used tricks to get people to come, but he was treated like a human being. Not long after, he lost his memory inexplicably, and even got a branch to join him. Identity. The heir to the good clan ended up like a servant. The Jiang family of Su Chong was even more surprised that they had no intention of calling him back after so many years. Therefore, Jiang Yan probably still keeps his true identity in the dark. Jiang Lian ignored the departure of the Jiang family, since the eldest son of the Xiao family and Xiao Shunsheng were trapped in the formation by her. The Xiao family and others faced each other with swords, intending to bypass the formation and kill Jiang Lian directly.
Everyone in the Su family and Kunlun Changyanfeng and others worked together to stop the Shao family. And the Shao family seemed to be in decline. Li Chu did not hide his cultivation at all at this time, and tried hard to find flaws in the formation. But he felt that the opponent's strength was beyond his ability to overcome, and he couldn't break the formation no matter what. The fire attacks that kept popping up in the formation became more and more powerful, and he could no longer resist it. He tried hard to mobilize the surrounding earth elements, trying to introduce them into the formation to fight against the fire elements. Originally, the earth element of Li Chu's own practice was the most powerful. With the desert surrounding him, the earth element became even more powerful. This kind of geographical advantage is the most beneficial to him. I originally thought that this person's cultivation level was only golden core perfection at best, and he could be easily solved. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a tough opponent. He couldn't even tell how much cultivation the other party had. Jiang Lian's group of people who fought against the Jiang family had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Now this large-scale formation consumes even more. And not only did she persist for so long, she even... It's a relaxed look. Li Chu was secretly frightened and began to doubt Jiang Lian's true cultivation level. Is it possible that this person also hit his cultivation level and sneaked in? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Dust was flying all around, and the spiritual power swept the surrounding earth elements towards the formation, and even formed an earth element tornado but failed. People watching the excitement from a distance were all frightened. What kind of cultivation level did this Kunlun man have? So powerful. Gao Lingshuang, who happened to be passing by, looked at Jiang Lian with his eyes flashing slightly, a plan secretly brewing in his heart. She stood there quietly, followed by several Kunlun disciples who were good friends with her. Seeing her standing there and looking at it for so long, and seeing that it was their Kunlun disciples who were being besieged by others, they couldn't help but ask, "Let's go up and help." "No. Let's see first. See if it's worth cooperating." The others did not have any objections to Gao Lingshuang's words. They stood quietly behind Gao Lingshuang and watched, as if following Gao Lingshuang's lead. Jiang Lian didn't know that she was being sold by Gao Lingshuang at this time. Looking at Li Chu, Li Ji's face at the annual competition suddenly appeared in his mind. The two of them were somewhat similar. There was a vague guess in my heart. Could Li Ji be Li Chu's biological brother? This person thought Li Ji was beaten to death by her, and he wanted to seek revenge from her, coupled with the instigation of the Shao brothers and sisters. Do you hate her to the core? The possibility of this guess is getting higher and higher. And Jiang Lian even knows that this is probably the answer. A ray of spiritual consciousness separated from his body, and he said to Su Yeshuan through the jade pendant, "Miss Sir, can you find out how Li Ji, who competed with me, died? And did he have a brother named Li Chu?" No one was more reliable than Su Yeshuan. Su Yeshuan always gave her the feeling that she was omnipotent and could be relied on. But she also hoped that she could grow up and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. When she no longer fears anything, she will find a place to cultivate herself, travel around the world, and be free and happy. I'll tell you later. Su Yeshuan immediately asked someone to check him out, because he knew his wife's temperament. She would only come to him to say anything other than teasing him when she was in trouble. So she asked someone to hurry up. Although Su Yeshuan lived in Wanyan Peak all year round, and even he was the only one with a few puppets on Wanyan Peak, Su Yeshuan's authority in Kunlun should not be underestimated, and his subordinates were all powerful. And the speed at which he investigated the matter was shocking, unimaginable. Su Yeshuan's breath went cold when he received the reported news, and he couldn't bear what the Shao family had done. The Shao family actually framed their little girl, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Go ahead and announce the cause of Li Ji's death. Shao Shesheng, who is wanted by the discipline hall, will be punished twice as much. Those crimes that were escaped in the past will be investigated in detail, and how to deal with them is also important. Li Chu is wanted. He concealed his cultivation and entered a secret realm. He violated the regulations and will be handed over to the discipline hall. The Shao family is the mastermind and will do whatever they want. If there is any dissatisfaction, he will be killed without mercy. The cold voice was so chill that the shadow waiting for instructions in the darkness couldn't help but tremble. After Su Yeshuan finished his instructions, he hurriedly bowed and left. Chapter 102 Very disgusting. Li Chu, who was under great pressure after breaking the formation, would definitely vomit blood if he knew that Jiang Lian was not only stabilizing the formation, but also distracted by chatting with others through the jade pendant. You may even regret your sloppiness today. Jiang, please let me go.
Otherwise the Xiao family will never let you go.
Xiao Shunsheng was secretly shocked. When did the good-for-nothing become so powerful? She didn't even have the chance to shake. Just now she had used all her strength. And there was no movement in the entire formation. She was even suppressed by the power of the formation and couldn't move. The spiritual power kept coming at her. And she barely managed to escape. But she still suffered a lot of injuries. The same is true for the strongest Li Chu. And even more so for her brother. The threat to her life made her unable to help but be afraid. But with such a tough mouth, how could a person who was usually bullied by them change? This is absolutely impossible. Impossible.
It's a big joke that you, a young disciple of Chongyan Peak, want to fight with the Xiao family. An orphan also wants to block the car.
Facing Xiao Shunsheng, who was trapped in the formation and was embarrassed but talking nonsense. Jiang Lian ignored him. The Su family looked at Jiang Lian and then at Xiao Shunsheng, and couldn't help but ask questions in their hearts. Is the Xiao family very powerful? It seems that these people in the Xiao family have never really seen the power and ruthlessness of their second master. But if their guess is correct, these people are probably not far from their tragic fate. Jiang Lian maintained the formation and was thinking about how to deal with these people. It would be easy to kill them. And Li Chu would be easy to deal with. This person had no background. And if he had, he would not be able to join Xiao Shunsheng and the others. As for the two Xiao family members, they are troublesome. Kill it. The intertwined Xiao family is a big trouble. She has not found out the Jiang family's affairs yet. The male and female protagonists of the original novel are also a big problem. It would be really troublesome to add another enemy. Besides, Xiao Shunsheng is also the disciple of Qi Yin, the leader of Huiyan Peak. Don't kill. It's really disgusting that this person keeps causing trouble for you. At this time, Su Yesuan's words came.
Li Chu is Li Ji's brother. Li Ji died as a result of the contract punishment of heaven. He signed a contract with Xiao Shunsheng. If he fails in the annual competition, he will be punished by the contract.
Jiang Lian was very surprised when she received the news. She was surprised that her husband found out so quickly. She was even more surprised that Li Ji actually gambled with his life. Died under the contract of heaven. Even so, Xiao Shunsheng was really vicious. And even a small bet cost her life. He looked at Li Chu with some sympathy. Both brothers were fools who were being taken advantage of.
Don't worry too much with him. Tell Li Chu that if you want to get the truth, just go back to the sect. The discipline hall of the Xiao family will handle it.
At this point, Su Yesuan thought that those people may not necessarily be obedient. Therefore, he directly recruited the shadows and ordered the discipline hall to notify him directly. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy.
Safety is the most important thing. Don't be bullied. Tell me anything you can't handle.
People who haven't seen him in nearly 3 months miss her Su Yesuan's infinite care.
Well, I won't be bullied.
After talking to Su Yesuan, Jiang Lian looked at Li Chu with sympathy.
Your brother's death really has nothing to do with me. The discipline hall has already found out. And maybe it has informed you now. If you don't believe it, you can take a look.
Li Chu was stunned for a moment and looked up at Jiang Lian. This man didn't say this at first, but he suddenly said this in the middle of the fight, which was very suspicious of diverting attention. Xiao Shunsheng laughed even more.
Don't listen to her nonsense. She has exhausted her spiritual power and wants to delay time.
Jiang Lian looked at Xiao Shunsheng like a fool, her eyes full of sympathy. It turns out that not everyone has a brain.
What are you looking at? If what you just said is true, I can eat shit. If you want to die, tell me as soon as possible. There is no need to make so many excuses.
If the discipline hall can really find out, Li Chu will not be able to be used by them. It took me so long to say this just because I wanted to delay time, she said. How could a way soar into the sky and reach an unreachable level? She was purely frightened by herself.
Senior Sister Xiao, can you eat shit? I remember that Senior Sister's stupidity hasn't been shouted out in front of everyone.
How can someone whose self-confidence is so shattered day by day?
You?
Xiao Shunsheng was furious, but resisting the constant attack of spiritual power in the formation. It was impossible to raise a sword to threaten.
Don't try to change the subject. When I get out, you will die without a burial place.
Li Chu was full of hatred. His voice was cold, and he wished he had killed this person by now. Jiang Lian was helpless and refused to listen. She was still chattering and closed the secret realm with little time left. She also wanted to take her brothers and sisters back to find more treasures. Spending so much time here was a waste of her precious time. Thinking of this, Luofu Bai's spiritual power circulated,
and runes rushed into the formation. The formation was changing rapidly, and was extremely dangerous. Since young Master Shao was in the most ferocious position from the beginning, he was in a hurry to deal with the fierce attack that could kill him at any time, and could not say a word. At this time, Jiang Lian increased the strength of the formation, and young Master Shao was directly knocked out, lying on the ground unconscious.
Brother!
Xiao Shengsheng was shocked and looked at Jiang Lian with sudden fear. Meeting Xiao Shengsheng's eyes, Jiang Lian smiled brightly.
Don't worry. We will reunite you now.
The spiritual power circulated, and the formation changed again. Xiao Shengsheng was also knocked away, and fell into coma instantly. Seeing that the two members of the direct lineage were so seriously injured, the Xiao family members hurriedly avoided the attacks from Kunlun, Su family and others, and headed directly towards the two people. Jiang Lian didn't pay attention to what was going on around him, but looked at Li Chu and said very seriously,
It would be easy for me to kill you. There is no need to make such excuses. The cause of your brother's death has indeed been found. Maybe at this time, the discipline hall someone has already informed you. You can take a look.
Li Chu was doubtful, and tried to use his spiritual consciousness to check the information on the Identity Jade tag. All news within the sect will be conveyed through the sect's Identity Jade plaque. No surprise. Li Chu's Identity Jade plaque contained two pieces of information. One was about the cause of his brother's death, informing the prisoner that he was wanted. The other one is about him breaking the rules of the secret realm of the wasteland, secretly hiding his cultivation and sneaking into it, and wanting to kill his fellow sect members. He ordered him to return to the sect as soon as possible to receive his punishment. He can be dealt with lightly. If he disobeys, the punishment will be increased. Kunlun's discipline hall has always been famous for its cruelty, and he thought he could not escape it. Looking at Jiang Lian, my heart was full of horror. Isn't this person an orphan with no background? Even Yun Chongzi of Chongyan Peak cannot easily interfere with the discipline hall. Who is she? Chapter 103 Patience is limited. The notice only said that Li Ji signed a contract with someone and died due to violation of the contract, and the other party had also found out. If you want to know the specific situation, you can go to the discipline hall to inquire, and the other party is already wanted and will be arrested and brought to justice soon. Li Chu hesitated a little. If the Jiang Lian in front of him was really the murderer, this was the only chance to hurt her. In this situation, with his strength, he might not be able to kill her directly. If she is not the murderer and the murderer is someone else, then he accidentally hurts innocent people and allows the real murderer to go free. The treatment of the discipline hall was undoubtedly frightening, but he had been mentally prepared before taking action. The Xiao family could not protect him, and they would definitely drag him out to top the tank. Jiang Lian saw Li Chu looking at her and looked over calmly.
It would be easy for me to kill you, but I don't want you and need to be used by others. Let's just give up and go back to the sect to deal with it. Or decide the winner here. Right.
Live or die. It's your choice.
It has been so long, but there is no sign of exhaustion of spiritual power. Jiang Lian has a new understanding of his mutated Dantian. Seeing that Li Chu had not yet made any decision, Jiang Lian narrowed his eyes and decided to make a show of force. The coercion of nascent soul suddenly appeared, and the Tai Chi formation plate Yin and Yang spin and Luofu brush were instantly replaced by the Yuzhu sword. The formation disappeared at this moment, and the Yuzhu sword attacked Li Chu with soaring sword energy. Everyone nearby noticed the sword intent, and the pressure of nascent soul even made them unable to breathe. Although there is only one level difference between Jin Dan and nascent soul, they are like a natural chasm, insurmountable. The Xiao family, who have not left yet, know that they have hit a brick wall this time. Without the protection of the Xiao family's elders in this secret realm, they are afraid that they will really get hurt here. Several people looked at each other and hurriedly took Xiao Shengsheng and young Master Xiao, who were unconscious, and left while Jiang Lian had no time to care. Jiang Lian snorted coldly, and the sword energy flew across the wave of spiritual power, directly knocking Li Chu away. The Xiao family and others who were about to run forward were also swept away and fell to the ground. Li Chu was even more shocked at this time. He couldn't beat the nascent soul in the early stage, which he had already stabilized. What kind of cultivation level is this Jiang Lian? Have you thought about it? My patience is limited. The clear and cold voice seemed to be announcing the last chance. Li Chu closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, I will go back to the sect and wait for the results of the discipline hall. Very good. I personally suggest you not to be with the Xiao family. Otherwise you won't know how you died. After you leave the secret realm, The people from the discipline hall are probably waiting for you.
Hearing Jiang Lian's words, the Xiao family members angrily argued.
You are spitting blood.
Li Chu was in the nascent soul stage, and it was unwise to be an enemy of a nascent soul stage. Besides, wasn't this obviously saying that Li Ji's death was related to the Xiao family? A few people probably forgot at this time that Jiang Lian was also in the nascent soul stage and still defeated Li Chu. The coercion came over, and several people knelt down one after another, feeling shocked and even regretful.
I'm not that boring. But we haven't settled the accounts of your Xiao family yet. Tell Xiao Shansheng that the contract is not over yet. It's best to honor it as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless.
You must know that if the contract is not completed, once the contract expires, the defaulter will be punished by heaven. The punishment depends on the contract. It can be a slight punishment, but it can also lead to death.
Go away.
This group of people is really an eyesore. The Xiao family members hurriedly left, not daring to say another word. Li Chu took a pill to calm down, stood up, bowed, and left in the opposite direction to the Xiao family. It seemed that he really listened to Jiang Lian's words. The people around him now looked at Jiang Lian as if he was a murderer and could not be offended. The nascent soul stage wanted to destroy the Jin Den stage, and he raised his hand. Gao Lingchuang looked at Jiang Lian with interest. She was in the nascent soul stage, a good partner. When he turned around and was about to leave, the people around him asked curiously,
Senior Sister Gao is not planning to cooperate with Junior Sister Jiang. Isn't it appropriate?
She has good cultivation, no family background, and her identity as an orphan. Her only support is her sect and her master, and she even has a grudge against Xia Miao. This is a great partner to work with.
Biting for the moment. Now is not the right time.
With that said, Gao Lingchuang took the lead and left. There were so many people now that it was not suitable to talk. I'll look for another opportunity when I go back. Snort. Xia Miao. Sooner or later your hypocritical face will be torn apart. When there was only yellow sand all around, Jiang Lian stood there, folding his hands, looking at the Su family and others in a leisurely manner, and raised his eyebrows meaningfully.
What? They're all gone and you won't leave?
Su Chengche saluted, and the Su family members behind him also saluted.
No. 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 I can't bear it. If there's nothing to do, I'll leave. I'm very busy.
There are so many treasures in this secret wilderness, and she hasn't finished looking for them yet. Thank you for going out like this. You must know that each person can only come in once. It would be a big loss if they don't take them all away. Jiang Lian dared to think this way. If it were anyone else, he would probably try his best to find a place to hide during this period, so as not to be killed and the treasure taken away in a few days. If someone kills someone in the secret realm, as long as there are no other people around, there is no need to worry about being discovered.
You are the seventh lady, right?
Su Chengyan, who had always been outspoken, couldn't help but ask, feeling disappointed for some reason. When Jiang Lian was pushed into the formation gate, if she hadn't used a secret method to escape, he would have been ready to teach her a lesson. After searching for a long time in the ruins, he almost died but couldn't find it. At that time, he even suspected that he was possessed by a demon. You know, they only got along for a while. In the end, he didn't give up looking for her until he was automatically teleported out by the ruins. He was filled with joy when he saw him again. But when he saw Yuju's sword, his budding heart was instantly broken. Although he is uninhibited, there are very few people who can really catch his eye. It is rare that he has a moment of affection for this person in front of him. But he did not expect that his identity is actually that person. Everyone knows that the seventh master of the Su family is a lonely and cold master. No matter how good he is, he will never lend his life magic weapon to others. His identity was about to come out, but he still wanted to confirm it. Otherwise, he would not give in.
Who is the seventh madam? How do I know?
She would not admit it rashly before Su Yeshuan formally introduced her. Moreover, she had not yet figured out whether the seventh madam was referring to Su Yeshuan's wife. The news obtained from Jiang Shuxian's words was not a good idea to act rashly before confirming it. He turned around and said to his senior brothers and sisters,
Brothers and sisters,
let's go! Although Yan 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 and others were shocked that the junior sister's cultivation was so strong, they did not ask too many questions. Just be fine, little junior sister.
Yes.
Several people nodded, said goodbye to the Su family and others, and then left with the junior sister without asking where they were going. From the moment they entered the secret realm, they determined one thing. Just follow their junior sister. At first, it was just for protection. But now I have become accustomed to it being the younger junior sister who has the final say. The Su family looked at each other, and then followed closely behind. Chapter 104, Fellow Taoist. Please do as you please. You are all following me. What are you doing? Do you want to rob me? A group of people from the Su family followed quietly. Although these people made no movement when they were hunting for treasures and just looked at them. It really made people doubt their purpose. With such a group of people staring at me, it's hard to find treasures. Su Chengche said, okay, and said, Miss Jiang, we don't mean any harm. We just want to follow behind and help look out for the wind. In fact, while they were helping to protect safety, they also wanted to confirm whether the relationship between this person and their Su Chia was what they had guessed. He has already sent a message back to the clan, but he will definitely not get an answer for a while. Su Chengyan, who had not yet reacted to reality, stood quietly aside, telling him in his heart that all this was true. He had always been so out of touch that he couldn't help but wonder if he had been bewitched. Otherwise, why would he feel so uncomfortable inexplicably? It was as if the person he was familiar with in his previous life suddenly no longer belonged to him. Although he escaped, he was not an idiot. He did not dare to touch Master Chi's power. So he tried his best to regulate himself in his mind. That's not necessary. I'll go ahead if I have something else to do. Fellow Daoist Su, please help yourself. Jiang Lian's meaning and attitude were very obvious. And Su Chengche and others did not dare to follow him. After all, it was not good to make him anxious. He could go out tomorrow. He didn't want anything to happen. So he asked the tribesmen to find a place to rest and set off again later. If they were farther away, they wouldn't be discovered. Jiang Lian, together with his senior brothers and sisters, relied on the functions of the fortune-bringing branch and Yuqiong hidden to find many relatively safe treasure hiding places. Although they were not very expensive, they were still good. When he was about to go to the next place, the system's voice rang. Ding! Take the path of the male protagonist, so that the male protagonist has no way to go. Ask the host to kill the flame python, obtain the alien fire yin yang and netherworld, and successfully reward growth a big gift package. And the punishment for failure will be thunderous. 5 thunder strikes. Damn. The dog system has been so fierce recently. It's either a thunderbolt or 5 thunders. They are both deadly things. Can we still be friendly with each other? I tried to recall it in my mind. And in my memory, Su Yang seemed to only have Yin Yang divine fire in the original work. Moreover, although Yin Yang and Yu Ming are both on the list of strange fires, their fire properties are mutually exclusive. If they really took it as their own, wouldn't they be cheated to death? If you don't go, you will be struck to death by lightning. If you go, you may explode and die. System, aren't you trying to trick me? If you don't go, you will die. If you go, you will be repelled by the alien fire, and you will die. The system's usual mechanical voice explained at this time. Yin Yang and Netherworld are twin fires that can complement each other. Su Heng didn't know, so he only got Yin Yang. In fact, the combined power of Yin Yang and Netherworld is more powerful than the first one on the strange fire list. Sharp! It turned out that she had misunderstood. But she was not prepared. Just like this, would the strange fire directly burn her to ashes? Seeing that the host did not move, the system knew what she was hesitating about and reminded. As long as you control the 2 strange fires to enter at the same time, everything will be fine. Before it was over, the system reminded, kill the flame python and swallow its inner elixir plus the Chonghua purple to ensure safety. Chonghua purple? I don't have Chonghua purple now. Besides, that thing is on Xiaomao now. If she wants to find it, if she tries to find a way to get Chonghua purple, it is estimated that the secret realm time is up, and they will all be teleported out. There is only 1 day left, which is a bit tight. There are in your space. There are many more. Jiang Lian searched subconsciously, and found that there was not even a shadow. At this moment, I saw a Chonghua purple plant floating out of the Tianqiong Palace that was originally sealed and inaccessible. At a glance, I could tell that its grade was higher than the one Xiaomiao got. Jiang Lian was shocked. At this moment, she suddenly realized something and asked, System, can you control Tianqiong Palace? Or control her space? Fortunately, the system coexists with her. Otherwise she would be very insecure. It is said that the system has not given her much sense of security. Thunder and lightning threaten her every day, which is terrible. The level set by Tianqing Palace is not enough for you. The system felt guilty and did not answer directly. If the host knew that it had sealed the Tianqing Palace specifically to train her, she would probably skin it when she regained her memory. Its small body would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Jianlian's temperament was not about getting to the bottom of things, so she didn't think too much about it. As long as it didn't hurt her or the people she cared about, it didn't matter. Are there so many Chenghua purple? Isn't it said that it is rare in the world? Also, this is in the inheritance of the ruins. Is this the one that was originally in the ruins? The one that Xia Miao got in the original work? The one Xia Miao got now was just a seed that accidentally leaked out. There are many in Tianqing Palace of that level. When it is opened, you can have as many as you want. It's just a spiritual grass from the lower world. If the good things that the host and the others smuggled out in Tianqing Palace were really exposed now, it would really cause turmoil. A lot of. Jianlian's eyes flashed. When can Tianqing Palace open that day? She couldn't wait to see what good things were inside. She was just curious. I don't know the specifics. It will be open when your level is high enough. It doesn't know when the host will regain its memory. It depends on the situation. Before recovery, it is most important to stabilize your cultivation. After all, the body is no longer the same as the previous life, and the foundation must be stable. Fine. When she went there, the address on Yu Qiong's cover changed to the location of the flame python. It's so far away. I can't even fly for a day. If he was teleported directly, wouldn't he just have to wait to be struck by lightning? The host currently has 2 growth gift packages that have not been redeemed. You can use one growth gift package to exchange for a teleportation opportunity and a lottery opportunity. There was one before, and one was also rewarded when I got the sword spirit. But I was too focused on escaping and didn't pay attention to the system's reminder. At this time, Jianlian was a little hesitant. With 2 growth gift packs, he could get the method to save his master. After spending this time, he felt a little reluctant to give up. The system is a little disgusted by the fact that the host is hesitant and unrestrained every time he encounters something he cares about. So he still needs to practice and practice. You will have another growth gift pack after you finish this mission, and there will be 2 more before you go back. Moreover, after getting the prescription, those things cannot be gathered at once. Then exchange it for one. Before Jianlian could react, her people disappeared from the spot. Yin and others were shocked and searched everywhere, but to no avail. The obvious teleportation formation disappeared in a flash, but no sign could be found at all. The Su family who arrived were also shocked. In fact, there are no such formation portals in the secret realm. Now they can only pray that what Jianlian encounters is not in any danger. Chapter 105. The system is crying. His vision went dark, then reappeared. Jianlian looked at the wide cave filled with fiery red rocks. Is this underground? Before she could think about it, a giant figure appeared not far away, staring at her with cold eyes as if looking at a dead thing. The black lines on the fiery red snake body and the spiritual light pattern appeared with every step it took. Jianlian estimated that the length of the snake's body was 30 to 40 meters. He spat out a message and looked at her coldly with his huge snake eyes. It looked like it was showing off its strength. And Jianlian was just a weak plaything. It would taste better if it was frightened and then eaten. What Jianlian fears most in the world is thunder. But he is really not afraid of snakes. Just as he was about to summon the yin and yang of the Tai Chi array, the jade array flew out on its own. I'll do it. I've been sleeping for too long. Come out and stretch your muscles. There is no objection to the jade formation disc appearing first, and the Tai Chi formation disc. With so many levels, it would be best for this boss to be willing to come out. Jianlian was also a little surprised that the jade array plate was willing to come out today. At the same time, the color of the Luofu pen in Jianlian's other hand unexpectedly changed. The original emerald green pen barrel instantly turned into jade color, and the golden light exuded supreme pressure. It's been upgraded. The flame python gave out an icy cold light. Human, I originally wanted to let you go, but it seems you have to stay as food. Spoken words. This must be an 8th level spiritual beast. There is no grievance or enmity. Jianlian's happy-go-lucky personality will definitely not provoke the flame python first. The system understands her best. Hand over the inner elixir, and I can consider keeping your whole body. Since it must be killed, is the meat of the flame python delicious? How about taking it back and letting her husband study it? You are looking for death. This arrogant human instantly angered it. It raised its giant tail and rolled directly towards Jianlian with a whistling sound. The pressure and spiritual power of the 8th level spirit beast made Jianlian feel uncomfortable. The array disc in his hand was moving, and the Luofu pin transformed into different array patterns in the air. With a shout, the formation pattern was about to pass through the giant tail cover, when the flame python reacted quickly. It smashed the formation pattern into pieces with a blast. Jianlian narrowed his eyes slightly, and without stopping in his hands, the formation pattern started again, and he headed directly towards the flame python and enveloped it again. 8th level spiritual beasts are not vegetarians. But the most different thing between Jianlian and others is her endless spiritual power. And the other party's spiritual power has also become negligible with the help of the Jade Array. The formations were coming one after another, many and fast, making the flame python secretly frightened. Human, you die? The flame python went crazy instantly. Flames burst out all around and surged towards Jianlian's position. The simple formation trapped the flame python this time. The flame stopped a few meters away from Jianlian. It was fierce, and the scene was quite thrilling. It would be easy to deal with it once he was imprisoned. The pressure of the Jade Array disc was fully displayed. With the help of the Luofu pin, spiritual power threads appeared in the array and leaped out sharply. No matter how the flame python was struggling, it was instantly captured, weared into a sieve. The flame python roared, and even the surrounding stone walls were shaking. Dust continued to fall, and the flames caused the surrounding temperature to rise instantly. Jianlian was secretly shocked by the vitality of the flame python. The blood of the huge body penetrated by the spiritual thread continued to spurt out, but the huge snake eyes still looked at her coldly. Suddenly Jianlian felt a little cruel. But for the mission, either it dies or she dies. The unbearable feeling in my heart disappeared in just a moment. After staying in the Thunder Ancient Forest for so long, Su Yeshuan had become somewhat accustomed to it. At this time, the hand adjusted to a suitable angle. Only a slight sound of wind was heard, and a sharp blade quickly came out from the bracelet at the wrist and attacked the 7 inches of the flame python. Unsurprisingly, the immobilized flame python was quickly hit at this moment. Until the moment when the flame python's life disappeared, the coldness in its eyes did not change at all. The flames rising all around also shrunk in an instant. There was only a small flame remaining, but it could no longer be a threat. Died? Even though he had experienced the life and death of so many spirit beasts in Thunder Ancient Sin. And there were even countless spirit beast meats stored in the space as food ingredients. This was the first time he had faced a spirit beast that could speak human words. Those eyes full of emotion could not be dissipated in her mind. Take the inner elixir! The system's reminder instantly pulled Jianlian out of his thoughts. At this time Jianlian realized that something was wrong with him. What just happened to me? In addition to flames, the flame python also has the ability to confuse. The Jade Array blocked it for you, but you were still affected a little. Jianlian, who had a clear mind, looked at the body of the flame python on the ground. The habitual thinking trained by Su Yeshuan was suddenly stimulated, as if he was looking at the meat on the chopping board, and even considering whether it was better to steam or braise it. I couldn't help but ask the system, is snake meat delicious? He didn't know whether the snake meat was delicious or not, but if he didn't dig out the inner elixir, the best time would be almost over. Under the guidance of the system, Jianlian accurately found the location of the flame python's inner elixir. The Feiyu sword played its role at this time. He raised the sword and lowered it. A flame python inner elixir glowing with red light appeared in Jianlian's hand. How to use this? The system seems to have said that it should be taken together with Chonghua purple. Fortunately, she was very careful when digging out the inner elixir. Otherwise it would be a bit hard to swallow if it was dripping with blood. Take it at the same time when you are close to the 2 strange fires of Yin Yang and Netherworld. The Jade Array plate will assist you and reduce the risk. Just don't resist when the time comes. As soon as the voice of the system in my mind fell, the jade-colored array plate seemed to have received some order, emitting a warm light in response, and was extremely excited. Jianlian was now accustomed to the system being able to control things on her body. Do you want to tell me honestly why you can control the things I have contracted with you? The young sprout somewhere couldn't help but tremble after she asked, and said calmly, well, because my level is higher than them. Knowing the host's concerns, the system still explained, you know that I coexist with you. Right. I can't survive even if you die. Yeah. I know. She knew it from the beginning. So she didn't reject the existence of the system, even if thunder and lightning tried to strike her every day. She still completed the task seriously, even though she was trembling with fear every time. I won't hurt you. And I can't hurt you. In order to destroy a certain memory in the future by getting angry and destroying it, the system thought that it would have to hug the host's thigh as hard as possible. Well, think about it. I have done anything to feel sorry for you. Something? No. Right. Wampa, who was very shameless in the system, boasted about herself, and finally revealed her old background. Well, I have restrictions on me. If I hurt you, I will be destroyed automatically. In the future, your strength will be that's enough. I can leave your body and unbind you at any time. Of course, if you ask, is it that good? But there was no need for the system to lie to her. Does striking me with lightning count as damage? The system is crying. This is the rhythm of digging a hole to bury itself. Chapter 106. Who did it? The mission requires it. The mission requires it. The system said this, and he felt guilty. Jiang Lian didn't ask much. He knew it wouldn't hurt her. So that was fine. Having so much entanglement in everything will make you exhausted. After carefully looking at the location displayed on Yu Qiangyin's screen, I found that it was not far away. She followed the route. But unexpectedly she went further and further down. Fortunately, she didn't have a phobia of mysophobia. Otherwise she would have been extremely uncomfortable. The further down she went, the more stressed she became. Slowly, the front opened up, and the surrounding fiery red flames were surrounded by a layer of icy blue flames. The surrounding temperature was extremely cold, so different from the temperature just above that Jiang Lian couldn't help but tremble all over. Is this Yin-Yang and Netherworld Divine Fire? How did Su Heng separate them? The Netherworld Divine Fire is outside, and Yin-Yang is inside. They have to be separated before they can be taken away. Right? Their state is not always like this, because they are ownerless things. Sometimes they are in a separated state, and sometimes they are in a merged state. Su Heng originally encountered the Yin-Yang Divine Fire in a separated state. So that's it. There is no time. We will have to wait for a long time before we can reunite after separation. Now take the inner elixir and Chonghua Zi. Enter Samadhi, and draw the strange fire into the body. Jiang Lian didn't waste any more nonsense. He took out the inner elixir and Chonghua Zi, condensed his spiritual power, and sucked the palm-sized inner elixir and Chonghua Zi directly, melting in his mouth. A warm current flows through the body, and the rich spiritual energy and medicinal power attach a layer of protection to all the muscles and veins. And even the dantian is covered with a layer of protection. Sitting cross-legged, after entering into concentration, the spiritual energy tried to wrap a wisp of strange fire into the body. The scorching burning sensation made Jiang Lian's body tremble. Wherever the strange fire passed, it seemed as if it was going to burn everything. It even started to flow restlessly. His breath surged, and blood could not help but flow from the corners of his lips. At this time, the jade-colored array hovered above Jiang Lian, shrouded in a warm light. The strange fire that entered the body seemed to have encountered something familiar. It was instantly soothed, circulated docilely in the body, and finally stayed in the body. When Jiang Lian was wrapped in strange fire, the entrance to the formation in the underground passage disappeared instantly. Su Heng and Xiao Miao, who had been chased and fell into the cave, looked around strangely. There was clearly an entrance just now, but why did it suddenly disappear? Su Heng felt as if something important was leaving him for a moment. Xiao Miao surveyed the surrounding area. Although there was no exit, the surrounding area was relatively safe, and she could just take a rest. Seeing Su Heng standing there with a strange expression, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Nothing. It was just a psychological effect." So Su Heng didn't think too much. His gentle temperament made him seem very easygoing. In addition, he had already confirmed his relationship with Xiao Miao and was waiting for the wedding ceremony. He was even more gentle towards Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao didn't ask any more questions and said, "I've seen it. It's pretty safe all around. I think we'll be able to leave the secret realm in a while. We can rest here." Su Heng nodded, as was his character, and the two of them were speechless. Xiao Miao sat cross-legged and began to practice. She had just advanced a few days ago, and her cultivation was still very unstable. This time, the thunder catastrophe turned out to be so big for unknown reasons. We must find out when we go back and take some corresponding protection. The thunder tribulation tempering body is also good. Let's see if it can be done. Otherwise, it would be really fatal if it happened like this every time. Time passed, and the time came for the secret realm of the wasteland. In the wasteland, various sects and families followed to protect the elders. and they all looked forward to it. Qi Yan and others on the Kunlun side were the most nervous. The little ancestor came here. I hope everything is safe. Otherwise it will be very troublesome given that person's strength. The third elder stood there with a straight face showing no emotion. Huang Huazhang was chatting with people from other sects and families. He was also a man who was good at dancing. The mission here this time has been completed. And it's time to come back and get off the spacecraft. Otherwise it will take time and spiritual energy to go back by myself. Which is not worth it. In the tense atmosphere of everyone, disciples suddenly appeared on the wasteland. The originally empty venue was filled with people. Some people were happy and some were sad. When the Jiang family members saw Jiang Shuxian's appearance, they became furious and said, "Who did this? It must be a human being who can only pick off the hand tendons. It is impossible for a spiritual beast to do such a thing." The people in the secret realm are all disciples of various sects and major families who entered the secret realm this time. With the elders around, Jiang Shuxian was unscrupulous at first. "Third uncle, the disciples of Kunlun Chongyan Peak heard me. You have to make the decision for me." Jiang Binli's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Qi Yan. "Should your sect give you an explanation?" Qi Yan was not a vegetarian either. He glanced at Jiang Shuxian and the disciples. And those people were immediately stunned by the sight. Jiang Shuxian's character is well known within their own clan. So they rely on their elders to pamper her. This is the case every time. And the elders all regard her as a treasure. Jiang Yan stood there, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. This man had always been transparent in the Jiang family. "Excuse me? What did you do that doesn't count?" Qi Yan was not someone to be trifled with. In his mind, their Kunlun disciples were absolutely not at fault. If anything happened, it would be someone else's fault. He was irritable at this time. The tone was even more unkind. "It's been so long and I haven't seen that little girl. If she doesn't come back, I'll die." Jiang Binli was shocked by Qi Yan's cold look. But he had forgotten that this person was on Kunlun's untouchable list. Jiang Shuxian was so shaken by the sight that she was about to find the culprit. Finally, she discovered that the group of people from Chongyan Peak had returned and were looking around anxiously for something. But Jiang Lian was not seen at all. Not out? Died inside? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuxian became excited. That look of gloating about someone else's misfortune instantly made Qi Yan's eyes turn cold. If he hadn't been in a bad mood now, he would have killed this little kid from the Jiang family long ago. At this time, Yin Yin Yang came over anxiously and reported to Qi Yan. "Uncle, the junior sister hasn't come out and can't be contacted." Seeing that the situation was not good, Qi Yan hurriedly took out from the space the natal formation plates of each disciple that he had specially brought before departure. It showed the life signs of all the disciples who came here this time. The natal fire flickered on and off where he saw Jiang Lian. Although it was a bit dangerous, there was no sign of it being extinguished. I breathed a sigh of relief. This situation has happened in previous years. But if you can't come out before the exit is closed, you can only come out when the next secret realm is opened. It is not certain whether he is dead or alive. After this period of time, the secret realm in the wilderness will become extremely dangerous. It would be difficult for a young disciple at the Golden Core stage to survive in it. "Nothing. Maybe something delayed me. Please wait. Since the perpetrator hasn't come out yet, let's wait until she comes out before making any theories." Jiang Binli did not admit that he had succumbed to the power of the Red Flame Peak Master. Jiang Shuxian's face was full of joy. And she kept praying in her heart that Jiang Lian could not come back. Absolutely not. And it would be best to die inside. Chong Yifeng and others relaxed a little after seeing the natal formation disc taken out by the Red Flame Peak Master. There were still 2 hours before the exit was closed. Perhaps the junior sister was delayed by something and came out after a while. Chapter 107 didn't come back. Time passed by minute, but not a single figure of Jiang Lian was seen. Yin 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 and others sent the communication jade pendant countless times. But there was no news. The people in Chongyan Peak looked very sad. But the others in Kunlun were very indifferent. Gaoling Shuang was a little regretful that a partner was gone like this, while Xia Miao stood there indifferently, feeling secretly relieved for some unknown reason. It was as if the stone that had weighed on my heart for so many years disappeared in an instant. Qi Yan, Zhang Butao, and others looked at each other. The exit to the secret realm had been closed, and people from the surrounding sects had left one after another. Kunlun Jiang Lian was not the only one in the same situation. But he was just an ordinary disciple. And the leader only waited until the exit of the secret realm was closed and stopped caring. This was also the case in Kunlun in previous years. But this time the low pressure of Qi Yin and others made everyone feel a little strange, seeing that several outstanding disciples from Kunlun had returned safely. I couldn't help but wonder, who made them pay so much attention to him? It shouldn't be. After standing quietly for a long time, Qi Yin finally sighed. I'm going back. Life and death are destiny. Wealth and honor are in heaven. Their cultivation level cannot enter this secret realm, and they cannot reopen it. They can only wait until the next time it is opened. I hope that person's reaction won't be too violent when I get back. Fortunately, the marriage ceremony has not yet been held. But I don't know if the jade pendant for marriage has been signed. It is not an exception to sign the jade pendant first, and then have the wedding ceremony. If there is, maybe that person can be found through the fate jade pendant? Thinking of this, Qi Yin sent a message back to the sect, hoping for a miracle. The waiting time is excruciating, and the secret realm has been completely closed. The disciples of Chongyan Peak had dejected faces. The disciples of other peaks were also injured. But they did not react so much. They all stood there quietly waiting for Qi Yan's order. Not long after, news came from Qi Yan's communication jade pendant. After receiving the news, Qi Yan's expression softened. The third elder is waiting here. The second elder and I will escort the disciples back to the sect first. It's understandable to take the disciples back first. But why let the third elder wait here? Can it still come out? Impossible. Since the discovery of the wasteland secret realm. Once the secret realm is closed, it will be impossible to reopen it in a short time. It is impossible for those people to come out. It is simply unnecessary for the three elders to wait here. But at least Qi Yin is at peace in his heart. The man said that there will be hope if he waits. Zhang Buitao didn't have any objections after receiving the order. Besides, the child was still the apprentice of his good friend. He most hoped that she could return safely. Yin and others also wanted to stay and wait. But the dangers of the wasteland and desert were beyond what they could handle at the golden elixir level. Not to mention that they did not dare to say anything in the face of Qi Yan's unquestionable expression. At least the third elder is waiting here. Maybe the sect has other ways to rescue the junior sister. But everyone else felt that this was unnecessary. The secret realm had been closed, and Jianglian didn't even know where he died. But they didn't dare to show anything due to the pressure from the Red Flame Peak Master. The Su family and others who were staying relatively close couldn't help but feel a little worried. The elders of the Su family saw these juniors standing there with no intention of going back. The disciples of their generation in the Su family were all good, and they did not come here randomly. So they were a little curious and shouted, "Let's go back!" Fortunately, all the younger members of the Su family who entered the secret realm this time came out intact, and their cultivation levels are more solid. Some have even been promoted. Those who have not been promoted will probably be able to find another place to stabilize. Su Chengche looked at Su Yin, the second master of the Su family, who was following him, and said hesitantly, "Second grandpa, we saw a woman holding the Xiantian jade sword in the secret realm." Su Chengche and Su Yin were different in generations. Su Chengche was the grandson of the head of the Su family. Among the 7 brothers of the Su family, Su Yeshuan and the eldest son of the Su family are hundreds of years apart. It can be said that they are the sons of Old Man Su. Now Old Man Su has reached bliss. Su Yeshuan's status in the Su family is not only because of his strength, but also because he is the younger brother who needs to be pampered in the eyes of several big brothers. In addition, Su Yeshuan left the Su family and went to Kunlun when he was young, which made several people feel even more distressed. Therefore, in front of the elders and ancestors, it is not only because of his strength, but also because he is the object of everyone's favor. For the juniors of the Su family, Su Yeshuan's heroic deeds are all intimidating. Su Yanhui looked at Su Chengche in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me just now? Which one is it?" Everyone from the Jiang family came, but the only direct female was Jiang Shuxian. It was possible that the 7th brother sent the Xiantian jade sword there first, but he felt that Jiang Shuxian was definitely not the 7th wife of the Su family. With her temperament, he hoped in his heart that she would not be the one. This person. She didn't come out. The 3rd elder of Kunlun stayed behind to wait for her. Su Chengche had the same idea as most people. The secret realm had been closed, and the situation was probably in danger. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. If the legendary powerful Qi Ye's Taoist companion were to die in the secret realm, the impact would be unignorable. Didn't come out. Su Yanhui was so shocked that his pupil shrank, and he felt a little unconfident. If he was really the 7th brother-in-law and had the jade pendant with her, the 7th brother would definitely not let anything happen to her. A small secret realm could not stump the seventh brother. Also, when did the seventh sister-in-law go to Kunlun Mountain? Haven't you always been at John's house? When I think about what my seventh brother reported to me some time ago for investigation, I can't help but feel shocked and confused. Yes! Such a strong person. If he grows up, he will be the powerful couple of the seventh master. A powerful couple. He sighed in his heart. Su Yen sent a message to Su Yeshuan for confirmation. Seventh brother. I heard that my younger brother and sister also entered the secret realm this time. On Kunlun Wanyan Peak, Su Yeshuan looked at the fateful jade pendant in his hand and Jianglian's natal array. Sensing something, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Even though the jade pendant was unable to contact anyone, the protective consciousness he left on her body could confirm that she was safe. At this time, news came from the communication jade pendant. Su Yeshuan glanced at it and replied, Well, second brother can go back first. I will tell you in detail after everything is done. They knew that Yuju's sword might have been recognized by them. And they also guessed what Su Yenhui wanted to say. But at this time, he himself had no news. The only guarantee was that Jianlian was fine. A small secret realm really can't embarrass him. The puppet he gave to the little girl was enough to lead her to break the void and leave the secret realm. The only thing now is to worry about her current situation. What happened to her that prevented her from being teleported? Jianlian, who was fighting against the strange fire, was completely unaware of the change of time. If she had known that it would take so much time, she would have informed Su Yeshuan and her senior sister in advance to avoid worrying. Thinking about rushing for time, she never thought that the secret realm would be closed and she would be left behind. Chapter 108 Formation Summons. Su Yen came back after sending the juniors away. After so many days, there was still no news. And he couldn't help but feel worried. They all know that my little brother has become a red jade pendant. What will he do if something happens? The third elder, Zhang Wutao, has no quarrel. Kunlun and the Su family have always been on good terms. And the leaders of this generation are even better. I have some friendship with Su Yenhui, so I just have a companion. People outside were worried about how Jianlian would come out if he was still alive. In the original work, Su Heng inhaled Yin Yang's divine fire in time. As soon as he inhaled it into his body, he was transported out of the secret realm, but was thrown somewhere in the wasteland. He finally woke up after resisting for more than half a year. The merger of the two strange fires, Yin Yang and Netherworld, was too powerful. The seeds of the divine fire fixed under the cave were deeply rooted. Jianlian directly stayed in the cave and had a tug-of-war with the strange fire. Yin Yang and the Netherworld divine fire caused considerable trauma to her body. Although she had made protective preparations in advance, they could not eliminate them all. The body was going hot and cold, making Jianlian almost doubt his life. The burning sensation stimulated her nerves, and she was on the verge of collapse every moment, never going up or down. At Wanyanfeng, an ancient magic formation emerged. In the center of the formation, Su Yeshuan had a cold face and cold eyes. Rich spiritual power poured into the formation. Blood dripped from his fingertips, and the formation patterns turned blood red. The stars twinkled in the black night sky. At the bottom of the Kunlun abyss, the black dragon raised its head and looked at the sky. He sighed and closed his eyes again. Those lunatics in the Su family are prone to infatuation, but they still can't see out of sight. And eating dog food is too disturbing. The formation suddenly lit up at this moment. Jianlian, who was fighting against the strange fire in his body in the wilderness secret realm, suddenly felt a tear in the space, and the blazing flames around him disappeared instantly. The surrounding environment seems to have changed. Jianlian thought that the strange fire had affected her consciousness and had hallucinations. No matter how severe the burning sensation was, the real feeling of being hugged could not be ignored. I tried to open my eyes, but it was all in vain. Who? When the figure he was thinking about appeared, Su Yeshuan caught it. The robes on his body were completely destroyed, and his skin suddenly turned blue and red, which was very strange. Seeing such a little girl, Su Yeshuan felt heartbroken. Spiritual energy surged into Jianlian's body, soothing the damaged tendons inside. Slowly, Jianlian had the energy to open her eyes. When she saw Su Yeshuan, her eyes were full of shock. Mr. Sir, am I hallucinating? Otherwise, how could he see Su Yeshuan? He should be at Kunlun Wanyan Peak. So how could he appear in the secret realm of the wasteland? It's not an illusion. Open your mouth. A cut appeared on his hand, and blood continued to flow out of it. But he didn't care. Jianlian obediently opened her mouth and held it in her mouth. Was she going to die? Otherwise, how could I see Su Yesuan? It is said that the person she wants to see most at the end of her life is the person she cares about the most in the world. When did Su Yesuan's position in her heart become so important? So important that he is indispensable. The fishy smell of blood stimulated her taste buds, and her eyes widened. This was not an illusion. Only then did she realize that the surrounding environment was not the underground area surrounded by flaming stone walls, but the square in front of Wan Yefeng Hall. The sharp wind was blowing all around, making it painful, but yet so kind. Okay. The other hand supporting her was sending a steady stream of spiritual power. Use this force to absorb them. Su Yesuan's domineering spiritual power was like an army of kings coming. The strange fire trembled and frightened wherever it passed, but it nourished Jiang Lian's muscles and veins. That unique gentleness soothed Jiang Lian's anxiety during this period. Panic, fighting with strange fires in the dark underground, the inner depression, and the fear of failure and death at any time tortured her every day. Tears slipped down unconsciously. Mister, am I too useless? Every time she encounters something, she relies on Su Yesuan. If it weren't for Su Yesuan, would she have died in the secret realm of the wasteland, like the ending in the original work? Silly! Don't think too much. It has stabilized. Stay stable and come back soon. Su Yesuan touched her hair to express comfort. Return? Isn't she back? Just as he was wondering, the formation lit up again. Jiang Lian's eyes went dark, and the underground cave filled with scorching flames appeared again. The strange fire has become less fierce, wrapping around Jiang Lian, acting like a naughty child who has found a home. How is this going? Be calm and don't be distracted. The system promptly stopped Jiang Lian's distraction. On Wan Yin Peak, a gust of wind passed by, and Su Yesuan's cassock that touched Jiang Lian instantly turned into powder and floated away in the wind. With an indifferent wave of his hand, the cassock on his body was replaced by a brand new one. Frowning and looking into the distance, the little girl's cassock had probably been burned away by strange fire a long time ago. It seems that we need to study the production of cassocks again. The current level is still too low. If people from the outside world knew what Su Yesuan was thinking now, they would be jealous and crazy. You must know that the piles of robes he made are all high-level robes. There is probably no other protection in the world that is higher than this. But he actually doesn't think it is enough. Those pretentious weapon refiners are probably going to vomit blood. The night was waning, and the moon was full. I don't know how many days and nights had passed. Su Yesuan stood there as if waiting for something. The magic circle had long since disappeared, leaving traces of the strange fire on the ground. Recently, Kunlun's disciples have clearly noticed the dull atmosphere among the senior officials, as if something big is about to happen. But there was no sign. In the world of cultivation, people are always sacrificed under unknown circumstances at any time. On this day, the lucky ones who went to the secret realm of the wasteland came back, and the leader, Peak Master and elders all came out. This is a powerful force for the future of the entire sect, so it has received everyone's attention. Originally, the leader and others should be happy to see all the disciples making extraordinary progress in cultivation. When Xia Miao got off the spaceship, she happily paid homage to her master. Gu Huahai. Gu Huahai just nodded and told her to have a good rest, and said nothing more. With a serious face, he called the Red Flame Peak Master and left directly. Seeing the strange expressions on Cheng Yufeng and others, everyone understood in their hearts that one of Cheng Yunfeng's disciples might have died this time, and their status was quite important. Subconsciously looking at the major true stories of Cheng Yun Peak, I found that Jiang Lian was not there. I couldn't help but speculate. It seems that this is really a joy that brings sorrow. You must know that when Jiang Lian won the first place in the competition, the people in Cheng Yun Peak were all proud, which is completely different from the current situation where everyone is sad. The first thing Yin Yin and Situ Luyun did when they returned to Cheng Yun Peak was to see their master. Since there was still life in the little junior sister's life chart during this period, the master could definitely detect it. Chapter 109. It's okay to jump down. Master, we failed to take good care of our little junior sister. Please punish me. Master. Yin Yin was filled with sadness. Fortunately, the vitality in the little junior sister's birth chart has been very strong for such a long time. Looking at the two disciples who were kneeling on the ground in guilt, Yun Chengzi said with relief, "Your junior sister is fine. Don't worry. Can the little junior sister come out safely?" She and the second junior brother had tried to calculate countless times on the way back,
But they could not calculate the good or bad luck of the little junior sister even after exhausting their energy. Yun Chongzi saw that these two apprentices had violated the rules of Tian Yin and his party. They had violated Tianhe too many times, and could even easily cause damage to his own body.
Don't worry. Lure is in good luck this time. Although there is a small risk, it is not life-threatening.
While the spiritual power was flowing, Yun Chongzi noticed the physical condition of his apprentice at this time. His face straightened, and he said with a straight face,
"You two are really fooling around. You have forgotten what my master told you at the beginning. What is the most taboo thing in Tian Inifa?"
Although there was damage, he was fine after simply resting for a while. Faced with master's serious expression, Yin and the two men lowered their heads. They knew that they had violated a taboo. Now they knew that the little junior sister would be fine. And they felt relieved. When Situluyun saw that Yin's face, which had been sad for more than a month, finally had a good expression, he felt relieved and said to Master Yun Chongzi,
"Master, please punish me."
They did not regret that they had spent their energy on calculations for the sake of their little junior sister. The vitality of the little junior sister's life chart was always there, and the master was there behind them. So they all knew what was right. Yin knelt there in a polite manner, waiting for his master's punishment.
"Go down. Follow the old rules. You know what to do."
Yun Chongzi waved his hand and did not punish him too much. It can be said that Yun Chongzi is the most Buddhist master. He is also strict about life-saving skills. But in other matters, he is very easygoing and his disciples are all sensible. In the secret realm of the wasteland, the strange fire swept through the underground cave and disappeared into Jiang Lian's body. And a huge abyss appeared in front of the cave. Jiang Lian was suspended above. And in the dantian, red and blue stripes appeared on the continuously flowing yin and yang fish. The originally black and white dantian seemed to suddenly become colorful and unusually vivid. Opening her eyes and looking at the bottomless black abyss, Jiang Lian felt that her little heart was stimulated. He quickly used his spiritual energy to fly towards the shore. The wind blowing from the bottom of the abyss made her freeze. Damn it. All her clothes were gone. Luckily no one was around. He hurriedly took out a set of clothes from the space and put them on. The red bottom coat and black outer robe are embroidered with exquisite red patterns, which are extremely beautiful. Wearing boots and headbands of the same style, the whole person looks extremely cool. After being tempered by the alien fire, Jiang Lian's face became more refined and beautiful. In his mind, he recalled the appearance of Su Yeshuan when he was fighting against the strange fire, and he hurriedly said with a jade pendant,
"Mr. Sir, I'm fine. Don't worry."
Looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Lian remembered at this moment that she seemed to have exceeded the time for the secret realm to be closed. She didn't know how much time had passed. But the key point was how should she get out? At this moment, the system's voice rang.
"Beep! The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with 1 growth gift pack and 2 cumulative growth gift packs."
I am worried. The system happened to beep. So Jiang Lian asked,
"System, how can I get out here?"
With the urinary nature of the system, it is impossible to dig a way out. So there must be a way out.
"Jump down and get out."
The cold mechanical sound of the system looked into the dark abyss again, and Jiang Lian couldn't help but tremble.
"Are you sure?"
She was suddenly afraid.
"I'm sure. I can't die."
Su Yeshuan came back quickly.
"Well, you take out the puppet I gave you, and I will take you out. The third elder and the second brother are waiting for you outside."
Jiang Lian remembered that Su Yeshuan had said when he gave her that little jade-colored man that he could get up 3 times. Now that the system has told her how to get out, she doesn't want to waste that opportunity.
"Miss Sir, no need. I know where the exit is. I want to go out now. I'll tell you when I get out."
In Wanyafeng Square, Su Yeshuan, who was standing motionless, frowned and finally said warmly,
"Okay. Pay attention to safety."
Her heart was full of worries, but she suppressed her behavior. The little girl needed to grow up in the world of cultivation. Although he could protect her very well, his instinct told him that with the little girl's character, she did not want to be under the wings of protection all the time. Looking at the abyss in front of him, Jiang Lian confirmed again.
"System, you didn't lie to me. Just jump in." "Right. Jump directly. It's okay."
After saying this, the system reminded,
"I have already positioned it for you. The landing point is where the third elder and the others are."
Jiang Lian felt at ease now. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly towards the bottom of the abyss. The wind was blowing loudly. Although he was protected by spiritual power,
Jiang Lian still felt that the wind around him seemed different. It was a bit sharper than the ordinary wind. And it was simply gentler than the wind, with sword energy on Wanyan Peak. Jiang Lian fell directly from the air to the ground with a bang, causing dust and sand to splash around. Lying on the ground, looking at the blue sky. The air outside is better. The mood is relatively comfortable. Jiang Lian immediately informed Su Yeshuan. Miss Sir, I'm out. Su Yeshuan, who had maintained his previous movements on Wanyan phone, finally made some movement. His brows relaxed, and his voice was lighter than before. Well, have you seen the second brother? Saw it. Facing the mature face that was 2 or 3 times similar to Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian didn't react for a moment. Looking at another figure, the third elder Zhang Bucao's face, that had not changed for thousands of years, finally had a more relaxed expression. He looked at Jiang Lian and said, Just come out. This girl is really lucky. This is the first time in history that she was able to overstay her deadline and still come out of the secret realm of the wasteland safely. Jiang Lian quickly stood up and saluted. Okay, to the third elder Zhang Bucao and Su Yin. See the third elder. Is this second brother Su? This generational hierarchy feels a bit confusing. Why is Su Yeshuan's seniority so high? They are all of the same generation as the third elder and the older generation. Su Yinhui's face was full of kindness. When Jiang Lian appeared, he looked at Zhang Bucao's expression and felt relieved. It's good to come back safely. Otherwise, with the temperament of my seventh brother, I really don't know what he will do. Looking carefully, the little girl is much more pleasing to the eye than the younger generations of the Jiang family today. Seventh younger brother and sister? It's good to be safe. Come on. Come on. This is a meeting gift. Su Yanhui took out a lot of valuable things from the space, and even said a little embarrassed. I was short of time and not well prepared. Go back and make up for it. Chapter 110. Is it made of gold? Jiang Lian was a little dumbfounded. Are all the Su family so proud? Why don't you take it? Hurry up and put it away. If you go back and ask your second sister-in-law to give you more if you like it. A naive smile appeared on the calm face. It was indeed a bit of a contrast, but it was not annoying. After Su Yinhui's strong persuasion, Jiang Lian accepted it with some embarrassment. Thank you, second brother. Hey! Okay. Let's go! I'll take you back. Do you want to stop by Su's house to play? With that expectant look in his eyes, Jiang Lian couldn't bear to refuse. But it felt a little inappropriate. He looked at the third elder Zhang Bucao aside. Jade Pendant also responded to Su Yeshua's words and asked, I saw my second brother, and he invited me to play at Su's house. Well, you can go if you want to go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. If you want to go to Su Cheng, you can ask them to take you there. After confirming that the little girl was safe, Su Yeshuan finally took out his inseparable recliner again. The book that never leaves my hand also appears again at this time. The breeze was swaying, and Su Yeshuan, who looked leisurely, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Feeling happy, there was no sign of worry at all, as he stood motionless in front of the magic circle for several months waiting for news. Su Cheng. Jiang Lian's heart trembled. And the scene he saw on the colorful, exquisite bridge kept popping up in his mind. His grandparents, father, mother, and many relatives were still trapped under the ancient tree that protects the clan. She really wanted to go back and have a look. Is it okay? Will it alert others? She is not afraid of danger, but she is worried that the other party will find the people under the ancient tree. She vaguely remembered that the ancient tree that protects the clan and the family has an ability unknown to outsiders. The soul it protects may reshape the body and be resurrected again. However, certain conditions must be met. This was the belief that supported her in the beginning. She hoped it was true, and that one day she would have the ability to resurrect them. I just happened to have nothing to do recently, so I'm going to walk around. Zhang Bucao looked like he didn't care where he went, which made Jiang Lian couldn't help but smile knowingly. This third elder's attitude has been like this from the beginning, doing the most heartwarming things with the coldest face. I had never met him before, and thought he was just as aloof as he appeared. Thank you, third elder. Zhang Bucao looked away with a smile on his face. Thinking of the Jiang family, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask Su Yin and replied, Can I not let outsiders know about my existence? Especially the Jiang family. Su Yinhui and Zhang Bucao looked at her one after another, but they didn't ask any questions. Su Yinhui nodded directly. Okay, let's not let outsiders know for now. Thanks. She didn't seem to hate people like the Su family from the beginning. But she was bored by the people from the Jiang family at the first sight. It's really irritating to see people compared to each other. At this time, Su Yanhui took out a golden gourd, and as his spiritual power circulated, the golden gourd gradually grew larger. Only then did Jiang Lian realize that it was an aircraft, and on it were carved several exquisite courtyards, pavilions, carved railings, and painted buildings. Exquisite. It's just that the shining gold looks like money, but it is also very delicate. Looking at the color, she had reason to think that it was a flying magic weapon made of gold. It was very dazzling. The three of them got on the golden gourd, and Jiang Lian was placed in a separate courtyard. Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao made tea outside the small courtyard. Zhang Buotao had always liked to have tea with her master. Seeing his stern face and rough appearance all day long, he could not imagine that his interest was so elegant. In the room, Jiang Lian calmed down and was about to try to call out the strange fire. But the system remind the host, it is best to find an open place for the first time. Otherwise it will be burned out. The energy of the strange fire is more powerful than ordinary flames. If you don't control it well the first time, you may burn everything around it. Of course, it is also possible that you can control it very well from the beginning. So it is better not to do it just to be on the safe side. Jiang Lian was secretly frightened. Fortunately, the system reminded him not to burn the aircraft. Although they were cultivators, and would not be killed if they fell, it was still not good. System, I have 2 growth gift packs. Can I exchange them for Master's treatment methods? Why was Yun Chengzi injured that year, and had to rely on alcohol to numb the wound year after year? Normally, people who cultivate immortality will not show signs of aging. If they do show signs of aging, it is a sign that they are about to fade away. In her memory, Yun Chengzi has become older year by year in recent years. Although Tianyan magic sometimes goes against Tianhe and causes certain backlash, the master's condition is definitely due to his injuries. Uncle Guyu from Shuezong Peak couldn't hide his anxiety every time he came to deliver medicine. She once heard about the conversation between Uncle Guyu and his master, saying that if he didn't find the antidote, he would probably be gone in the next few years. In the end, the master said with a smile that it would only take a few years, and he was satisfied. But she could feel the master's loneliness. If there was hope, no one would give up. The master was kind to her and could save her life. So she was willing to exchange 2 growth gift packages for the antidote. Yes. Remind the host that you can only exchange for prescriptions. There are some regulations on the materials that you must find yourself. And you must refine the medicine. Does the host confirm the exchange? Isn't it a patent medicine? I didn't expect it to be like this. Why do I have to refine it myself? Because that prescription can only be refined with your Yan'an Netherworld Divine Fire. Others are almost impossible. Listening to Jiang Lian's heart, she felt that the system had already laid a trap when it asked her to conquer the strange fire. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? What if I don't have the talent for alchemy? The condition of his master's injury was unknown. If she could never refine the antidote, would it be hopeless? At this time, the system continued to fool you. Having the alien fire to make alchemy will get twice the result with half the effort. So you don't have to worry. Moreover, alchemy can also improve the ability to control the alien fire, which is beneficial to you. Okay, exchange it. After changing the prescription, I asked Uncle Guyu to help with research after returning. Ding! The exchange was successful, and you got an ancient prescription. There is 0 left in the growth gift pack. Jiang Lian excitedly took out the new prescription from the space. She found that she didn't recognize any of the materials above. There is also an analysis of related materials and how to obtain it. The host can redeem it with 2 lottery opportunities. Why not give it all at once? Why does it feel like the system is cheating her? What you can exchange is not enough. So give it to the prescription first. But if you don't want to exchange it, that's fine. You might be able to find it yourself. The implication is that it is possible that the materials cannot be found and are far away. She has one more chance to win a lottery and can redeem it again. I'll decide after enough times. By the way, you just said that I have to find some materials in person. Which ones are they? Why? Chapter 111. Su Yeshuan did it. You'll know after you redeem it. The system seemed to be in a hurry. Jiang Lian curled his lips and said, Can I show this prescription to others? You must know that the prescriptions in this world are very precious. Not to mention that this is an ancient prescription. Okay. After a systematic explanation, Jiang Lian realized that only those who possess Yin Yang's Netherworld Divine Fire can successfully refine this prescription. Even if others know the prescription, It is useless. With so many restrictions on the prescription, she was a little curious about what caused the master's injury and what happened in the first place. Since she had no worries, Jian Lian copied the prescription and sent it to Guyu. But she did not directly say that it was her master's prescription, but said that she had obtained a prescription and did not know if it could be used. As a result, Guyu told her that many of the things above were scarce, and she even didn't know the names of some of them. Jian Lian was a little surprised, but considering that it was an ancient prescription, the names in it were probably somewhat inaccurate. She thought about asking Su Yesuan, but her intuition told her that as long as she told Su Yesuan, he would definitely try his best to help her find it. Jian Lian didn't want him to be too tired for her. At worst, he would redeem the analysis when there was another lottery opportunity. Normal lottery opportunities don't last long. Unable to use strange fire. The cultivation in the early stage of Yuan Ying's advancement has faint signs of the middle stage of advancement due to the subduing of the strange fire. Su Yeshuan once said that what they were most taboo about was cultivating too quickly and having an unstable foundation, which would be a major hidden danger in the future. So Jian Lian did not practice anymore. With nothing to do, she decided to take a deep nap first. She had not had a good rest after entering the secret realm for so long, and she felt a little uncomfortable. When Jian Lian woke up the next day, she found that Guyu had sent a message. If junior brother Jiang is interested in alchemy, he can learn the basic skills from the third elder. The third elder is also the resident elder of the Zuzangfengdan Dao. This is the first time I know this. In the past, I didn't care much about the affairs within the main sect, except for matters related to Xiaomiao. Thank you, uncle. After cleaning up, Jian Lian walked out of the room. The sun was shining, and the weather was perfect. She found that there were many potted plants in the yard, some of which were rare species. The third elder in the pavilion and Su Yin went back to drink tea. Due to the long journey and fear of danger on the way, the two of them did not dare to drink carelessly. Otherwise, they would have had a few drinks after not getting together for many years. Su Yin, who noticed Jian Lian's arrival, smiled back and said, Brothers and sisters, are you interested in having a drink? Jian Lian saluted the two of them. Second brother, third elder. Seeing that the table was empty, he smiled and said, How can you have tea without refreshments? To say that her family, Su Yeshuan, was really well prepared, even preparing a lot of snacks for her. Jian Lian took out several snacks and dried fruits and placed them on the table. They were all very delicate and looked very appetizing. Su Yin smiled back and said, It's better for my younger siblings to keep it for ourselves. We two old men can't get used to eating this. Zhang Butao was not asked for his opinion at all. Looking at the aura contained in those snacks, one knew that the ingredients were all good. It would be a pity for them to eat this kind of food. So Su Yin shouted back to Jian Lian to put it away. Zhang Butao smiled and nodded yes. Although he didn't really like this kind of snack, Su Lauer's reaction made him a little funny. It looked like he was protecting her as if others were going to let the girl in front of him suffer. This little girl has a good character, and she met the Su family well. She will definitely be fine in the future. His old friend could rest assured. Thinking of this, Zhang Butao couldn't help but feel a little sad. In recent years, he has also helped to recuperate his friend's body, but he has not been able to find a cure. He hates the person who hurt him in the first place. It's okay. Su Yesuan did a lot for me. Su Yanhui asked in disbelief. You said it was the seventh brother who did it. At this moment, his eyes lit up when he looked at the snacks in front of him. His seventh brother had also given them gifts before, and the taste was definitely something he would never forget. My little brother was still young at that time, so they just decided to eat all the food out of support and to miss him. It turned out that it was so delicious that he only managed to grab a little bit. Later, when my little brother got older, he didn't like to do it anymore. He hadn't tasted it for many years, and now he feels greedy just thinking about it. The third elder looked at Su Yin with some curiosity. This reaction was a bit strange. What happened to the master of One in Peak? In Kunlun, no one dared to put his uncle's name on his family tree, and all called Su Yeshuan the master of One in Peak. Yes, Su Yeshuan made it, and I still have a lot. So second brother, don't worry. It means you can eat whatever you want. It's okay. When Su Yeshuan prepared so much, she only used some on the Kunlun spaceship. After entering the secret realm, she had no chance to eat it. There is still a lot of food. Then I won't be polite. In the end, food won out over everything else. Su Yin recalled that he would only eat a little bit, When he went back, he would have to find some good things for his younger siblings in the treasure house, so that she could not suffer a loss. You must know that everything made by my little brother is extraordinary. Even the food. Originally he only wanted to taste a few bites, but he couldn't stop, and Zhang Buotao also tasted it out of curiosity. In the end, when the two of them had cleared everything and were fighting for the last piece of pastry, they suddenly realized that Jiang Lian had been ignored by them. Both of them felt a little embarrassed at the same time. Ha ha! My brothers and sisters are laughing at each other. Su Yan laughed back, a little embarrassed. Jiang Lian smiled and didn't care. At this time, Zhang Buotao asked, I heard that my nephew wants to learn alchemy. In Xianming continent, everything has spiritual veins. In addition to being able to control the fire element, one must also have talent to learn alchemy. Talent is a very mysterious thing. The reason why there are so few alchemists in the world is that there are very few who have talents. Just like Tianyan magic. Only those with talent can use Tianyan magic to calculate. Zhang Buotao was a little embarrassed about his behavior. Seeing Jiang Lian's response, Zhang Buotao took out a fine transparent ball and placed it on the table. Nephew Jiang, you can put your hand on it. This is a device that tests the ability to control the element of fire. What attributes are the exercises to practice after possessing spiritual veins depends on the individual's affinity to different elements. Jiang Lian was unable to make any progress after introducing the gas into his body, so he was upset and did not test it. She was also a little curious about how much affinity she had for the fire element. She had used the fire element before when she used the array disc and Luofu pin, and she had absorbed the strange fire this time. He placed his hand on the test ball according to the method taught by the third elder, calmed his mind, and let a trace of his spiritual power enter the test ball. The entire transparent test ball was instantly filled with fiery red flames. Suddenly, a light blue light appeared outside the flame, and Zhang Buotao and Su Yanhui stood up in shock. Full value of strange fire. A born alchemy embryo. Zhang Buotao's whole body trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone when he looked at Jiang Lian. Chapter 112 Luo Jing. Su Yanhui didn't find it strange. Once those with full bloodlines from the Su family and the Jiang family became Taoist couples, they would definitely be dazzling. Master Nephew Jiang, can I be your master? Looking at Zhang Buotao, who was full of excitement, Su Yanhui refused to give him face for the first time and said angrily, You Zhang Buotao, you want to take advantage of my little brother. Zhang Buotao didn't react for a moment. After a while, he remembered the relationship between junior nephew Jiang and the Su family member, and hurriedly explained, Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I didn't ask junior nephew Jiang to become a disciple, but I wanted to teach her. There are two kinds of masters in this world. One is a direct lineage master who is more generous in beneficence than nurturing, and the other is a master who imparts karma. The most important thing in the world is to respect teachers in Taoism. The first one is like the relationship between Yun Chongzi and Jiang Lian. Su Yeshuan should also respect Yun Chongzi after he and Jiang Lian became Taoist couples. The second type is like the many masters in the academy, who can give you lectures and answer your questions. Jiang Lian himself calls him master, but Su Yeshuan does not need to address him as an honorific, and there is no difference in seniority. Su Yanhui looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure? You must know that Zhang Buotao still has no true disciples. It is not impossible to worship two masters at the same time. It is common in the world of cultivation. How would he give up like this when meeting such a good young talent? Zhang Buotao was a little helpless. With her qualifications, I can't teach her much. Based on her qualifications, she will probably be surpassed soon. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of your younger brother. Give me 10 courages. I don't dare either. That big fierce god had a bad temper and didn't even bother to talk to them. They didn't dare to disturb him unless they had something to do with him. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Lian saluted and said, Hello, Master. Okay. The master shouted out his consent. So Zhang Buotao was very happy. Take out several books from the space. You should take a look at these first. When we have the opportunity, we will help you find a suitable alchemy furnace, and then we can try to refine it. This time he led the team out for training and then went back. He did not expect to receive such a talented disciple. He did not prepare the alchemy furnace for the initial introduction to alchemy. As shown on the test equipment, Jiang Lian has extraordinary fire control ability and is talented in alchemy. Coupled with the possession of strange fire, it is even more effective with half the effort. Thinking of the strange fire, Zhang Buitao took out another book with a complete collection of strange fire written on it.
You should take a look at this first. Although I don't know what kind of strange fire you are yet. You can find out first.
Zhang Buitao and Su Yanhui did not ask her what kind of strange fire it was, let alone where she got it. In addition to the original character's deep malice towards her, Jiang Lian felt that most of the people she met were good people. Speaking of which, in the original work, she should have died in the secret realm of the wasteland. But she is alive and well at this time. Does this prove that she has broken through the constraints of the original work and can be free and do as she pleases? Considering that the follow-up would also involve her senior sister and a group of senior brothers and sisters from Chongyan Peak, she had better be more cautious.
Thank you, Master.
Although he is not the true master, Jiang Lian is still very respectful.
Okay.
Zhang Buitao was full of joy. Although he was a rigid person in his life, he focused on education. So he worked as a tutor in the academy whenever he had time. He was happy to have satisfactory apprentices.
The matter of the alchemy furnace is easy to solve. There will be a large-scale auction in Luojing in the Jubao Pavilion this time. I will ask your sisters-in-law to take you there to see if there is anything you like.
He sounded rich and wealthy. As the Jubao Pavilion belonged to the Su family. Regarding Su Yan's kindness, Jiang Lian smiled and thanked her.
Then I'll have to trouble my sister-in-law.
There are still piles of spiritual stones in the space with nowhere to spin them. It just so happens that this time I can go and gain some knowledge. In addition, the original man and woman were definitely not in Luojing at this point in time. So she could have fun while getting to know the situation of the Jiang family in Luojing. Family, don't be polite when you arrive.
The aircraft arrived at Luojing within a few days. The entire distance was only half of the distance from Kunlun to the secret wasteland. But they were in different directions. Relatively speaking, the ancestral land of the Shuchong Jiang family is closer to Kunlun. Luojing is the most prosperous city after the imperial city. The families here are complicated. In addition to the four major families of Jiang family, Su family, Xia family, and Xiao family, there are also many small families or branches of other families. When Su Yanhui's aircraft approached the sky above Luojing, a barrier clearly appeared in the sky. I saw Su Yanhui taking out a token, inputting his spiritual power, and the aircraft successfully passed through the barrier and entered Luojing city.
Why is there no one flying with a sword in the city?
And even the aircraft was theirs. Seeing Jiang Lian's curiosity, Su Yan smiled back and said,
Luojing city has regulations that prohibit flying within the city without permission. An aircraft must also obtain a pass.
Jiang Lian suddenly realized.
Second brother, did you just get a pass? So, our Su family has privileges in Luojing city.
At this time, the unique rights of the big family were fully displayed. The Su family members rushed over after getting the news. There were suddenly many people in the open space where there were originally only a few people, and all of them were of extraordinary strength.
This is the seventh younger brother and sister.
A stunning woman with mature appearance and hair in a bun came forward and looked at Jiang Lian with a smile. Before Jiang Lian could react, another elegant beauty said with a cheerful smile,
Sister-in-law, you are going to scare the seventh younger brother and sister.
After speaking, the elegant beauty introduced her.
Seventh younger brother and sister. I am your third sister-in-law. And this is our eldest sister-in-law.
Jiang Lian greeted her in a daze.
I've met the elder sister-in-law. I've met the third sister-in-law.
Why is this a bit like meeting parents in advance? At this moment, a beauty with a fiery red body hurriedly ran from a distance. She had a stunning appearance, and the tassels on her bun were swaying. She looked full of charm.
Where are you? Where are you?
Guo Wanrong arrived before anyone could say anything, and took Jiang Lian's hand when she saw her.
This must be the seventh brother and sister. How handsome!
As she spoke, Guo Wanrong took out a storage bag from the space and stuffed it into Jiang Lian's hand.
Brothers and sisters, you're welcome. Take it for fun. If there's not enough, I'll give it to my second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law?
She looked at Su Yan again and replied,
This couple looks so much like a couple. Even they behave like a couple. Hey! Be good.
The doting in his eyes was like looking at a doting junior, but with supreme respect.
Second sister-in-law, why did you give the gift yourself first? We agreed to do it together. But this is not possible.
After saying this, another beautiful beauty also stuffed a storage bag into Jiang Lian's hand.
Come on! Brothers and sisters. A little thought from the fifth sister-in-law.
Then Jiang Lian's hands were filled with storage bags.
How can I miss my sister-in-law? This belongs to the third sister-in-law. My brothers and sisters should always come and play with me. I am your fourth sister-in-law. Hello. Seventh brother and sister. Seventh younger brother and sister. I am your sixth sister-in-law. I have a little gadget. I hope you will like it.
Surrounded by beauties with different characteristics, Jiang Lian felt inexplicably happy. Although this world of cultivation can preserve youth forever, there are also different levels of handsome men and beauties. And these sisters-in-law of the Su family are the best. Chapter 113 Popularity. Jiang Lian looked at the surroundings curiously. Everyone in the Su family left, leaving only 2 maids for her to use. Sister-in-law Su said that this courtyard belonged to Su Yeshuan, and she lived here when she was a child before going to Kunlun. The furnishings are very exquisite, showing the heritage of a large family. Everything is a good thing, which is enough to show how favored Su Yeshuan is in the Su family. At this time, Jiang Lian once again regretted that the communication jade pendant did not have a picture function. If so, Su Yeshuan could take pictures of everything around him, which would be an interesting thing. I must study it carefully some other day and make a communicator that can truly transmit photos and images. The next day, the second sister-in-law Guo Wanrong came to Jiang Lian with her people.
Brother and sister, let's go. Sister-in-law will take you out for a walk.
The third sister-in-law, Su Fengying, also walked over with graceful steps.
How can the second sister-in-law take the seventh brother and sister shopping without me? Second sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law.
Jiang Lian was looking at the books related to alchemy given by Zhang Guotao. The memory of immortal cultivators is better than that of ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have a photographic memory. However, true understanding depends on one's talent. As soon as she arrived at Su's house, Zhang Guotao told her to have fun and not to go back to Kunlun in a hurry. If she had anything to do, she could go find him.
I heard from your second brother that you want to find a suitable alchemy furnace. The auction won't start until tomorrow. Today we will go shopping in the shop first. It's fun to pick up leeks.
Shopping and picking up leeks is Guo Wanrong's favorite thing to do.
Thank you. Second sister-in-law.
Jiang Lian also nodded excitedly. It is the most common plot in novels, but it is also the one with the most right and wrong. Out of curiosity, she decided to take a look.
Third brother and sister. I heard that your nephew is getting engaged, and they are busy over there. Don't you need to go back?
At this time, Guo Wanrong suddenly remembered the marriage between Su Xia's family. Su Fengying smiled sweetly.
It's okay. Just go over there and watch the ceremony. My sisters-in-law are planning it. As an aunt, it's not easy for me to interfere too much.
Thinking of the engagement etiquette, Su Fengying looked at Jiang Lian and said,
Brother and sister, if you are interested, my sister-in-law will take you to watch the ceremony. Although it is a bit boring, I guarantee that you will enjoy the show.
Guo Wanrong laughed and said,
You also have times when you are narrow-minded.
Jiang Lian didn't know why.
Okay. Third sister-in-law. Don't forget to take me with you then.
She didn't think much about it, just thinking that the noble family invited a troupe to entertain them. Because this world was different from the original world, her childhood memories were not so clear. So she was very curious about things in this world. And Jiang Lian didn't even know that her third sister-in-law's surname was Su. And she was the aunt of the wealthy Su family. Her nephew's recent engagement ceremony was only for the legitimate son of the Su family and the legitimate daughter of the Xia family, namely Su Heng and Xia Miao.
Let's go! Let's go! There are a lot of fun things. My sister-in-law will definitely take you to have fun.
After speaking, Guo Wanrong took Jiang Lian's hand and wanted to walk outside. This fiery personality is hard to dislike. Jiang Lian put away the book in his hand, smiled and followed them out. Because tomorrow is the auction of Jubao Pavilion. Many people came after hearing the news. I heard that some even came to attend the Su family's engagement ceremony and participated in the auction, just for fun, to see what good things there were. Of course, the admission qualifications for the auction are also very strict. Luojing City is very large, and it is completely different from that in Tianyong City. The surroundings are busy with traffic and people, full of life. Because she didn't want to be discovered by the Luojing Jiang family, Jiang Lian put on the curtains and even made an agreement with her sisters-in-law to call her Yinner when she went out. The Su family was also very helpful, and they all unanimously decided to call her either Miss Yin or Yinner, although Yuqiong is with her. After all, she is visiting the Su family, so it is not suitable for her. But she disguised herself well enough. Even if the Jiang family found her, they wouldn't be afraid.
The carriage arrived at its destination soon. Jiang Lian got out of the carriage and saw Su Chengche and Su Chengyin. By the way, she was very curious. Everyone in Su Yeshuan's generation called him master and wife. And Su Chengche and his parents were the young master and the young madam. What about Su Chengche and his generation? When I accidentally asked the question, my second sister-in-law Guo Wanrong laughed loudly. They are not married yet. When people of their generation start to get married, our seniority will have to increase. What's the price? Jiang Lian became even more curious. Ancestor. Looking at the expressions of the younger siblings, the sisters-in-law couldn't help but laugh. They will have to call you grandma. This title. Why is it so weird and twisted? Jiang Lian was really confused. At this time, Su Chengche saluted to Jiang Lian. My father and mother are unable to accompany me because of something. So I specially asked the boy to come over. I will make sure you have a good time. Afraid of not recognizing Jiang Lian, Guo Weining introduced with a smile. Su Chengche is your eldest brother's grandson. Su Chengyan is my grandson. This brat is very bad. I heard that you met him in the secret realm. Didn't I bully you? When Su Chengyan heard his grandma calling him, he came over to salute. But this introduction really hurt his image. Now that he has adjusted his mentality, looking at Jiang Lian is like looking at the elder's expression. God knows how long he has been suffering in his heart. No. No. As the consciousness of most modern people under the age of 100, it is really hard to react to the fact that people who live hundreds or thousands of years are suddenly here. The generation span is so big. A few people walked around. Guo Wanrong introduced Jiang Lian, talking and laughing, the affection in his eyes almost overflowing. Su Fengying also added on the side. And several people were talking and laughing. When they were leaving, someone couldn't help but start gossiping. Hey! Do you know which girl that girl is? When the people next to him heard this, they couldn't help but gossip. It's so tightly covered that I really can't tell which family it belongs to. By the way, is something good for the Su family about to happen? I think it's probably true. The attitudes of those two ladies are extraordinary. I just don't know if they are the eldest or the third among the young masters of the Su family. Looking at the happy smile on the second lady's face, I guess it must be Su Chengyan's. I don't think so. It might be Su Chengche's. Several busybodies couldn't help but started chattering. And a woman in pink clothes, who was also in the store, almost broke the whip in her hand. His eyes looked angrily in the direction of Jiang Lian and others, as if he wanted to eat Jiang Lian alive. Miss, please calm down. The master has said that your marriage to young Master Yen has almost been discussed. So the one must be young Master Che's, not young Master Yan's. The personal maid who followed saw that her young lady was about to get angry and hurriedly tried to persuade her, fearing that something would happen. The young lady of her family grew up with Master Su Chengyan as her childhood sweetheart. She has a deep love for Master Yen. It was not easy for the master and his wife to agree to the marriage with the Su family. There must be no mistakes at this moment. Otherwise, what would her young lady do? Chapter 114 Arrogant Woman. I can't stand it when he talks and laughs with other women. Look at his expression. If he is really the target of his brother, he would be so happy. Jealousy almost made her go to her head. If it weren't for the Su family, if the elder is here, she will definitely rush up and give him a hard whip. She, Su Lingyao, had never suffered such injustice. The maid Shilian stood nearby tremblingly for fear that her young lady would lose her mind. Taking a deep breath, Su Lingyao said with a straight face, Let's go! If you meet your aunt, you have to go and say hello. She wanted to see who it was that could make him treat her with such a smile. However, she stayed in Luojing for a long time for Su Chengyan. But he ignored her and didn't even look good when she met her. Xiaoyan saw her young lady like this and didn't dare to persuade her. She prayed in her heart that nothing would happen. Otherwise the master would definitely skin her. The Su family's fifth family had a hard time heirs. Over the years, they finally got a legitimate daughter from Su Lingyao. She was doted on like nothing else. Even cousin Su Heng, the most promising person in the Su family, doted on her. As arrogant as she was, she had never encountered any setbacks. But it happened to Su Chengyan. Auntie! What a coincidence! You're here to go shopping too! Hello, Aunt Su! And hello, you two gentlemen! The smile on his face was completely different from before. The corners of Su Fengying's lips twitched, although there was a smile on her face. Jiang Lian felt that the third sister-in-law's smile was not genuine. It was obvious from her aura that the person in front of her was not very popular. Su Changche still had a straight face and a strong aura. But Su Changyan had changed the most obviously, with a face full of displeasure and a very unwelcome appearance. As for the recent contact with the Su family's upbringing, how annoying must the other party be to make these people change like this?
Yao is here to go shopping today.
Guo Wanrong, the carefree one among them, smiled and chatted with her. But Jiang Lian felt that the smile was fake.
I just happened to be out for a walk. Second aunt, who is this girl?
Su Lingyao secretly hated her, but she tried hard to maintain a smile on her face, as if she didn't notice the different attitudes of the people at all.
Why are you so haunted? Who is she doing to you?
In the past, whenever a woman approached him, Su Lingyao would definitely punish her. This time, the identity of the seventh lady is not disclosed to the public for some unknown reason, and she does not know what Su Lingyao will do. Apparently Su Qingyan's disgusting attitude made her hate even more, and she tried hard to calm down the anger in her heart. Looking at the woman with the curtain in front of her, seeing that her cultivation was only in the early stage of qi refining, she felt cruel in her heart. Guo Wanrong saw that this banquet boy might be up to something bad. You must know that this girl from the Su family is not a troublemaker, but a troublemaker. But don't hurt your little sister-in-law.
Miss Su is laughing at what young Man Yin said.
Su Lingyao felt even more unhappy when she saw that the people in the Su family were pushing and shoving her around without any intention of introducing her to her. The angrier he felt in his heart, the bigger the smile on his face became.
My name is Su Lingyao. Do you know the girl's name? Su Lingyao. That's senior. What's your attitude?
You can tell what she's thinking by looking at the hostility in her eyes. This has been the case every time for so many years, and the number of women who have suffered misfortune is unknown.
What's my attitude? I just fell in love with this girl at first sight and wanted to get to know her. Besides, I am also your elder. I must be the same generation as this girl. We will not violate the rules.
Su Changyan, who has been tortured by Su Lingyao for many years, has become frightened. Jiang Lian is very curious about how someone who can smile playfully in dangerous situations in this secret realm would have such an attitude towards Su Lingyao.
You can call me Miss Yin. If Miss Su has nothing to do, I will leave later.
Smoke girl? Whore. Su Lingyao felt that she had discovered the truth. The prostitute did not have a full name, and she felt contempt in her heart. It was no wonder that her cultivation was in the early stages of qi refining. Su Lingyao, who was filled with jealousy at this time, never thought about how the second wife and third wife of the Su family could take the young prostitute shopping together, or whether Su Changche and Su Changyan were together. At this time, Su Lingyao became more arrogant.
Miss Yin and I hit it off immediately, and we would like to learn from each other. Is that okay?
Ghosts feel like old friends at first sight, and they feel like old friends at first sight without seeing their faces.
What if not?
Jiang Lian stood there calmly, wondering why the man and woman in the original novel didn't have such a pattern of blocking roads and causing trouble.
Lingyao, go back. Your brother is busy over there. Don't come out and make trouble.
Su Fengying couldn't stand it anymore. She was no longer as quiet and elegant as before. Looking at Su Lingyao with a straight face, she has no objection to Su Lingyao's pursuit of true love. And her family dinner boy is also a good one. But Su Lingyao's methods are really radical and unreasonable. It was clear that Su Lingyao couldn't maintain the expression on her face. She gritted her teeth and said,
Yes, Aunt.
After saying that, Su Lingyao left with her maid Shilian, but at a very slow speed.
Let's go!
Su Fengying said softly to Jiang Lian and others. And Su Lingyao, who walked behind specially, snapped the whip in her hand and attacked Jiang Lian's back. Guo Wanrong was the first to notice it and grabbed the whip. Her face that had always been smiling was suddenly full of sternness.
Miss Su, what are you doing?
It was very good that an early-stage Jean Dan was playing tricks in front of her in the void refining realm.
Second aunt, I just want to spar with this Miss Yin.
Su Lingyao secretly hated her. In the past, she would not have dared to act arrogantly in front of her elders. But today Su Qingyan's attitude made her unable to calm down. Damn it. You actually talked and laughed with other women in front of her, pretending she didn't exist.
Why is Miss Su so persistent?
Jiang Lian finally saw that this person would not give up until he caused trouble for her.
Su Lingyao, if you stop worrying about marriage as soon as possible, I will never marry you.
Su Changyan has been annoyed by her for a long time, which has affected her life to a certain extent. The woman talked hard to find trouble. Su Qingyan's words completely angered Su Lingyao.
You are the one who will be beaten.
The whip struck fiercely towards Jiang Lian's position. She lost her mind
and completely ignored whether there were any elders present. She was the little princess of the Su family, pampered by thousands of people. But when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Guo Wanrong originally wanted to take action again, but she could destroy it with just a raise of her hand in a golden elixir period. Although I don't want to antagonize the Su family, it's still okay to teach them a lesson. Jiang Lian stopped her.
Second sister-in-law, let me do it. Private fights are not allowed in the city. If you want to, go to the martial arts competition hall.
Su Fengying said to Jiang Lian.
Miss Yin doesn't need to be on the same level as her.
As he spoke, a water polo technique poured down directly on Su Lingyu's head. Su Lingyao couldn't avoid it, and was immediately poured all over her body. She even shivered.
Are you awake? Come back to me when you are awake.
He was really spoiled, facing her always gentle and kind aunt, who suddenly had a stern and angry look on her face. Su Lingyao was still somewhat afraid, but she was also filled with grief and anger, as if she had been severely frustrated.
Annie won't even help me. I want to follow you,
brother said. No one of you can have an easy time.
She just wants to marry Su Chengyan. So what's wrong with liking him? How could you do this to her? Chapter 115, Getting Drunk and Making Trouble. Su Lingyao was angry and left. Jiang Lian didn't realize what had just happened and felt a little baffled.
Sister-in-law. Who is her brother?
He looked so awesome that even the sisters-in-law in the void refining realm wanted them to look good.
My nephew Su Heng.
Su Fengying said helplessly. Is it the Su Heng she thought of? Su Heng, the head disciple of Xianling's sect. The male protagonist Long Aotian in the original work? Speaking of which, during the Thunder Tribulation in the Secret Realm, Su Heng's cultivation level was also suppressed at the Golden Elixir Dzogchen. Now it is at the nascent soul stage at most. Right. How could he do anything to his sisters-in-law who are in the void refining realm? This person must be stupid.
Beijing. Let's go. Let's go. My sister-in-law will take you to the Jubao Pavilion. If you like anything, just take it. My sister-in-law will give it to you.
Guo Wanrong returned to her bold and cheerful demeanor, as if the person who was so fierce and evil was not her.
Sorry.
Su Chengyan was obviously a little depressed, looking at Jiang Lian with mixed feelings in his heart. From the inexplicable goodwill at the beginning to the discovery that the other party is actually his elder's wife.
He had already sorted out his emotions, but he was in the dilemma of being stalked by the other party after seeing his rotten love. His cultivation level is higher than that of Su Lingyao, and the Su family is not afraid of the Su family. But he does not want to embarrass himself and bring unnecessary trouble to the family. Not to mention that he cannot do anything like this to embarrass a woman.
Don't mind it.
Jiang Lian didn't pay much attention, but she knew in her heart that Su Lingyao would not give up. If the constraints of the original work had not disappeared, then other things would definitely happen in the future. She was looking forward to this, as it was a good opportunity to observe how much influence the original work would have, and whether she could completely break away from the influence of the original characters. In addition to the auction, Jubao Pavilion also has regular shops. It can be said to be a grocery store in the world of immortality, with everything you need.
How's it going? Is there anyone you like?
Looking at the bright eyes of his second sister-in-law Guo Wanrong, Jiang Lian felt a little embarrassed. Su Yeshuan asked her to go to the Su family store to pick up the spiritual stone when she was short of spiritual stones. But this was somewhat different from Hua Erseo's spiritual stone, which made her feel quite embarrassed. And she had not spent her own spiritual stone yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian asked Su Yeshuan through the jade pendant.
Ms., did you save money at Su's trading company? Well, you can take as much as you want.
At this point, Jiang Lian was a little strange. She could take as much as she wanted. If she vacated the Su family, the Su family would probably not agree. Of course, it was impossible for her to do this.
Mister, how many spiritual stones have you stored in it?
With the way she was squandering it casually, and what he usually gave her, it was probably no less. Su Yeshuan over there thought for a moment.
The manager reports several spiritual vein mines every 5 years. And it's almost time.
Over the years, the stewards had reported the reports. The figures were too huge, and he did not keep them in detail. The steward had made an oath to heaven and earth, and could not betray them. So he handed over all the regular management to him. Several spiritual veins or... That's right. But thinking about the strength of the Su family and Su Yeshuan, I felt a little relieved. At this moment, Su Yeshuan sent his name and detailed information.
This is the manager's contact information. My wife happens to be in Luojing. How about helping my husband go there for an inspection?
All of this has to be given to my wife's money. So it's a good idea to get acquainted with her while she's there. It's just a pity that he can't be with her. Thinking of this, Su Yeshuan's cold eyes turned cold as he looked into the depths of the sword tomb in the distance. The ceiling barrier became even more solidified. Some monsters that had been shouting and sprinting towards the barrier suddenly feared the sudden pressure and trembled. He calmed down for the time being. Inspection. Jiang Lian originally wanted to refuse. But after all, it belonged to Su Yeshuan, not hers. Although the two were already Taoist couples, she did not want to directly control the financial power. If it weren't for the whipping from the system and the original work, she would have just stayed there and become a worm without having to worry about anything.
I haven't been able to go back and take a look after all these years. Sorry, madam.
No matter what Su Yeshuan said, Jiang Lian felt very pitiful. It is really pitiful to think that he is stationed on Wanyan Peak all year round and cannot leave Kunlun very far all year round. Jiang Lian suddenly felt soft-hearted.
Okay, then I'll go take a look.
At this time, the third sister-in-law Su Fengying also asked enthusiastically.
Just take whatever you want. There is no need to be polite to the second sister-in-law,
Su Fengying said with a smile.
You don't know. My second sister-in-law is usually very stingy. But today she is so generous for the first time. I must take more of Yinner.
Jiang Lian also smiled happily and said,
Really? Then do I have to kill him severely?
Although they were saying that the second sister-in-law Guo Wanrong was stingy, Jiang Lian knew from this tone that they were just trying to lighten the atmosphere.
Don't be polite to me.
Jiang Lian looked around and found that she had them all in her space. Even better than the ones here. Either the inheritance was obtained, or Su Yeshuan gave a lot of it with a wheel. As for the things used for alchemy practice, Boss Su sent her housekeeper to give her a storage bag yesterday. There were various basic alchemy materials, and even several alchemy furnaces for beginners. The last few people strolled around and went back. As soon as they entered the door of the Su family, a young beauty and the steward rushed toward them in panic. Her face was somewhat similar to that of Su Chengyan. When she saw Guo Wanrong, she hurriedly knelt down and said,
Mom, please help me quickly. Come on. Sir, Dad is going to beat him to death.
Guo Wanrong's face was stern.
What did Bai Kuan do?
Her old man is the most easygoing, and her son's arrogance is not hopeless. Although he has become a bit uneducated and incompetent over the years, it does not make the old man so angry that he wants to kill someone. Xie Xiang trembled and stammered when faced with the pressure from his mother-in-law.
Mr.ms. He was drunk and exchanged Yinner's letter with the Su family.
After saying that, Xie Xiang fell to the ground as if he had lost his support, and even looked at his son distressfully. Her husband has a good character, but he is easily plotted when he drinks, and he has failed repeatedly. This time, I don't know what possessed my husband, Su Baikuan, to exchange Geng Tai for return. Su Chengyan looked at his mother in disbelief, his face pale, but he suppressed his emotions and waited for his mother to continue. Guo Wanrong said coldly,
You still haven't told the truth.
You can withdraw after exchanging Geng Tai. After all, if you make a drunken mistake and make peace, everything will be fine. It is impossible to make the old man so angry. Even Jiang Lian was a little curious about what happened. Judging from our interactions during this time, Brother Su is a very open-minded and cheerful person. Not so easily angered.
My husband made a contract between heaven and earth with a banquet.
She had already said it. And in thinking about her son's happiness, she secretly resented Su Baikuan for getting drunk and messing up, and involving Yinner. So she didn't without any concealment.
My husband promised that Yinner and Miss Su would sign a red jade pendant for marriage.
Miss Su. Jiang Lian had a bad feeling. Could it be that Su Lingyao from before? Red jade pendant. They are tied together for life, and their lives are related to each other. If that was the case, she suddenly sympathized with Su Chengyan. At this time, Su Chengyan stood there trembling, as if he was stupid. Guo Wanrong scolded with a cold face.
Yeah, it should be beaten to death.
As he spoke, he walked towards the hall aggressively. Chapter 116, Maybe You Don't Have to Die.
Father! I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have drank. Please save Yinner. I was the one who hurt him.
From a distance, Jiang Lian heard the pleading in the hall. What's wrong with this? He actually wanted to ruin his son's life by drinking. It is said that although family ties are valued in this world, there is no such thing as foolish filial piety. The question before him was whether Su Chengyan should help Su Baikuan after he signed the contract. If he didn't help, then he wouldn't have to marry Su Lingyao.
But Su Baikuin would die because he didn't complete the contract. If you help, then Su Baikuin will be intact. But Su Chengyan will have to pay the price with his marriage and life. As for Su Lingyao's virtuous character, and her brother is Su Heng. Oh my! Could it be that Su Chengyan was also the cannon fodder in the original novel? This rhythm is so familiar. You still have the nerve to say, why don't you just die? Guo Wanrong ran in and slapped Su Baikuin's face away. The slap mark on his face was extremely red. But in the powerful world of cultivation, Guo Wanrong was reluctant to hit him. Otherwise Su Baikuin would have been sprayed out. When Su Baikuin saw Guo Wanrong coming over, he seemed to have seen his savior and burst into tears. Mom, please help my son. It's my son's fault. He didn't hold back the alcohol bug and fell into their trap. My son is guilty. It stands to reason that people who cultivate immortality can directly dispel ordinary drinks with spiritual power. So they will not cause trouble due to alcohol. But Su Baikuin has a bad habit. That is, he doesn't like to dissolve the wine. He likes the feeling of being drunk. As if he is addicted. This time the other party came well prepared, and specially used drunk immortal brew. When the cultivator was drunk and wanted to dispel it, it didn't dissipate much. Coupled with Su Baikuin's bad habits, he was immediately drunk and fell into a stupor. What did others say? He still does what he does. Kuiner, this is your own mistake. You made the contract yourself, and you have to bear the consequences. Guo Wanrong closed her eyes and stood there in pain. She wanted to get angry, but Su Baikuin laughed angrily. How could such a stupid person be her son? Mom, save me! Save me! I don't want to die. Su Baikuin felt a little stupid when he saw his mother's attitude. In fact, he also knew in his heart what the price of not completing the contract would be. He simply had some conscience. So Su Chengyan stood there. Su Baikuin never asked him, not even asking him to help complete the contract. The only thing he asked for was whether he could not die. Kuiner, what exactly is the punishment specified in your contract? Who did you sign it with? Su Yanhui and Guo Wanrong were in trouble. And Su Fengying knew that this matter was related to her Su family. So she couldn't ignore it. She did feel extremely shameful towards the behavior of some people in her natal family. But that could not rule out the fact that she was the daughter of the Su family. Third aunt, it is impossible to change the contract. Su Laowu took me out for a drink. The person who signed the contract with me is in the same group. I don't know him, but his cultivation level is definitely higher than mine. I can't change it even if I want to. Su Baikuin knew that Su Fengying wanted to change the contract, or find the person who would agree to change the contract. This is probably the only chance for change. But when Su Baikuin recalled the attitude between that man and Su Laowu, it was almost impossible. At this time, Su Baikuin stopped begging and sat on the ground dejectedly without saying a word. He couldn't harm his own son. I have accomplished nothing in this life, but I have a good son. Now we can only wait for the result of death. Su Yanhui and Guo Wanrong, who were extremely angry, lost most of their anger when they saw him like this. You still have some conscience. He didn't tell his son to marry Su Lingyao directly. Guo Wanrong caught a glimpse of Su Chengyan standing there dumbly, and couldn't help but worry that this silly kid had always been on good terms with his father. If he didn't want his father to die and agreed to the contract, his life would be really ruined. Jiang Lian stood aside silently. In this world, the contract between heaven and earth is supreme. It can be said that heaven is a word. Once you swear by it, there is no way to escape. Of course, he must voluntarily sign the contract. Recalling those times when Xiao Miao was killed by lightning, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system. System, is it true that the oath cannot be changed? This won't work, but the punishment also depends on what it is. In fact, there are loopholes in the affairs of heaven. It just depends on how people avoid them. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. Is there hope? Su Yeshuan seems to have a pretty high opinion of the Su family, and she is also positive about the Su family's family tradition. Although Su Baikuin took the blame on himself. Looking at Su Chengyan's appearance, he would probably marry Su Lingyao directly to save his father's life. He was about to call Su Baikuin, but found that Su Yeshuan's seniority was too high. He didn't know how to call out. Nephew Baikuin signed a contract with that person. What will be the punishment if he violates it? It's a bit awkward to call someone who is so much older than me and has a higher level of cultivation than me my nephew. Su Baikuin, who was sitting there and had resigned himself to his fate, did not refuse to answer when the seventh aunt asked him. He still respectfully replied, if there is a breach of contract, the punishment of heaven will be given. He knew in his heart that he could not escape the punishment he swore. He had never heard of anything that could be changed in this world. It was just his last struggle. Therefore, he did not ask Jiang Lian to let Uncle Qi save him at this time. Jiang Lian thought that Li Ji died under punishment because of the unfinished contract of heaven.
System. Is this kind of punishment really unsolvable?
The act of cultivating immortality that goes against heaven's will can be blocked by thunder and calamity. So wouldn't this punishment be enough?
It's not impossible. In ancient times, people could choose the severity of the contract punishment. Later, perhaps due to the sealing of the boundary layer, this choice disappeared, and they were all the highest punishments. Is it simply impossible, or do people not know how to do it?
If you can choose the severity, you can not only solve the dilemma of being cheated by the Su family, but also punish Su Baikuin for his unreliable bad habits. The best of both worlds.
I don't know the method, but it depends on the situation. Let him activate the contract pattern first and have a look.
The seal of Time Waitian does have a certain impact on these small worlds. In addition to being unable to ascend to the upper world, some things are also affected to a certain extent. Impact. If it were tens of thousands of years later, the world would probably have changed even more.
Nephew Baikuin, can you inspire your contract pattern and show it to us?
The spiritual power of this pattern will not have any effect if it is transferred in. It just lights up the pattern for viewing. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, Su Baikuin, who had given up on himself, still inspired his contract pattern to show Jiang Lian.
What? Is it okay?
Jiang Lian couldn't see anything herself, but the color of the contract was the same as the pattern she signed with Xiao Shengsheng before.
Yes, but your rune level is not enough. You have to see if the time is enough for you to upgrade. It won't take long. The inheritance given to you by fairy, you will be there. And your current nascent soul stage cultivation level is barely adequate.
The accurate answer given by the system was undoubtedly a big surprise.
What does this pattern mean? Oh, it's nothing. It's the highest level contract. Anyone who breaks the contract will die. No need to guess. It's the same as the one you signed with Xiao Shengsheng.
Chapter 117, A Vicious Heart. Same. Xiao Shengsheng has such a cruel heart. A small bet required such a high price. Fortunately, she won. Otherwise her bones would have rotted away now. But since this was the case, Xiao Shengsheng did not dare to violate the previous contract. At this time, she could not wait to go back and let her fulfill the contract, so as to take a good look at her angry but forced face.
Is Li Ji's contract like this?
In fact, she guessed it without even thinking about it. Xiao Shengsheng besides Xiao Miao has always been a ruthless character. In the original book, there are many things that Xiao Miao, the White Lotus, cannot do because of the people around her. It was done for her, and Xiao Miao could regain a lot of loyalty with just a beautiful and cold touch from the side. Which is really stupid.
Yes. Seventh younger brother and sister. Is there anything wrong?
Jiang Lian's behavior was indeed a bit abnormal. Su Fengying couldn't help but ask, and the Su family present looked at her. The biggest question now is whether Su Baikuin and the other party have agreed on a time. She doesn't know if it will be late. He did not answer Su Fengying's words, but directly asked Su Baikuin.
Did Baikuin's nephew make an agreement with the other party on a time to get married?
Everyone was waiting silently for Su Baikuin's answer. This was a question that they had just ignored in their anxiety. Guo Wanrong couldn't wait for Su Baikuin to slow down and shouted anxiously.
Tell me! When did you tell them?
Originally, he planned to let Su Baikuin fend for himself. But after all, he was his biological son. What child is not the darling of his parents? The agreed time is probably Su Baikuin's last deadline. Although they, the immortal cultivators, seek immortality, they are not cowards. They are not afraid of death. And the Su family is not afraid either. Su Baikuin also thought of this at this time, and a cruel look appeared on his depressed face. Even if he died, he would never let Su Lao have an easy time. If you dare to plot against his Su family, then even the Su family will not be able to have an easy time.
Didn't say when.
After saying that, Su Baikuin knelt down towards Su Yanhui and Guo Wanrong. His voice was full of determination.
Mom and Dad, I will bear the responsibility for the mistakes I made. Although my son is useless, he is definitely not a coward. The Su family wants to bully my son.
It just won't work on my head, even if I die.
At this moment, Su Chengyan seemed to have made a lot of determination, gritted his teeth and said sadly,
Dad, it's okay. You can marry Su Lingyao. I don't mind.
You don't mind shit. But looking at the way he looks like he's going to die,
He must be very unwilling to do so. The Su family is Su Yeshuan's family. From his words, we can know that the relationship between the Su family and him is still good. If others want to plot against the Su family, they can't. It's also within her ability. So let's give it a try. Su Baikuan looked at Su Changyan with a straight face.
I am responsible for what I do. If you dare to make decisions privately, I will not recognize you as my son.
There was another
Snap.
sound, and there was another slap mark on Su Baikuan's other side. Guo Wanrong said with hatred.
You have done something wrong, and you still dare to show off here. Second sister-in-law, please don't be anxious. I may have a way to solve this situation.
Jiang Lian said hurriedly. Otherwise one of them would be fighting to death, and the other would be fighting to directly compromise and marry Su Lingyao endlessly.
You have a way.
Everyone looked at Jiang Lian in shock, but no one doubted her words. Even if those with full bloodlines say one day that they can break through the sky and fly to the outer world, it will not make those who know it feel strange.
It's a bit troublesome. But nephew Baikuan still has to suffer a little.
Everyone looked at Jiang Lian excitedly. Xie Xiang, who had been silent all this time, asked anxiously as if he was grasping a life-saving straw.
Is it possible to avoid death?
On one side is her husband-in-law. On the other side is her biological son. The dilemma makes her unable to make a choice. Su Baikuan is not enterprising and tends to make mistakes when drunk. But he is very kind to his wife and children on weekdays.
Maybe you don't have to die. But nephew Baikuan, please tell me the truth. Have you really not set a time?
If the time is too late, she will have no choice. Su Baikuan didn't dare to hide it anymore, and seemed to see hope at this time.
3 months. Su Lawu bullies people too much.
Su Yanhui cursed again at this time, but did not dare to influence Jiang Lian. But it was obvious that people from the Su family would not have an easy time meeting the second son of the Su family again.
7th younger brother and sister. Is it too late?
Even Guo Wanrong was a little worried at this time. She was actually looking forward to finding a solution. 3 months later, his nephew's wedding ceremony happened to be held, and all the relatives were there. Su Lawu was really good at planning.
Yes, but I have to research it. Although I can't die, I still have to prepare for the worst. Hemiplegia or something else may be possible. It depends on my nephew's luck.
With luck, she found the lightest punishment. Luck if not, she might become half dead and crippled by her research. 3 months should be enough for her to research it. Right.
It's okay. It's okay. This is the best news.
The Su family and others said that it would be okay even if they couldn't study it. It was Su Baikuan's own fault. Don't be stressed. But they were still looking forward to it.
Just tell me what my brothers and sisters need, and I will do my best to take care of it.
This was her last hope. Guo Wanrong was not polite to Jiang Lian, but she kept this kindness in her heart, and she would go through fire and water in the future. In order to reassure them, Jiang Lian still said,
I need some paper for practicing formations. The level doesn't have to be too good, just usable.
Is this going to modify the formation? Although I was a little curious about what method Jiang Lian would use to change this dilemma. But no one asked.
And they had even prepared in their hearts that it would end with a fight to the death with the Su family 3 months later.
Thank you.
Su Changyan looked at Jiang Lian with mixed emotions. He didn't expect the final result to be like this. He was glad that he might not have to marry Su Lingyao. But he felt even more complicated about the 7th lady. From now on, he will be the most loyal to her. Jiang Lian smiled indifferently at Su Changyan's gratitude. She was not trying to save Su Changyan. She just didn't want the Su family to be plotted against. Thinking that the Su family members and the original male protagonist Su Heng are from the Su family, Jiang Lian reminded.
I hope that no outsiders will know about this matter. Please keep it secret until it is resolved. That's for sure. I will definitely restrain the clan members. Please rest assured. 7th brother and sister.
The eldest son of the Su family, Su Yensong, who came after hearing the news, had a steady voice, carrying the unique majesty and commitment of a clan leader. Su Yensong's appearance is more mature, and Jiang Lian has seen him before. He smiled and thanked.
Sorry for bothering you, brother. It's nothing troublesome. It's our trouble. You don't have to feel pressure about this matter. We will accept any result.
After the matter settled, Jiang Lian received a message from Su Yeshuan as soon as he arrived in the room. Chapter 118 Auction.
Madam, don't bother dealing with the Su family's affairs. Just have fun.
He has everything under his control. and he doesn't want his wife to worry about family matters.
It's okay. It happens to be good for me too. It's okay to solve it, by the way,
Jiang Lian explained with a smile. It was indeed good, and her talisman array ability improved accordingly.
Ms., do you have any other ways to solve it?
I had never heard that the penalty for contract violation could be changed before, so Jiang Lian was a little curious. Apart from what the system said, was it because Su Yeshuan said he would solve it because there were other ways?
Then tell me what's good for you first.
Su Yeshuan's leisurely questioning let Jiang Lian know that if her interests were lost, he would avoid her losses. Understanding Su Yeshuan is like her, although she realizes that the time now is not long in the world of cultivation. But getting along with him is enough for her to understand him.
I learned a way to change the contract formation in Yu Xianji's inheritance. The punishment can be reduced, but I have to study it. If it succeeds, it can help solve the problem. If it doesn't, there will be nothing else to do.
Although he was confident in himself, Jiang Lian still reminded Su Yeshuan,
My husband, you must be prepared. I may not succeed.
Su Yeshuan smiled and said,
Don't have confidence in yourself?
It's just study. So Su Yeshuan felt relieved. The Su family really had to teach him some lessons about this matter. And Su Baikuan's bad habits had to be frightened. It would be up to his luck whether he would die or not. Children and nephews have their own destiny. Too much control will not be suitable for growth. My daughter-in-law is interested in working hard, which just gives her the motivation. Otherwise, if she has to focus on cultivation like others, it will be too fast and the foundation will not be stable.
It's not that I don't have confidence. I just have to be fully prepared,
Jiang Lian said with a naughty smile.
Do you miss me, sir? If so, I might go back later.
In fact, most sects do not strictly stipulate the time for disciples to go out, but it is enough to complete the task specified by the sect every time. So Jiang Lian can stay out as long as he wants. However, she still had to rush back to study alchemy and help her master refine the antidote as soon as possible. She would not stay outside for too long. With his wife's abilities, Su Yeshuan was not worried that she would not be able to learn. But she still had to have the necessary protection. If the people from the Su family dared to hurt his wife even a single hair, they would not be able to live well. Su Yeshuan's breath turned cold when he thought of the report about Su Lingyao whipping the little girl in the street. He couldn't get out of Kunlun. Not dead. If he dared to be so arrogant, he really didn't want to live. Messages were sent out from Wanyan Peak, and Luojing City would be turbulent again. The next day was the auction in Jubao Pavilion. Originally, Jiang Lian wanted to act alone this time, so using Yuqiong to hide his appearance could avoid a lot of trouble. But the kind invitation from the Su family was hard for Jiang Lian to refuse. Jiang Yu, the eldest lady of the Su family, even took out an exquisite disguise mask and gave it to her. Although the level was not comparable to that of Yu Qiongyin, it was still a rarity. Yu Qiongyin can hide her cultivation and appearance, and can even change her gender if she wants to. But the mask given by Mrs. Su only changes her face. The kindness was hard to refuse, but Jiang Lian still agreed to go together. She knew that the Su family felt indebted and wanted to make up for it financially. Today, the streets are full of people and very lively, and there is a lot of traffic in front of Jubao Pavilion. I originally thought it was in the treasure-gathering attic, but I didn't expect it to be in the building next door. Several beauties were standing at the door to welcome guests. Jiang Lian took a closer look at each of the golden elixir stages and above. He could also sense other powerful auras sitting in the pavilion. Today it is still the second sister-in-law of the Su family, Guo Wanrong, the third sister-in-law of the Su family, Su Fengying, Su Chengche and Su Chengyan, and in addition to the Su family's little princess Su Ranran. This is Su Fengying's little granddaughter, but her personality is very different from her. She is similar to Guo Wanrong, a beauty who is fearless. The key is not that Su Lingyao is like that, but that her IQ is completely online. Jiang Lian feels that it is particularly easy to get along with her. It is said that there is such a benefit in the world of immortality. When Su Fengying goes shopping with her granddaughter, someone who doesn't know it would really think that they are sisters.
Yan, you haven't been to Luojing yet. Luojing's treasure collection pavilion is the largest in the empire. The furnishings inside are full of novelties, and the auction is also very exciting. If you have something you like, feel free to bid. I'll pay for it for you.
Su Ranran is a little wealthy person. When he meets the little sister he likes, he wants her to have fun. They completely forgot that this is the seventh lady of their Su family. The richest person in their Su family is the seventh master. His secret wealth is estimated to be unmatched by anyone in the entire empire.
Aren't you afraid that the little treasury will be exposed by me?
Jiang Lian joked with a smile. Yu Qiong could hide at any time because she knew her master by shedding blood. So she wore the hiding mask given by Jiang Yu today. She still has a curtain on her head, a tender green dress with an ethereal hem, and a tall figure. Although her face cannot be seen from a distance, people can tell at a glance that this is definitely a stunning woman.
That's not possible.
Su Ranran leaned on Jiang Lian's shoulder and whispered,
although my small treasury cannot buy the entire treasure collection pavilion, it is definitely enough for Yin Yin to buy all the treasures here. So bold.
Jiang Lian laughed heartily. From the first time they met, Jiang Lian felt that this person was a good match. When she was at Su's house, she would occasionally go over to play with her whenever she had time. And she happened to be free today.
Then I won't be polite if I wait. Don't be polite to me.
Su Ranran also inexplicably felt that the seventh lady was very popular, and she didn't care about her elders or anything. So she just became her best friend. Jiang Lian laughed and laughed. And several people came to the Jubao Pavilion. The Su family is considered a prominent family in the entire Luojing city. And people like Jubao Pavilion, who are open to do business, know a few of them. When Jiang Lian and the others arrived, they were invited in by the receptionist without even handing over an invitation letter. Not to mention, the decoration inside is indeed very exquisite. The Su family's exclusive location is upstairs facing the auction table. It is the best location among the member rooms. The indoor furnishings are very comfortable, and the refreshments are all available. There is a display screen on the wall, which can clearly see the status of the treasures on the table, while also ensuring the privacy of the guests.
Yin Yin, come and sit quickly. The snacks here are pretty good.
Su Ranran pulled Jiang Lian towards the seats on the side, leaving the main seats to Guo Wanrong and Su Fengying. Su Chengche and Su Chengyan sat on the other side as foils. Today Su Chengyan lost the carelessness of the past and looked even more dull than yesterday. But there was nothing obvious about it. Outsiders would only think that he was in a bad mood today, because she was afraid that the walls had ears. Su Ranran did not call Jiang Lian directly, but still called her Yin Yin. At this time, Jiang Lian's curtain has been taken down, and her appearance is that of a delicate beauty. Not 1/10,000th as good as her own. She is fresh and refreshing, but not too prominent. Su Ranran approached Jiang Lian and said mysteriously,
Yin Yin, I just saw that the Su family's group is here too.
Chapter 119, the mission mode has changed. Hearing her gloating tone, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask,
the Su family are your relatives? Right. Are you so willing to see their jokes?
But thinking about Su Fengying's attitude towards the Su family, Jiang Lian could more or less guess it. Su Ranran said with disdain,
there are only a few people in the Su family. Otherwise everyone would have their nostrils in the sky and be very cunning. Let me tell you, Su Heng's status in the Xiling sect is extraordinary. But he is just the head disciple. The Su family's power in the Xiling sect is not small. But actually compared with our Su family, it is what's worse is that they act like they're on top all day long.
What Su Ranran didn't say was that the seventh master of the Su family was a well-established presence in Kunlun. But the villains of the Su family looked down on them. I feel that Master Qi cannot leave Kunlun and is stationed at Jianzhong all year round. So there is nothing to fear. The Su family kept a low profile, but the Su family always thought they were lower than them. Jiang Lian looked at Su Fengying, somewhat curious about what the Su family and the Su family were like. Su Fengying smiled and said,
don't worry about Yin Yin. She has always been like this.
Seeing how the third sister-in-law didn't care, Jiang Lian realized that this was a bad relationship. If the relationship is not good, and she is really involved in the original work and has any childishness with the Su family, then she will have nothing to worry about. Besides, she didn't even think about it in the first place. The auction started soon. A beautiful lady in particularly cool clothes fell from the sky and stood on the stage. Jiang Lian couldn't see through her cultivation level, so she must be higher than the early stage of nascent soul.
Welcome everyone to take time out of your busy schedule to come and participate in this auction. I am Auctioneer Lan Xian, a senior auctioneer in the Empire. Number 09. Today's auction will be hosted by me. I am very happy to serve you. I hope that my service brings good luck to everyone here.
While the beauties on the stage were chatting away, Jiang Lian looked at Su Ranran and asked curiously,
does the auctioneer still have a rank and number?
Su Ranran also became interested at this time and began to explain eloquently. Auctioneers also need a certain ability to appraise treasures. The Empire has a guild that specializes in obtaining certificates. And top business giants, like Jubao Pavilion, are even more demanding. Gao. There are many such auctioneers under his banner.
This Lan Xian is also one of the best in the auction world. In addition to her beauty, she also has strong communication skills.
Or a celebrity. The auction on the stage has already begun. And the first items on offer are some elixirs and magical herbs. Jiang Lian didn't have much interest in those things. Su Yeshuan put a lot of these things in her space. And the quality was even better than those on the stage. Seeing Jiang Lian sitting there quietly, Su Ranran asked Jiang Lian curiously,
"Is there anything yin you like? Don't buy it just to save me some money."
Jiang Lian was amused.
"I haven't fallen in love with it yet. I have to find a big one that will make you bleed."
Although she said this, Jiang Lian would not really let them pay for it all. She still had no place to spend her mountains of spiritual stones.
"The next thing I want to take pictures of our 3 bags of rare elixir seeds brought from ancient ruins. After our pharmacist's judgment, they are indeed the seeds of ancient high-level elixirs. But there is no guarantee whether they will germinate."
Elixir seeds? Jiang Lian was a little curious. At this time, the system reminded,
"The host had better buy it. Otherwise you will regret it." "What's the effect?"
After the introduction, Lan Xian over there announced,
"The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones. Please bid."
I don't know if this kind of seed can grow, but only a few alchemists are interested in it. A few people followed the price. When Jiang Lian saw that it was almost done, he pressed the bell next to him. I couldn't help but ask the system,
"System, do you know what those seeds are?"
The dog system became arrogant again this time.
"No comment. You will know when you learn the alchemy technique and use it. Then you can always tell whether they can survive." "Right.
If they are all unusable, wouldn't it be a huge loss?"
"I don't know if others can survive, but your space can."
The system's reminder reminded Jiang Lian that her space could be improved by planting. But she hadn't even had time to start planting yet. It would be nice not to be cheated. So Jiang Lian started filming with peace of mind. The previous ones were just out of interest, and the prices were not very expensive. So they just wanted to take pictures for fun. Now that the ones above have started to follow suit, those ones have stopped thinking about continuing. Jiang Lian thought that was the end of it. The starting price was 5,000 spirit stones. But she only paid 6,000 to get it. It wasn't a loss. But it was a bargain. At this time, the bell in the next room also rang, followed by a voice.
10,000.
The microphone in the venue has been specially processed, so it is impossible to hear who the other party is. And it is not even clear whether it is a man or a woman. And Su Ranran obviously looked at the room next door and knew who it was. He stood up in a flash, walked to the bidding table and gritted his teeth.
"Su Lingyao is so shameless. I will make her look good. Yin asked me to do it, but I don't believe it. I am more afraid of her than my financial resources." Su Ranran. After saying that, he pressed the Jingbai bell and said,
10,000 and 5,000.
Lan Xian on the stage smiled brightly. The secret news about the affairs of the Su family and the Su family in the pavilion has been received. It is their treasure-gathering pavilion that will win today, and the pocket of the pavilion master will be thicker again. Su Ranran was not an impulsive person, but what happened to Su Lingyao this time really made her sick. Jiang Lian watched them compete leisurely.
System. Is this kind of money valuable?
She was considering whether to trick the Su family and then find a way to snatch it away. There are also some robbers in the world of cultivation.
Your method won't work. If you want the seeds to be usable, you have to take them and put them in a space to develop. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be used anymore. The activity of the seeds is limited, and the person who took them didn't know the correct way to preserve them, so it was damaged. If it had passed through other hands, the activity would have completely disappeared.
If you know the host, you still have to ask. So the system directly explains it all at once. No matter what I heard, I felt aggrieved. If the other party was Su Lingyao, it was obvious that he was looking for trouble. It was very disgusting and made him feel very uncomfortable.
Ding! Start a new quest line. My destiny is up to me. I am free and happy. Please return the multiplier of the loss you have suffered to the host. The higher the multiplier, the higher the reward points. Points will be deducted as a penalty for failure.
The sudden mission had completely different rewards and punishments than before. Jiang Lian asked curiously,
"What points?"
At this time, the system kindly explained.
The points earned by the other party at a loss are determined by the system. The higher the points, the more points you will get. 10 points can be exchanged for a lottery draw. If you lose 5 points, you will be punished by a lightning strike. Now the total number of points is 0. And there is no limit.
She has seen through this system. She wants to hit her with lightning no matter what. And there is no limit. How many lightning tribulations do she want to hit her with?
Then how to calculate this multiple? Based on your happiness index. This is rather mysterious, and the host may not be able to understand it.
At this time, Jianglian felt that this system was so stupid.
I'm very happy now. I don't have to complete this task.
Chapter 120 Higuancher. Obviously, no matter how beautiful the dream is, how cruel the display will be, don't think of a dog being kind to a dog. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, you can only work hard on your own. Since you have to get it, it's boring to grind like this. The bidding bell on the opposite side rang again.
20,000.
The voice was deliberately smug, and the meaning was very obvious. What could you do if it was intentional?
Does the money for the auction need to be paid in cash or deposited in advance?
It's a bit annoying to fight for it and be cheated, since it is necessary to get it. Jianglian is not going to bother like this. Su Ranran was a little surprised why she suddenly asked this question, and explained,
anything is fine. Generally, members are given priority in more important auctions. New customers must deposit enough deposits to enter. Cash for ordinary auctions is also fine. Don't worry, Yin Yin. I will definitely help you capture the seed. Our Su family is a black card member of Jubao Pavilion. So don't worry.
Black card?
What's the highest membership level? Are Juboj available in many places?
While talking, Su Ranran rushed to bid again, and the price rose to 25,000. Although this 5,500 yuan was not high in a normal auction, it was still a lot. Everyone present speculated that this Luo, which of the two sons of Beijing's giants, will give up first?
Yes. Juboj is located in many places. Almost every city. Their memberships are divided into 3 levels: white, gold, and black. The spiritual stones in the membership card can be used in every store.
The membership system is quite advanced.
Can I ask the waiter to come to the room?
Although he didn't know what Jianglian wanted to do, Su Chengche, who had been silent, said,
okay. But our Su family regularly deposits a sum of spiritual stones every year. Grandpa has already asked someone to apply for a sub-card for you. So there is no need to apply for it separately. Scream. You give it back. You give it back. But you can't stop me from spending money.
Seeing Jianglian's insistence, Su Chengche rang the service bell. It didn't take long for the people from Jubao Pavilion to come over, because the Su family was a senior member and one of the most powerful in Luojing City. They did not dare to neglect. So the person who came up was a steward.
I wonder what your distinguished guest's instructions are.
Manager, he saluted respectfully. His simple appearance, but unusually smooth. Jianglian went straight to the point and asked,
are you in charge?
The person who asked Guancher, he was someone he had never seen before. His attitude was still kind, and he was not unhappy at all.
Don't worry. If the matter you need to deal with is beyond my scope of authority, I will definitely call a higher level person for you.
Manage. Okay. I want to top up 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Can I exchange it directly for the right to obtain the seeds that are currently being auctioned?
Jianglian's attitude didn't feel like she was overpowering others. Instead, she had a tone of discussion. But it made those in charge feel that she was bound to win.
I'm afraid I have to apply for this.
Jianglian understood that the 1 million high-grade spiritual stones might not be enough chips. Thinking of this, Jianglian took out a jade box from the space and put it on the table and handed it over.
What about this?
Manager, he stepped forward and opened the jade box and looked at it, full of shock.
This? Please wait a moment.
Manager, he went out, and everyone looked at the jade box with the lid on the table. Xianlan Kui. The material of the orchid is like a purple rock. The greatest orchid. The most important thing is that it is second only to the purple. It can reshape the muscles and veins, be a good medicine for serious injuries, and can even help to avoid inner demons when advancing. It is rare in the world. If it is refined by a high-level alchemist, the effect will be even more inestimable.
It's better to save good things like yin yin for later use. We can take pictures of them easily.
Guo couldn't help but suggest that such good things are scarce even in the Su family. She was in urgent need. But it was not appropriate to speak. They didn't know that there were actually many plants planted in Jianlian's space, including Yu Xianji's inheritance. And there were even many seeds. In order to be able to complete the task,
Jianlian felt that this was the best way for her to not feel aggrieved. Isn't it a robbery? Then let you grab it. Second sister-in-law. Don't worry. I know it well. Seeing that Jianle had decided to smoke, Guo Wanrong hesitated for a moment and then asked, how about I take a photo of the seeds and exchange them with you for the market price of this purple rock lankui? Su Fengying and others looked at Guo Wanrong in surprise. A little surprised that she would make such a request. Su Fengying even wanted to remind Guo Wanrong secretly not to do this. But obviously you can't take back what you said. Jianlian was stunned for a moment. Second sister-in-law needs this Xian lankui? To be honest, it does work. Guo Wanrong was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain. She knew in her heart that what she was doing was wrong. But she became even more determined when she thought of her old man's hidden hurt. Su Yanhui has always had a hidden injury, which is not very serious and does not show up on weekdays. But it does have a certain impact when he advances. If nothing goes wrong with the old man's cultivation, he will be able to make further progress in a while. But she is particularly worried. If he cannot bear it, he will fall and be separated forever. Xian lankui is the most suitable, but it is also the rarest. I didn't expect to encounter it today. Jianlian didn't give her a chance to say anything anymore. He took out an identical jade box from the space and handed it over. He said with a smile, don't worry. I still have it. This is for my second sister-in-law. She wants to believe that Guo Wanrong is good and is not motivated by wealth. Everyone in the room was shocked that there was a second plant. Guo Wanrong still insisted on getting the first one. She was even worried that she had asked Jianlian to give her the one he kept for himself. You can keep this yin one for yourself. I will just buy the first one. Although she knew that once the purple rock lankui came out, the entire auction would go crazy, and the price was beyond her ability to estimate. But she didn't want to take advantage of her younger sister-in-law. The bad things her son had done were enough trouble for her, and they would not be human if they took advantage of her. Don't worry. I still have it. Also, did Yin dig its nest? So many. Su Ranran stood there in shock, looking at Jianlian with no confidence. That's right. So second sister-in-law doesn't need to be polite to me. Guo Wanrong looked at Jianlian. This was her last hope. If she didn't find the corresponding medicine, Su Yin would be in doubt about how to advance. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She finally responded with a choked voice. Thank you, Yin Yin. As she spoke, she emphasized, Yin Yin, I will give you the price according to the number of spiritual stones that will be auctioned later. You cannot refuse. This was already taking advantage of his younger sister-in-law. So Guo Wanrong was a little embarrassed. There is a rule in Jubao Pavilion. As long as you can afford something stronger than the king's item in the auction, you have the right to give priority to the lowest price to buy any of the top 20 items in the auction order. But apparently there are not many of these. Or almost none. Jianlian also happened to hear it when he was just introduced. Chapter 121 Su Lu is extremely sad. Soon Guancher he came. And the bidding for the seeds on the stage was deadlocked after Su Ranran specially changed it to a competition of 100 spiritual stones, or 100 spiritual stones. The girl's request complies with the rules. Are you sure this one will be put on the auction stage? After all, it is Xian lankui, so this kind of treasure still needs to be confirmed. Moreover, the Su family is also one of the most powerful families in the empire, not to be messed with. Of course. Can my request be met? Jianlian sat there leisurely, waiting for the steward's answer. It was obvious that the steward was good at getting things done, and he responded respectfully without hesitation. Okay, I've already ordered the auction items to be removed. As soon as Guancher finished speaking, and the Su family called out the price, Jianlian hurriedly called Su Ranran to stop and continued to add more. Su Ranran also stopped happily, and even looked forward to the wonderful expression on Su Lingyao's face when she got the news. When Long Xian took the first shot on the stage, Su Lingyao glanced at the Su family's position in the Su family's room with pride. Humph! If you want to fight with me, Su Ranran is still a little green. Although it is a useless seed, some people are rare. The master who helped me a lot, as my father said today, is interested in studying this. The master had helped her a lot, and she felt even more happy when she thought that Su Chengyan was about to compromise and hold a wedding ceremony with her. Since the master wants the seeds, there is nothing he can't refuse. Unexpectedly, after the first blow of the hammer on the stage, a steward came up to the stage and announced, Thank you for your support. Our Jubao Pavilion has always had a clear rule that the top 20 lots can only be sold if they are higher than the top lot. I got the same price at the lowest price.
Now this lot has an owner. I hope you will forgive me.
As he spoke, the steward bowed toward the Su family's position to express his apology. Although the Su family is one of the 8 major families, in strict comparison, Jubao Pavilion is really not afraid of them. They have been able to have branches all over the country for so many years, and the strength behind them is even more impressive than that of the Su family. Jubao Pavilion's news network is not a vegetarian.
Stay tuned to see what our mysterious ace auction item will be next.
The manager went down, and the auction items were also taken away, but the people below didn't care. Everyone was talking about what was it that was more powerful than the ace auction item arranged this time. What is the mentality of the people who sell the auction items? He actually produced something even more powerful than the ancient fragments rumored this time. Wouldn't it be nice to keep that kind of thing to yourself? Su Lingyao in the room was about to explode with anger. But the master was here today. Seeing how respectful her father was to him, she didn't rush to do anything wrong. And she was completely frustrated. The seeds were quickly delivered in special jade boxes.
The seeds are all here. Please check them. Girl.
Manager, he took the seeds and put them on the table in front of Jiang Lian very respectfully. Jiang Lian looked at it and put it into the space without saying anything.
The fee will be deducted from the card.
This is the correct way to open it.
Yes. This is your black card. The proceeds from the auction will be transferred to the card later.
Guancher, he presented a black jade card with a special pattern and the unique logo of Jubao Pavilion on it, which was very beautiful. Of a card. Jiang Lian took the card and said nonchalantly,
"No. I may have something to take pictures later, and we will settle the matter together then."
"Okay.
I wish you good luck and excuse me."
Manager, he thought that although Jiang Lian was only in the early stages of qi refining, he did not underestimate her. You must know that there are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this world. But this one is probably more than that. Being able to sit so friendly with the Su family, and even being able to use purple rock lankui as a bargaining chip in exchange for other less valuable items is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface.
The steward went out, and each room had a special passage for employees to enter and exit. Therefore, others did not know that a steward had entered the room of the Su family. And there was even a present stronger than the king's auction item. This design well guarantees customer privacy. Of course, this is only for premium members. Everyone was curious about who the person was who exchanged the seeds. And some even began to wonder whether the seeds could actually be other treasures. But obviously no one could guess or see it. The protective measures of Jubao Pavilion were so good that it was impossible to find even the slightest clue. Su Lingyao had thought about whether it was the people of the Su family who had done something good. But it was impossible. She would rather believe that someone else she didn't know had left her, rather than believe that this aggrieved thing had happened to her. The body may also be caused by Su Ranran. Su Ranran looked at Jiang Lian with bright eyes, as if she was seeing someone she admired in particular. A little fangirl.
Yan Yan, you are so awesome. Su Lingyao is probably going to be furious at this moment. You know, she was only one step away from success. This last step is so awesome.
She couldn't help but laugh loudly. Laughed? It's so cool. Isn't it?
It's just a joke. There will be something more enjoyable later. Then, I have agreed that you can't stop me from spending my own money later.
After removing the 1 million high-grade spiritual stones just now, her spiritual stone mountain has only reached the tip of the iceberg. Nothing at all.
Are you going to spend my little treasury?
Su Ranran's pouting was a bit like coquettishness. But she had a good sense of proportion, and would not be annoying. It was just a joke between friends. Jiang Lian also smiled and said,
"Let your little treasury stay with you for a few more days. Keep it well, and take me to eat delicious food another day. I don't have much interest in other things, but I will never dislike delicious food."
Speaking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but pinch a piece of pastry on the table and eat it. Su Ranran was right. The pastries in Jubao Pavilion did have a unique flavor. Although it's a little worse than her Su Yeshuan's. The taste is also unique. She believes that food in the world has a unique taste. The same thing made by different people is even more different. Su Ranran nodded and said with a smile,
"That's it. I didn't expect you to be so good at yin yin. Now you have found the right person. There are no delicacies and snacks in Luojing City that I don't know about. I will definitely guarantee your satisfaction."
Guo Wanrong and Su Fengying looked at Su Ranran and Jiang Lian getting along with each other with smiles. They knew that their younger sister-in-law could get along well with Su Ranran. Although this girl Su Ranran is a little careless. She has a good temperament and is annoying. Full of youthful energy. Not like they are old and stale.
"Really? Then we agreed. Don't let me look for you, and you are gone.
When Jianlian heard that she was really looking forward to something delicious, her eyes almost started to light up. Although there are many delicacies made by Su Yeshuan in this space, the most important thing in the world is food. If you come to Luojing and don't eat special delicacies, you will definitely be in a big loss.
That's for sure. I'm always waiting for Yin Yan's arrangements.
The auction on the stage continued amid the laughter. The next few lots were all good, but Jiang Lian was not interested and did not take action. However, there are a few things that Su Chengyan and Su Ranran are interested in. But as long as they bid, the Su family will inevitably compete, which is very annoying. Chapter 122 Black Jade Card.
No matter how shameless the rest of the Su family is, they will never do such boring things. It must be that bitch Su Lingyao who is looking for trouble.
Su Ranran was so angry that she screamed. Jian Lian sat there a little indifferently and did not participate. She is not an impulsive person, not to mention that she is lazy, so she does not feel the same hatred. But the revenge for trying to trick her must be avenged. The system has not yet notified that the mission was successful, which proves that the location just found has not yet completed the mission. A few more items were being auctioned, and now a four-cornered alchemy furnace appeared on the stage. It had a golden appearance, and the patterns on the SHL were very delicate and beautiful. It was a small one, and Jianglian fell in love with it at first sight. You can tell by the breath that it is not ordinary, but it seems to be lacking something, and has lost its original greatest effect. This inexplicable feeling was the same as the one she had when Feiyu's sword was used. Although it was usable, it was somewhat incomplete, but it attracted her inexplicably.
This cauldron alchemy furnace was also obtained from ancient ruins. It has never appeared on the list. It is a top-grade spiritual weapon, but it is incomplete. You may have the luck to be able to complete it.
Long Xian's slim figure, graceful, but her voice, sonorous and powerful, with a heroic spirit. The explanation is pleasant to the ears without feeling frivolous. Jianlian felt that she was enjoying herself just listening to it.
The starting price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones.
100,000 high-grade spiritual stones was a lot, but given the market price, Jianlian had just enough money, and he was just right in her eyes. There were quite a few bidders this time, and the ones who heard more voices were female cultivators. That's right. Just that appearance can attract countless beauty lovers. And with the reputation of an ancient ruin and a high-grade spiritual weapon, even more people are vying for it. When the price range below stabilized at 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones, Jianlian rang the bidding bell.
510,000.
Seeing the people above starting to scramble, as expected, the bell over the Su family also rang. Everyone present stopped thinking and watched the scramble scene that had happened many times today reappeared on the court. The people in Jubao Pavilion have no intention of stopping them. They are giving them money. Who would dislike having too much money?
The Su family is really annoying.
Su Ranran was on the verge of breaking out, but she didn't do anything. Although her temper was hot, at least her IQ was on the line. He looked at Jianlian and said,
Yan, we have authority in Jubao Pavilion. Why don't we use it?
The Su family is the most low-key, but they are not stupid. If this happens again and again, anyone will be unhappy. In the Su family's room, Su Lawu called out to Su Lingyao.
Yao, don't get into trouble with those people from the Su family. You will marry into them in the future.
The daughter was not allowed to stay in college. Otherwise, he would not be willing to let his precious daughter marry to the Su family. But who could make his daughter fall in love with her like that? He really couldn't help it. Seeing the misfortune of my daughter, I couldn't bear it. So I took action. But this silly girl of hers is still too competitive. If she really enters the Su family in the future, she will probably be really afraid of suffering. Thinking of this, Su Lawu couldn't help but blush.
Dad, you won't care about me when I get married?
Su Lingyao acted as if her father was a great supporter, and no one could bully her. Su Lawu's heart warmed, and he said loudly,
How can I not care about you? Whoever dares to bully you, Dad will fight him to the death.
The Su family probably only has this quality. He treats his children well, and dotes on them endlessly. But each one of them developed a domineering and troublemaking personality. And sooner or later the family tradition ruined things. There was also a person competing in another room on the field. Jianlian didn't know who the other person was, but he sat there leisurely waiting to ring the bell. No matter how expensive it was, it couldn't be more expensive than the purple rock Lankui. In addition to the 1 million spirit stones. If it is not enough, there will be countless more in her space. But she is not stupid.
She just has a lot of money. But this alchemy furnace is very suitable for her eyes. System, do you think you can repair it if I take a photo of this alchemy furnace? The Feiyu sword was the fragment drawn by the system through lottery. There were many fragments of other things in the space. She was a little curious about how the system got those. It depends on your luck. Jiang Lian didn't have much hope that the system would say anything if oil and salt didn't enter it. She didn't ask if it was worth photographing. The most important thing for those who cultivate immortality is the word fate. This alchemy furnace attracted her. So she happened to be short of an alchemy furnace. So she took a photo of it. Suddenly, she remembered that she had two strange fires. She didn't know if the alchemy furnace obtained from the so-called ancient ruins could withstand the strange fires. Then you can tell me whether my strange fire can be used. Right. As she asked. The movements of her hands did not stop. And she was bidding at the critical moment. At this time, she and the Su family were the only ones left to bid. The price had risen to 600,000. The Su family had really come to terms with it. Generally, it's up to you to control it. Another ambiguous statement. Jiang Lian thought for a moment. The attraction attracted her so much that she didn't want to give up. So Jiang Lian sat there leisurely. As long as the other party rang the bell, she would add it at the lowest price. The situation was like this. If a customer has Zhang Liangji, Jubao Pavilion will have a wall ladder. Faced with this kind of malicious bidding, there is a set time. When the time is up, the two sides who are in a stalemate will have a steward come over and then bid at a secret price. Who will bid? Whoever has the highest will go to him. Soon it was time for the secret price. The person who came was still the manager. He smiled as soon as he came in and said, I wonder how much the distinguished guest wants to bid. I want absolute access. What are my requirements? Faced with Jiang Lian's strength, manager he hesitated for a moment and then said, I don't know how much the other party will offer. But if the distinguished guest wants the absolute right to obtain it, there is nothing he can do. Jiang Lian understood the steward's intention at a glance. She originally wanted to take out 1 or 2 more elixirs for bidding. Anyway, there were a lot of mature ones in her space. And there were still seeds that could be planted, which would be enough to earn some spiritual stones. As a result, Su Yeshuan sent a message. When you meet someone you like, take out 1 Yenfeng's token and show it to the person in charge. Jiang Lian was a little surprised. Master, do you know where I am? She had not told Su Yeshuan before that she would come to Jubao Pavilion today. Well, just tell the manager what you want, and they will do it. It seems that the tone he used when he opened Jubao Pavilion felt very strange. No need to pay. Right. Jiang Lian was shocked. She decided to go back and ask Su Yeshuan properly. This was too shocking. Because time was limited. Jiang Lian took out the black identity jade plaque and asked, What about this one? At this time, everyone in the room was shocked. The highest authority in the world of Jubao Pavilion is the black jade card. These are only a few in the founding office, equivalent to the existence of the elder level. And even now they are no longer distributed to the outside world. Several people in the Su family were also shocked that Jiang Lian actually had the authority of this black jade card, which was greater than the authority of the Su family in Jubao Pavilion. Even so, they didn't say anything. And manager he bowed respectfully and said, Okay, I'll deal with it. Chapter 123 Empty. Just as Guancher he was about to go out, Jiang Lian called out to him. Wait a minute. I won't take advantage of you. You can just add 1 more spiritual stone to the other party's bid. That's a little bit. Manager he didn't say anything and still went out respectfully. Su Ranran looked at Jiang Lian with admiration beyond words. Yan, why are you so powerful? She had been fighting Su Lingyao for so many years. And even if she succeeded, she would be tricked later by the shameless elders of the Su family who protected their shortcomings. But Yan is simply killing people without a long-sightedness. Who can say that they cheated? No. For the first time, Su Lingyao definitely didn't know who had cut off the information. She might have thought of the Su family, but she didn't dare to make a conclusion. After all, Jubao Pavilion was famous for its confidentiality. This time it's even more amazing. It's a secret move. The price is frustrating, but no one will suspect that they are cheating. The reputation of Jubao Pavilion is so good that no one will suspect that they are operating behind closed doors. The amount obtained this time was announced instantly on the stage. 650,001 spirit stones. After Jiang Lian knew the other party's bid, she clearly knew that the other party was playing with her. Otherwise, the price has just reached 600,000. If you really want to compete, you can't just add that 50,000. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian's eyes dimmed. Very good. She belongs to the Su family. If she doesn't make you bleed, she won't be Jiang Lian. Even more depressed than Jiang Lian was Su Lingyao, who originally thought that this time she could ask the Su family to pay a big price for items that could have been easily obtained. She was waiting expectantly for the results to be announced on stage. But she didn't expect that there was only one more spiritual stone than what she paid. This was very depressing. She said that winning would indeed allow the Su family to spend more spiritual stones. But she still had a feeling of anger that she couldn't get out of her heart. She was extremely unhappy. Why was there only one spiritual stone difference? The auction on the stage continued. And soon the original protagonist of today appeared. The ancient fragments. Jiang Lian was not interested in these, but still turned to ask Wu Wenrong and Su Fengying. Will the Su family win? Due to the closure of Tian Weishan, many people are keen to search for ancient ruins, trying to find a way to break through the boundary layer, enter Tian Weishan, and ascend away. If Yan Yan is interested, we can compete. Su Fengying's answer was obviously very obvious. The Su family is not a must-win. If Jiang Lian likes it, she can take a photo of it and give it to her. Since you don't have to win, then let's trick the Su family into a trap. Of course, you may not be able to get it. You may get someone else. But what if you are lucky enough to get it? In her memory, Su Heng's family in the original book found a lot of these and gave them to him. She didn't know if they were of any use. Maybe this is one of them. So maybe I got tricked. It was just fragments anyway, and she had no interest in slowly collecting them. She has the fortune-bringing branch and Yu Qiongyin, so she is not afraid of running out of good things. How does Yanyan want to cheat? Su Ranran asked curiously. Don't Master Chi study this? If their family has such pictures, they usually give them to the 7th master. The 7th master of the Su family has the highest cultivation level and the best understanding. Su Yeshuan? He is trapped in one in peak and can't get out. So he probably isn't very interested in this kind of thing. Right? Although he thought so, Jiang Lian still asked Su Yeshuan. Miss Sir, there is a fragment of an ancient scroll. Do you want it? Su Yeshuan quickly replied. That won't be of much use today. If you like to come back, I'll give it to you then. Not so useful? Fake? This is great fun. At this time, she was even more looking forward to what the Su family's expressions would be like. Really? But the ruins are empty. If you're curious some other time, I'll take you for a walk. Empty. That would be even better. If you spend a lot of money to get the scraps, and then finally collect them, and find that the joy is in vain, then the fun will be even greater. Miss Sir, you're not selling this scrap, are you? It was just a joke. But Su Yeshuan confirmed that it was not a joke. At this time, the smile on Jiang Lian's lips almost overflowed. In order for her husband-in-law to earn more spiritual stones. Su family, if you don't bleed, who will? I'll come this time, Jiang Lian said to the people in the room as soon as Lan Xian finished the introduction on the stage. The ancient fragmentary scroll, as the original final price of this time, would definitely not be low. 1 million high-grade spiritual stones persuaded many people to quit at once. But there is no shortage of people taking a look at the excitement. The price rose in an orderly manner. Jiang Lian rang the bidding bell when the price was still very low. 5 million. This price is not very high. There have been auctions of ancient fragments of this kind in the past, and the price is not much different. But the sudden jump from more than 1 million to 5 million is indeed a bit high. But it also gives people a feeling of being determined to win. This sense of strength is so damn powerful that it makes people feel proud and powerful. As expected, the bidding bell from the Su family rang immediately. 5,100,000. 5.5 million. Jiang Lian's voice was impatient, as if adding more could get rid of the other party. Apparently there were a few people present who wanted the ancient fragments. They took a few pictures, but gave up when Jiang Lian raised the price to 7 million. There is indeed a chance that this fragment can be used to find an ancient secret realm, or even a way to ascend to the outer world. But that is only a possibility, and it is not worth spending so much. Su Lingyao gritted her teeth and looked at Su Laowu. Dad, are you still filming? It was the clan leader's order to get this ancient fragment this time, but the amount had exceeded the previous price, and Su Lingyao was a little reluctant to do it. Shoot, Su Laowu said very calmly. The family has found 2 identical fragments. According to reliable information, today's one may be from the same secret realm. I don't know how complete it is, but it has let them see hope. Su Lingyao pressed the bidding bell again, and this time raised the price directly to 8 million. Is this still relevant? How about adding more? 10 million. That voice was so gnashing of teeth that Jiang Lian felt that if there was no entertainment industry in this world, and no need for dubbing, she would definitely be an excellent voice actor. Look how realistic her voice is. Su Ran on the side admired the seventh lady even more. Su Lingyao pressed the bidding bell bitterly. Su Laowu was too late to stop him. He thought that such a huge price could be obtained by special means in the future. So there was no need to fight here. But once you press the bidding bell, you can't regret it. Finally, Su Laowu shouted, 1,001 million. He also told Su Lingyao not to follow him again if the other party tried again. It's a pity that Jiang Lian heard the sound was different. Seeing that the game was almost over, he stopped ringing the bell, watching the hammer on the stage finalize the sound. He felt so happy in his heart. The price is twice as much as before, which is really fun. His eyes flashed slightly. Su family, I'm not afraid that you won't be tempted by what's coming next. Please be prepared to be deceived. Chapter 124. Why are there only 5? Everyone should be very curious about the mysterious items that will be auctioned next. The beautiful maid on the stage brought up a tray covered with black cloth, both of which were specially customized to isolate them from outside exploration. Lan Xian stepped forward with a smile and opened the black cloth under the curious eyes of everyone. A transparent cover was covering the tray. The jade box inside was open. Xian Lankui's purple aura filled the entire glass cover, and the extent was visible at a glance. It can be seen that the preservation is quite complete, and it may even have been picked not long ago. This kind of medicine is definitely the best. Everyone exclaimed. The surroundings started to become noisy. Some who didn't bring enough spirit stones today hurriedly took out their communication jade pendants to notify their families to prepare for their arrival, regardless of whether they are members of a big family or a small family. Even the wealthy businessmen and casual cultivators present here hope to own this purple rock Lankui. People around are ready to move. In the world of cultivation, anyone may accidentally make something go wrong, and everyone wants to repair hidden illnesses and avoid the existence of inner demons. In the room where Su Lingyao was, the master who was sitting quietly and resting was full of excitement when Xian Lankui appeared. But he quickly calmed down. I don't ask for anything else. Just this. What do you think? Fellow Taoist Su? The hidden injuries over the years have made it impossible to improve my cultivation. I originally thought that I was at the end of my life and wanted to get something at the end. This time he rashly agreed to form a contract with the Su family. He did such a risky thing just to ask someone to calculate where the hope was. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered it. Xian Lankui. God will not destroy him, Lu Xiangfa. To be honest, my clan is also in urgent need of this purple rock orchid K. Can fellow Taoist Lu exchange it for the same one? Su Laowu said in a consulting tone, but his attitude was somewhat forceful. I happen to need this Xian Lankui urgently. Fellow Taoist Su doesn't want to break the contract. Right. Lu Xiangfa showed the contract lines on his hand. The higher level party may cancel the contract if it is willing. Not to mention, he had kept a careful eye on it when they made the contract. If the Su family doesn't want to fulfill it, he can go to the Su family, who will definitely be happy to do so. Su Laowu's breath changed slightly. His eyes moved, and he looked at Lu Xiangfa, who didn't answer in time. During this period of contact, Lu Xiangfa knew very well that Su Laowu was very cunning. Normally, he would not interact too much or offend him. But this is his last hope, and he is not afraid of offending him. Isn't Ling Qinjin's happiness worth a purple rock orchid? It must be said that Su Laowu did not want his daughter to marry into the Su family. This silly girl has offended people thoroughly. His daughter's character cannot be changed, and there will definitely be some twists and turns in the past. At this time, Su Laowu was already thinking about letting it go, so he could stop his daughter's thoughts. But at this time, Su Lingyao, who was standing by, quit. Seeing her father's response, she became very anxious and worried that when the contract was cancelled, her chance to marry Su Chengyan would be gone. Anxiously, he shook the sleeves of his father, Su Laowu, and said coquettishly, Dad, please, promise him. My daughter's lifelong happiness will be left to you. You? Su Laowu responded helplessly. Okay, let's wait until we can take the photo. Now he has spent twice the price to buy the ancient fragments. If this purple rock Lankui is for their own use, then he will get it at any cost. But if it's cheaper, let's talk about it differently. Su Laowu secretly planned in his heart to think of countermeasures to deal with Lu Xiangfa first. After receiving her father's approval, Su Lingyao looked excitedly at Xian Lankui below, her eyes full of determination to win. No one can stop her. The auction on the field began, and the starting price was 5 million spirit stones. Jiang Lian looked at the fierce bidding on the field, with spiritual stones floating in his eyes. This is all money. If she hadn't been short of money, the other things in the space would have been worth almost a fortune. However, she understood the reason why it was a crime to possess a jade, so it was better to keep a low profile. Soon the auction became intense, and the price at this time had soared to 10 million spirit stones. The Su family's bidding bell rang, and at the same time, several high-grade houses upstairs also joined the bidding. Jiang Lian rang the bidding bell when she was about to calm down, and the Su family followed closely without thinking too much. Su Lingyao is still stubborn. Even so, Su Ranran was happy to see the Su family being cheated. The more money Su Lingyao spent, the happier they were. They didn't want to take another photo of this plant. After all, it was Jiang Lian who took it out. She had just given one to the second lady, so they couldn't be greedy. When the price reached 15 million spirit stones, Jiang Lian gave up and continued bidding, leaving only 2 other companies competing with the Su family. At this time, Su Lingyao was already red-eyed, looking at the purple rock orchid plant downstairs, as if she saw the opportunity for her to marry Su Chengyan right in front of her. If she lost her like this, she would definitely go crazy. Gritting her teeth, Su Lingyao became heartbroken and shouted directly, 20 million! The court suddenly became quiet. When Su Lingyao finished shouting, Su Laowu slammed the table and stood up. Yao! You are fooling around! Looking at her furious father, Su Lingyao looked back stubbornly. Dad, I really have no choice. Please help me. 20 million high-grade spiritual stones. Even if the Su family of the 8 major families took out so much at once, they still had to consider it carefully. But Su Lingyao said it so easily and willfully. Everyone around felt that the price was too high and there was nothing they could do about it. So no one took any more pictures. Long Xian on the stage hit the bidding hammer. With the final word, Xian Lankui finally made the deal for 20 million high-grade spiritual stones. Over there in the Su family room, Su Laowu paid with a lidded face. The 11 million ancient scrolls, plus the 20 million from Xian Lankui, amounted to more than 30 million at once. And all the family property was gone. Even though he was as powerful as the Su family, he would not dare to violate the rules of the Jibao Pavilion easily. Jiang Lian here quickly received the spiritual stones compiled by Jibao Pavilion. All of them were stored in the bank's card and can be withdrawn at any time. You can check the amount inside at any time with your spiritual consciousness. Jiang Lian checked and found that there were a total of 21 million spiritual stones. The Jibao Pavilion did not deduct the auction fee of Xian Lankui, nor did the 650,010 spiritual stones of the alchemy furnace. What should be deducted, and your hard work cannot be in vain. She didn't want to take advantage of others, and she was very satisfied with what she was doing today. Dear guest, please keep it. This is the rule in our pavilion. It is also the authority of the Black Jade card holder. After saying that, Guancher he respectfully withdrew. Guanrong comforted her. Brothers and sisters, there is no need to worry about it. The authority of the Black Jade card is indeed this. Jiang Lian didn't hesitate anymore, but he still had to ask Su Yeshuan when he went back. Just then the system sounded. Ding! The mission is completed. 5 points will be awarded for the mission completion assessment. Aren't 10 points exchanged for 1 lucky draw opportunity? The previous mission rewards were at least 1 chance to win a lottery. Why only 5 points? Chapter 125. Shareholders. Jiang Lian had reason to suspect that the dog system wanted to trick her again. Based on the host's happiness index, the value is only worth this number. I'm very happy. So your judgment is wrong. Jiang Lian almost said that he would just give me 10 points. In the end, faced with a life and death system that would not change, Jiang Lian gave up on continuing to strive for points improvement. Sometimes the system is really generous, and sometimes it feels like it's hanging on her specially. A special dog. When she left the Jibao Pavilion, she unexpectedly met Su Lingyao. At this time, she was alone with several guards behind her. She looked high-spirited and not unhappy about spending a lot of money today. Jiang Lian deeply felt that he had misunderstood the system, and the enemies didn't care. These 5 points were indeed not a loss. After meeting Jiang Lian and others, Su Lingyao said to Su Chengyan with an arrogant face, In the end, you have to marry me obediently. That look really deserves a beating. This time I saw Jiang Lian with unfamiliar faces.
Su Changche on the left and Su Ran on the right. Su Changyan did not show any sign of indifference to him. Instead of his usual playful smile, he looked grim and worried. Seeing Su Changyan like this, Su Lingyao was satisfied. This time she did not behave like a monster, but left very arrogantly, like a victorious peacock. Jiang Lian thought to herself, there are too few pitfalls. Next time I have the opportunity, I will definitely not miss the opportunity to explore the big pits. When Su Ran saw Su Lingyao's appearance, she was so angry that she wanted to beat her up. But as rational as she was, she just stood aside without any movement. There are many times when Su Lingyao regains her position, and Su Lingyao always has many flaws. Several people returned to Su's house, and Jiang Lian entered the room and turned on the protective array. The Su family and others knew that she was busy and did not come to disturb her.
Mr. Sir, how come Wan Yanfeng's identity token is the Black Jade token from the Jubao Pavilion? The Jubao Pavilion is not opened by Kunlun.
Right. At this time, Su Yeshuan's voice came over. Today's Su Yeshuan sounded a little lazy.
It's not from Kunlun. Wan Yanfeng's original identity jade metal was determined by Wan Yanfeng's people themselves. The peak master of Wan Yanfeng at that time was too lazy to think.
Just use the black jade card and add Wan Yanfeng's logo. Anyway, Wan Yanfeng is just us.
This was a bit unexpected.
Does that mean that this black jade plaque belongs to Wan Yanfeng's Su family? Except for the people in Wan Yanfeng. No one else knows about it.
Yes. After getting the answer, Jiang Lian thought of the black jade card she took out in front of Su Ran and others today, and couldn't help but tell Su Yeshuan.
It's okay. That's not unspeakable. I don't use it much on weekdays. If there are any good things in Jubao Pavilion, I will ask if I need them in advance.
Therefore, it is not usually needed. Ask beforehand.
Miss Sir, why do I think you are the master of Jubao Pavilion?
This authority is really amazing.
Are there many black jade cards in this world?
Even if Su Yeshuan now says that he is the master of Jubao Pavilion, Jiang Lian probably won't be surprised. Su Yeshuan on the other end said very calmly,
no, just shareholders. There are no more than 10 black jade cards in this world, and the authority is only a limited right to choose.
Jiang Lian asked with some confusion at this time.
The steward of Jubao Pavilion didn't charge me any money, and the auction handling fee was not confiscated either.
This is quite different from the right of choice, which is given away directly. Su Yeshuan still said calmly,
well, your piece is not a black jade token, but a black gold jade token, which is exclusive to shareholders. In this world, only the pavilion master and shareholders have it.
Knowing that his daughter-in-law was curious, Su Yeshuan explained the history of Jubao Pavilion to Jiang Lian. It turned out that the seniors of the Su family, who were stationed at Wanyan Peak and a friend at the time, jointly established Jubao Pavilion. As time passed, he did not expect that Jubao Pavilion would become bigger and bigger. At the beginning, the senior of the Su family was not intimidating, and his friend, who was the master of the pavilion, was also powerful. The two of them trained many loyal subordinates. Later, they did not expect that the Jubao Pavilion could operate like this. This generation of Jubao Pavilion has reached a higher level under the joint management of Su Yeshuan and the current pavilion owner. While chatting with Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian said mischievously,
my husband? What should I do if I miss you a little?
It was quiet for a while, and his voice was hoarse.
Come back then.
Jiang Lian said resentfully.
I still have to wait until the matter is finished, and I have to go see the person you mentioned.
Before he finished speaking, Su Yeshuan had already come back.
If that person wants to see you, if you have something to do in the future, just use the black gold and jade token to go to the Jubao Pavilion, and I will arrange it.
Although Jubao Pavilion only has half of his power, he still has no problem letting his wife do what she wants.
I'm kidding. Didn't you say you wanted to help you inspect it?
I felt a little sad again that Su Yeshuan couldn't travel far away.
I'm afraid you're too tired. If you want to play a little longer, come back when you've had enough. And protect yourself.
When Su Yeshuan said the next words, his heart ached, and he looked at the location of the sword tomb. He pressed towards that place again, like he was venting his anger. This is his responsibility. But because of this, he cannot accompany the little girl to travel around the world.
Okay.
Feeling Su Yeshuan's depression, Jiang Lian regretted his special teasing.
Ms., I'll finish handling Su Baikuan's affairs, and then go to Xucheng and then go back. There is no need to force Su Baikuan's matter.
Okay. Jiang Lian was not ready to give up, so he took this opportunity to stop and improve his cultivation. Although he has advanced to the early stage of nascent soul in the wasteland secret realm, he has not yet seriously stabilized it. After calming down, Jiang Lian took out relevant books and began to study. In addition to talent, the talisman formation also relies on perception. Jiang Lian is a person who lacks both. She had the talent, and she had no shortage of insights. So she fell into trance again just by looking at it, immersed in the rune formation and unable to extricate herself. Time passed day by day, and I don't know how many days had passed. When Jiang Lian exited the trance, his eyes were blurred, and he took out the talisman paper and Luofu pen he had prepared before. The talisman ink made of high-level spirit beast blood and elixir exuded a unique scent. Spiritual power fluctuates. With luck, Jiang Lian started to draw, perhaps because he just realized it. The pen tip moved smoothly, and the spiritual power passed through the Luofu pen to create runes one after another on the special talisman paper, without any sense of stagnation. When the runes were drawn, the rune paper emitted a burst of light and then became silent. The whole rune looked mysterious. It's done! Jiang Lian was in disbelief. He originally thought it would take him a long time to successfully develop it, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. The system secretly complained that the host was making such a fuss. In the past, in its heyday, these would have been trivial and could be done directly without using talismans. After putting away the talisman, Jiang Lian used a dust removal spell on himself. But he still frowned and looked at his clothes. It would be more comfortable to take a bath. Jiang Lian was not prepared to treat herself badly. She put away the protective array plate and directly called the maid to help prepare bath water. After learning that Jiang Lian was released from seclusion, Su Ranran was the first to run over. The impatient look told Jiang Lian that Su Ranran was very happy at this time. Yan, let me tell you good news about the Su family. Chapter 126, Changing the Formation Pattern. This mysterious look made Jiang Lian couldn't help but be curious. What? Su Ranran said excitedly. I don't know who Su Laowu was beaten by. I heard that he was seriously injured. Seeing Jiang Lian's confused look, Su Ranran explained. Su Laowu is Su Lingyao's father. Su Lingyao usually relies on her father to be domineering, and he is very hateful. Jiang Lian smiled and said, Then you have resolved your hatred now? Judging from Su Ranran's appearance, he was probably seriously injured. Generally, injuries will heal quickly as soon as they take the elixir, unless they are seriously injured and require a period of recovery. Jiahen, especially Jiahen. The Su family is in chaos. I heard that even Xianlankui has been lost. Hearing this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but start a conspiracy theory. Only Xianlankui is missing? Will Su Laowu's injury heal in a few days, or is it serious? Grandma Qi, why are you asking the same question as my grandma? Su Ranran couldn't help but think more at this time, and then said in surprise, No way! That Xianlankui is worth a lot of money. If Su Laowu lets the Su family pay it out of public funds, and then he cheats on it, it will be interesting. But think about it. People from the Su family could really do this. This title really makes you look old. Jiang Lian couldn't help but complain. She was already a grandma. Ha ha! It's okay. You are an elder and deserve to be respected. You're the only one with a bad mouth. Let's go! Everyone is waiting, Jiang Lian said and walked out first. Su Ranran, who was following behind, seemed to have thought of something and was filled with joy. They all knew why Grandma Qi went into seclusion this time. Is there any result? All direct descendants of the Su family gathered in the hall, from the eldest son to the sixth son and their wives. All were present, followed by their children. There are quite a few people. After Jiang Lian met with everyone one by one, he said to Su Baikuan, I have drawn the talisman, but to what extent you can change it depends on your own luck. Su Baikuan bowed deeply and said, Thank you, Aunt Qi. No matter what the result is, Baikuan will be satisfied. This was his own mistake, and it was already good that he could survive and turn around. Well, let's get started. The boss of the Su family and others began to protect her. Su Baikuan stood in the middle, and the contract pattern in his hand was inspired to appear again. Jiang Lian stood in front, with the newly drawn talisman paper appearing in his hand. The powerful aura and solid and smooth lines all indicate that this one is extraordinary. High and junior best. Everyone looked at the talisman that determined everything in shock. They didn't expect Jiang Lian's talisman to be so powerful. You must know that if she can refine the best being, her strength will definitely be more than high level and elementary. Jiang Lian summoned the Luofu pin, and his spiritual power entered the talisman paper. The talisman paper turned into a golden light and headed towards the contract formation. The golden light and the contract formations converged, and the formations above seemed to blur for a moment. Jiang Lian's eyes sharpened, and the Luofu pen in his hand began to move. The contract pattern, which had almost disappeared until only the frame was left, was drawn with different patterns at this moment. Time passed by minute, and the people around him didn't dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. When all the lines were connected, the existing lines replaced the originally blurred lines, integrating with the contract framework. The formation emits a dazzling light, and then disappears into silence. Putting away the rover pen, Jiang Lian sat on the chair tiredly and took a sip of water. All right. After the sound fell, everyone looked at the formation pattern curiously. The pattern was different, and the powerful restrictive force also disappeared a lot. Uncle, what do you think? Su Ranran asked Su Baikuan curiously. He always felt that something was different, but he couldn't see any difference. I just feel a lot more relaxed. Su Baikuan magically looked at the calm contract lines on the back of his hand. He wanted to ask, but didn't dare. Brothers and sisters, what's the result now? Guo Wanrong looked at Jiang Lian anxiously, still worried in her heart. Although she was angry with her son before, and even wanted to let him fend for himself, now that she has the chance to not die, she is very worried. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, and she didn't want him to die in her heart. You can't die. Even if you break the contract, it will only be struck by lightning, which is similar to an ordinary thunder tribulation. So the things prepared to overcome the tribulation may be a blessing in disguise. She saw that Su Baikuan's cultivation was already perfect, and he only needed an opportunity. This time, even she didn't expect that it would change to this point, and it would directly turn into a thunder tribulation during the tribulation. It would very likely lead to a real tribulation thunder tribulation. Think about it. If Su Lao knew that this would be the result, and that he failed to cheat but instead helped the other party to improve his cultivation, he would probably be sick to death. Transcending the tribulation. Everyone present was shocked. Su Ranran couldn't help but ask, Grandma Chi, if I also get a contract, can you help me get the tribulation thunder tribulation so that I can upgrade? Jiang Lian rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Okay, but it depends on your luck. Maybe you will be paralyzed for life by the contract. Then I will not be responsible. This kind of risk is very high. Su Ranran patted her little heart and said with some fear, Then I don't want it anymore. If you really want to lie in bed and be unable to move for the rest of your life, you might as well kill me. I'd better practice obediently. Everyone laughed, and Su Yan looked at Jiang Lian apologetically and said, Seventh younger brother and sister, I have made you worry so much. I will always remember this kindness in my heart. If you need anything from now on, I will be there at your call. You don't have to be so polite. I just gave it a try. I didn't expect such a good result at the time. Guo Wanrong nodded repeatedly, and Su Baikuan, Xie Xiang, and Su Chengyan even knelt down and saluted Jiang Lian. Faced with their gratitude, Jiang Lian felt a little uncomfortable. Su Fengying smiled and said, Okay. You will scare the seventh younger brother and sister. Without this kindness, wouldn't you be nice to us, Yan Yan? I won't agree to this. Several people said they didn't dare. And finally everyone was happy under Su Fengying's calmness. Seeing that Jiang Lian was too tired, Guo Wanrong took out a spirit rejuvenating pill, and it turned out to be a high-level spirit pill. Second sister-in-law, you'd better take it back. I'm not suitable for this. I just took advantage of the opportunity to stabilize my cultivation. I can't wait for such an opportunity. Jiang Lian refused to accept the elixir no matter what. In the end, everyone saw that she was too tired and some of them wanted to send her back to rest together. No. Why don't you let Ranran send me off? By the way, please conceal the change of the contract lines for now. Even if you violate the contract in the future, don't say it. The contract formation has changed. Can this be done? Everyone nodded, and Su Yensong resolutely swore an oath. I swear as the head of the Su family that I will never reveal a word about changing the contract pattern. If I violate it, my cultivation will not be improved from now on. The formation of the contract between heaven and earth lit up from the soles of his feet at this moment, and finally disappeared. Chapter 127 Chunxian Pavilion. The Su family members present all around also took the oath. Jiang Lian originally believed in them and told them not to do this. But Su Fengying pulled her back and said, Brother and sister, you are too soft-hearted.
You must never do this when you go out in the future. You let me if they take this oath. We can rest assured, and so can you.
In the end, Jiang Lian stood there quietly, and then she went back after everyone had finished swearing. In fact, the Su family has been together for so many days and can be trusted. But since we all swore, there is less risk. After resting for a few days, Jiang Lian decided to go find the person Su Yeshuan told her about and investigate the situation of the Jiang family in Luojing.
Miss Sir, is Zhang Duanli trustworthy?
Yes. The man Su Yeshuan asked her to find was named Zhang Duanli, a person from Shanjing.
Trust me. If there is any important matter, you can ask him to handle it.
In fact, he was happy that his little girl was willing to recognize someone. This would at least give him an extra layer of protection from the outside.
Can we let them investigate the Jiang family?
Jiang family. The previous investigation into the culprit of the Jiang family's destruction in Xuchang has found no news yet. He has never thought of conducting an in-depth investigation of the Jiang family. After all, they are a community of interests. The Jiang family and the Su family have an agreement not to harm those with full bloodline.
Okay. You can tell him whatever you want.
Su Yeshuan's eyes seemed to be quenched by ice. He took out the communication jade tablet and sent out orders again. If it was really the people from the Luojing Jiang family who did it, then they would not be lenient. Jiang Lian packed up and went out again. This time, no one from the Su family followed her. Jiang Lian went out alone. He found an uninhabited place and used Yu Qiongyin to change his appearance, and headed towards the address Su Yeshuan said. Standing in front of the building where people were singing, dancing, and playing music, Jiang Lian was a little confused for a moment. He had never seen pigs running, but he had also seen pork. How could this atmosphere be so similar to the ancient brothels on TV in the previous life? Looking at the high-hanging plaque, it was written Chunxian Pavilion with great energy. The name was just like that. She suspected that Su Yeshuan didn't know what it was. But is Su Yeshuan that pure? Not very similar. Jiang Lian asked tentatively.
Mr. Sir, are you sure it's the number 7 store on Fusheng Street?
Listening to Su Yeshuan's calm voice, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel a little naughty.
Chunxian Pavilion?
Huh? Su Yeshuan frowned. Doubtful.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll ask.
What would Su Yeshuan's reaction be if he knew he had entered a place like this? Look at all of them. There are more than just beauties. There are also beautiful men on the other side. This is simply a case of both male and female customers.
No. You wait outside, and I'll ask him to come out and pick you up.
Jiang Lian wanted to say no. But then she thought about how her appearance had changed anyway.
Okay. The password will remain the same from odd to even.
She couldn't think of any other unique passwords at the moment, so she just said it casually. Su Yeshuan was a little surprised by the code,
but said nothing.
Okay.
Jiang Lian didn't wait too long when a man in red, dressed very coquettishly, ran out of Chunxian Pavilion. He was so fast that Jiang Lian even saw the wind when he stopped and braked suddenly. Jiang Lian did not rush over. She originally thought Zhang Ruili was a simple and unpretentious uncle, but she did not expect that he turned out to be such a coquettish and beautiful man. The man searched around and finally settled on Jiang Lian's position, looking at her with uncertainty.
This girl is so good. She stays the same even if it's odd or even.
Perhaps this has been deeply ingrained in his memory. Jiang Lian couldn't help but responded directly.
Look at the quadrants for symbols.
This damn inertia. Jiang Lian originally wanted to explain quickly, but unexpectedly the other party hugged her fiercely and said extremely excitedly,
Fellow! I finally meet my fellow. I'm so happy!
Jiang Lian hurriedly tried to push him away, but remained motionless.
Does this fellow Taoist let me go first?
Why do I feel like this person is not Zhang Ruili? She looked very unreliable at first glance, even hugging her to eat tofu, which was unbearable. Seeing that the other party did not move, Jiang Lian gathered her spiritual power and rushed towards her. At this time, a square-looking man appeared behind the handsome man in red. He stretched out his hand and pulled him aside. His voice was calm, as if there was no disturbance at all.
Ruxiang, don't mess around.
Jiang Lian stopped his attack. The attack dissipated instantly, and looked at the opponent coldly. The visitor was well dressed, and had a square face with determination. Although he was not absolutely beautiful, he was attractive to look at. He has the temperament of a very upright gentleman.
Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Ruxiang didn't do it intentionally. Please move on to explain the various reasons separately. What do you think?
It's a good saying that it was not done on purpose. The one who is being eaten should be replaced by his beloved. Let's see if this guy can still say that it was not done on purpose. Jiang Lian endured his anger and shouted.
John Duanli? Yes. Madam. Please come with me. It's not easy to say more here.
His calm temperament gave people a sense of comfort. Jiang Lian wanted to see Zhang Ruili's explanation. He snorted and followed them. And the sexy girl in red was being pulled by Zhang Duan towards the small courtyard next to Chunxian Pavilion. I don't know if Jiang Lian had too much confidence in the person Su Yeshuan told her about, or if she was stupid and didn't have a strong sense of safety. So she entered the small courtyard with others without any precautions. The scenery in the small courtyard is good. And there are no other people inside. After closing the door of the small courtyard, Zhang Ruili let go of the red-dressed slut in his hand. It was okay to let go. He walked directly to Jiang Lian and asked with interest.
Sisters, when did you wear it? How long have you been wearing it?
These words obviously revealed that she was a time traveler. Looking at her excitement, Jiang Lian looked at him calmly and didn't say anything. But she was always on guard against this guy coming to hug her again.
Ruxiang, don't mess around. You will scare the madam.
If that person found out, he would probably be miserable. After speaking, Zhang Ruili saluted Jiang Lian and said respectfully,
"See, madam."
Then he explained to Jiang Lian,
"Actually, Ruxiang is not a man. So please don't blame me, madam."
After being mentioned by Zhang Duanli, Cao Hongyi suddenly realized that a stunning woman in red appeared in front of her during the fluctuation of her spiritual power. She looked sassy, and at first glance, she felt that she was a very free and easy person.
"Sorry, I just didn't pay attention and forgot that I was hiding."
After saying that, he excitedly approached Jiang Lian again.
"Sister, you haven't told me yet whether you came from time to time. Is this important?"
Jiang Lian did not answer directly. He turned to Zhang Ruili and asked,
"How are you sure it's mine?"
"You must know that she has hidden her face. It is definitely not easy to find the right person based on a name and appearance description."
"Why are you ignoring me? Hurry up. I'm so anxious."
The voice sounded coquettish, but not annoying.
"It's really important."
She had been in this world for so long, and she thought she had completely integrated into it. But when she heard that code word, her calm heart was disturbed again. Chapter 128. Poor guy. Jiang Lian didn't want to mention the events of her previous life. She was born directly into this world and could no longer go back. So she stayed here with peace of mind. For some reason, her memory of her previous life was blurred, and she vaguely remembered that she was not happy. But here she has a family who treats her well, and Su Yeshuan, and she will cherish them.
"I don't know what the girl is talking about."
After speaking, Jiang Lian looked at Zhang Ruili.
"It seems that it is inconvenient for Taoist Zhang to see guests today, so I will leave first and make another appointment when I have time."
She didn't know why the person in front of her named Ruxiang knew it was a secret code and came to look for her like this. No matter how trustworthy Zhang Ruili was, Jiang Lian didn't want to continue. So he turned around and wanted to leave. Zhang Ruili knew that he was in the wrong. If that person found out about this, he would probably be in trouble. He knelt down in a hurry and said,
"Please punish me, madam."
Before Jiang Lian said anything, Ruxiang was already anxious. She looked at Jiang Lian with disapproval and pulled Zhang Ruili to get him to stand up quickly.
"Get up! Why are you kneeling? No one is nobler than anyone else."
Meeting Ruxiang's eyes, Jiang Lian suddenly felt that this person was not as free and easy as he seemed on the outside. The angry look in her eyes seemed as if she had done something heinous. But the fact was that she was not the one who asked Zhang Ruili to kneel down.
"Did you make a mistake? I have something to do today, so I can't stay any longer. Let's go ahead."
As he spoke, Jiang Lian jumped over the wall without waiting for their reaction. Fortunately, she had disguised herself today and did not show her true face. She was not as impressed with the man named Zhang Ruili as she had imagined. After Jiang Lian left, Zhang Ruili stood up and looked at Ruxiang with a chill in his body.
"Princess, Zhang cannot interfere with your behavior, but please don't interfere with Jang's affairs. The princess broke in without permission today. There are also mistakes I made in the past, so I can't blame you. I hope the princess will take good care of herself in the future."
Ruxiang was completely stunned.
"Zhang Ruili, do you know what you are talking about?"
The first person she saw since she came to this world was the man in front of her. As she got along with him, she was inextricably attracted to him. She even gave up the luxurious life in the imperial city and followed him to Luojing. For whom? Unexpectedly,
Her good intentions turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. Did she see the wrong person? Mr. Jang made it very clear that the princess should go back. It was also his mistake that caused the originally bright person to change his mind. In order to slow down this person, he connived in every possible way. But he didn't expect that it would lead to this. I don't want to stay anymore. Ruxiang pouted angrily, thinking that this idiot would comfort her. But she didn't expect that he didn't respond at all. I felt even more angry. What Zhang Ruili said next made her even more unbelievable. Zhang Ruili summoned a group of guards and said, "Send the princess back to the imperial city. You actually want to drive me away?" Ruxiang looked at him in shock. She was soul-pierced and had only been here for a short period of time. She only knew the world during this period of time. If she really returned to the imperial city at this time, she was a little afraid that she would not be able to adapt there. She would not be familiar with the place, and would not even know the people. Zhang Ruili didn't say anything. When Ruxiang was taken away, a man in black appeared behind him and joked, "This time you will be finished." That person was the arrogant person of the Lord. And he was so angry that he left without even completing what the Lord ordered. The punishment would probably not be small. Zhang Ruili looked into the distance with a distant look. "This is indeed my fault. I will go to the Lord to apologize later. The princess will send someone to keep an eye on her. Don't hurt her in the slightest. Also control her behavior. Don't cause trouble. Don't let Ruxiang really come back and make a big mess." The man in black rolled his eyes secretly. "Then it would be easier to imprison you directly. Why don't you send it to the dynasty? People from the dynasty won't care about such nonsense. Maybe someone with this kind of personality can even be locked up in a room, buried by those human spirits." It has been so many months, but I still haven't found the real soul of Princess Ruxiang, and I don't know if it has been refined. Furthermore, if I find it, I still have to find a way to return the soul to the original body. It has taken so long. If this imposter is allowed to run free and cause trouble, it will probably be over. Zhang Ruili sighed. "Send it to Xuanchuan Terrace and serve it with delicious food and drinks. Don't get hurt." Xianer. If he couldn't find it again, he might really have to go deep into the Netherland continent to look for it. But what the Netherworld continent lacks most is souls. And I hope he can find them as soon as possible. I know. The SHL will never break. Look at how precious you are. I don't know who was so conniving before, even peeping on the Lord's orders. Sooner or later it will be hard. The shadow left, leaving Zhang Ruili alone. Zhou Zhang's face was full of seriousness, and a protective array disc appeared in his hand. After stimulating it, he took out a jade token. After the jade token was activated, a spiritual mist appeared in front of him, and in the spiritual mist was Su Yeshuan's figure. Zhang Ruili knelt on the ground. "Please, Lord, punish me. The people on my side angered Madam, causing her to leave." It's okay if I don't say this, but when I say it, the eyes of the majestic person over there are full of frost, and even his words seem to be filled with a cold chill. You should know what this mission is, even if no one is in front of him. Zhang really feels like he can't breathe. I am willing to accept the punishment. Those eyes that could see through everything looked at him coldly. Go find Jiayu. Zhang Ruili's pupils shrank when he heard the name Jiayu, and he trembled subconsciously. But he still responded respectfully. Not everyone can tolerate Jiayu's methods, but he is also the most sensible, and will not abuse lynching. But even so, she couldn't help but tremble when she heard his name. As soon as Jiang Lian left, he went to the dark and changed his face. When he came out, he met Jiang Yan from the Jiang family. At this time, he seemed to have a conflict with someone. He's just a sideline abandoned by no one. I thought he was very capable. A man in rich clothes and an eye-catching expression looked contemptuously at Jiang Yan, who was being stepped on by his guards on the ground. After speaking, he walked away without feeling relieved. He went up and patted Jiang Yan's face. Aren't you very capable? I asked you to be able. Jiang Yan on the ground looked at the man angrily, but was restrained by the spiritual pressure of the guard. His originally calm temperament now felt messy. Hey! Are you not convinced? At this time, the man looked at Jiang Yan proudly. No one can support you if you are not convinced. Not to mention that no one took care of you when you were sent to the main family. Even your side family is now it's even more impossible if no one survives. What a pathetic creature that no one wants. Jiang Yan didn't look any different at this point. But Jiang Lian could clearly feel that his emotions were fluctuating, as if there was no one to comfort an injured beast. Jiang Lian hid in the dark and watched like this, feeling a little distressed for some reason. It seemed that that was not what the arrogant man said. And Jiang Yin was not wanted by anyone. This time Jiang Lian had the idea of investigating the specific situation of Jiang Yin. However, his family was wiped out. Such a situation was not common in a powerful family like the Jiang family. Chapter 129 Hidden Memories. At this moment, Jiang Yin got the strength to break away from the guard's restraints and stood there panting. His eyes as quiet as an abyss that could not see the bottom. The Qingyao sword in his hand glowed with gleaming light, showing its sharp edge. Looking at the Qingyao sword with murderous intentions, Jiang Lian felt familiar for a moment. But for some reason, he couldn't remember it. A voice in her heart told her that she should have seen it before. And it was very familiar. But for some reason, she couldn't remember it. My head hurt terribly at this moment. And I unconsciously wanted to think of something. But I can't remember it. Jiang Lian had no time to pay attention to the battle over there at this time. Until the battle over there was over and only Jiang Yin was left around. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Who? The headache was so severe that even his hidden aura was confused. Originally, Jiang Lian wanted to leave directly. At this moment, a little boy appeared in my mind. The child was about 5 or 6 years old, holding a wooden sword in his hand and practicing his sword skills under a giant tree. A beautiful woman held a baby in her arms and looked at the little boy with love. Nani! That's brother. From now on, brother will protect our little girl. Brother has practiced very well. Right. The little boy sheathed his sword at this moment, turned to look at the woman, and ran towards her happily. But Jiang Lian couldn't see the little boy's face clearly no matter how hard he tried. At this moment Jiang Yan's cold sword was pointed at her. When Jiang Yan faced the tear-stained cheek, he put away his sword for some reason at this moment, feeling a little at a loss for some reason. It was strange that he unexpectedly softened his heart towards this strange woman. Jiang Lian calmed down a little at this time. He was so weird today that he didn't stay much and just jumped up and left the place. Jiang Yan had no intention of pursuing her. He stood there and watched the direction the strange woman left. Which was strange. But he turned around and left without thinking. When he returned to Su's house, Jiang Lian sat in the room and tried to calm down his breathing. The picture in his mind couldn't get away for some reason. Haven't the things deep in her memory been inspired by the Chichiulinglong Bridge? Even the fate of everyone in the Jiang family after she escaped from the Jiang family was particularly clear in her memory. She couldn't have forgotten anything. Jiang Lian, who couldn't figure it out, sent it to her senior sister with a communication jade pendant. Senior sister, does the Chichiulinglong Bridge stimulate deep memories? There will be no forgotten ones. Yin did not reply in time. Jiang Lian knew that it was possible that he happened to be busy. Only then did she realize that Su Yeshuan had sent many messages. After reading them, they all asked her if she was okay. He had already taken care of the matter at Chunxian Pavilion. Even later when she didn't reply, her voice became a little anxious. Jiang Lian suddenly felt warm in her heart, and the depression she had just felt disappeared. Miss Sir, I'm fine. I just watched a play on the street, so I didn't see your news in time. I've already taken care of Jean Rueli's side. This kind of thing won't happen again next time. At this point, Su Yeshuan's eyes sharpened. If those subordinates, who were familiar with him, were here, they would understand that Jean Rueli would definitely not feel comfortable next time. It's okay, but it's really not good for him to let others know the secret code. It's better to be careful when my husband leaves everything to him. The origin of everything was because Na Ruxiang knew the secret code. If she didn't know it, she would probably nothing happened after that. Well, I will definitely pay attention. Jiang Lian didn't know that after this incident, Zhang Ruili's position as head of the pavilion was directly eliminated and replaced by someone else. Miss Sir, do you know Jiang Yan of the Jiang family? She relied more and more on Su Yeshuan. But at this time, she was eager to know the news. Even a little bit. His subordinates quickly sorted out the information about Jiang Yan and sent it over. Su Yeshuan looked at the detailed information and fell into deep thought. Should he tell the little girl? How much do you remember about the Jiang family? Jiang Yan was forcibly taken away by the Luojing Jiang family when the little girl was only a few months old. People from Su Cheng's Jiang family also went to Luojing to try to take her back. But people from Luojing informed Jiang Yan that Jiang Yan had been spotted by the elders of the clan in the Xianling sect, took him under his disciples, and had already entered the Xianling sect. It is possible for a person who cultivates immortality to be in seclusion for several years. He couldn't contact Jiang Yan for a while, and didn't think much about it. Jiang Tingyi, the head of the Jiang family in Xucheng, had someone investigate.
Jiang's father even visited the Jiang family in Luojing many times. At that time Jiang Yin was indeed brought to Xianling sect. Later, something happened to the Jiang family in Xucheng. Jiang Yin, who returned to the Jiang family in Luojing, had completely forgotten the memory of the Jiang family in Xucheng. The Jiang family in Luojing arranged a different identity and stayed in Luojing like a slave, live a life of existence. When investigating Jiang Yin, his people also spent a lot of effort, and now they can present the results so quickly.
I remember them all.
Jiang Lian thought for a moment, thinking of today's episode, and suddenly she felt a little unsure again.
Possible. Huh?
Hearing the little girl's hesitation, he knew something was going on.
I saw Jiang Yin today, and for some reason a strange clip appeared, but it was not in my previous memory.
Su Yeshuan didn't want the little girl to be overly burdened when she found out. After all, Jiang Yan's memory had disappeared.
I know about Jiang Yin, but I hope I can talk to you again someday when you can help him recover his memory. Amnesia? Things are getting more and more complicated.
Isn't it convenient to say it now? Well, it's best not to know now.
Su Yeshuan returned with a warm voice. It won't be too late to find out when the memory is restored. Nowadays, in addition to the annihilation of the Su Chong Jiang family, the matter of Jiang Yin is also a big doubt.
Okay.
Jiang Lian agreed. At this moment, there was a change in the spirit beast space. Jiang Lian checked it suspiciously and found that the white tiger eggs that had been kept warm inside had cracked at this time. Is this about to hatch? In the past, if someone told her that tigers are born from eggs, she would not believe it. But this world cannot be explained by common sense.
With a click,
the white SHL broke into two halves, and a furry little head of white with black stripes popped out, and its wet amber eyes subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian's position. Nai Ming let out a weak
roar,
and Jiang Lian was instantly transformed into a cute person. I saw the little white tiger eating all the eggs, LS around it until nothing was left. Only then did Jiang Lian discover an array of 8 stars shining brightly under its feet. 8th level spiritual beast. He was born at level 8, which is the best qualification among white tiger beasts.
Miss Sir, my little white tiger is hatched.
The voice was filled with excitement and joy.
Do you like it?
Su Yeshuan, who was originally in a bad mood due to Zhang Ruili's incompetence and disgusted by what happened to the Jiang family, was instantly swept away by the cheerful voice of his little girl.
I like it,
Jiang Lian said.
Miss Sir, what would you like to name it?
No matter how I look at it, I think the little white tiger is cuter than his brother. The little white tiger in Thunder Goosen looks mature at first glance, but he is quite cute when he is a little adult. But he is definitely not as cute as the one in front of him, with cute breasts and cute breasts. Chapter 130. Damn naming talent.
You are its master, so you should pay for it.
The spirit beast follows its master. Generally, the contract is that unless one party dies, they can never be separated. Jiang Lian thought for a moment and found that there was an invisible scale-like mark between the hair on the little tiger's head, which was very beautiful. After recalling it, the little white tiger in Thunder Goosen also seemed to have a mark, but the pattern seemed to be different. It usually lights up when using spiritual power. Since he is the younger brother,
call me Xiao Bai.
It's easy to remember and simple. The key is that her name is a bit useless.
Well, not bad.
Su Yeshuan was as usual, and Jiang Lian did whatever he said. At this time, a childish voice sounded in Jiang Lian's mind.
Master, can I go out?
Okay, Jiang Lian said, and directly summoned the little white tiger from the space. The person little white tiger has seen since he was born is Jiang Lian.
So when he saw Jiang Lian, his eyes were filled with admiration. Coquettishly, she rubbed against Jiang Lian's leg. An adult white tiger is at least 3 or 4 meters long, and the little white tiger in front of me is as big as an adult husky. But it is very cute. After touching the little white tiger's head, Jiang Lian's voice softened. Then he looked at the white scaly mark of the little white tiger, and suddenly an idea flashed.
From now on, your name will be Bai Lin, and your nickname will be Xiao Bai.
White scales. Homophonic to Bai Lin. Look at her little wit.
Thank you, Master.
The little white tiger became even more happy. After playing with little white tiger for a while, Jiang Lian began to plan the next trip. The Su family's contract has been helped to change, and it depends on them how to develop later. Besides, there is still some time before the contract is fulfilled. The Su family will definitely not go to the recent engagement banquet of the Su family in order to pretend to be angry.
Not to mention that it is the Su family. It was better for her to leave the male protagonist Long Alpian's home early. Otherwise she would be afraid of another disaster. What is left is to investigate the Jiang family. Ever since Jiang Yin was suspected of Jiang Yan's situation, things have become complicated for the Jiang family. We can only wait until she is stronger and then come back to investigate. By then, no one who did it can even think about running away. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian's face became angry. After sorting out his thoughts, Jiang Lian went to find the third elder and prepared to leave for Xucheng before returning to the sect. When he arrived at the third elder's residence, he was chatting with Su Yanhui. When he saw Jiang Lian, his stern face became more relaxed.
Yan Yan is here, Master.
Jiang Lian bowed and directly explained his purpose. Zhang Buitao nodded and said,
That's fine. I'll teach you the basics of alchemy first. And you might as well practice on your own on the way.
When Su Yanhui learned that they were going back, he still wanted to stay. But he knew that this time would bring a lot of trouble to the seventh sister-in-law. So he said,
I will go with you. We just need a trip to Kunlun.
The seventh brother happened to be looking for him if he had something to do. Originally she wanted to say no. But Su Yan replied that she couldn't say no. But she accepted it. After all, with a strong person following him, the road would be safer. Because Zhang Buitao wanted to teach Jiang Lian how to make elixirs, Su Yan made an appointment to leave early tomorrow. Zhang Buitao set up a barrier around it, and then took out an alchemy furnace from the space and handed it to her.
Use this to practice first. After returning to the sect, I will become your teacher and help you find another good one.
Jiang Lian took out the small golden alchemy furnace he got at the previous auction and smiled.
Master, no need. I have this.
I had already made a contract when I came back. And the alchemy furnace, with a sense of age, suddenly took on a new look. It looked more beautiful than before. The overall texture exuded a mysterious ancient atmosphere. Jiang Lian named it Jingyan, a golden alchemy furnace with a sense of age. She really admired herself for this damn naming talent. Zhang Buitao was shocked when he looked at the lines on the golden ear. This alchemy furnace is absolutely extraordinary.
It's a pity that it is damaged. But the current level is not bad. It is enough for the first level. There will be better ones in the future.
Find another one. Put it away first. You need to be proficient in controlling the flame before using this.
As he said this, he input his spiritual power into the alchemy furnace in his hand, and a flame burst out from the alchemy furnace.
This is an alchemy furnace for beginners. You can first practice controlling the flames inside and decomposing the elixir.
Jiang Lian put away the Jingyan alchemy furnace and looked at the alchemy furnace in Zhang Buitao's hand with excitement. She was still worried that she couldn't control her strange fire. But she didn't expect such a good thing. It just so happened that she could use this to practice first, and then find another safe place to practice controlling the strange fire. Yun Chengzi said that he had explained the control of spiritual fire to you before. You should try it first.
Zhang Buitao handed the alchemy furnace to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian thought about it for a moment. Master Yun Chengzi seemed to have only taught her how to control flames and how to cook. He also said that she could never change from it. Is that one? Recalling how Su Yeshuan taught her how to make ingredients. Is this also related to alchemy? The spiritual power in his hand tried to rush towards the alchemy furnace. And he saw a lot of flames popping up inside, even randomly flowing inside the alchemy furnace. Jiang Lian was a little at a loss. She recalled how her master and sisters controlled the flames when cooking ingredients, and tried hard to control the fire. Su Yeshuan used a special stove when teaching her to cook ingredients, and the ingredients were rotated and cooked according to the flames. Therefore, it was Jiang Lian's first attempt to control flames. She had seen your brothers and sisters here before, and her cultivation at that time was only to introduce qi into her body, so her master did not force her to practice. As time passed, Jiang Lian concentrated on practicing controlling the flames, but the fire inside seemed to be out of control and was playing with her mischievously. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Jiang Lian felt a little tired after concentrating too much. At this time, Zhang Buitao spoke.
Don't rush this. Practice slowly. There are not many beginners who can control the flames for several months. Yes, Master.
After a night's rest, Jiang Lian came to the open space where he landed. At this time, there were already a lot of people, and almost all the masters of the Su family were here. Su Ranran hugged her, her expression full of reluctance.
Grandma Qi. Yan Yan, you must come back to see me when you have time.
That little look of reluctance was completely different from her usual sassiness. Jiang Lian was also reluctant to leave.
But she didn't like the sad atmosphere when leaving. So she said with a sullen face,
"If I don't come, you won't go find me?" "Yes."
Sue Ran wiped her tears and said excitedly,
"Then it's agreed. I'll come and play with you another day. But you can't ignore me." "How can I ignore you? You promised to come to me when you have time." "I will come back to you again if I have the chance. I haven't had enough fun with Luo Jing yet."
She hasn't investigated the Jiang family yet. Woolen cloth. She hasn't found a way to restore Jiang Yan's memory yet.
Good.
The Su family uncle and others once again presented a storage bag. Jiang Lian wanted to refuse, but Su Yensong advised.
"Seventh younger brother and sister. Please accept it. This is our little thought. Otherwise we will feel guilty."
Chapter 131. There is excitement. Are all the Su family so proud? I give it when we meet. And I also give it when I go back. It is still packed in a storage bag. So you can imagine that there will be a lot of things inside.
Brothers and sisters, there is no need to be burdened. This is just a small thing when we meet for the first time. It won't happen in the future. We all had it before.
Su Fengying joked with a smile, and even took Jiang Lian's hand directly.
Hurry up and accept it. Remember to come back and play when you have time.
Jiang Lian finally smiled, and thanked her one by one. Su Baikuan came forward, holding a jade box in both hands and knelt down.
Please accept it from Aunt Seven. Thank you for Aunt Seven's help. There is no way to repay the kindness of reconstruction. Aunt Seven will be useful in the future.
Please don't mind the place, and give me orders at any time.
Xie Xiang and Su Chengyan knelt down one after another. Su Chengyan seemed to be much more mature now, and no longer had the playful smile of before.
I accepted this gift as a reward. I hope you will take care of yourself in the future, and don't make such mistakes again. Otherwise no one can save you.
This is what she deserves. No matter how precious the jade box is, she can get it. Su Baikuan's a life. Besides, she didn't help for free. She might not have a long memory if she solved Su Baikuan too easily. Su Yan called out his golden gourd again. After Jiang Lian said goodbye to everyone, Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao got on the golden gourd and flew towards Su Chang's position. It would take more than half a month from Luo Jing to Xucheng. But when Jiang Lian calmed down, she felt that every day was difficult. Are the souls of the people under the ancient tree that protects the clan still intact? The scene seen in the Chichu exquisite bridge is that the clansmen made the clan-protecting ancient tree launch a mass-killing array at the expense of themselves, and finally annihilated all the invaders. The picture only shows the tribesmen being sucked into the ancient tree that protects the tribe, and the enemies are all destroyed. It does not show whether their souls are pressed under the ancient tree that protects the tribe, as in the legend. On the golden gourd, Jiang Lian controls the flames in the yard every day. No matter how much he practices when his mind is unstable, he doesn't seem to make much progress. Finally, Jiang Lian took out Su Yeshuan's special stove and the spirit beast meat prepared in the space and started to barbecue in the yard. Eating is the best way to relieve stress when you are in a bad mood. Now her cooking skills have been passed down by Su Yeshuan. Although the food she cooks is not as delicious as his cooking, it is still pretty good. At least she has the cooking skills of a great chef. The aroma of barbecue wafted in the air, and Jiang Lian became a little leisurely. The little white tiger, who was let out to play, lay aside, looking at the barbecue with saliva. And there was a puddle on the ground. The little white tiger looked silly and cute. Jiang Lian's mood suddenly improved. Want to eat? Bai Lin nodded and said expectantly, Is it okay? Jiang Lian has been feeding him raw meat since he was born. Although it contains a lot of spiritual energy, it doesn't have the aroma of roasting it now.
Of course. I thought you were eating raw food. I'll share something delicious with you in the future.
After saying that, Jiang Lian took out a special large tray from the space and set up a barbecue grill next to it and grilled the whole soul. Animal meat.
Try it.
Jiang Lian took out a few skewers of grilled meat and put the meat on the big tray. The little white tiger couldn't wait to roll it into his mouth. The little white tiger looked like he was a big foodie. Obviously, this little bit is not enough to stuff between the teeth of a spiritual beast with a big appetite like little white tiger. Looking at those wet amber eyes, Jiang Lian laughed and said,
You have to wait. If it's too late, I'll give you some as a cushion first.
Pad your belly.
The little white tiger shook his head hastily.
I'm not hungry. I just want to eat. I'll wait for it to be baked.
The naive look made Jiang Lian laugh again. How can we forget about drinks when we have delicious food? Although she is not suitable for drinking spiritual wine. There is no problem with fruit wine. Although the spiritual energy of fruit wine brewed from low-level fruits is not that great, it is delicious and tastes delicious when paired with barbecue.
Would you like some? Xiao Bai. 2?
Jiang Lian, who had been drinking, was obviously a little lazy. At this time, Yin Yin sent a message.
Chichu Linglong Bridge will normally bring out the deepest concerns in its memory. Has something happened to junior sister? I am in retreat these days. I just saw it now.
Jiang Lian had already informed her master, brothers and sisters, that she was safe when she left the secret realm. In addition, with the third elder and the seniors of the Su family following her, there was no problem in terms of safety. So Yin Yin was not that worried.
Is it possible that there are some special cases that I can't remember, but I slowly remembered it later?
She actually suspected that the scene was deep in her memory. Maybe she had forgotten it, and now she remembered it under certain conditions.
Unless it happened in childhood, it is impossible to be normal. Memories from infancy usually disappear slowly and naturally. The function of the Chichio Linglong Bridge is to inspire human nature and to exercise and test a person's character again based on what happened in the past. It is indeed possible that some people will be stimulated to have memories from their infancy, or think of them slowly over time.
Jiang Lian already had a rough idea of the answer after hearing Yin Yin's answer. She couldn't see the little boy's face clearly, but she remembered it when she met Jiang Yan. So it must be related to Jiang Yan. This matter she must find out.
Junior sister, are you not sure what you remembered?
Jiang Lian's heart warmed up again at her senior sister's concern.
Well, suddenly there are some strange scenes, but I can't see the specific content clearly, and it's not like the memories I have experienced myself. So it's a little strange.
Hearing what the junior sister said, Yin Yin felt relieved. As long as everything was fine. It was the first time that the junior sister was out, and she didn't know if she had eaten well and slept well.
That may be the memory from infancy. It will become clearer over time. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you, senior sister.
Yin Yin laughed and said on the other end of the communication jade pendant.
Be polite to me.
Yin Yin gossiped and said,
I heard that the fiancé of the Master of One in Peak will go up the mountain soon, and will discuss the time of the wedding ceremony with senior brother.
She had doubted the identity of the younger junior sister before, but later she calmly thought that as long as the younger junior sister was good, it would be fine. It doesn't matter if the senior brother is married. The junior sister will be able to come back to Chongyan Peak this time. I miss my junior sister a little bit.
Jiang family?
Did those people in Luojing finally couldn't help but want to attack Su Yeshuan? At this time, she was quite interested in knowing what the imposter looked like.
Yes. The eldest brother was engaged to someone from the Jiang family back then. Some members of the Jiang family will follow this time. I heard that they will have to wait until the eldest brother and the others have their wedding ceremony before going back.
When he got the news, all the doubts in Yin Yin's heart disappeared, and he seemed to be watching the fun.
It will definitely be very lively then.
Jiang Lian smiled sweetly. After drinking, she looked lazy and beautiful.
When will junior sister come back? Maybe we can catch up and watch the fun.
Chapter 132. Don't go to the west of the city.
Almost. We are on the way. But there may be a delay in the middle. Normally, we can catch up and watch the fun.
She was very curious about what the expression on Su Yeshuan's face would be then. How will the Jiang family behave when all the lies are exposed? She was looking forward to it.
Okay. Then I'll be waiting for you at Chongyan Peak. Don't miss me when you come back.
No matter how I listened to my senior sister's words, I felt a little sad.
Okay. I'll let you know when I get back.
While chatting, he controlled the roasting of the spirit beast meat. Waves of fragrance wafted into the air, and the little white tiger drooled even more. At this moment, Zhang Buitao and Su Yanhui were attracted by the aroma. Zhang Buitao was shocked by Jiang Lian's cooking skills and looked at this nominal disciple with bright eyes. It was a pity that he was not able to accept him as his true disciple because of his lack of ability. You must know that souls, flesh, and food are difficult to handle. And in the world of immortality, generally good cooks are good alchemists. They have their own method when decomposing elixirs, and their perception will be better.
The seventh brother and sister are very good at cooking.
Su Yan looked back and felt greedy. You must know that he has been fasting for hundreds of years. Except for the time when his seventh brother cooked something that made him so greedy. He had never been like this. The seventh brother and his wife are really talented in cooking. Jiang Lian looked up when he heard the sound and saw Zhang Buitao and Su Yan coming back. Jiang Lian smiled knowingly.
Master, second brother, do you want to try it?
Just as a few skewers were grilled, Jiang Lian handed them to them directly, and the two of them took the skewers politely. At this time, the little white tiger let out a few squeaks to protect his food. Only then did Zhang Buitao and Su Yanwei realize that the existence of the little white tiger.
Xiao Bai, your condition is almost healed. Don't worry,
Jiang Lian said back to Zhang Buitao and Su Yan.
The little guy was born not long ago and is not very sensible. It's okay. It's okay.
The two said it was okay again and again. And they were surprised at the race of the little white tiger. This white tiger was definitely not simple. It is definitely not easy to have a future that has been contracted since birth. At this time, the little white tiger also became quiet, staring at the greasy roasted whole animal next to him, his mouth watering again. Zhang Buitao looked at the crystal white tiger saliva on the ground as if he had seen a rare thing, and asked Jiang Lian,
"Can Yin get a basin to catch the white tiger saliva? It will be of great use in medicine."
The little white tiger sounded a little confused. He actually wanted to use its saliva to make medicine. Whose invention was so disgusting to it? Thinking of this, his mouth stopped drooling, and he turned around, his butt facing his beloved barbecue, and stopped looking. He even closed his eyes and ignored Zhang Buitao, who was rarely excited. Use your spiritual consciousness to speak to Jiang Lian.
Master, remember to remind me when you are ready.
Jiang Lian said low helplessly. But Zhang Buitao didn't pay attention at this time and said directly,
"It's okay. I just suddenly thought of a prescription. Just out of interest."
The two of them looked shocked after trying the barbecue. It was so delicious. Jiang Lian took out the drink and said,
"Second brother. Master, would you like some?"
Seeing that it was wine, Su Yan smiled back and said,
"We still have to control the spaceship, so let's not drink it for now. It's good to replace the wine with tea."
Zhang Buitao nodded in agreement, took out the tea-making tools from the space, and placed them on the table. The two of them made tea and poured a cup for Jiang Lian.
"Try it. It tastes great with this barbecue."
Jiang Lian thanked him, and after drinking it, he found that it tasted quite good. At this time, the whole roasted animal was ready. Jiang Lian unloaded it and placed the whole animal on the tray in front of the little white tiger. I just heard the little white tiger in my mind saying thank you to the master in its childish voice. Then there was a feast.
"Xiao Bai, can't you speak in front of outsiders? If I don't speak, they won't know my level. If we really get into a fight, we can catch them off guard."
Xiao Bai's voice was a bit arrogant, and his smart little voice was a bit cutesy.
"Okay, keep it up."
Jiang Lian thinks this is a good habit. He can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. This kid is quite smart.
Yin Yan's cooking skills will make alchemy with twice the result with half the effort in the future.
Su Yan, we couldn't help but sigh. The taste of this is not much different from that of his younger brother. It is really the best in the world. Zhang Buitao nodded in agreement. At this time, he was already thinking about how to teach this talented disciple when he returned. Half a month passed quickly, and when Jiang Lian approached Su Cheng, she felt that she was not panicking anymore. The Jiang family's mansion in Xucheng was considered a wealthy family, and it even covered mountains, forests, and rivers. Standing at the gate of the city, Jiang Lian had mixed feelings in her heart. She couldn't help but picture herself being hurriedly taken away by the servants. In the end, all the loyal servants died on the road, but the traders left with her safely and abandoned her. Ancient forest.
"Are you from outside?"
The eldest brother guarding the city looked kind-hearted. After accepting Jiang Lian's entry fee, he kindly reminded,
"I think your cultivation level is not low. After entering, don't go to the west of the city."
Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the location of the Jiang family in the west of the city? He asked strangely.
"Why?"
He subconsciously handed over 2 middle-grade spiritual stones in his hand, and the guard's eyes lit up when he saw them. There are still quite a lot of middle-grade spiritual stones for them.
"There is no way to get in or out. Anyone who goes in will die inside regardless of their level of cultivation."
At this time, seeing the people coming up from behind, which somewhat affected the walking on the road, the guard called his other companions and introduced them into the city.
This matter started from 20 years ago. That night, the Jiang family, a wealthy family in the city, it was completely destroyed, and the location of the Jiang family was shrouded in a barrier. From then on, anyone who entered it could not come out again, and now it has become a forbidden area.
After saying that, the guard kindly reminded him again.
"Fellow Taoist, remember this."
Several people thanked the guards and left.
Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao looked at Jiang Lian with some worry. Jiang Lian looked towards the west of the city. The sky there was extremely red and looked very strange.
Second brother. Master, why don't you come with me? I'll come back as soon as I go.
Once the clan-protecting ancient tree that uses blood as a sacrifice is opened, it will only protect the blood of the Jiang family, and anyone else who enters will be killed. Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao both disagreed.
Brother and sister, I'd better go in with you. I hope you can take care of me inside.
Nothing happened in the secret realm, but something happened to Su Chong who was brought to him by him. So he would definitely not be able to forgive himself in his heart. The seventh brother has been alone in Kunlun since he was a child. Now he has an intimate person accompanying him. If something happens again, he will really. Zhang Buotao also nodded.
It's safer for us to follow in. If there is anything going on inside, we can deal with it in time.
What the guard said was not groundless. And the smell in the air was different in the west of the city. It looked like a dangerous place, which was uncomfortable. Chapter 133 No Breach of Contract.
Second brother. Master, to be honest, I am of the Jiang family's blood. It doesn't matter if I go in. Anyone else will be attacked if they go in. I'll go back and come back. If I really encounter something, I still have the teleportation charm, so I can escape successfully.
From
Jiang Lian still insisted on going by herself. She didn't know what was going on in the clan area. She couldn't let Zhang Buotao and Su Yan go back and die with her. The power of the clan-protecting ancient tree was not something that these two people could withstand. Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao looked at her hesitantly. In the end, Jiang Lian confirmed again and again, and even said that he could talk to Su Yeshuan, or ask his master Yun Chongzi. And the two finally agreed. She just asked to activate the blood array disc so that she could know her specific situation. On the high-rise building opposite the Jiang family in the west of the city, the two of them watched. Jiang Lian stood in front of the Jiang family's gate, holding a jade array plate in his hand and a luofu pen floating beside him. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the closed door.
Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, lure is back.
There were killing sounds that night,
and the original scene kept replaying in her mind. Tears fell unconsciously, but she tried her best to endure it, and her eyes became red. Putting your hand on the door opened automatically. At first glance, it is still a familiar courtyard, just like yesterday, without any signs of decay. A woman wearing a light green dress, with stunning appearance but a kind and gentle face, waved her hand towards her and motioned for her to come over. At this moment, the tears that Jiang Lian had been holding back burst out of his eyes instantly, and he couldn't hold back any longer and ran in quickly.
Mother!
The door at the back automatically closed with a bang at this moment. Jiang Lian, who had lost his mind, calmed down instantly and cast a heart-clearing spell on himself. The jade formation disc in his hand glowed with gleaming light, and formations of spiritual threads formed in formation in an instant, covering Jiang Lian's entire body. At this time Jiang Lian looked forward again. The scene has completely changed. The fiery red dress and the appearance are even more beautiful, but the face is unusually pale, and the fiery red eyes look at Jiang Lian and shed tears of blood.
Lur, my son!
An ancient tree stands not far away. Its leaves make rustling sounds, and the spiritual energy in the surrounding air quietly circulates with a strange red color, accompanied by the unnoticeable smell of blood. Murong Xuan looked at the grown-up little girl in front of her and said with disapproval,
Lure shouldn't come back.
The red spiritual power all over her body became more and more used, and her face unconsciously became a little ferocious. But she still tried hard to control it.
Quickly go!
Jiang Lian was startled, but it was too late. The branches of the ancient tree flew towards her quickly. Murong Xuan tried to help shield her, but was unable to do anything. As soon as she moved, she was out of control and wanted to attack her daughter. The jade array disc in her hand was activated to its maximum ability, protecting her whole body airtight. Looking at his mother, who was struggling to support her, Jiang Lian's heart ached.
I'm going! I'm going!
Tears fell down her cheeks. She admitted that she was not a crybaby, but she shed a lot of tears today. That gentle and smiling woman now only has her soul left, but she still wants to protect her, and her heart is as sharp as a knife.
Now that you're here, stay and keep company with your people.
The old voice carried a sense of eternity. As soon as the words were completely unquestionable, countless branches grew longer and flew towards Jiang Lian at extremely fast speeds, even blocking out all the souls of the Jiang family behind. The special nature of her dantian made her spiritual power flow continuously, and the jade-colored formation disc continuously sent out spiritual power threads to fill the formation. Holding the Luofu pen in her hand and looking at the ancient tree, Jianlian shouted sternly, "Gu Lu, have you forgotten? Is it an agreement with my ancestors of the Jiang family? If you do this, you won't be afraid of being punished by heaven?" The old voice sounded again. "Baby, it's not your turn to be childish. I already protected your Jiang family back then, and now I still protect the souls of your Jiang family. This is the deal you are willing to make with me. The meaning is very clear. It protected everyone back then and took action in times of crisis. It did it. In the past 20 years, it has protected the souls of all the clan members in accordance with the agreement. It has not breached the contract. Even now it requires her body to be used as nourishment. As long as it protects her soul, it is not a breach of contract." At this time, a majestic old man with pale hair stood not far away, looking at the ancient tree. His voice was unquestionable. "When I made the deal with you, I wanted to keep the girl alive. But now you are bound to breach the contract." Gu Shu sneered. "I only promised to let the little girl leave safely. Now she has taken the initiative to send her to the door. I am not violating the rules." "Grandfather!" Looking around again, all his familiar relatives appeared, but they were blocked in the distance by thick branches. Jianlian looked up at the position of the ancient tree. "In that case, how about I make a deal with you? Although the ancient tree that protects the clan is called the ancient tree that protects the clan, it is also good and evil. In order to protect the bloodline of the clan, the elders of the clan sacrificed their lives one after another. She was spared and was rescued by Master Yin Chongzi to Kunlun. But what happened to the other children in the clan who were protected and escaped now? She couldn't even imagine how many people the culprit had arranged outside. She encountered them and suffered heavy injuries. Where were the others? Anything in the world that allows people to use their bodies as nourishment and absorb life is classified as evil. But it also carries ancient aura, and the ancient aura cannot be ignored. The lives of thousands of people in the entire Jiang family were ruined at its hands, but they still had some chance of survival. "Oh, how can you make a deal with me? I'm afraid you can't afford the price." Gu Shu found Jianlian's words very funny. A small nascent soul in its early stage wanted to make a deal with it. "I'm quite interested in your body being used as nourishment for me. What if I can find something better to nourish you? Can I exchange it for the freedom of souls of the Jiang family?" Jianlian said with a smile. "Of course, if we can ensure that the safe and sound body is returned. The price is not unaffordable." She has this self-confidence. It has been impossible in recent years, but she has plenty of time. She is not afraid that she can't do it. "This is really not possible. Although the bodies of your Jiang clan are intact underground, their vitality has been exhausted. Even I myself cannot resurrect them. They can only slowly become my nourishment. As for them, if your soul were not protected by me, it would probably fall into the netherworld and live in peace." Gu Lu looked at the little girl in front of him, and he noticed something unusual from the array plate in her hand. The familiar aura made him change his original mind. "It's not impossible to let you go." Jianlian had a calm face, not showing much abnormality. "Tell me, what are the conditions?" The last two transactions between the Jiang family and it were enough to show that the price would definitely not be small. Chapter 134 Transaction. "I need energy, and the spiritual stones enshrined by your clan for thousands of years are not enough for my consumption. As long as you have a way to restore me to my peak, I will release the souls of your clan and return them intact. As for the body, there is no need to think about it. It's almost exhausted." The ancient tree's words made people grit their teeth, but they were helpless. There was nothing they could do about it. How much energy is needed? Tens of thousands of years of spiritual stone replenishment are not enough to restore it to its normal state. Even if she digs out a few spiritual veins, it may not be enough. "I don't know the details of this, but if the body of the demon lord of the netherworld is kidnapped and given to me as nourishment, I guess it will be enough." That calf used a big blood formation to make it a formation eye, and forcibly changed its nature. Although the existence of good and evil is beyond the way of heaven and saves a lot of trouble, it makes it particularly awkward. If it hadn't worked hard to control its desires in the past few years, it would have been a disaster. After all, it couldn't really eat this girl. The demon lord made an agreement with it for the sake of his Taoist companion, to protect the Jiang family, and it could not harm those with full bloodline. Thinking about it, the deep malice towards the guy in my heart became even more overwhelming. At this time, the system in Jiang Lian's body heard Gu Luo's request and couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. That person will also have such a day. If the body is really stolen by the host, he will probably be unable to do anything at that time. He will even praise her for stealing it well. But there is no use keeping it. But that body was extremely well protected by Demon Realm and others. If the host wanted to steal it, then he would probably have to work hard to improve his strength. Jiang Lian was a little confused. Alive or dead? There is no time limit. She believes that sooner or later, she will be strong enough to enter the demon world and have a showdown with the Demon King. Gu Luo said with a smile. The body of the current Demon Lord is too weak, and it is not enough for me to fill the gap between my teeth. What I want is the one in the forbidden area of the Demon Clan. The difficulty seems to have increased. But this means that the tribe has hope of being rescued, and her grandparents and parents have a chance to be reborn. Hearing Gu Shu's request, the surrounding souls took a breath of cold air. Jiang Xiaoyuan, the head of the Jiang family, said hurriedly, Nani, don't go to the devil world. Just be good. We are not important. The tribesman also nodded. Gu Luo's voice was leisurely, and he was not in a hurry to let Jiang Lian make a decision. It's okay. You think about it slowly. I have plenty of time anyway. Although she gained a lot of knowledge about this world in Wan Yefeng, she only knew very little about the demon world. System. If the forbidden area of the devil world reaches Su Yeshuan's level, can he easily enter it? In her opinion, Su Yeshuan's strength is already the highest in the world. Before the barrier of time Waitian is released, Su Yeshuan can do it. But ordinary people can't. It couldn't help but feel secretly happy at the thought of the host stealing that body. Also, Su Yeshuan is so powerful that it cannot be surpassed by ordinary people. However, she believes that if she works hard and grows up, one day she will become someone like Su Yeshuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian looked at the ancient tree. Is there any time limit? Yes, there is no time limit. At this time, it thought wickedly, it would be very interesting if the person with full bloodline, who knew that he worked hard to protect a person who could not be harmed, dug his grave and stole his body. Then I promise you. But you must ensure that all the souls of my people are intact, and the ones whose bodies can survive are also protected for me. Hearing that the little girl agreed, Gu Luo couldn't help but laugh. His anger at being regarded as a formation also dissipated, and he even looked forward to that day coming soon. If it could really absorb the energy remaining in that body, then it would probably not only return to its peak state, but also reach a higher level. The elders of the Jiang family disagreed and wanted to persuade Jiang Lian. But Jiang Lian said with a smile, Don't worry. I won't act rashly. I will wait until I am strong enough before going. So please wait here for me. Their souls have been separated from the body for many years, and they have seen all the cruelest things in the world. They thought they were already indifferent, and actually shed tears at this moment. But Jiang Lian is not that stupid, leaving some room for himself. If I can find the same energy or a way to help you restore your original state, can the conditions be met? Okay, but if you die, this agreement will not count. I will have no reason to protect the souls of the Jiang family. With all the clan exterminated, the agreement between it and that person is over. Nani, you are confused. Jiang Xiaoyuan shouted helplessly. But the agreement was made, and it could not be changed. Once Gu Luo says something good, you won't be able to go back on it. It's okay. I won't do anything dangerous rashly. Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Xiaoyuan as he said, Grandpa, do you know who harmed our Jiang family? The Jiang family and others showed bitterness, but they all remained silent. Gu Luo said at this time, If this is the purpose of your coming in, then I am afraid that you will return without any results. The reason why their souls can be here intact is that they have forgotten without hatred. Even if an enemy comes in and is killed in the past few years, your tribe will not remember who it is. Why? She didn't understand. If it is full of hatred, the state of the soul body will amplify the hatred. If the hatred is too strong, it will be sucked into the netherworld. Gu Luo, who has made a deal with a little girl and is looking forward to the follow-up, now seems very patient. Girl, it's time for you to get out. Otherwise, I won't be able to help but use you as fertilizer. She originally wanted to stay a little longer, but she felt a pulling sensation on her body. Murong Xuan, who was opposite, asked Jiang Lian eagerly, Nani, how is your brother? Elder brother? Jiang Lian looked at Murong Xuan doubtfully. In her memory, she was the only child in the family. I couldn't help but think of the scene that day. Could it be that little boy? But where did he go? Other tribesmen also asked if they had met their children. But Jiang Lian could only stand there blankly. Murong Xuan thought that her son was still in the Xianling sect and had not returned, and that her daughter had not seen her brother yet. He said hurriedly, "Nanny can go to Xianling sect." Jiang Lian was teleported out by Gu Luo before he finished speaking, leaving only the souls of the Jiang family worrying there, standing in the mountains and forests. Jiang Lian looked at the distant location of his tribe, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Gu Luo's reminder echoed in his ears. "Don't come if you have nothing to do. Don't forget the deal between you and me." Jiang Lian murmured. "No one can forget the promise they made to you." The souls of her people are still with Gu Luo. In addition to looking for things to trade with Gu Luo, she also has to find a way to preserve her soul, even whether it is resurrection or reincarnation in the future. She has to find a corresponding method. Otherwise, taking their soul bodies out will only harm them. But who is the murderer? Now that the only way to know the quickest way has disappeared, can we only rely on bit-by-bit checks? At this time, the system's voice rang. "There is no way out. You can use the growth gift package to exchange for the complete universe mirror, or you can wait for it to be drawn out through a lottery." Chapter 135, as long as the level is enough. Universe mirror. Jiang Lian remembered that he got the fragment of the universe mirror during the lottery. How to use that? How to know the murderer? It's very simple. As long as you think about it and combine it with the array, you can see the truth of what happened back then. Of course, how much you can see depends on your own strength. The cool voice of the system was very annoying, but it brought hope to Jiang Lian. Is it possible to check everything? If she could use the universe mirror to find the brother her mother mentioned and know what everything was going on. She could even use the universe mirror to find members of the Jiang family who were living outside. Yes, but how much you can see depends on your strength. The meaning is very obvious. If you are strong, you will see more. If you are low, you will be powerless. This is indeed the best method she can use now. Everyone she knows is in Kunlun Mountain. Even if there are forces here, she is afraid of alerting others. She has to think carefully about the next thing. When they returned to where Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao were, they quickly noticed her, and both breathed a sigh of relief. There were not many people in the tea house, which faced the Jiang family land. Most of them came to watch out of curiosity, listening to the discussions of people around him. Jiang Lian realized that in the first few years, there were many people who were curious about what was going on inside and went in to take a look. But none of them came back. It slowly became more and more weird. And even the big ones in the combined stage, once you get in, you will never come back. Jiang Lian asked curiously. Xiao Er, do you know who the great master in the integration stage is? Is it so dangerous inside? The expression was exactly the same as the others. He was asking purely out of curiosity. Su Yanhui and Zhang Buotao on the side were still worried. They were still careless. If Jiang Lian went in and really couldn't come back, then they would really be guilty. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at the waiter, waiting for his answer. Master UFA from the 10,000 Buddha sect. Later, his junior brother also wanted to go in order to find him. He was fully prepared and wanted to go in, but he was too frightened and retreated. It was also fate that his fellow sect pulled him back in time. But it's a pity. That master is now mentally confused all day long, and is now locked up inside the mountain gate of the 10,000 Buddha's gate. Speaking of this, the waiter couldn't help but sigh. The other guests exclaimed, Is the junior brother you are talking about Master Yuzheng? The waiter nodded. Yes. After Master Yuzheng's accident, no one dared to step into the Jiang family's clan. No one knew what was inside, and the evil inside was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed again. Master Yuzheng was famous back then. Later, everyone didn't know what happened to him. They only knew that he suddenly became crazy and confused. Fortunately, he would not hurt anyone. Then do you know why Master Yufa went in? The members of Wanfo sect are all Buddhist cultivators. They will have a mental test before entering, with the special skills of their sect. Their temperaments will not be too bad. Therefore, Jiang Lian is not worried that people from Wanfo sect are murderers or accomplices. If it was an accidental injury, then Gu Luo must have suffered a lot of karma in the past few years. It started to open up the blood world 20 years ago in order to protect the Jiang family. These consequences will also fall on her clan members to some extent. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but look at the location of the Jiang family, recalling all the formations she knew in her mind. In order to avoid reincarnation of karma,
She wanted to seal the entire Jiang family to prevent anyone from breaking in again. But if she really moves, she may be discovered by her enemies.
Master Yufa heard that he was a good friend of the head of the Jiang family. He heard about what happened to the Jiang family and said he came over to take a look.
As he said this, the waiter couldn't help but sigh.
We actually tried to persuade him back then. He doesn't want to go in, but he insists on his own way, saying that he doesn't feel relieved if he doesn't go in to see. It would be better to get rid of the evil cult as soon as possible.
The people around him couldn't help but sigh. Master Yufa was also a ruthless character back then, but he was famous for his emphasis on friendship. I didn't expect to end up in such a situation.
It's so dangerous inside. Didn't the government take any countermeasures?
The man sitting on the side listening to the gossip couldn't help but ask. It would be bad if someone entered by mistake without knowing.
Yes. At first, we sent people to watch and publicize it in the city. But the more restricted it is, the more adventurers want to go in and give it a try. After all, we are a wealthy family. Maybe we can find some treasures if we go in.
The waiter in the store complained.
The government saw that this was not going to work and couldn't control it. So they just gave up. As a result, fewer people went there. It was even said that the place had amazing skills and was extremely scary.
Just like these customers in their store now. They all come to watch the excitement. Every day. After hearing what the waiter said, Jiang Lian decided to do this first. After listening to the gossip for a while, a few people left. Sitting in Jean Hulu's room, Jiang Lian looked at the roof. And the pale and abnormal faces of the tribesmen kept popping up in his mind. His heart was full of discomfort. This time, even barbecue could not change his mood. A few days passed like this. When Jean Gula was almost approaching the Kunlun boundary, the system could hardly stand it anymore.
The Jiang family's matter is not unsolvable. Maybe you can find a way to solve it as your strength increases. Believe in yourself. Do you have a solution?
Jiang Lian asked casually. The system would do something unexpected every time. The system said that there might be a solution. But based on the system's urinary properties, it would definitely not. I will make it clear now.
Maybe. But your level hasn't reached the level yet. So I don't know yet.
The meaning is very clear. Work hard to upgrade.
What level?
This was the first time she heard about it.
There are levels of points. And you will know when you reach a high level. Then how do you determine the level with points?
Jiang Lian thought for a moment. Her points were only 5 points now. And she didn't even have a chance to draw a lottery.
I'll let you know when you get enough lucky draw opportunities.
The strict-mouthed system didn't say anything useful. But Jiang Lian felt calmer at this moment. The system had said that as her strength increased, she wouldn't have to resort to careless solutions. She also believes in herself, and will work hard to cultivate and enrich herself despite all difficulties. One day, she will be able to let her people appear in this world safely and soundly. The spaceship arrived in Kunlun soon. The third elder took out the identity Jade token and successfully passed through the barrier and flew to Lingxian Peak. Although the third elder is very powerful in Dongji Dao, he belongs to Lingxianfeng, and his swordsmanship is also very good. As a foreigner, Su Yanhui definitely wanted to visit the main peak. When he got off the spaceship again, Jiang Lian no longer had the worries he had before. His thoughts were clear in his mind, and he was completely free of the previous entanglements. Standing on Lingxian Peak, Jiang Lian instantly felt a line of sight focused on her in the distance, looking at her, subconsciously looking towards that line of sight. No surprise. That was the direction of Wan Yanfeng. Chapter 136 Punishment.
Miss Sir, I'm back.
Jiang Lian smiled, and used the jade pendant to report her safety to Su Yeshuan. Thinking about her senior sister, she would probably be very angry if she didn't notify her when she came back. So Jiang Lian notified his senior brothers and sisters at the same time that he had to go to the master's side in person. Due to the friendship between the Su family and Kunlun, the head Guhuahai soon appeared in the hall.
Fellow Daoist Su's visit today is really a rare visitor.
This was the first time Jiang Lian saw the kind smile. Meeting Jiang Lian's gaze, head Guhuahai said with a smile,
Senior nephew Jiang is back. It's good to be back. He must be tired too. If you have nothing to do, you can go back and rest first.
Don't say that's a good attitude.
Yes, Master. I will resign now.
Jiang Lian had no intention of staying anymore. He had already agreed with Zhang Butao that he would go to Zhuzhangfeng Academy to start learning alchemy after 2 days of rest. After leaving the main hall, Jiang Lian was quickly hugged by senior sister Yan Yanyan, who arrived in a hurry.
Junior sister, welcome back. The moment he saw the little junior sister safe and sound, Yin 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 almost burst into tears, her eyes moist. You must know that when she found out that the junior sister had not left the secret realm, she almost burst into tears. Fortunately, her horoscope showed that her life was carefree. Well, senior sister, I'm back. Jiang Lian smiled knowingly and patted senior sister on the shoulder to express comfort. In the end, Jiang Lian was pulled back to Chongyan Peak by Yin Yin Yin. And then he was surrounded by a group of senior brothers and sisters. There was definitely no lack of all kinds of care. And Lin Yu even cried with joy. She was always straightforward, and she cried so sincerely that she almost couldn't stop. Yin 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 said with a smile. Junior sister, don't pay attention to her. She has this problem. She can't stop crying. Just wait for her to calm down, and it will be fine. This was such a contrast. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. She was really crying and laughing at the same time. And everyone couldn't help but laugh along with her. The originally sad and joyful meeting scene was changed by such a funny scene. And the whole atmosphere became much happier. Since I came back, I wanted to go find Master. Unexpectedly, Master Yin Chongzi happened to be in retreat in the past. Yin 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 consoled him. You know Master has always been like this. We will come find him when he comes out of confinement. Seeing the uneasy expression on Yin Yin Yin's face, Jiang Lian couldn't help but asked worriedly. Has Master's injury recurred again? Yin 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 did not hide anything and nodded. Don't worry. Elder Gu Yu has already come to see you. Although this is the case, it is urgent to find a prescription for the medicine, and she must start practicing alchemy as soon as possible. While reminiscing with the senior brothers and sisters, a message from Su Yeshuan came from the Jade Pendant of Friendship. Come back when you're done. There's something delicious to eat. No matter how I listen to this voice, I feel a little jealous. Jiang Lian suppressed a smile and said, Okay, let's go back soon. Although Su Yeshuan had prepared a lot of delicious food for her in the space, it was better to cook it and eat it freshly. Senior sister, I'm going back to Wanyan Feng. Yin 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 was a little surprised. Don't you live in Chongyan Peak? I thought that the junior sister's training at Wanyan Feng had been completed. People from the Jiang family had also arrived yesterday. Although they were all living in the guest house, the whole Kunlun knew that the senior brother's fiancé had gone up the mountain. Well, let's stay at Wanyan Peak first and come back another day. After receiving the affirmative answer, Yin 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 asked hesitantly. My senior brother's fiancé is here. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to still live in Wanyan Summit? Jiang Lian knew her senior sister's concerns and couldn't help but smile. I don't care. Senior sister, don't worry. You will know after a while. Yin 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 was a little confused. Then you can see for yourself. If it doesn't work, just go back to Chongyan Peak. It's more comfortable at home. Yes, I understand. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Lian wanted to laugh a little. If Su Yeshuan heard what senior sister said, his face would definitely be dark. Suddenly I thought about Li Ji's matter. 2 or 3 months have passed since he left the secret realm. I don't know what the outcome is now. As soon as Jiang Lian stood up, Yin 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 knew what the junior sister was going to ask, and said with a smile, The results of Li Ji's matter have come out. It was Xiao Shengsheng who made a deal with him. Xiao Shengsheng was punished by the discipline hall for the crime of harming his fellow disciples. These days, she made a lot of contributions to the sect in 2007, and she used her contribution points to avoid certain culpability. However, I heard that someone wants to punish her, and I guess it will be very miserable. It can even be exempted from certain responsibilities. But think about the heroine's followers, each of whom has its own plot bugs. If there are no tricks, they won't be the heroine's long-term followers. What about Li Chu? This person was instigated to directly hide his cultivation and enter the secret realm with the intention of harming his fellow sect members. She would not be willing to go unpunished. I won't offend others unless they offend me. She can be easygoing at times, but she is not a weakling. If she has to be killed to return to the Holy Mother, then she is not kind, but stupid. He doesn't have someone behind Xiao Shengsheng to help him operate. Wawajia will be punished for a long time. Yin 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 whispered excitedly. The Xiao family doesn't know who they have offended. They have suffered a lot of losses. Now it is estimated that even the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China I can't even move up the family rankings. Not in the 8 major families anymore? That is indeed a big loss. Jiang Lian suddenly thought of Su Yeshuan, but felt it was unlikely. Not to mention that he has been at Wanyan Peak all year round. Not to mention that the Xiao family is one of the 8 major families. A camel is so skinny that it is bigger than a horse. It is not so easy to make it fall out of the 8 major families. This proves that the person they offended is not small in energy. Also, some people say that this is just a small warning from the other party. You should know that it only takes a few days to make such a huge change in the Xiao family. It is not impossible to directly destroy the Xiao family. Yin 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 was a little gloating. The people of the Xiao family in Kunlun are really like quails now. They were so arrogant in the past. But now they are so silent, and their existence can hardly be felt. The world has suddenly become a little cleaner. Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh too. In the past, those people from the Xiao family often followed Xiao Shengsheng to bully her. Of course she did do some things herself at that time. Senior sister, I'll go now. I'll ask you to barbecue together some other time. My skills are pretty good now. Jiang Lian said goodbye to Yan 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 with a smile. She did not invite her senior sister to go to Wan Yanfeng. After all, the sword wind above was not all everyone can bear it. Besides, except for the puppets, Su Yeshuan had not seen any living people in the entire Wanyan Peak. It is possible that they are not allowed to go up. Or Su Yeshuan does not like outsiders to enter. Then it's agreed. Don't forget it. Absolutely not. After leaving Chongyan Peak, Jiang Lian flew in the direction of Wan Yanfeng. Now she has become accustomed to Wan Yanfeng's sword energy, and sometimes she feels it is not powerful enough. After being exposed to Wan Yanfeng's more powerful spiritual energy for a long time, she found that the cultivation in her body would become more and more solid. Before arriving at the main hall, I saw the tall man. There was a sword wind around him, but his black robe with golden patterns remained untouched by the wind. There was no change in the expression on his face. Those cold eyes, his eyes looked at her with endless gentleness. Chapter 137, Obey Your Majesty's Order. Jiang Lian's face was full of joy, and she ran towards Su Yeshuan without thinking, and jumped directly on him. Do you miss me, sir? Yeah. The unique cold voice sounded particularly pleasant. She faced his calm face, but his tightening hands made her couldn't help but feel happy. Miss Sir, I'm hungry. It's already cooked. Knowing that the little girl liked to eat more, he had already made preparations when he sensed her return. He didn't expect that the little girl ran directly to Chongyan Peak and took so long. But I don't want to eat that food. Then what do you want to eat? Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian calmly. From the little girl's narrowed expression, he knew that there must be other things on his mind. Jiang Lian came close to his ear and whispered, Mister, this was very provocative. But Su Yeshuan was very calm. What? Jiang Lian secretly thought to herself. This big boring guy. Let's see if you will still be like this at night. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something delicious. As a result, Jiang Lian was shocked when she was carried towards the room by Su Yeshuan. It turns out that you are like Su Yeshuan. The door to the room opened and closed, leaving behind Jiang Lian's laughter. Food and sex are also important, even for a cold-blooded person like Su Yeshuan. The sky gradually darkened until the moon was high in the sky. Jiang Lian looked at the moonlight outside the window and lay lazily. The book that someone had been holding in his hand unexpectedly did not appear today. Instead, he was playing with her hair. She felt very comfortable. Miss Sir, have you met your second brother? Jiang Lian was a little curious but didn't see Su Yin come back. Well, he's back. Jiang Lian asked in surprise. You're going back so soon? Don't you want to hang out with you more? Su Yeshuan seemed to have not seen her family all year round. This time when Su Yin came back, she thought she would stay a few more days and have a good time with Su Yeshuan. Second brother has returned beforehand. Su Yeshuan asked, Are you still hungry? Get up and eat. Jiang Lian thought wrongly and hurriedly refused. If she continued, she would be useless. No. It's definitely not me who is eating. But you? What if you eat too much and your spiritual power explodes? Dual cultivation is also risky. There is such a big difference in strength between her and Su Yeshuan. The spiritual power in her body increases very quickly during the spiritual power conversion. If there is too much, she is really worried that it will explode. However, there is one good thing about the world of cultivation. It is difficult for those who cultivate to have children, and it is not easy to conceive. So they don't have to worry about the inconvenience of becoming pregnant at any time. Su Yeshuan suddenly laughed, knowing that the little girl had misunderstood. But he followed her topic and said, If you can't explode, it can also increase your cultivation. Why do I feel that Su Yeshuan is so shameless and scoundrel in private? Didn't you say last time that my cultivation level cannot rise too fast? so I must exercise restraint. Su Yeshuan smiled even more happily now. Jiang Lian looked dumbfounded. She looked so good-looking that she was almost fascinated. The cultivation level increased in this way will not be unstable. At this point, Jiang Lian felt that their physiques were really bad. This peculiarity made it easy for people to think wildly. Fortunately, in this world, only those with full bloodlines existed, and she and Su Yeshuan were probably the only two people in the world. Otherwise it would all be a complete furnace. This topic is a bit shy, although she becomes more assertive and outspoken when the system messes her up. It is far different from normal times. Jiang Lian quickly changed the subject and said, Miss Sir, I'm going to study at Zhuzhangfeng Academy in a few days. The academy where I majored in Kunlun was still at Lingxian Peak. There were also academies in other peaks to teach skills related to this peak. It's just an introduction to basic knowledge. And sometimes seniors from the sect will explain some knowledge there. Although there was Zhang Buitao as a nominal master. He also suggested going to the academy to have a look. And sometimes it would be easier to avoid mistakes that are easy to make when it comes to alchemy. Okay. Go during the day and come back to stay at night. Su Yeshuan emphasized. Wan Yanfeng's aura is more beneficial to you. Your cultivation has improved a lot this time. And you still need to stabilize it. If you have time, go to the Sword Tomb again. Sword Tomb. Thinking about the last time I entered. The wind hurt me. But it's not unbearable. She used to be very afraid of pain. But now she is slowly getting used to the rules of this world. If she wants to improve her cultivation, she has to work hard to endure hardships, endure injuries, and endure pain. I obey your orders, sir. Suddenly, he thought of what his senior sister said about the Jiang family in Luojing. Senior brother holds a wedding ceremony? At this time, Su Yeshuan's voice became cold again. Aren't you curious? I can stay and wait for you to come back and do whatever you want. Luo Jing's group of people obviously had bad intentions. He has already asked people to investigate, and he has actually found something. Further investigation is needed next, and the remaining group of people will not live as good a life as they did when the little girl has had enough fun. Let me do whatever I want. I heard that the people from the Jiang family who came this time even included elders and the like. If the leader really changes his face, will they agree? Originally, the relationship between the Jiang family and Kunlun was quite good. If they were to be dealt with in Kunlun, it would be a direct change of attitude. Can Kunlun allow it? But that's not necessarily the case. It won't affect anything once Kunlun comes out and sends people to rectify it. There is no disagreement. The reason why the Jiang family can have good relations with Kunlun is because of your Xuchong clan. The most important thing is the full-blooded people who are married to our Su family. The Jiang family in Luojing is not qualified. Based on Su Yeshuan's usual image. When she said these words, she always felt like the Luojing Jiang family was going to die. Don't you even know what happened to the Xuchong clan? It's been so many years, but it was able to be hidden for so long. Even the upper echelons of Kunlun didn't know. And they mistakenly thought that the person coming this time was really the representative from Luojing. Help bring the bride over. It's not like the Luojing Jiang family had never done such shameless behavior before. Well, people who know about it outside may not necessarily say that they don't know that you are Su Chang's. Therefore, it will not be spread. Then why so many people have died in the clan area? Even Master UFA from the 10,000 Buddhas sect died inside. And Master Yuzheng was mentally damaged and became crazy. But people outside don't even know. 10,000 Buddhas sect? At this time, Su Yeshuan's eyes were slightly cold. The communication jade pendant flashed, and several orders were sent out. Jiang Lian looked at his expression and asked in shock. My husband doesn't know? It can be said that the news in this world is not closed off. But why can it be hidden so well? The Lord of Xucheng City even sent someone to stop it. This shouldn't be like this. Now the only possibility is that it was the work of the people behind the scenes. The people of the Luojing Jiang family may not have such energy, but it doesn't mean that they didn't have their hands on it in the first place. She was sure that those who tried to stop her from killing her were from the Luojing Jiang family, and those slaves from the Luojing Jiang family would not be forgiven for abandoning her as a child with no cultivation in the ancient forest. The hypocritical faces of those people will still appear in my mind, saying that if you die, don't blame them. They are also forced to have no choice. Chapter 138 Is the price harmful? Su Yeshuan touched her head at the right time and said nothing. But Jiang Lian calmed down quickly. The next day Jiang Lian went to Wan Yanfeng's library. After cultivating immortality, her memory could be said to be photographic.
and the previous medicine list was always in her memory. Huan Yinfeng's library has a very rich collection of books. Jiang Lian searched there for a long time and found corresponding explanations for only a few items. But most of them didn't even have matching names. I wrote down a few things I knew, and went down the mountain to look for them in the store another day. Sighing in my heart, I can only wait any longer. The main thing now is to learn the medicine refining technology first. Work hard to improve the level. And the strange fire. The prescription must be refined with her 2 strange fires to be successful. She was a little worried about where she could practice strange fire. She had to find an open place. Otherwise she was afraid of directly burning the surrounding area.
It is recommended that the host can enter the sword tomb to practice.
The system reminded it this time. Jiang Lian was shocked by its words.
Isn't the sword tomb a forbidden area?
If the place Su Yeshuan was fortunate enough to guard was messed up by her using fire, she would be guilty.
No. You can find another place. The sword tomb is not suitable. Okay then. As for the secret realm in the sword tomb, it's absolutely no problem.
The system strongly suggested. And Jiang Lian refused. And the familiar mission sound dinged again.
Turn over and become the master. I am super strong. Please enter the secret realm through the sword tomb and obtain the fragments of the 10,000 demon tokens. If successful, you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. If you fail, please accept the punishment of lightning strikes.
The dog system is such a dog. It doesn't even wait for her to finish speaking.
Is there a secret realm in the sword tomb?
No matter how I heard it, I felt that it was not an ordinary thing.
Yes. The first time Xiao Miao entered was the small secret realm inside, and she didn't stay long. According to the plot, she will enter again soon. I won't say more about what she will get. It depends on your own luck.
Jiang Lian felt a little cramped no matter how he listened to the system's faint voice. And is this an opportunity to snatch Xiao Miao? The system that knew what the host was thinking explained.
It's not about snatching opportunities. Anyone can enter the secret realm. You don't know what Xiao Miao got in it now. So how can you snatch it? Whatever you get is your own opportunity. Remind the host that you are an independent individual now, and are not affected by the plot. You can work hard to compete.
Perhaps it was because of the far-reaching influence of the plot that the fear of being dominated by the plot in the past has not disappeared in my mind. Although I know that her point in the plot has passed, I am still somewhat worried that she will be affected.
You said I'm no longer controlled by the plot? I can do whatever I want.
Jiang Lian confirmed again that happiness came so suddenly that she was a little at a loss.
Yes. You are an independent individual and your mind will no longer be affected by the constraints of the plot. So you can rest assured.
Listening to the system's patient explanation, Jiang Lian couldn't help but continue to ask.
Who will God's law no longer favor? Will the people related to me no longer be affected by the plot because of my relationship? Yes. Your branch line is broken, and no one related to you will be involved. As for who will be favored by heaven, it depends on who is more diligent. After all, the early bird catches the worm.
It is very clear that whoever seizes the opportunity in time belongs to him. And God will not favor anyone now. This is the information Jiang Lian interpreted by herself. She is very glad that her family and friends will no longer be affected. I regret not seeing the subsequent plot. Otherwise Xiao Miao and the others would have been able to visit all the dungeons they went to. It's okay if you don't know. Don't worry about it. You can do your own thing as you please in the future. And you don't have to worry about becoming cannon fodder at any time due to the influence of the plot. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian was not reluctant to do tasks for the first time and was full of excitement. Of course, the last time the wasteland secret realm was designed to strike Xiao Miao with lightning did not count. That was for a purpose. This time it was really the order given by the system itself.
When will we go in? Will it affect the sword tomb after we go in?
She was worried about bringing trouble to Su Yeshuan. And it would be bad if the gain outweighs the loss.
When Su Yeshuan lets you enter the sword tomb, go in. Don't worry. That is an independent space and will not affect the sword tomb.
After saying this, the system explained.
In fact, Su Yeshuan is not guarding the entire sword tomb. The tomb is a seal under the sword tomb. As long as the seal is not affected, it will be fine. Even if you use strange fire in the secret realm, it can act as a deterrent, which will be beneficial to the sword tomb.
Jiang Lian was a little dubious, worried that she would be tricked by the system again. But it seemed that the system had never done anything to harm her.
Can Su Yeshuan know?
If she entered the sword tomb and suddenly entered a secret realm, Su Yeshuan would definitely be worried. Just like the last time in the wilderness secret realm.
She had just read in the book that the price to pay to teleport a person to another place would definitely not be small. Not to mention that the distance between the wasteland secret realm and Kunlun would not be small. Su Yeshuan didn't show it. And she wasn't prepared to ask. She just wanted to be nice to him. I just hope it won't hurt his body. He is already in very bad health. As you can tell by the way he coughs from time to time. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian became a little uneasy and eager to see Su Yeshuan to confirm whether he was okay. Putting down the books in his hands, Jiang Lian walked outside. There is an observation deck outside the Sutra Pavilion. The terrain is high, and you can enjoy the surrounding scenery. It is a good place to read. In the pavilion, Su Yeshuan had the usual lounge chairs and books, where he read leisurely. Sensing Jiang Lian's arrival, Su Yeshuan put down the book in his hand, showing his laziness. He looked at Jiang Lian and asked warmly, "Did you find what you wanted to read?" But seeing that the little girl didn't look right, she asked nervously, "Did something happen?" At this time, Jiang Lian was already standing in front of Su Yeshuan and asked seriously, "My husband, there is something you must answer me truthfully." His heart was tightened by the serious look of the little girl. His laziness was swept away, and he looked at Jiang Lian seriously. "What's the matter?" "I will answer truthfully. I saw relevant information about the formation you used that day in the Sutra Pavilion. There are some things that I can't quite understand, but that formation must have a certain price. Can you tell me what the price is? But will it hurt you?" Although the time spent there was not much, it was quite a lot in the space formation. It turned out to be this. Su Yeshuan was relieved and looked at the little girl funny. "It's okay. It won't hurt me." In fact, it was just a loss of some cultivation, which was made up by the little girl yesterday. He didn't even think of it. Jiang Lian was doubtful. "Are you sure? The price won't hurt you?" Chapter 139 High First. "Well, don't worry." Looking at the little girl's expression, Su Yeshuan knew that she didn't completely believe it. "The formation plates and formation eyes were specially made by me separately, so the cost is almost negligible. If people outside knew about it, they would definitely explain what kind of magical operation this is. It is an ancient formation. It is estimated that few people in the world would dare to use it, let alone directly change it." Jiang Lian was completely relieved now. Before the system could answer, Jiang Lian couldn't help but urge, "Can Su Yeshuan know?" The system, which was fed a wave of dog food and was about to be fed a wave of dog food again, showed that it was already very calm. Although this was the result it originally wanted, it was a little panicked, so it was better not to disturb it. "Okay, host, please be careful not to expose the existence of this system." "Okay, your existence will not be exposed." This is her nature, and she will not tell others everything. And she understands Su Yeshuan, and will not force him to control all her things. It is very free. Or this is mutual respect. He took out a chair similar to Su Yeshuan's and placed it next to him. He sat down and lay comfortably while the chair moved naturally. "Miss Sir, when will I enter the Sword Tomb? You've almost learned enough in the academy." Kunlun's academy is divided into categories and time periods. It is impossible to study for a long time. After all, it is just introductory knowledge. This time, the little girl is only learning how to make alchemy. Given their special circumstances, it would normally not last many days. "Okay, that's still early. Let's talk about the secret realm soon." After all, she doesn't know the specific situation. After a leisurely day at Wanyan Peak, Yun Chengzi sent a message. Jiang Lian ran to Chongyan Peak as soon as possible. When she saw Yun Chengzi again, Jiang Lian found that he seemed to be much older. "Master, are you okay?" Yun Chengzi's injury has always been a concern for her. When he was rescued up the mountain, Yun Chengzi was not so old. You must know that if a person who cultivates immortality gradually shows his age, he is not far away from his end. At this time, Jiang Lian was even more eager to refine the antidote. She could not let her master die. "Master is fine. Don't worry." Yun Chengzi smiled, and he felt relieved when he saw his little apprentice came back safe and sound. Even though I had calculated it for her before, she still felt most at ease seeing the real person. Jiang Lian choked with sobs and couldn't help but cry. "Master, can you tell me about your injury? Or how much time is left for us to find an antidote? I've been injured for so many years, and it can't be cured. Don't force Lure. I'm content with being able to live for so many more years as my teacher." Yun Chengzi changed the subject and said, "I heard from the third elder that you worshipped him as my teacher." "Master." "Great. Our Lear will gradually get better and better. Seeing that Yin Chengzi seemed to have given up hope, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Master, don't be sad. I saw an analysis similar to your injury in ancient books. Maybe the antidote will be found soon. What's up? After speaking, Jiang Lian looked at Yin Chengzi seriously. Master, please give me a chance. And also give you a chance to recover. Can you try to give us time? If some people give up their ambition to survive, they will decline even more quickly. Yun Chengzi looked at his young apprentice, who had never looked so serious before, and said with a smile, Okay, Master will give you time. So Lord should work hard to study pharmacology and follow the third elder to refine elixirs. Not everyone in this world has the talent for alchemy. He was also happy when the third elder told him that Lear had the talent for alchemy. Their family will get better and better. Thank you, Master. Jiang Lian bowed. Yun Chengzi saw that there was no other depressed expression on his young apprentice's face. But he still reminded him, Master will let others handle the affairs of the Jiang family in Luojing. So Lur should not be affected by them. He knew about Su Yeshuan and his young apprentice. Su Yeshuan also told him about their engagement specifically to take his young apprentice to Wanyan Peak. So he knew that his young apprentice was Na Su Chong, a descendant of the Jiang family. Now the Luojing Jiang family actually said that they would come with someone to complete the marriage ceremony. Thinking about the situation when he met his young apprentice, Yun Chengzi became very angry. This Luojing Jiang family was bullying his family Lear. No one else. If he didn't give him a hard time, he would think that Yun Chengzi was a vegetarian. Even though he was angry, he still had to protect his young apprentice. The identity of the Su Chong Jiang family disciple had to be hidden first and wait and see. Thank you, Master. But Master, don't worry too much. I'll be fine. Those people won't succeed. We in Kunlun won't let them freeze like this. Right? Jiang Lian's heart warmed slightly at the Master's concern. Lear, it's better not to reveal your identity first. And we'll see what happens later. It was calculated that exposing it too early might damage the foundation. So Yun Chengzi reminded, Master, did you go and tell the Master? Otherwise, she was sure of the attitude of those in the sect. They would have known about her relationship with Su Yeshuan for a long time. But this time, those from the Jiang family in Luojing were left alone. People living in Kunlun. It is certain that there are people operating in each place. At first, she thought it was all Su Yeshuan's handiwork. But now she doesn't think so. She has a hunch that maybe her master is also involved. Well, I will only tell them the calculation results. The rest will be handled by senior nephew Su. Thank you, Master. Jiang Lian bowed, chatted with Yun Chengzi for a while, and then left. She knew that Yun Chengzi didn't really believe that she could find the antidote. He just comforted her. In fact, if she didn't have a system, she wouldn't believe it. After all, she invited so many big guys in the alchemy world to study it. Master Gu Yu is one of the most obsessed with alchemy and one of the most powerful ones in Kunlun, as well as the three elders. Master Zhang Buitao. They haven't been able to develop a treatment method for so many years, let alone a beginner like her who can't even make alchemy. When he returned to Wanyan Feng, Jiang Lian tried to control the flame again, this time without the influence of his emotions. It seemed much smoother than before. The flames in the practice alchemy furnace began to gather slowly, and Jiang Lian gradually felt that the flames were becoming more and more arbitrary, and it was not as difficult to control as before. Jiang Lian looked at the changes in the flames inside in surprise, and she was almost done with the new tricks. If the host trains his spiritual consciousness well, he will definitely be able to control it better, the system said leisurely at this time. And the meaning was very clear. If the host had trained his spiritual consciousness well, it would definitely be better than it is now. Exercise your spiritual consciousness. Only then did Jiang Lian remember that she had never entered the space properly after it was upgraded, let alone rely on planting to improve her consciousness. The seeds obtained at the last auction had not been processed yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system. System, I just threw the seeds I got at the previous auction into space. Isn't it broken? Chapter 140 Overdraft. If it broke directly, wouldn't she lose money? Although she didn't spend any money on it, and she actually made money that time at Jubao Pavilion. If it really went bad, she would still feel like she was at a loss. It's not broken, but I can't guarantee it if we don't deal with it. I don't know if the host's temper is good or bad, but it is quite worrying sometimes. After being reminded by the system, Jiang Lian saw that he had almost mastered the practice of controlling fire. So he sneaked into the space with his consciousness. The spiritual grass that was originally just a young seedling had now grown over the spiritual field in the entire space. Jianglian was a little shocked. It was abnormal that these spiritual herbs, which originally took hundreds or thousands of years to fully grow, had grown in such a short period of time.
Does any spiritual grass grow very quickly when it comes in?
In that case, she posted it. But she still understands the reason why it is a crime to possess a jade.
Yes, but you have to work hard to get it. So it's up to you.
Isn't it just planting and picking? It shouldn't be difficult. She has grown flowers and plants before. Unexpectedly, Jianglian was so tired that she was out of breath after picking just one plant. This was the first time she used her spiritual consciousness to pick in space. She didn't expect it to be so difficult. The purple rock Lonquay plant originally sold at the auction is still existing in the space. And there are still many in this medicine field. I picked a few plants and put them in the storage jade box that I had prepared in the space for a long time. Until Jianglian was almost paralyzed from exhaustion.
There were only a few jade boxes installed behind him.
No, that's okay. I have to go out and take a break.
Now my head is buzzing. After exiting the space, Jianglian felt a little dizzy and hurriedly laid down. Su Yeshuan and Wan Yanfeng helped her arrange another room for retreat. Those who needed meditation during their daily practice would go to this room.
System, why do I feel so dizzy?
Jianglian has never read a book similar to The Growth of Spiritual Consciousness. So Jianglian does not fully understand his situation at this time.
You have the best Shinyun Dan in your space. Just take one and close your eyes and fall asleep.
Things like the best quality Yunshin Dan are extremely rare in this world. And most of the ones that are out there are only low-grade and mid-grade. And only a few are of high-grade ones. Jianglian didn't think too much. There were indeed a lot of these things in the space. She hurriedly called out a bottle and took out one pill. After taking the Yunshin pill, my tiredness was relieved a lot. But the dizziness was still there. But it wasn't as uncomfortable. I tried my best to close my eyes. I thought I couldn't sleep in this state. But I didn't expect that I fell into an unusually deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was Su Yeshuan's handsome face.
Miss Sir, are you here?
After feeling it again, I found that I felt refreshed and no longer had that uncomfortable feeling at all. I even felt that my consciousness had improved to a certain extent.
Will you still feel uncomfortable?
Facing Su Yeshuan's worried eyes, Jianglian said a little embarrassedly.
You know,
after saying that, he quickly explained,
I don't feel uncomfortable anymore.
Afraid of worrying Su Yeshuan, Jianglian stood up and jumped twice.
Look, it's fine.
Su Yeshuan just watched like this. When he sensed something was wrong, he came in and found that the little girl had passed out. Fortunately, after checking, there was nothing serious. Thinking of this, Su Yeshuan straightened his expression and said seriously,
Don't overuse it like this next time. It will be difficult to repair the damage to the consciousness.
Although he didn't know how the little girl used to train her soul. Fortunately, there was no danger. So he was not prepared to intervene.
Well, I will pay attention next time.
Next time. It must be enough. Otherwise the dizziness will be really uncomfortable. After saying that, Jianglian looked at Su Yeshuan excitedly.
Ms., I can control the flame in the alchemy furnace.
Zhang Buitao had said before that she had experience in cooking spiritual food. As long as she learned to control the flames, it would be twice the result with half the effort to refine elixirs in the future.
Are you going to Shuazong Peak tomorrow?
Looking at Su Yeshuan's eyes with reluctance, Jianglian suddenly realized that her boss, Su, seemed to be getting more and more attached to her recently.
Well, I will come back every day.
After finishing speaking, Jianglian said,
Miss Sir, I heard that there is a secret realm in the Sword Tomb. Can I go in? I got the strange fire in the secret realm of the wasteland. I may need to enter it to practice. Can?
Su Yeshuan frowned in thought. He knew that secret realm. He had gone in to explore it before and found nothing. Moreover, he could control everything in the Sword Tomb, so safety could be guaranteed.
Do I need to accompany you in? No, I can do it myself.
Jianglian said that she still expressed her previous worries. Although the system said it, she still wanted to confirm with Su Yeshuan.
Miss Sir, if I use strange fire inside, it will affect the Sword Tomb. No, I'm here.
He had already seen the power of the strange fire on the little girl before. It could be said that the stability of the secret realm was unlikely to be leaked, and he could control it even if something went wrong.
Thank you, sir.
If you have a husband like this, what can you ask for?
The next day arrived quickly, and Jiang Lian obediently changed into Kunlun's clan uniform. When she was in Wan Yanfeng, she still preferred to wear other more comfortable clothes, and it was good to change the colors occasionally. He flew towards the Snow Song Peak with his Feiyu sword. In the past, her senior sister often took her to Shuozong Peak to play with senior brother Suiyun. So she was already very familiar with Shuozong Peak. The location of the academy is halfway up the Snow Song Peak. Today is the day for a new round of new disciples to enter the palace. So there are quite a few people there today. Alchemy is something that every cultivator longs for, and everyone wants to try it to see if they have that ability. Of course, you can't just enter the academy. You need to be tested first to see if you have talent. Just like Chongyan Peak has to pass the character test at the beginning. And Shuozong Peak and Kunyue Peak both have to pass the talent test. Jiang Lian came to the testing place. The other person looked familiar, but Jiang Lian didn't know his name. Jiang Lian smiled back with a friendly smile. The test method is to place your hand on a round ball. If red appears, you can enter learning. Jiang Lian said. Okay. And said, thank you, senior brother. No trouble. It turns out that junior sister Jiang is also interested in alchemy. It just so happens that senior brother is giving a lecture today, so you can listen to it. Not surprisingly, when Jiang Lian put his hand on the ball, the red color inside was very rich, which even shocked the disciples who helped with the test. Junior sister, please wait a moment. After saying that, the disciple ran towards the academy, and ran back after a while, with a smile on his face. Junior sister, I kept you waiting. It turns out that junior sister is the nominal disciple of the third elder. It's me who has the portrait. Junior sister, please come in and rest. Class will start later. Jiang Lian thanked him and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Buto walking outside. Master, are you on duty today? Chapter 141. Call me during a fight. Zhang Buto's straight face became imperceptibly gentler. Yan Yan is here. Come find me in the lounge after class. Yes, master. Jiang Lian bowed respectfully, and then separated from Zhang Buto. Not all the students in the academy are beginners. Sometimes there are elders who give lectures at fixed times to answer questions for the disciples. Zhang Buto happened to be coming over to see this apprentice today, so he applied to give lectures today because he had nothing to do. Entering the classroom, there were already many disciples inside. Seeing that they were all just starting out in cultivation, Jiang Lian remembered that a group of new disciples had just arrived on the mountain recently. These probably accounted for the larger number and belonged to the new disciples. Looking at the appearance of their little cubs, Jiang Lian sat on the edge calmly. As soon as she sat down, a woman moved to her side and whispered, Junior sister, how good is this? You also suddenly wanted to learn alchemy recently. In Kunlun, Jiang Lian did not use Yu Qiong to hide his cultivation. After all, her early stage of qi refining has always been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. And after passing the annual competition, no one dared to look down upon her. So she didn't make any more changes. At this time, this female disciple probably regarded her as someone in the early stage of qi refining. Otherwise she would not have called her junior sister. But there was no sign of contempt on her face. After all, someone as old as her could tell at a glance that she had been a disciple for many years. There was an age limit for Kunlun to recruit new disciples. Hello! It's just recently. Jiang Lian didn't mean to talk in depth. After all, he was a stranger. Although the feeling he gave her was not too bad. Can I sit next to you in the future? There were little carrots around, but she was still a little embarrassed. It's up to you. Seeing her embarrassment, Jiang Lian didn't say anything. Embarrassment is impossible for her. Just being among a group of children, she was not the only one. Not to mention that there was nothing strange about standing out from the crowd. So Jiang Lian sat there very calmly, completely ignoring the curious looks cast by others. The classroom is very spacious, with enough room for hundreds of disciples to sit and study together. Although there are many seats, they are all full. Some still come here to review the knowledge they previously learned to see if they can gain further insights. When Suiyun came in, the disciples who had been waiting quietly were so quiet that they could hear a needle drop to the ground. Suiyun was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Lian. But he didn't say hello to Jiang Lian because he was a talkative person. His face was still as gentle as jade, and he overall looked outstanding. Like a handsome and elegant man. They have to practice on their own in terms of controlling flames. Today I will explain the relevant knowledge. Jiang Lian originally understood the relevant knowledge points given by Zhang Buto. But after Sui Yun explained it like this, it became clearer. Sui Yun is worthy of being the eldest brother of Zhu Zhangfeng. Dan Zi has a very strong foundation and strength, and he will definitely be a leader in the party over time. The Danji Dao often does not move to drive away people's soldiers. If they can't fight, there are many people who want to help them fight in exchange for some conveniences in the elixir. However, Sui Yun's strength is considered to be among the best among the younger generation. Elder brother is so amazing! There was a lingering voice of admiration from the people next to him. Jiang Lian looked over subconsciously, and found that the woman next door was looking at Sui Yun with obsession. Does this person like senior brother Sui Yun? Since most of them are new disciples who still eat whole grains and have not yet completely unedged themselves from grains, there will be a break in between to allow people to sort out the cycle of grains. At this time, the woman next to her had returned to her normal state and asked Jiang Lian happily, "Junior sister, do you need a convenience? I can accompany you." Generally speaking, after the golden elixir has passed, there is no grain, and she mistakenly believed that Jiang Lian was still in the early stage of qi refining. So she asked, "No, thank you." Jiang Lian sat there and did not think about what Sui Yun had just said. She decided to go back and think about it again. Otherwise, with her special urinary constitution, it would be possible to directly enter into meditation. "Junior sister, I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Wang Yuran. What's your name?" This man was really familiar, and he happened to be boring. So Jiang Lian said, "Jiang Lian." Wang Yuran was a little shocked when he heard her name and asked, "Little junior sister Chang Yanfeng?" You must know that junior sister Chang Yanfeng is famous among these disciples. At first, it was just because of the hype together with the second senior sister. Later, it was because she shined in the annual competition, and even ranked first on the list this time. Such a legendary figure actually sat next to her for most of the day. She didn't realize it. At this time, Wang was still transformed into a little fangirl, and Jiang Lian's adoring eyes seemed familiar to her. Isn't it the way King Gang still looks at senior brother Sui Yun? Yes. Ouch. I'm so excited. I actually saw a real person. I'm almost incoherent. After saying that, Wang Yuran asked excitedly, "Little junior sister, if you and Wang Qian fight, who will win?" Wang Qian was very cunning in the family, and she couldn't stand it. Although she wasn't going to really beat her, it would be awesome if the people she always looked down on could really defeat them. "I've never tried this." "Then if you really fight her one day, you must call me." Wang Yuran clenched his fist eagerly. Jiang Lian could clearly sense that if there was a chance, she would definitely want to beat Wang Qian together, and not out of curiosity to watch the excitement. Jiang Lian was a little curious. "Do you have a grudge against her?" This person is in the early stage of the golden elixir. Now Wang Qian is probably in the late stage of the golden elixir, or the great perfection. After all, he entered a secret realm, and his cultivation will definitely be greatly improved when he comes out. "It's not that I have any grudges. I just think she's very annoying," Wang Qian said with disgust on her face. "She's always bullying you with a cold face. And the elders will think it's because of your own lack of strength. Every time it's like this every time. There are some things I know she's secretly framed, but I can't find any evidence, which is very annoying." When Wang Yuran was excited, it was as if Wang Qian was right in front of him, and she wanted to cut her into pieces. "Are you from the same clan as her?" The same surname as Wang. So this person is probably from that Wang family. In my memory, the Wang family in Kunlun always followed Wang Qian. So this one was probably a side branch. "She is my uncle's daughter. But every day she makes the elders in the clan think that the direct descendants should be like her. It's very annoying." This topic really couldn't be discussed. Wang Yuran seemed to have opened up a chat box and started to talk about all the injustices he had with Wang Qian from childhood to adulthood. It was simply a black history inventory. Jiang Lian looked at her helplessly. This woman, who she thought was a quiet woman, turned out to be heartless. She was so unguarded and said everything. Chapter 142 Teaching. Soon it was time for class again. As soon as Sui Yun appeared, Wang Yuran seemed to have turned off the chatterbox switch and suddenly became quiet. He looked at Sui Yun with particularly alert eyes. With such an obvious behavior, Jiang Lian now knew more clearly whether this person was interested in senior brother Sui Yun. The course ended quickly, and overall it was quite fruitful. Jiang Lian walked straight outside. He made an appointment with his master today to check on his recent practice results. Wang Yuran hurriedly followed up. Jiang, where are you going? How about we go to the foot of the mountain to play? Recently, New products have arrived at Jubao Pavilion, which is very good.
Jubao Pavilion.
How about we go together after school tomorrow? I have something to do today.
It just so happened that she wanted to ask about some medicinal materials. Wang Yiren nodded excitedly and said,
Okay, then we have an agreement.
Jiang Lian nodded and left. I happened to meet Sui Yun on the way. He greeted Sui Yun and asked,
I heard that junior sister Jiang has not been at Chongyan Peak recently. Yes. Is senior sister nagging you again?
In addition to being nicer to her and her second senior brother, my senior sister can be described as a cold and beautiful woman in front of outsiders. But Sui Yun is also an exception. When things don't go well, he especially likes to use Sui Yun as a trash can. In the past, she often took her to find Sui Yun to eat. In fact, Jiang Lian knew in her heart that every time the senior sister went there, she wanted Sui Yun to help her see if there was any solution to the early stage of her perennial qi refining, and to see if there was anything wrong. It turned out to be of no use at all. But the three of them were completely familiar with each other.
Junior sister Jiang hasn't been to Shuazeng Peak for a long time. I'll make an appointment with junior sister Yen another day. Senior brother, there are good things here. I guarantee you will like them.
As soon as Sui Yun mentioned the good stuff, Jiang Lian knew that it was delicious and something that her senior sister liked.
Okay, I'll ask senior sister when she has time to go look for senior brother again.
The two separated. Jiang Lian understood that senior brother Sui Yun's purpose had always been very clear. But her senior sister seemed to be emotionally lacking and didn't notice it at all. This is the case for the second senior brother and Sui Yun. It is not certain who can hold the beauty back. When he arrived at the lounge, Master Zhang Buotao was checking some medicinal herbs indoors. He discovered it as soon as Jiang Lian came over.
Sit down and wait for me for a while.
Zhang Buotao always had a straight face, but his voice was much gentler. Jiang Lian sat opposite and watched Zhang Buotao sorting out the medicinal materials curiously. Zhang Buotao saw that she was looking at her seriously. After thinking about it in his mind, he began to explain the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials in his hand, the identification methods and medicinal properties, and even the cooking and preservation methods. Explain. Slowly, all the medicinal materials on the table were put away, and Zhang Buotao asked,
Is there anything you don't understand?
Jiang Lian shook his head. He had read these things in books before, but now that they are explained in real life, it becomes even clearer. Then Jiang Lian demonstrated the results of his recent practice of fire control. Zhang Buotao became more and more amazed as he watched. He had already seen Jiang Lian's talent, but he was surprised. With such proficient fire control ability, it is really said that she is a genius in these 2 days. I guess others may not believe it, but it is true.
Since you already know how to control fire, I will start teaching you how to refine elixirs.
Zhang Buotao handed Jiang Lian the relevant books and jade slips he had prepared in advance upon his return.
Here are some prescriptions and related explanations. You can study by yourself when you have time. I will teach you how to refine the first level elixir now.
Zhang Buotao began to explain.
Our elixirs are divided into levels 1 to 9, with levels 1 to 3 being the primary level, levels 4 to 6 being the intermediate level, and levels 7 to 9 being the high level. The quality of the elixirs is also divided into low grade, medium grade, top grade, and what determines the quality of the elixir is when the material is decomposed. If it is decomposed thoroughly, the smaller the impurities, the higher the quality will be.
Jiang Lian listened carefully, and then Zhang Buotao took out a black alchemy furnace and some medicinal materials from the space.
Now I am refining the first level spirit boosting elixir. You can watch it first. If you don't understand, I will explain it one by one later.
Zhang Buotao is now a 7th level alchemist, close to the 8th level. There has not yet been a 9th level alchemist in this world. Most of the 9th level elixirs on the market are leftover from the past. Gu Yu, the one with the highest level of medicine refining in Kunlun, tried many times to develop 8th level elixirs to develop Yin Chengzi's antidote. After countless failures, she successfully refined the 8th level elixir a few years ago and became an 8th level alchemist. But she was unable to heal Yin Chengzi's injuries. This was a huge blow to Gu Yu. But she did not. There is no giving up. Jiang Lian watched Zhang Buotao carefully decomposing the materials. It was easy for him to refine the first level elixir at his level, so he was able to explain every step to Jiang Lian while being distracted. And he could strive for excellence in every step. Looking at the decomposition of the ingredients inside, Jiang Lian found that it was similar to how Su Yeshuan taught her how to bake the ingredients. And it was invariable. Gradually, Jiang Lian
became fascinated and naturally fell into trance. After Zhang Buotao made the elixir, he just put away the elixir and was surprised to see Jiang Lian's condition. He hurriedly took out the medicinal materials and continued refining. It is very difficult for ordinary people to enter samadhi, let alone enter samadhi while refining elixirs. This is a very magical and amazing thing, but it is very rare. What you learn when you are in samadhi will be relatively greater than what you gain on ordinary days. In order for Jiang Lian to learn more, Zhang Buotao directly refined the first level elixir to the 7th level elixir. Looking at Jiang Lian, who was still immersed in concentration, Zhang Buotao gritted his teeth and decided to continue refining an 8th level elixir. Although it is a bit difficult for him to refine the 8th level elixir now, he wants to try again. He started refining with full concentration, even forgetting the surrounding environment. He had spent a lot of energy just now. Sweat was dripping. His straight face was full of seriousness. The alchemy furnace glowed, and the rays of light slowly merged. Removing impurities is the first key step in alchemy, and condensing the pill is the second key step. Time passed little by little, and suddenly a smooth elixir flew out of the elixir furnace. Zhang Buotao flew up and quickly filled the elixir in the jade bottle in his hand. Holding the jade bottle, Zhang Buotao was full of excitement. At this time, Jiang Lian also stepped out of his trance and saluted gratefully to Zhang Buotao. Not everyone is so conscientious. Not to mention that Zhang Buotao is only a professor, just the master. Refining elixirs requires a high degree of concentration of consciousness, and every detail must be accurate. She had experienced the consequences of high-intensity use of her consciousness once, and it was very uncomfortable. Some mistakes might even directly damage her consciousness. So she kept this kindness in her heart. There was also a slight smile on Zhang Buotao's straight face. He felt like he wanted to laugh but couldn't. But he could clearly feel that he was in a good mood. It should be me who is holding you back. Chapter 143, The Complete Golden Year. Otherwise, how could the 8th level elixir that had not been successfully refined for so many years be completed all at once today without any failure? Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, and the two stopped talking. Zhang Buotao put away the protective array and opened the door. He saw Guyu standing outside the door leisurely. When he saw Jiang Lian, he pulled her in with a smile. Your master told me that you came to our Shuezong Peak to learn alchemy today. Why didn't you come to me? Let me teach you. Jiang Lian smiled and thanked her. Guyu had always been very kind to her, and the love in his words could be clearly felt. Before Jiang Lian could explain that he had made an appointment with Master Zhang Buotao, Guyu was already furious at Zhang Buotao. You old Zhang too. You actually stole my apprenticeship. When Xiao Lian's cultivation was unable to grow, she told Yun Chengzi that she wanted to take her as her disciple and learn alchemy. At first, it was just because she was Yun Chengzi's little apprentice. But later, she really liked him. She gave Yun Chengzi the opportunity to teach Xiao Lian more about the fire control method of cooking ingredients and the decomposition method of ingredients. She took it step by step. And sometimes he also told his nephew Sui Yun to teach Xiao Lian some knowledge on a regular basis, so that it would be better if he could absorb it subtly. On the one hand, I am mainly worried that she will be rejected. On the other hand, I also think that if she is really willing to learn alchemy in the future, she will get twice the result with half the effort. This will increase her confidence. If she is not willing, she will know how to cook spiritual food and will not be afraid of starving to death. Unexpectedly, she was intercepted before she even asked Xiao Lian if he wanted to learn alchemy from her. During this period of time, she was in seclusion to refine Senior Yunchang's medicine. She didn't know that Xiao Lian had experienced so much when she went to the secret realm. Looking at Jiang Lian, his eyes were filled with distress. Zhang Buotao was full of doubts. When did I steal your apprenticeship? Not yet. Xiao Lian was agreed upon by me and senior brother Yuncheng. I'm still waiting to come out of seclusion this time to ask her. But you cut her off. Although he had a cold brow, Guyu didn't. He said he wanted to snatch it back directly. At the beginning, she herself did not tell senior brother Yuncheng when she wanted to accept a disciple. And when the third elder told senior brother, he only said that he was a professor. Everyone can have many teachers. The third elder herself was the teacher of Zhu Zhangfeng, so she could only blame her for starting late. It's okay if you don't formally become a disciple. It's okay to learn from your master. Thinking of this, Guyu said to Jiang Lian, Xiao Lian, can I be your teacher as well? Jiang Lian was a little stunned. Elder Guyu was walking sideways in Shuezong Peak. The peak owner was an alchemy fanatic. He was in seclusion or traveling all year round. He almost didn't care about the affairs within the sect.
and most of them were left to the management of Elder Gu Yu. Even Shui Zonfeng's eldest disciple Sui Yun was taught by Gu Yu. Of course, Gu Yu has also been immersed in studying Yin Chengzi's antidote all year round. The sudden news made her a little overwhelmed. Zhang Buotao smiled and said,
Yin Yin promised her, "It doesn't matter if there are multiple masters. Different people in the Danji Tao have different opinions. There can be many masters to teach you, and we won't think you're pedantic.
There can only be one master.
This is a good seedling. It will be their luck if Jiang Lian really becomes a pill saint." Jiang Lian didn't hesitate and saluted directly.
"Good morning, beautiful master."
In the past, she and her senior sister often called her
Uncle Gu Yumarin,
just so there could be a distinction between the several masters. Gu Yu was delighted by this title, and he smiled and took out a small gold-pink alchemy furnace from the space. The appearance was very similar to her small golden furnace.
"Well, although you are the teaching master, you are the beauty master makes me happy by shouting. So I'll give this to you to play with. Remember to keep up the good work in the future."
With that said, he gave Jiang Lian the small gold-pink alchemy furnace. Originally, this was what she had put a lot of effort into specially preparing for this young disciple, who she liked, but had not yet completed the apprenticeship ceremony. Now, although it is only in name, it does not affect her cultivation as her true successor. Anyway, she doesn't have any other apprentices, so she doesn't worry about other apprentices being jealous or playing tricks. She understands that the reason why she attaches so much importance to Xiao Lian may be because she loves Wujiwu.
Ding! Alchemy furnace fragments were detected. Are they fused?
The sudden sound from the system was very surprising. There was only an incomplete alchemy furnace in her space. Does this mean that the small alchemy furnace given by Master Gu Yu was actually the same as her golden year?
Can I go back and fuse again?
Jiang Lian was worried that this fusion method was not a normal fusion method, so she wanted to do it when she was alone.
Don't worry. Most of the ancient gods are like this. You just need to shed blood in front of them to recognize their master, and they will automatically fuse. If you don't want to be known, you can go back and fuse. But at this time, they have just sensed each other's existence. Fusion will be more perfect.
Jiang Lian happily bowed to Gu Yu and said,
"Thank you, Master Beauty."
Then he took the golden pink alchemy furnace with both hands. Under Gu Yu's smiling eyes,
Jiang Lian confessed his master with blood. I saw blood entering the golden pink alchemy furnace, and contract formations rose up. The light shone brightly. Sensing that the golden yin alchemy furnace in the space was also emitting light, Jiang Lian hurriedly took out the golden yin from the space.
"This is it!"
Gu Yu was shocked as he looked at the two glowing alchemy furnaces in young disciple Zhang's hand, which was a bit incredible.
That's the defective alchemy furnace she got at the Luojing auction.
Even Zhang Buotao was a little surprised at Jiang Lian's good luck. He originally thought that it would not be so easy to find other defective products for such ancient items. But he didn't expect that Gu Yu would directly gave her the other half. Both of them can be used separately. Although the level is not high, the quality is good. When combined, it will become an ancient artifact. Fortunately, Yin Yin has already signed a contract. Generally, it is impossible for others to rob an owned object like an alchemy furnace. But now that it is an ancient artifact, it is even more impossible. Even if the artifact does not produce a spirit, it still has a certain spirituality and will not change its owner easily. Gu Yu was also very emotional and happy about Xiao Lian's fate. Xiao Lian had suffered so much in the past few years, and it was time for good luck to come.
Confirm fusion.
As soon as Jiang Lian's voice said to the system, the two alchemy furnaces were directly and automatically fused together. When the two alchemy furnaces turned into one, the color above turned into golden pink, which was very bright and beautiful. The formation pattern on the alchemy furnace also seemed to be complete all of a sudden, exuding a unique ancient atmosphere. This feeling is very imaginary with the jade array. After the light dissipated, Jiang Lian was surprised, as he held the more exquisite small alchemy furnace in his hand. Jiang Lian saluted sincerely to the two masters. These two masters were sincerely good for her, as was Master Yin Chengzi. After all, she has more luck than misfortune in her life, so she will cherish it all.
Okay. Let's go to Master Beauty. I asked your senior brother Sui Yun to prepare delicious food. Your senior sister is probably here too.
With that, Gu Yu wanted to pull Jiang Lian away. Jiang Lian looked at Zhang Buotao, and then Gu Yu felt the lingering breath in the air, and his eyes lit up.
Old man Zhang, you have been promoted to the 8th level alchemist.
Chapter 144 Not Yet Enlightened.
Well, I was just promoted.
Jean Buitao didn't say much. Talking in this world would make mistakes. So he just thanked her in his heart. He was afraid of bringing trouble to Yan Yan if he spoke out. After finishing speaking, Jean Buitao looked at Jiang Lian and said warmly,
Go! If you don't understand anything, will you go back? Come to me anytime. I will come here again in the future. Yes.
After Jiang Lian and Gu Yu left, Jean Buitao opened the protective array disc again, looking at the bottle containing the elixir in his hand and falling into the memory of just for finding it.
Brother and sister.
Unsurprisingly, he saw Sui Yun and Yan Yan cooking something in Gu Yu's yard. Unexpectedly, he also saw his second senior brother, Situ Luyun. At this time, Situ Luyun was sitting there with a cold face. But because he was always not good at words, he could only sit there stupidly. Seeing Gu Yu come back with his little junior sister, he just stood up and saluted to Gu Yu and then warmly asked Jiang Lian.
Junior sister is here.
Jiang Lian looked understanding. If the senior sister hadn't come, the second senior brother probably wouldn't have come to Shuazong Peak even if nothing happened. Jiang Lian approached Yan Yan and asked curiously,
Senior sister, what's delicious today?
On the way here, Jiang Lian had already sent a message to Su Yeshuan, telling her that she had become a new master and that she would have dinner at Shuazong Peak before going back. Thinking of Su Yeshuan's jealous look 2 days ago, Jiang Lian felt a little funny.
Seafood and river fresh food are all what you like to eat. Now it's salt-baked. Wait and see whether you want barbecue flavor or garlic flavor.
Yan Yan put some cooked shrimps for Jiang Lian and said with a smile,
Junior sister,
try it.
Jiang Lian looked at the ingredients on the table. They were all full of aura and looked very good.
Thank you, senior sister.
They are quite far away from Tontian Sea, and it might take more than half a year to reach them. It's really not easy to eat such fresh ones. Looking at the spiritual energy content of these, they are definitely good things. Jiang Lian peeled one and wanted to give it to the senior sister to taste first. She looked up and saw the second senior brother put the peeled shrimp into the senior sister's bowl with a cold face as he was accustomed to. But Suiyun's hand was hanging in the air and had not yet been put down. Situ Luyun looked at Suiyun very teasingly. Jiang Lian felt that his senior brother's teasing was a bit childish. After all, it was someone else's territory. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Lian put the shrimp in his hand into senior sister's bowl with a smile.
Senior sister, eat it. This is our filial piety to you.
Jiang Lian knew in the helpless eyes of the second senior brother that she had accidentally demolished the second senior brother again. He looked at the second senior brother with a silly smile, then continued to lower his head and peel the shrimp. She felt that it was not easy for the two of them to be so obvious and that the eldest sister still thought they were good friends. Suddenly, I felt a little sympathy for the two people who had secretly fought for several rounds without knowing it. Gu Yu went into the house as soon as he came over. Jiang Lian and Yan Yan ate to their heart's content. I don't know whether Sui Yun and Situ Luyun ate to their heart's content.
Will junior sister come to Shuazong Peak these days?
Yan Yan asked when Jiang Lian was about to go back. This question is not important. Situ Luyun glanced at Sui Yun warily, with unclear meaning in his eyes.
Yes, but I have made an appointment with my friends tomorrow to go shopping together at the foot of the mountain.
Situ Luyun breathed a sigh of relief when his junior sister said this. But Sui Yun was gentle throughout the whole process and didn't show any signs.
Then, little junior sister, remember to inform senior sister when you have time another day.
This heartless little girl went to Wanyan Peak like a bird that was let fly and never came back. Or maybe she couldn't let it go. To my junior sister, she is still the weak little girl that she remembered back then, and she needs her protection.
Okay, I'll go play with senior sister when I have time.
Jiang Lian said goodbye to everyone with a smile. After returning, he saw Su Yeshuan standing there waiting at the door of the hall. Jiang Lian smiled and asked,
Miss Sir, why didn't you read a book today? Are you waiting for me?
Yes. The unique cold voice was gentle, and he looked at Jiang Lian with tenderness in his eyes. Now! She was quite familiar with teasing Su Yeshuan. She hooked her arms around his neck and said with a smile on her face,
Thank you, sir.
The two of them sat there for a while, and then entered the training room. Su Yeshuan was still sitting quietly reading a book, and his invisible aura would not affect Jiang Lian's practice at all. After what happened yesterday, Su Yeshuan was still a little worried about what might happen again, so he felt more at ease following him. Calmly, Jiang Lian sat cross-legged and began to recall what he had learned today in his mind, slowly sorting it out. When she opened her eyes again, She found that her mind was very clear about the method of refining elixirs, ranging from the refining of first-level elixirs to the refining of 8th-level elixirs. The changes in the alchemy furnace during Zhang Bucao's refining today were constantly evolving in his mind over and over again. An alchemy furnace for practice appeared in his hand. Generally, those who do not have another way to practice flame magic will directly use this kind of practice alchemy furnace with its own flame. Although the level of the elixir that can be refined is not high, it makes up for the shortcomings. During the initial test, the ball was only used to test the affinity with flames. Some people with high affinity can try to refine elixirs, while those with low affinity may not even be able to try. She hasn't learned to control her strange fire yet, so she tries it with a practice alchemy furnace first. When the ingredients for the Buling Dan came back today, Master Zhang Bucao had already given her 100 ingredients, which was enough for her to practice. Thinking of this, she decided to buy more low-level medicinal materials when she went down the mountain tomorrow, so that she would not have to worry about running out of medicinal materials when refining. It would be better if there are seeds, and there is just enough space for planting. Although the control of her spiritual consciousness and space is limited now, she practices every day, and the changes in her spiritual consciousness are obvious. The medicinal materials are wrapped with spiritual power. I think of what my master said before. The decomposition steps of refining medicinal materials are similar to those of cooking ingredients. Relying on Zhang Bucao's refining method in his memory, Jian Lian sent the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. His consciousness controlled the flame and began to decompose the medicinal materials, focusing on every step. Slowly, all the essence in the medicinal materials was decomposed and condensed into a ball of green liquid. She had the basics of cooking, so it was easier to do the decomposition step. But the step of condensing the pill was not so easy. Jian Lian tried hard to condense and compress the liquid, but something seemed to be missing. Although it became more and more solid, it never became rounded. The light of the completed elixir flashed, and Jian Lian tried to integrate it into a more rounded and solid form. But it backfired because the elixir took too long to refine and exploded. Su Yeshuan condensed the space around the alchemy furnace in time, picked up Jian Lian, and moved away from the alchemy furnace to avoid being blown into black coal. Chapter 145, Are They Friends? Jian Lian looked at the black mist floating in the frozen space with lingering fear, and waited for a while before it dissipated. Thank you, sir. It turns out that this is a frying oven. I had no experience the first time, but it should be better the second time. After Su Yeshuan put her down, Jian Lian started refining again. But Su Yeshuan was still sitting there quietly, reading when he had nothing to do. If anything happened, he could protect him at any time. Calming her mind, she compared her refining method with Master Zhang Bucao's refining method in her mind, and found that her consciousness did not control the strength when condensing the elixir. She tried it again, this time when the essence of the medicinal materials was extracted again. Jian Lian did not rush to condense the elixir. Instead, it slowly condensed after warming for a while. Under her control, the liquid became more and more solid, and finally it turned into a ball. Although the surface was a little bumpy, it was much better than the last time. The light of the condensed pill flashed again, and Jian Lian took it out without any further hesitation and placed it in the jade bottle. Is this a normal pill? Although I can feel the potency of the medicine, the surface is indeed a bit unsightly, and makes it difficult to swallow. Not bad. Seeing that the little girl successfully refined one, Su Yeshuan praised it in time. Low-grade elixir. You can now be considered a first-level alchemist. Looking at Su Yeshuan, Jian Lian asked uncertainly, Is it okay to eat something so ugly? She was very skeptical of its practicality. No. Calculating it. Its quality is better than the low-grade elixir. You have removed all the impurities contained in it, but you did not handle it properly when condensing the elixir, and a lot of its efficacy has been lost. Jian Lian was quite happy after Su Yeshuan's explanation. The pills she had seen on weekdays were all round and delicious, but this was the first time she had seen such bumpy ones. Her husband said it was a low-grade elixir, so it was definitely a low-grade elixir. So Jian Lian was very happy. Seeing the little girl being silly and happy, Su Yeshuan reminded, Think about making pastry. You can knead it as a pastry. It should be better. It's already good to be able to refine it like this for the first time. This kind of uneven elixir, there are still many first-level elixirs on the market. They abound. Jian Lian was a little surprised. So she would definitely have to take a closer look when she went down the mountain tomorrow to see how different it was from what she had made. Otherwise she would not be sure. After receiving Su Yeshuan's guidance, Jiang Lian started refining it again. This time, she did not rush to gather her thoughts. Instead, she regarded the green viscous liquid as fermented dough. She began to knead and press it, then rolled it into a ball, and kneaded it into a small ball again. This time it was much rounder than before. But Jiang Lian felt that something was still missing, probably because he was not proficient enough. When the pill condensation was completed again, Su Yeshuan nodded and said, "It's close to the middle grade." Jiang Lian kept working hard with excitement. According to Su Yeshuan's instructions, she followed the method of making pastries. She found that the elixir balls made with spiritual consciousness became more and more round and beautiful, and the energy contained in them was richer. And the part where the medicinal power was lost was it's also getting smaller. But she, who could only condense one ugly pill at first, can now condense 5 smooth and beautiful elixirs from the same medicine. And the potency of the medicine is even stronger than before. When 45 portions were refined, Su Yeshuan stopped shouting, "Take a rest today. Otherwise your consciousness will not be able to bear it." Seeing that the little girl stopped obediently, Su Yeshuan explained, "Refining elixirs is also a way to exercise your spiritual consciousness. Excessive use of your spiritual consciousness can easily cause harm, so it is better to do it step by step." Okay. After continuous and highly concentrated refining, the consciousness is indeed a little tired now. After cleaning up, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a little lazy. He stood on his tiptoes and hooked his arms around Su Yeshuan's neck. He said in a soft voice, "Mister, I don't want to move. Please carry me back." Jiang Lian found that she liked him more and more to act coquettishly. Habits were a terrible thing, but she didn't mind. Anyway, they are red jade pendants. If something goes wrong, it will cause great damage to themselves. So they are a couple who don't have to guard against each other in their lives. Jiang Lian likes this feeling of being able to relax and trust. With a smile in his eyes, Su Yeshuan picked up Jiang Lian and walked towards the room. When I saw Wang Yuan again the next day, he seemed to be particularly excited because he had made an appointment to go shopping together in the afternoon. "Are you so happy?" Even senior brother Sui Yun, whom she stared at obsessively yesterday, didn't pay much attention to it. Jiang Lian was a little curious about what she was excited about. "Yes, shopping is definitely a happy thing. If there is no annoying Wang Qian, it will be even happier. If you have friends to go shopping with, the happiness will definitely be doubled." Wang Yuan's excited expression made Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh too. Although this person seemed relatively heartless, he was a good person to get along with. "Then, we can be considered good friends." Wang Yuan looked at Jiang Lian again and asked, the sincerity in his eyes making Jiang Lian unable to bear to say bad things. This person's eyes were clear, as if there was no scheming in him. With his temper, no wonder he was tricked by Wang Qian. It would be strange if she didn't say anything. She also learned yesterday that this was the biological daughter of the leader of their Wang clan. And Wang Qian was just the daughter of her uncle. Although he is the clan leader's biological brother, his cultivation and power are far different from that of the clan leader. Under Wang Qian's management, everyone in the clan attaches great importance to Wang Qian. And even the Wang clan members, who are also in Kunlun, want her to obey her orders. Wang Yuan is like a transparent person in the Wang family. With her temperament, she is probably willing to be ordinary. Who would have thought that Wang Qian is not willing to do this? Only by stepping on her in the mud can the power she can rely on in the family be stable. Yes! At least for now. After all, they haven't had a close relationship yet. But she believes that her vision is not bad. Wang was still sitting there happily, so excited that she wished that get out of class would end early. However, senior brother Sui Yun was still giving lectures today, so she did not dare to be presumptuous. After school finally ended, Wang Yuan took Jiang Lian and headed down the mountain. Wang Yuan's natural weapon is a fiery red sword, which looks very good looking. Although it is red, it does not have the weird feeling that red has. It is a very pure color. Only then did Jiang Lian discover that Wang Yuan was actually a disciple of Kuan Yefeng. Because they had just met, Jiang Lian didn't ask her if she liked Sui Yun. And she was not a good person. They are everywhere in Jubao Pavilion. Wang Yuan pulled her directly to the counter and told the waiter that she was here to pick up the talisman pens that had been customized before and take a look at the new goodies. The waiter in the shop was very friendly and first found the talisman pen Wang Yuan requested. Checked it, nodded with satisfaction, and paid the balance first. Jiang Lian looked curiously at the fiery red pen. She has only used Luofu pens since she started learning how to make talismans. She has never seen what other talisman pens look like. Chapter 146. Are you hungry?
After looking at the other talisman pins on the shelf, Jiang Lian knew that the talisman pin customized by Wang Yuran was pretty good, but it was also obvious that it was far from her Luofu pin. Soon the waiter in the shop took out a projection jade slip and placed it on a spiritual jade plate full of spiritual power. He saw various portraits truly appearing on the spiritual jade plate. They looked very real, and even every detail was perfect. Scene. Jiang Lian looked at the waiter's introductions curiously. He didn't expect that there were such magical things in this world. This saves time and effort, and it is more convenient for the waiter to take it out if he likes it. In fact, Su Yeshuan had stuffed all the good things in Jiang Lian's space. After looking at a few things, Jiang Lian, who had already developed a sophisticated eye, didn't like any of them, but Wang Yuran bought a lot. After Wang Yuran finished buying, Jiang Lian took out the list of medicinal materials he had made last night and asked, "Waiter, do you have everything on this list?" The waiter in the shop took the list and was surprised to find that the number of medicinal materials on it was very large, including relatively low-level spiritual herbs and relatively obscure elixirs. "Yes, you may need to wait a little longer, and some items in this list have higher prices. Is this acceptable to you? Can you help me list the prices?" On the master's medicine list, she could find relevant ones and wrote them down on the list. She was a little worried that the waiter in the store would say they didn't have any. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter handed the list to the clerk in charge of medicinal materials, then turned around and continued to greet them. Seeing someone buying seeds next to her, Jiang Lian asked in surprise, "Do you also sell seeds in your store?" She thought she needed to go somewhere else to buy it, but she didn't expect that Jubao Pavilion had everything. It was simply a high-end large-scale grocery store. Or maybe it's a supermarket with a different model. "Yes, but there are not many types of herbs with seeds on the VIP list." Jiang Lian was not disappointed. Fortunately, they had them in stock. It would be even better if they had seeds. If not, she was not in a hurry and looked for them first, thinking that when she went back last night, she had planted the seeds she had obtained from the Luojing Treasure Pavilion in a systematic way, and she was somewhat looking forward to what they would grow into in the future. "Then if I have some, help me prepare some. If I don't have any, can you please help me keep an eye on it?" "Okay." The quotation was quickly submitted, including the seeds. The total cost was more than 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Jiang Lian took a closer look and found that the most expensive ones were the seeds on the master's medicine list, which were more expensive than the existing ones. The ordinary medicinal materials used to make elixirs were also quite large, because they were large in quantity. "Okay, can you get it ready now?" Jiang Lian took out the black jade sign and handed it to the waiter. As soon as the black jade sign appeared, the employees in the surrounding stores became more respectful to her. Wang Yuran was a little surprised by the black jade token that Jiang Lian took out. Obviously she didn't understand the system of Jubao Pavilion, as well as Su Ranran and others, and asked curiously, Jiang, can you pay here too?" "Yeah, sure," Jiang Lian responded, but suddenly realized in his heart whether he could apply for another ordinary card, so that he could sometimes avoid unnecessary trouble when outside. The waiter said hurriedly, "Sir, please wait in the lounge." This is a treatment that Wang Yuran has never had before. Although the Wang family's is not bad, she does not have the high-end card of Jubao Pavilion. The limit in her account is also a normal limit, so there is no shortage of flowers. On weekdays, when I am in the private room, I only enter the special auction lounge when I follow the elders to participate in the auction. But it was obvious that because of her small and transparent existence, only people in the clan, except her mother and brother, would really remember her. Her father was very busy all day long and had no time to take care of her. As the waiter arrived at the lounge, refreshments were served. "Please feel free to do so, sir. I will prepare it for you later." Just as the waiter was about to go out, Jiang Lian stopped him. "Wait a minute. Can you help me apply for a regular card? It's easy to use." "Okay. Please wait a moment." The waiter went out respectfully, not caring about it. Many customers in their store were like this, so it was not surprising. And since this person has a higher status, it is no exception. After the waiter left, Wang was still looking at the dim sum on the table. Jiang Lian smiled and took a piece and handed it to her. "Have a try. I tried the dim sum from their other store last time, and it was very good." Jiang Lian also took out a piece and ate it, and found that the recipe was still the same, and the taste was still delicious. How did they achieve unity? It's really awesome. The business model is also great. Su Yeshuan said that he is also a shareholder of Jubao Pavilion. The business volume between Luojing and this place is very high. Not to mention that Jubao Pavilion is available in many cities. How much dividends can be distributed every year? Ah! The two of them didn't wait for long. The waiter brought up a storage bag and a tray with an ordinary jade card.
Sir, the things you need are ready. Please check them. The additional fees have been deducted for you.
All right.
Jiang Lian was a little surprised. She took out the black jade card, but the waiter didn't take it and deduct the money. Why was it deducted? The waiter in the shop was always attentive to what he said. And seeing Jiang Lian's doubts, he explained,
Mr. Su has a fixed balance with us, which can be deducted directly. In addition, Mr. Karasu has already recharged it for you. All you need is a drop of blood.
You can use it directly after recognizing the owner.
Su Yeshuan prepared everything. Jiang Lian did not object to this approach. He took the ordinary jade card and storage bag with a smile and checked the things inside. Although there were many things, the people in Jubao Pavilion helped place them in categories. Alright. The inspection was also very quick. In front of the waiter and Wang Yiran, Jiang Lian directly identified the owner of the ordinary jade card with blood.
Is there anything else you need help with?
The waiter waited for Jiang Lian and the others' instructions conscientiously. Jiang Lian shook his head, smiled and thanked.
It's okay. Thank you.
After asking Wang Yiran and seeing that she had nothing else to buy, the two left the Jubao Pavilion.
Jiang, are you hungry? I know a noodle shop that is very delicious. Do you want to go and try it together?
Wang Yiran smiled and pulled Jiang Lian. Looking at his greedy look, he knew that this noodle shop was also a food lover. In the past, because she was always in the early stage of chi refining, and because of the plot, Yamashita could meet the heroine everywhere. So she did not seriously visit these shops at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Jiang Lian, who was also aroused by Wang Yiran's appearance, felt like he had found a like-minded friend. He nodded happily.
Okay, let's try it together.
Chapter 147 Meeting another day. This is a store on Fuxing Street. It has a large facade and has 2 floors. Although it is not a main street store, there is a lot of customer traffic. I could smell the rich aroma of noodles from a distance. Under the guidance of Wang Yiran, he walked towards the store. Unexpectedly, a burst of noise blocked the door. An arrogant woman and several escorts were having sex with the waiter there.
Do you know who I am? How dare you keep us out?
Listening to that voice, Jiang Lian knew who it was. Isn't it none other than Jiang Shuxian, the arrogant woman of the Jiang family? She actually followed up to Kunlun. Seeing that there was a blockage in front of him, Wang Yiran took Jiang Lian and retreated to the tea house next door.
There is trouble over there. Let's avoid it for now. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat delicious noodles today. It doesn't matter. We'll come back another day.
Jiang Lian asked curiously.
Why should we hide?
Although she was also afraid of trouble, she was still curious about Wang Yiran's intentions.
It looks like a fight is about to start over there. If we are affected, we will really suffer. And we don't have to suffer. If we can get through the fight but get into trouble, we will be annoyed to death. So every time I encounter this situation, it's all about hiding as far as you can.
Jiang Lian followed Wang Yiran and laughed. This view fit her perfectly. She also doesn't like those troublesome things. So she would rather hide as far away as possible unless necessary.
Jiang, do you know who those people are?
Wang Yiran whispered next to Jiang Lian. Mysteriously.
Who?
Jiang Lian was also curious about how much Wang Yiran knew.
The Jiang family in Luojing. I heard that they came to Kunlun this time to marry their senior brother.
Wang Yiran pointed to a beautiful woman coming from a distance.
Did you see that? It is said that the one who is going to be married this time.
A married woman. The one who caused trouble is her sister. Although that beautiful woman looks quite gentle, I think she is definitely the same as Wang Qian. Dark on the inside.
Jiang Lian said quietly.
She is indeed a beauty.
Hearing the sadness in her words, Wang Yiran laughed and said,
I'm not as beautiful as you. Ha ha. Really?
Jiang Lian said happily.
Just because of your words. I am happy today. How about treating you to something delicious?
As he said this, Jiang Lian looked around and asked,
besides that noodle shop, where else has delicious food?
Although Wang Yiran didn't understand why Jiang Lian was so resentful, he knew that she liked to praise her beauty, so he couldn't help but smile happily.
Okay. Let's eat delicious food and choose expensive ones.
As he spoke, Wang Yiran looked at the snacks in the tea house and said,
actually,
The food in this shop is quite delicious. Do you want to try it? Jiang Lian responded curiously, seeing that this noodle shop was not as popular as the noodle shop opposite. It was even a little deserted. Wang Yaran was responsible for ordering food, and Jiang Lian looked across. At this time, the beauty from the Jiang family happened to arrive at the noodle shop. When Jiang Xuxian saw her sister coming, her arrogance disappeared, and instead, she said to her in a flattering manner, "Sister, I want to go in and help you get a seat, but they won't let me." I saw the woman smiling and saying something to the waiter. At this time, someone happened to come out, and the waiter let them in. Look at that woman. She is really a lady. Her words and deeds are full of elegance. But Jiang Lian feels distorted and a bit fake no matter how she looks at her. Some people like this. They can get in after a while, but they insist on letting them in right away and make a big fuss, saying, "Do you know who I am?" to show their superiority. It sounds like they are panicking. At this time, Wang Yaran had just finished ordering and came over to see Jiang Xuxian and others entering the noodle shop. Jiang Lian smiled and said nothing. "What delicious food did you order?" They come to eat not really hungry. Now that their cultivation has improved, they come here to eat just because they like to eat. So Wang Yaran directly helped order the food he thought was delicious as he had agreed with Jiang Lian. Roast duck, steamed claws, and some braised food. Let me tell you, the braised food here is absolutely outstanding. Although it is not the most delicious in the world, it is very unique. Wang Yaran's words aroused his greed, and the store brought the food to him quickly. The portion was very generous, and it smelled delicious. Jiang Lian moved his index finger. I tried eating a piece of braised meat. It tasted really unique and delicious. I couldn't help but think that Su Yeshuan seemed to have never cooked braised food. I wonder how it tasted. There have been a lot of things like those from the Gang Jiang family in Kunlun recently. They are all domineering and domineering. Do you know who we are? They spread the word as if they are worried that others don't know who they are. Then the little ones make enough trouble. I bought a bigger one and settled things as soon as I got there. She looks like a gentle and kind-hearted lady. A self-improving woman with strong ability to deal with things. Wang Yaran followed Jiang Lian while eating, and the disgust in his expression was very obvious. I think they just have too many things on their hands. They are not afraid of slanted shadows. If they are really like that, they will stage such a drama every time. Anyway, I find it very funny when I watch it. Have they been like this lately? How do the people above the sect react? Making trouble like this every day is completely destroying Kunlun's image. In Kunlun, even if the disciples form cliques, there are times when they are trying to suppress things, but they will not spread the word so blatantly. Besides, they are relying on the reputation of their Kunlun senior brother. She had seen how the elders of the sect were afraid of and defended Su Yeshuan. Would she really let him go like this? That's right. It's all like this. Those who don't have much power don't argue with them, and don't take their words to heart. After all, we know the image of senior brother best. As for those who have power, we will never spoil them. In the end, they all left in disgrace. After that, Wang Yaran said with some sympathy, if the senior brother really marries that woman, it will probably be miserable. Jiang Lian asked subconsciously, why? That woman is so pretentious. She's very pretentious. Wang Yaran acted like someone who had come before me, and he was right in listening to me. You don't know. I have met a lot of people like this. Just Wang Qian's group. They are all much smarter than her. Zwa? She also wants a good reputation, and then she is very different. When Wang Qian cheats on you, she will either make you speechless and very cruel, or she will make you unaware that you have been cheated. Later she finds out you still can't speak to her, both overtly and covertly. It makes you speechless. Then Wang Yaran pursed his lips and said, for those people, their tricks are still too weak. I'm a little curious when you say that. How about you accompany me for a meeting some other time? Jiang Xuxian was crippled by her at the beginning, but she didn't expect to be standing there intact and still so arrogant. I'm really curious about Jiang Xuxian's reaction when she sees her again. Chapter 148. Please explain Jiang Daoyu. There was no need for Wang Yaran to accompany her to find trouble for them. As soon as he came out of the tea house, Jiang Lian met Jiang Xuxian and others. Jiang Xuxian screamed repeatedly when she saw her. Sister, it's her. She heard me. Looking at that ferocious face, looking like she wanted to bite off a piece of meat. Jiang Lian felt happy seeing her like this for some reason. Jiang Xuxian is not a good person. It can be said that she has a vicious mind. It's such a pity that she was allowed to recover from her injuries. It would be nice to lie down in bed as long as possible and don't come out to cause harm to others. It's a pity that the injury is healed. Jiang Lian admitted generously. It was normal for anyone to be injured in the world of cultivation, and no one could do anything to her. It's really you. Jiang Shuyu looked at Jiang Lian and saw that she was only in the early stage of qi refining, and she doubted whether she was the one who hurt her little sister. You must know that the younger sister is in the golden core stage. How could someone in the early stage of qi refining hurt the golden core stage like that? Although he was thinking this in his heart, his face was full of righteousness and sternness. Yes. Jiang Lian looked like she deserved a beating at this moment. But the people around her didn't think much of her. The Jiang family have become famous here recently. You still want to quibble? Watch the whip. Jiang Shuxian became angry as soon as she saw Jiang Lian. She had completely forgotten what she had told her at home. And her men were even more ruthless and deadly. Wang Yuran originally wanted to help, but Jiang Lian stopped her. Don't worry. I can handle it myself. Jiang Lian didn't move much. Just stood there, stretched out his hand and grabbed the whip that Jiang Shuxian was attacking. What am I quibbling about? You're such a strange person. You want to kill me when I'm just walking on the road. It doesn't make sense. Jiang Shuyu looked at Jiang Lian seriously, and secretly scolded her sister for bad things. Being able to catch a fatal blow from a person in the golden core stage with one hand. Then this person is definitely not an early stage qi refining person. Or even more than a golden core stage. How did my sister get into trouble with such a character? Originally, I thought that the little sister's troublemaking behavior and her mouth would make her known quickly in Kunlun, so that Kunlun would hold a wedding ceremony faster due to public opinion. Unexpectedly, the little sister would still be the one this time. Bad thing. But with the arrow on the string, she could only bite the bullet and said, Can this fellow Taoist give me an explanation for hurting my sister? That righteous and stern look directly explained his sister's reckless behavior, and pointed the finger at Jiang Lian for hurting others first. There were many people watching the excitement around. According to the rule that when trouble comes, people are most likely to do good things. At this time, one of Ling Xuanfeng's disciples recognized Jiang Lian, who was also one of the people who often had conflicts with Jiang Lian in the past. Junior sister Jiang, since you have hurt someone, you should give me a good explanation. We in Kunlun cannot afford to lose that person. Besides, these are our senior brother's relatives. Be careful that senior brother wants to settle a score with you. Looking at that gloating look, I have no good intentions. Wang Yuran stood aside and was very angry, shouting, Wang Qingxian, are you really free? It's none of your business. If you force me to tell your father again. Wang Qingxian likes to follow Wang Qian most on weekdays. He is a person who talks nonsense but doesn't do anything. Seeing Wang Yuran standing behind Jiang Lian, Wang Qingxian was a little confused. Although he usually likes to follow Wang Qian, he still has to be a bit polite to the daughter of the real clan leader. Besides, Wang Yuran said he wanted to tell his father that he really knew how to speak. But his father hated him the most when a man talked nonsense. He only liked to talk with this mouth and had no other bad intentions. Thinking of his father's stern and solemn face, he shut his mouth instantly, but still said without showing weakness, Look at how senior brother will deal with it. This sentence instantly reminded Jiang Shuyu. I've been here for so long and haven't seen any of senior brother Kunlun's faces. I should have informed him if he was in seclusion. But those people seem to be perfunctory. Looking at Jiang Lian, this person is above the golden elixir stage. Looking at his age and the clothes of a true disciple, if he makes a big fuss, he might be able to lure senior brother Kunlun out. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuyu said directly, Please give fellow Taoist Jiang an explanation. Looking at the slight change in the expression on Jiang Shuyu's face, she knew that she was planning something with evil intentions. However, Jiang Lian was not afraid. She thought to herself that the search for Jiang Shuxian's memory did not yield much useful information. This Jiang Shuyu could be entrusted with the task. I wonder if Chongren knows more. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian asked the system, Is there any kind of drug that can stun all these people? Does the host want to stun the whole street? What do so many people think? Jiang Lian felt a dark thread in her heart. Where is this going? Just stun people like Luo Jing and the Jiang family. I'm not stupid enough to do it in public. These are the only people who can do it. But do you want to change the host? You only have one chance to win the lottery now. And you still lack the analysis to change the prescription once. Jiang Lian would not be fooled by the system. Not to mention the medicinal materials on the prescription that could not be found in the Sutra Pavilion
and had to be found through analysis. The ones purchased from the Jubao Pavilion were all top-notch medicinal materials. The pills that could use those were certainly not something that a first-level alchemist like her could refine. And besides, she had not yet practiced controlling her strange fire.
After you've redeemed it, why don't you send me a few more quests? Don't tell me that you can't release quests at any time.
The previous quest revealed its capabilities when it struck Xiao Miao with lightning and drew out the sword spirit. The master's matter is also urgent. But she is willing to do more tasks so that she can get the analysis quickly. And her strength must be improved quickly. The system was already filled with regrets. So why did it shoot itself in the foot?
You asked for this yourself.
At this time, the system has already begun to think about what tasks to release.
Yes, I asked for it.
She felt uneasy because all the people in the Luo Jingjiang family had not been searched.
Okay, I'll use a lottery opportunity, and your 5 points to exchange for the drug. You can redeem it if you want.
Originally I thought it was just a chance to win a lottery. But it turned out that I still needed points. But now that I had decided, Jiang Lian didn't hesitate anymore. Points could still be earned anyway. And this matter was more important.
Exchange. Ding! The exchange is successful, and you get the purple misty golden dream.
Jiang Lian looked at the extra jade bottle in the space and asked,
How to use this? This has a certain success rate. You'd better do it when no one else is around. If someone with high cultivation level disturbs you, the success rate will be greatly reduced.
The system explained the method of use.
Just use a bottle of open the lid and use your spiritual power to draw the liquid towards the target. This amount of medicine is enough for you to stun these people.
After being reminded by the system, Jiang Lian couldn't help but frown. She originally wanted to sneak into the guest house and stun them. But if the elders noticed it, they might cause trouble for her. After all, there are gangsters everywhere. Chapter 149 I have everything. Thinking of this, Su Yeshuan's face directly appeared in Jiang Lian's mind. It would be no problem if she asked Su Yeshuan to help look after the situation. Jiang Shuyu was aggressive over there, and Jiang Lian didn't pay much attention.
Explain what? Shouldn't we ask what your sister did? There were many witnesses at that time. Should I call them one by one to testify?
Jiang Lian, who was thinking about doing bad things in the evening, was not prepared to argue with him.
If nothing happens, take a step first.
Although she said this, Jiang Lian directly pulled Wang Yiren and left in a hurry. It was not far from night, and she had to go back and talk to Su Yeshuan. Whether you can really get relevant clues at night depends on whether you can search for anything useful. Before Jiang Shu could react, Jiang Lian had already disappeared with Wang Yiren. And she was secretly angry at Jiang Lian for not giving her face. Her face also looked a little bad. But in order to maintain her image of a gentle woman, she did not dare to get angry.
Sister, she ran away. I must not let her go. I want her to die.
The affirmative tone was as if she was the master of this world. And her sister listened to her. And she could do it as long as she acted coquettishly. Jiang Shu looked at her sister, who had little success but more than failure, with a warning in her eyes.
I will handle this matter and go back.
Soon Jiang Shu returned to her previous calm and elegant appearance. If Wang was still here, she would definitely act like that again. When he returned to Kunlun, Wang was still a little apologetic.
I obviously took you down the mountain to play today, but I didn't expect to meet those people.
There is also Wang Qingxian, who is really annoying. He follows Wang Qian behind and does strenuous things every day. The flattering thing was thinking about what he said about Jiang Lian just now. That guy must have talked a lot about Jiang Lian before. Thinking of this, Wang Yiren murmured with hatred.
Wang Qingxian is really such a bad person. He just eats carrots every day and doesn't worry about anything. Then he follows Wang Qian blindly.
Jiang Lian smiled knowingly.
Were you very good with him before?
In the past 2 days, Wang Yiren had been so heartless. She would definitely not care so much about someone she didn't have much to do with.
No way.
Wang Yiren subconsciously denied it. And when he met Jiang Lian's smiling eyes, he said with some embarrassment,
It was good when I was a child. And it was the same when I first came to Kunlun. Later, like Wang Qian, he chose Ling Xianfeng, and then slowly things changed slowly. They all became Wang Qian's licking dog. He's such a bastard.
Thinking that others had misunderstood her relationship with Wang Qingxian in the past, Wang Yiren hurriedly explained.
He is my distant cousin who is related by blood. He played best with me when we were young. But the moment he favored Wang Qian, he was destined not to be with us. The friendship is gone.
She looks like an awkward child. But maybe Wang Yiren's character is like this. Looking at her anxious look, Jiang Lian couldn't help but tease.
I didn't misunderstand. It's senior brother Sui-yun you admire?
In the past 2 days, whenever senior brother Sui-yun was around, Wang Yuren's eyes would light up. But she would not bother senior brother Sui-yun. She would just sit there quietly and watch.
No. 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 You really misunderstood. Senior brother Sui-yun has someone he likes. I just think that senior brother Sui-yun has a good temperament and a good person. Looking at him every day can wash your eyes.
After saying this, Wang still turned around and said seriously looking at Jiang Lian.
Jiang, why are you a woman? If you were a man, I would definitely look at you every day. Ha ha. Then I should be glad that mine is a woman. Otherwise, I would misunderstand that you have fallen in love with me.
At this point, Jiang Lian asked curiously,
What does it mean to wash your eyes?
Wang Yuren smiled and explained,
There are so many dark things in the world. Watching some beautiful things can change your mood.
Seeing that Jiang Lian didn't seem to understand very well, Wang Yuren pursed his lips and said,
Just like Wang Qian. Every time I see her, I want to look at someone else to wash my eyes.
Jiang Lian laughed. It seemed that she had been tricked a lot by Wang Qian. Otherwise she wouldn't be like this.
But how did you know that senior brother Sui-yun is someone he likes?
Senior brother Sui-yun did not express his love for her senior sister clearly in front of outsiders. Every time he argued with his senior brother and showed his intention towards her senior sister, it was all in private.
Senior brother Sui-yun said it. But he didn't say who it was. From the looks of it, he probably hasn't pursued it yet.
Wang Yuren said with a smile.
Although senior brother Sui-yun is someone he likes, it doesn't affect my ability to watch him. What an operation. She was very sure that Wang Yuren was a good-looking person. But good looks also involve character. Otherwise, Wang Qian and Jiang Shuyu's looks were just fine. But they were disliked by Wang Yuren.
Senior brother Sui-yun also knows about this matter. And I won't affect him. So he ignores me. I'm really curious about the kind of person that senior brother Sui-yun likes. And I hope he succeeds as soon as possible.
Jiang Lian smiled. Senior brother Sui-yun and second senior brother both behaved like that. Senior sister was still stunned and didn't notice it at all, thinking she was just familiar with him. I guess I'll have to wait for my senior sister to get the hang of it. It's just that after senior sister regains consciousness, senior brother and senior brother Sui-yun will have to suffer alone. After being separated from Wang Yuren, Jiang Lian flew straight to Wan'an Peak. As expected, Su Yeshuan could still be seen. Jiang Lian said a little embarrassedly,
Miss Sir, you don't have to wait for me like this. When I come back later, I'll look for you as soon as possible.
Su Yeshuan said warmly,
It's okay.
It is impossible for him to continue to improve at this level of cultivation. So he can only try to suppress it. Although the seal under the sword tomb required cultivation each time.
He recovered quickly. It just offsets the shortcomings of his rapid growth in cultivation. Once that boundary is broken through and the barrier of time wation is not released, it means that the end is not far away. He hasn't grown up with the little girl properly yet. So absolutely nothing can happen. Besides, he wasn't bored while waiting. Seeing the little girl's expression, Su Yeshuan finally said,
Okay. Remember to come to me as soon as possible. Yes.
Jiang Lian said thiefly.
Mister, please accompany me to do bad things tonight. Okay.
Su Yeshuan obviously had some misunderstandings. Jiang Lian felt the ambiguous breath and hurriedly explained.
It's not what you think. I want you to help me look out.
After telling what he encountered today and his thoughts, Jiang Lian said with some worry.
The people above in the sect won't have any objections. Right.
After all, it happened within my sect. Not to mention that there was nothing naive about it with the Jiang family. If this was spread, I'm afraid those with a good reputation would have objections.
There will be no objection. Your master has already told those people what he calculated. I also made it clear that Luo Jing's group has evil intentions. So they will not care about whatever you want to do next.
As he spoke, Su Yeshuan touched Jiang Lian's head and said warmly,
It doesn't matter what you want to do. I'm here for you.
Chapter 150, Drugged. Jiang Lian smiled sweetly.
Thank you, sir.
Every time Su Yeshuan was cold and gentle, Jiang Lian was unusually fond of this. She will cherish this selfless feeling even more. The moon was dark, and the wind was high. Jiang Lian was carried by Su Yeshuan and walked directly through the void to the guest house at the outer door. Su Yeshuan quietly set up a barrier in the entire guest house.
Did you feel dizzy?
Jiang Lian took out the bottle.
I have this. Zimi Jin Ming. She was afraid that if she fainted, it would be bad if the other party woke up while searching for souls. There were many of these people. Su Yeshuan was surprised when he heard the name of the medicine. This is a good thing. It can reveal all the secrets hidden by people at a deep level. When searching for souls, they can see everything at a glance. There is no such thing as any medicine hiding the secrets of the other party. Purple gold dream is difficult to find in this world. But it is not impossible to refine it. It's a bit overkill to deal with these people. But it's just right. Not all members of the Jiang family in Luojing are idiots. They must be well prepared if they arrive in Kunlun like this, because it can stand up to the 8 major families without falling. It has its own extraordinary means. He hoped that the little girl would gain something this time, and he would be willing to accompany her to face anything. Otherwise, the longer hatred accumulates, the more likely it is to form inner demons, which is detrimental to cultivation. Okay, I'll help you, Su Yeshuan said, as he quietly dissipated the protective array set up inside. Immortal cultivators, like Jiang Lian, rarely slept normally every day. At this time, even Jiang Shuxian's room in the yard was hearing fluctuations in spiritual power. Jiang Lian handed the bottle to Su Yeshuan, and saw wisps of purple breath entering the occupied room as his spiritual power moved slightly. Even those who were cultivating fell asleep in an instant without noticing. This works really well. Entering the room, Su Yeshuan did not let Jiang Lian directly explore it with his spiritual consciousness. He saw a small golden formation appearing on his fingertips. The surrounding spiritual energy moved slightly, and his robes moved without the wind. Jiang Lian watched magically as Su Yeshuan inserted the formation into Jiang Shuyue's forehead. A transparent mirror appeared in Su Yeshuan's hand, and then Jiang Shuyue's memory appeared in the mirror, as if it had been turned into a movie. Jiang Shuyue's life from childhood to adulthood was simply a pretentious lady's life. The pride and scheming in the eyes of the clansmen makes people feel a little uncomfortable, and sometimes it also shows that her thoughts are vicious and disgusting. It turned out to be just trivial things in life. Jiang Lian was a little disappointed, thinking that she would be in vain this time. Unexpectedly, a purple light appeared in the mirror, and she saw something about Jiang Yen. Father! If you are worried that the hostage will be taken back by the clan, it is better to ask your uncle to take him to the Xianling sect for a while. My uncle is short of servants recently, so he said that the elders are interested and takes the Xianling sect to have a look, and wait until the news is over. Wouldn't it be nice to take it back and say that the elders didn't like it? Since the people in the clan area are all extinct, there is no need to keep them. If they are kept, there will be many consequences. Jiang Lian looked at the young Jiang Shuyu in the mirror, who had such vicious thoughts, and couldn't help but commit evil. Jiang Shuyu and Jiang Shuxian were indeed sisters. They were only more vicious, and no one was much kinder than the other. In the mirror, the man whom Jiang Shuyu called his father said disapprovingly, "That's not right. If something happens to him, conflicts in the clan will be exposed in the future, and they will point to us. It will be good for us to keep him." So next, Jiang Yen accidentally lost his memory, and was treated as a survivor who came to seek refuge from his branch, and was treated like a servant. Su Yeshuan held Jiang Lian's trembling fingers. Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan sadly. "Jiang Yen is my brother." Right. Although she had no memory of this part. Maybe it was not long after she was born. But she was also very surprised why her parents didn't mention it in front of her later. Yes. This is the case from the investigation. The picture on the mirror continued to move. Although there was mention of being exterminated, it was only a guess. Those from the Luojing Jiang family were involved, but it was not clearly shown that they were not the masterminds. But these people who came to Kunlun this time are definitely not innocent. The only thing in Jiang Shuya's memory was that she came to hold the wedding ceremony on behalf of the Jiang family's daughter from her original clan. They forged the full value of their bloodline, and as long as the marriage jade pendant was signed, they would have nothing to fear from being discovered again. Tomorrow they will use the conflict with Jiang Lian during the day to reason with Ge Huahai, the head of Kunlun, in an attempt to lure out senior brother Kunlun. Jiang Lian sneered. This person is really determined to give up. "Miss Sir, do you want to stop it tomorrow?" Looking at the narrow expression, Su Yeshuan knew what the little girl was planning in her heart. He flicked her forehead lightly and looked at Jiang Lian, his eyes full of tenderness. "You decide. How fun it would be to block it. Just give him a good slap in the face." "Miss Sir, I decided to put out bait to catch the big fish." This way of checking is very slow, or you can work hard to complete the tasks. Get the growth gift package, and collect the fragments of the universe mirror, so that you can quickly know who the enemy is. This is too dangerous. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. Leave this matter to me. Okay.
The people below have begun to get a little suspicious. If the bait is released, the enemy will be exposed very quickly. But I don't want the little girl to be put in any danger.
Okay.
Since she didn't reveal her identity, she had to figure out how to deal with people like Jiang Shuyu. It was really annoying to do this every time. After searching Jiang Shuyu, they were followed by an elder from the Jiang family. This man was Jiang Shuyu's uncle. Rank 5th. His cultivation level was in the void refining realm, and his strength was not much different from the master's cultivation level. Jiang Lian really admires his arrogance. You must know that this is the Kunlun Mountains, the base camp of the Kunlun sect. There are so many old antiques here. The 5th elder of the Luojing Jiang family actually brought Jiang Shuyu and others here to deceive the entire family. People from Kunlun. This is really big bear bile. If only Jiang Lian knew that the Luojing Jiang family had inherited the shamelessness of their ancestors. Although people with full bloodline were rare and only one would appear every hundreds or even thousands of years. Every time the Luojing Jiang family, would do something that will get you slapped in the face. The Luojing Jiang family were lucky that they were not wiped out. The 5th elder's memory does not have any other information about the destruction of the clan except for the replacement. There is no other relevant news about the remaining few people. Jiang Lian was a little disappointed, but it was reasonable. Jiang Yan's figure came to mind. When things here are over, I will definitely look for Jiang Yan's antidote. The decision to administer the medicine was made by the head of the Luojing Jiang family, and he also decided what medicine to administer. On the way back, Su Yeshuan handed her the remaining drug. Jiang Lian was surprised.
There's more!
Chapter 151. The dog system causes trouble. When the system first gave it, it was based on the amount of medicine, but I didn't expect that there was still some left.
Well, the power of the medicine was not wasted. I controlled the amount of medicine, so there was some left.
If the amount of medicine was cast by the little girl, it would be just right. But the key is that he cast the spell, and there are differences at different levels.
Mr. Sir, if I come to use these, how many more people can I use?
This is so useful. If you meet the group of people from the Luojing Jiang family someday, you can use them if they are valuable.
2 if there is no waste. What if there is spillage?
Jiang Lian nodded and put away the jade bottle. I just learned about Jiang Yan's experience today. Although she had never gotten along with him, Jiang Yan was indeed taken to Luojing as a hostage because of her. Most of his misfortunes were due to her. In a bad mood, Jiang Lian did not sleep anymore today. He closed his eyes and went into the space to pick the mature medicinal materials again and plant the seeds he bought today. Now Jiang Lian can control the amount of exercise very well, and will no longer suffer from overdraft of consciousness. After taking the Yunshin pill, I closed my eyes and rested for a while. And when I woke up again, I felt refreshed. Today, I still go to Shuozheng Peak to learn elixirs. Generally, the courses for beginners on the basics of alchemy are not many, and only last about a month. She originally thought that Jiang Shuyu and the others would impatiently go to the headmaster to complain. Unexpectedly, she went to Master Zhang Buitao to ask for advice on what she didn't understand. After class, Jiang Shuyu and the others hadn't come yet. Because there were not many questions today, Jiang Lian asked Zhang Buitao during recess. So he and Wang Yuran walked outside together after school.
Ding! What can I do to save you? My Black and Fiancé series requires the host to loudly express his love for his senior brother within 10 minutes at a height of 5 meters. The number of words must not be less than 20. Success will be rewarded with a lucky draw. Once, if you fail, please accept the punishment of lightning strike.
Jiang Lian was a little confused.
Didn't you say that everything around me now has nothing to do with the original work? Why is it still a Black Fiancé series?
It stands to reason that Su Yeshuan cannot turn dark again.
This is an unfinished task in the previous series. Aren't you in urgent need of a task now? It's simple. I'll dig it out for you to do. Go quickly. Otherwise, the time is about to end, and you will be struck by lightning when the gain outweighs the loss. Oh no!
This is great. She knew that the dog system was either on the way to cheat her, or was already cheating her. It was very doggy.
The time is counting down. 10, 9, 8.
Jiang Lian looked at the surrounding buildings. The roof of the academy was 5 meters long. It was the time when school was over, and the crowds had not left yet. In addition, Shuozheng Peak was already the most popular place in the sect, so there would definitely be no shortage of people. Given the choice between being struck by lightning and being thought to be a love brain, she felt that being thought to be a love brain or something like that was bearable. There was no time to say anything to Wang Yuan. Jiang Lian flew up to the roof of the academy.
I love the senior brother the most. The senior brother is the best. I've been craving the braised pork he cooked for a long time.
Jiang Lian counted the numbers silently in his heart. Well, 24 characters. More than 20 characters. This wave is stable. She was thinking like this in her heart. But the system gave her a wind silencer. And
I've been craving him for a long time.
Was floating in the air. This is so stupid. Jiang Lian's whole body is about to turn to stone. The confession was not expressed like this. The dog system took it out of context. What's even more tragic is that Jiang Lian turned around and faced the handsome figure dressed in ink. And instantly froze. Jiang Lian smiled stupidly, while Su Yeshuan's eyes were filled with smiles, as he stood looking at each other from a distance. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he was telling her,
let's talk when we go back tonight.
With that look, Jiang Lian couldn't help but picture Su Yeshuan lying flat in his mind. I can't think about it. The more I think about it, the more shy I become. People below were talking a lot, but they didn't notice the existence of Su Yeshuan. The junior sister who shocked Chongyun Peak did something unusual again. But this time, the target was changed from the second senior sister to the older one. Senior brother? The Luo Jingjiang family, and others, who were already standing in front of the academy, looked at Jiang Lian in disbelief. Jiang Shuxian even cursed angrily.
You shameless bitch. You dare not even think about it. Senior brother. You heard me first.
I haven't explained yet. But today I am so shameless in giving a speech. And I will not be lenient if I don't give us a reasonable explanation.
Scold her. She was still filled with anger over what she found during last night's search. Jiang Shuxian was immediately shot away with a
pop.
Although she may have been taught to be more upright and stern this time than before. The people of the Jiang family and Luojing just made her unhappy.
What kind of explanation do you want? I don't know what happened before. Now it's not too late for me to beat you up before I explain.
At this time, Jiang Lian was completely free of the shyness of confessing his love on the eaves. And his sassiness was fully displayed. Even that aura, the aura makes the lower-level disciples very fearful. After making a gesture, Jiang Lian was ready to continue taking action. But the fifth elder of the Jiang family, who came with the leader, was shocked when he saw it. With a wave of his big hand, his strong spiritual power rushed towards Jiang Lian's position. If he was hit, either death or serious injury. Obviously, it is impossible for the fifth elder of the Luojing Jiang family to hurt Jiang Lian in Kunlun territory. Gu Huahai, who was next to Elder Jiang Fifth, was secretly frightened when he saw him attacking Jiang Lian, and hurriedly blocked the opponent's attack. The fifth Elder Jiang, whose offensive was interrupted, suddenly looked at Gu Huahai.
Please give me an explanation. Master Gu.
He could actually attack again, but this was on Kunlun's territory, and an invisible pressure had restrained him. If he moved again, he would probably not end well. Over there, Jiang Lian had already slapped Jiang Shuxian to the ground again, and even affected Jiang Shuyu. The image of a lady who had always been dignified became extremely embarrassed. There were so many guards in the Jiang family, but no one could stop her. Kunlun's disciples, who had been unhappy with the Jiang family recently, were now gloating about the Luo Jing Jiang family's misfortune. Gang Jiang Lian's bold confession to his senior brother has been completely forgotten. It's the fights that are the most exhilarating. At this time, the system reminded him with a ding in his mind.
The mission is completed, and the reward will be drawn once.
He even said happily in a praising voice.
Look, this is the task I chose for you. It's very simple, isn't it? It's not difficult at all.
Having just finished beating Jiang Shuxian and others, she felt less unhappy. Jiang Lian was too lazy to argue with the system anymore, but she still gritted her teeth and said,
Thank you.
Zhang Buitao, who heard the noise, hurriedly came behind Jiang Lian. While he was not in retreat, Gu Yu, who was about to come over to see his new precious apprentice, also appeared in front of Jiang Lian.
Who dares to bully my disciple?
That cold voice told people who knew her well that she was very angry at this time. Chapter 152. See if he should respond. Jiang Shuyu, Jiang Shuxian and others on the ground were trembling when Gu Yu saw them. The pressure beyond their level made their blood surge. On the other hand, Fifth Elder Zhang's heart was dark, and invisible pressure was locked on him. Something could happen at any time. Seeing that the situation at this time was the most unfavorable to them, and it was not the time to break up, he said. What's the matter? Tell me carefully. What are you doing like this?
This is completely different from the attitude of wanting the leader to give an explanation. Kunlun's disciples couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shuxian felt particularly unhappy when she saw so many people protecting Jiang Lian, and she had already been beaten twice by her. When he opened his mouth, he shouted,
Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, come out. If someone is bullying your family, won't you show up?
It's okay if you don't shout. If you shout, it will be like a pot exploding, and the surroundings will be noisy. Jiang Shuyu hurriedly grabbed Jiang Shuxian and tried to shut her up. But in the end she couldn't.
Oh, who is your brother-in-law? I would like to meet him for a while.
Jiang Lian's expression looked dangerous at this time. If the murderer behind the scenes hadn't been found and her identity couldn't be exposed, she would have pulled out Su Yeshuan and slapped him in the face as hard as she wanted. Jiang Shuxian said proudly,
Don't be afraid. He is your elder brother in Kunlun. Just wait for me. Our accounts will be settled together when my brother-in-law comes.
The people around who knew the inside story couldn't help but look at Jiang Lian. But Jiang Lian was not angry either. With a smile on his face and said,
Scream. See if he responds to you.
As he spoke, Jiang Lian even conjured up several chairs and pulled Zhang Butao and Gu Yu.
Come on. Masters, sit down and take a rest. I'll treat you to the show.
After finishing the two masters, Jiang Lian looked at the leader. Without him, the play would not be finished. He said with a smile,
Master, do you want to come and sit down and have a taste of the mountains and clouds?
Go Huahai, who was still reserved at first. His eyes suddenly lit up after hearing her talk about the mountains and clouds, and he walked straight over.
Jiang nephew kindly invited me. How can I not give it a try?
Jiang Lian then called out a tea table again, with all the tea sets and spiritual spring water on it. An exquisite stove was simmering water for tea. You could tell at a glance that it was just starting to boil. But the water was boiling very quickly. A small white porcelain jar appeared in Jiang Lian's hand. As soon as the lid was opened, Zhang Butao and Ge Huahai looked over. But after all, they were both dignitaries, and they looked completely intact. Gu Yu was on guard against the fifth child of the Jiang family in the distance, and found that he did not dare to act rashly. He looked around vigilantly, and suddenly realized,
Disciple, is your man not far away?
Jiang Lian smiled.
Yes.
The surrounding disciples saw them drinking tea and chatting, and they all found a place to prepare to be a crowd. The Jiang family didn't have it so easy. They were like ants on a hot pot. The animals in the zoo were really uncomfortable being watched by so many people. Several people had stood up at this time. Jiang Shuxian gritted her teeth. But Jiang Lian was surrounded by Kunlun's powerful people, and she didn't dare to say another word. In her opinion, no matter how powerful Kunlun's elder brother is, he cannot be more powerful than the master. Of course, not only Jiang Shuxian thinks so, but the Jiang family and others also think so. But once the marriage is successful, it will represent Kunlun and the Su family. With the help of the two forces, the Luojing Jiang family is waiting to rise.
Please give me an explanation from the head of Kunlun.
Jiang Shuyu bit her lip and decided to take the initiative. After coming to Kunlun for so long, there was still no movement at all. Not to mention the marriage ceremony. Not even the senior brother Kunlun was around. Seeing one.
Oh, what do you mean?
Jiang Shuyu was angry in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it.
Fellow Taoist Jiang repeatedly hurt my sister, and even insulted us in front of me.
Wang Yiran, who had been standing aside, stopped immediately.
Why are you insulting me? Everyone is watching. Miss Jiang should be careful with her words.
Jiang Lian was watching there. For Wang Yiran's straightforward temperament, it was really not easy to talk to Jiang Shuyu like this.
You said there was no insult. So what was it that she just ran up and yelled? She clearly knew my sister's identity, but she acted like that. What else is it if it's not an insult?
Jiang Shuxian timely said for Jiang Shuyu that her image was not suitable for her. With that fierce look, Jiang Lian felt that Jiang Shuxian would have wanted to eat her if her strength hadn't allowed it.
Who is your sister? Is it wrong to say what I just said? Why don't you ask your fellow disciples here? Is it wrong?
Jiang Lian's smiling look made the Jiang sisters very unhappy. What made them even more unbelievable was that the head of Kunlun, Ge Huahai, actually said in agreement,
I think what senior nephew Gang Jiang did was right. He is really good-natured.
This shameless look instantly made Luo Jing and the Jiang family popular. Kunlun usually fights to the death on its own. But if it really encounters a foreign enemy, it will be better than anyone else to unite and defend its weaknesses. At this time, Gu Huahai seemed to have remembered the fifth child of the Jiang family, and said in surprise,
"Fellow Taoist Jiang, don't just stand there. Come and sit down."
He had long noticed something strange about the fifth child of the Jiang family, and it was probably because the apprentice was nearby. He just said it. The little girl from the apprentice's family is going to be bullied here. With his temper, how can he not be nearby?
"No need. I'll just stand."
The pressure on him showed no sign of letting go. The fifth child of the Jiang family was really worried that if he moved the other person, he would be turned into powder. With this kind of pressure, he was sure that his cultivation would definitely be a little bit worse. And he didn't know how he died by then. The fifth elder of the Jiang family, who was originally very arrogant, was baptized by such pressure. And the panic in his heart was infinitely magnified. The arrogant girl Jiang Shuxian didn't notice anything unusual about her elders.
"My brother-in-law is the senior brother of Kunlun. If you bully his family members like this, you won't be afraid of chilling the disciples."
Jiang Lian couldn't help laughing for a moment.
"If you say he is your brother-in-law, he is your brother-in-law. Where is the evidence? I also said he is my husband-in-law. He has a green mouth and white teeth."
Everyone laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. After all, junior sister Jiang just confessed her love openly on the eaves. Although the senior brother is not here, today this is really a success. It's wonderful. Someone in the dark looked at the little girl in the crowd who was smiling happily, the tenderness in her eyes showing. The pressure on the fifth elder of the Jiang family in his hand increased slightly. The fifth elder of the Jiang family, who could have moved a little, was unable to move in an instant, and his clothes were almost soaked with cold sweat.
"My sister has been engaged to your senior brother since she was a child."
Jiang Shuxian acted as if I was the eldest. The person who was really engaged back then had died long ago. So they said it was true, and no one could deny it.
"What we want is evidence. Empty words. If everyone says she is our senior brother's fiancée, then who will our senior brother marry?"
Jiang Lian sat there, and was responsible for making tea, occasionally taking a sip and looking at the Luo Jing Jiang family standing there. They really looked like clowns, just for people's amusement. Before giving the other party a chance to argue, Jiang Lian spoke again.
"What we want is evidence. Don't tell me why. You are in our Kunlun territory. Our beloved senior brother is not here, and we can't let anyone take advantage of it."
Machine.
Chapter 153, Measuring Bloodline Value. Jiang Lian asked loudly.
Fellow disciples, please tell me yes or no.
Everyone who didn't think it was a big deal all agreed. I don't know who said something.
That's right. You just want to say that you are senior brother's fiancé. And we also said that little junior sister Jiang is. Who do you think she is?
Jiang Lian secretly praised the fellow Taoist who made the joke. It is really the truth of the world. What a talent! Nodding, Jiang Lian looked at Jiang Shuxian and Jiang Shuyu, and said in a cold voice, "The evidence has been presented to prove that you are the fiancé of the senior brother. We treat each other with courtesy. If not, then don't blame us for being rude." The Luojing Jiang family never expected such a result. Originally, they were treated as honored guests every time they came to Kunlun, and they were even treated better than other families. But what happened today? Jiang Lian didn't care what they thought at this time.
He would just start making accusations if he couldn't produce any evidence.
"This is the secret of my Jiang family. Why should I say it? We can only tell it when we see your senior brother."
Jiang Shu was afraid that Jiang Shuxian would do something bad, so she hurriedly opened her mouth and blocked it. If the eldest brother comes, she can make him believe it. But now that the eldest brother doesn't come, all this will be in vain.
Our senior brother has so many things to do. How can we waste time on someone who has not yet identified his identity? As I said, if you have solid evidence, we will treat you with courtesy. If there is no evidence, it means you are up to no good.
The fifth elder of the Jiang family wanted to scold Jiang Lian, and even said that Kunlun was treating him unfairly. But the pressure was still on him at this time, making it difficult for him to even speak. And he was completely invisible at the scene. Looking at the fifth elder, Jiang Shu saw that she had already given a signal. The fifth elder did not object. So she said,
"In the Jiang family, there has only been one person with full bloodline for hundreds of years. When the bloodline is full, I will be with Su."
Those with full bloodline in our family make a marriage contract. This is an agreement between our two clans. You must have heard of it at least. I am a person with full bloodline. And this is the proof.
Looking at Jiang Shu's confident expression, Jiang Lian was a little curious about how a person with full bloodline could pretend to be. At this time, Wang Yuan also asked curiously,
Then you can test it once and show it to us. Otherwise, we have never seen it, and we don't know if you are lying.
Jiang Shuyu, who had originally taken precautions, took out the crystal stone for testing the bloodline under the watchful eyes of Elder Jiang V. Elder Jiang's whole body was not well. He could not move or speak, and his spiritual consciousness could not even hear the secret words. No, my heart is extremely broken and manic. How could you take it out in front of so many people? There is also a big boss hiding in the dark. If it is really seen that he has been manipulated, it will be over. Obviously, Jiang Shuyu had no way of knowing the general condition of Elder Jiang V at this time. Elder Jiang seemed to be in another space. People outside thought it was natural, but only he himself knew what kind of terrifying state he was facing at this time.
This is the bloodline crystal of my Jiang family. As long as the color can fill the entire crystal, you have full bloodline.
Jiang Shuyu looked indifferent, while Jiang Shuxian was full of pride and proud to be a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Lian, who knew the inside story, had to admire Jiang Shuyu's mental construction ability. It looked like the real thing, so she thought it was foolproof. I saw Jiang Shuyu dripping a drop of blood into the crystal. As expected, the entire crystal was filled with red. Jiang Lian looked at the spar and asked Su Yeshuan curiously,
Mr. Jiang, is this really the spar that the Jiang family uses to test bloodline values?
Last night, I just saw Jiang Shuyu and the others talking about pretending, but they didn't know how to pretend. Is it disguised on the crystal?
Well, there is medicine on the spar. You won't find it unless you go to check it.
Applied medicine. Jiang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly, showing excitement.
Do you know how long it will last? You want it?
As long as the Jiang family fails to wipe off the medicine on it in time. There is no time limit. The little girl looked eager to try. Su Yeshuan knew what she wanted to do. With a slight movement of spiritual power, the crystal in Jiang Shuyu's hand suddenly flew towards Jiang Lian's position before she could process the liquid on it.
Catch it. Don't let those from Luo Jing's Jiang family touch you. The statute of limitations will be gone.
Su Yeshuan's reminder made Jiang Lian's eyes light up. He stood up and caught the crystal flying toward her in time, keeping his hand slightly warm. At this time, Jiang Shuyu could no longer maintain her original image of a lady, so she flew towards Jiang Lian, trying to snatch the crystal back. As soon as she moved, a force stopped her in place, before all the Luojing Jiang family guards could react.
They were treated the same as Jiang Shuyu and Jiang Shuxian. At this moment, everyone instantly saw how unusual the Jiang family was. Those with low cultivation levels couldn't see the pressure barrier around them. But the three people sitting making tea looked at each other, and everything was clear in their eyes. I guess that person is nearby. Gu Huahai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he was a little afraid of his great disciple. Aren't the disciples usually afraid of the master? Why are they doing the opposite? Jiang Shu suddenly looked at the fifth elder Jiang at this time, and realized that the fifth elder had not moved from the beginning. It must be the trouble of these people in Kunlun. I was horrified. The spiritual pressure made them unable to speak. Jiang Shuxian, who had weaker spiritual power, knelt on the ground and panted. Wang Yuan came over and asked curiously,
Jiang, what are you doing with this?
She was so close, and didn't know how Jiang got it, although it was a bit unkind. Evil people must be punished by evil people. She didn't know why she felt so happy when she saw evil people being bullied.
My surname is also Jiang. Do you think it can be detected?
Jiang Lian's words made Wang Yuan laugh.
Jiang, you are so funny. I'm also a little curious about whether someone not named Jiang can also test it.
It was just a joke. The faces of the Jiang family members, who knew the inside story, changed drastically. But they were helpless. Wang Yuan's words reminded Jiang Lian.
You can have this.
Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Lian dripped a drop of blood. And as expected, the entire crystal was filled with red. Jiang Lian, who knew the inside story, looked at Jiang Shuyu and Jiang Shuyu with a big smile and said,
Oh, I actually have full bloodline. Just like you.
That look really deserves a beating. But it's also inexplicably funny. Wang Yuan looked at Jiang Lian in surprise, looking at the crystal in Jiang Lian's hand, and murmured,
Jiang, I heard that you are an orphan. Have you found your family?
The same surname as Jiang, which makes people suspicious. Jiang Lian's face also showed surprise. And then she said to Wang Yuan,
Why don't you try it too? Wang was still a little confused and asked stupidly. Really try? Nonsense. Just have fun. Nothing will happen. Trust me. Looking at Jianglian, Wang still risked his life to accompany the gentleman. And a drop of blood fell on the spar. I saw the entire crystal emitting full light again. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 154 Takeaway. I also have full bloodline. Wang Yuan stuttered as he looked at the spar. Jianglian patted her shoulder to express comfort. Then smiled and said to Jiang Shuyu, What should we do? The two of us are full-blooded people like you. Maybe your sister is also a full-blooded person. That gloating look made Jiang Shuyu furious. But Jiang Shuxian said with surprise, Am I also a person with full bloodline? Looking at that greedy and stupid look, Jiang Shuyu simply couldn't bear to see it. Little sister, have you forgotten? At this time, Jiang Shuyu's voice was very serious. Jiang Shuxian froze when she looked at her. Suddenly, the memory of what her sister did to her when she did something bad a few years ago came to mind. She couldn't help but start to feel scared. And she didn't dare to say anything more. Say a word. If Jiang Shuyu dared to bring Jiang Shuxian into trouble, Kunlun would have a way to control her. Otherwise she would not be so stupid. Jiang Shuxian was quiet. But the people around her looked at Jiang Shuyu aggressively. Some people even asked directly. You said that the person with full bloodline is the one who is engaged to the senior brother. Are you here specifically to cheat the marriage? How shameless. That's right. I guess you want to use this to gain advantage from our senior brother. If we weren't discovered, our senior brother would be in trouble with them. Leave it to the discipline hall. Let them try the consequences of playing tricks on us. Thinking that we Kunlun are easy to bully. No one doubts whether they are the real Jiang family. If not, so many big bosses in Kunlun would not have allowed them to live in the sect for so long. At this time someone raised a question. Can we, the discipline hall, handle the people from the Jiang family ourselves? After exposing the conspiracy of Jiang Shuyu and others, Jiang Lian did not want to let them go back, or even want them to live. But if they really died in Kunlun, there would be some troubles later. The Jiang family is intertwined, and no matter how powerful Kunlun is, there will still be some turmoil. While Jiang Lian was thinking, Su Yeshuan sent a message into the secret and said, I will let people take him away. I will handle the next thing well, and won't let them have an easy time. Jiang Lian believed in Su Yeshuan, because she was a little helpless when it came to the Jiang family because of the murderer behind it. And she felt really aggrieved. Now, apart from the master's antidote, the most important thing is the medicine for my brother to restore his memory. I need to ask Su Yeshuan when I go back. Maybe he knows something. Good. Afraid that his wife would still want to continue, Su Yeshuan's people had been hiding in the dark. Now that Jiang Lian was confirmed, Su Yeshuan waved his fingers, and people in the darkness rushed up one after another, all wearing black clothes and covering their faces. With an astonishing momentum, the people around were frightened by this sudden group of people. But when they saw that the leader and the elders above him did not make any move, they all waited patiently for the development of the situation. As soon as the man in black appeared, the pressure on everyone in the Jiang family disappeared instantly. Before they could recover, fairy ropes leapt out to tie them up, catching them off guard. Several people came and went in a hurry. And just like that, they disappeared with the Jiang family, leaving only a group of Kunlun disciples who looked at me and I looked at you. The leader, Go Huahai, stood up and said, This matter is over. I'll leave first. Junior brother Jiang has good tea. Good tea. After saying that, the headmaster left. Guyu said with a smile, The one in your family is probably waiting for you. I'll go back first and look for you another day. Thank you, Master Marin. She was sure that the entire upper echelons of Kunlun were almost aware of her relationship with Su Yeshuan, and they knew it tacitly. Zhang Buitao also nodded. Junior sister Gu, wait a moment. I just have a prescription that I want you to help me read in detail. The two left, and the surrounding disciples also left one after another. Wang Yuan walked to Jiang Lian and looked at the crystal seriously. If it weren't for a fake, I would have suspected that it was Jiang Lian from Luojing. The prodigal family members took out the family heirloom. The color of this stone is really beautiful. Jiang Lian nodded. Indeed. Maybe this really might be a family heirloom. Those who test the purity of blood are passed down from generation to generation. He put away the spiritual stone, then smiled and said, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow. It's a pity that today ends like this. Those people Su Yeshuan called here don't know what they will do with Luo Jingjiang's family. As soon as he came out of the corner,
Jianlian was hugged and walked away through the void, arriving at Wanyan Peak in an instant.
You've been craving for me for a long time. Huh?
This damn magnetic tail tone is extraordinarily sexy and beautiful. Jianlian looked at the man's handsome face and suddenly felt a little crazy. Wang Yiran was right. When you are in a bad mood, you can look at good-looking people to wash your eyes, and your mood will be much better.
I'm a little greedy for the braised pork you cooked.
Jianlian's eyes wandered, and she didn't look directly at him, feeling a little embarrassed. The dog system is like this every time. She is the one who makes bad things happen, and she is the one who takes the blame when things end. What are you trying to do? Su Yeshuan flicked her forehead, his eyes full of tenderness.
Just tell me if you are greedy. Just wait.
After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. Jianlian followed, thinking of today's doubts. He asked directly,
Mr. Sir, what will happen to those people? Maybe it will disappear in this world.
At this point, Su Yeshuan turned to look at Jianlian. This world is cruel, but also realistic. He is guiding her to face it step by step. It doesn't matter if she can't accept it for a while. You can take your time. But you must definitely recognize the facts. Hearing that they might disappear from this world, Jianlian had no sympathy at all, but still asked worriedly.
They left from Kunlun. If they disappeared, would they point the finger at Kunlun? It won't disappear immediately, and there is no reason for anyone to point to Kunlun for subsequent matters.
Looking at the little girl's calm eyes, Su Yeshuan suddenly felt that maybe he could go further.
When the arrangements are made, I will let you handle it personally if you have time.
That's it. It's not good for the little girl to be too soft-hearted. The world outside is still very broad. If one day she wants to go out for a walk, she must be fully prepared. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself. He doesn't mind raising a cruel little girl. With her character, she feels more at ease when going out like this. Thinking of the Xianling competition 2 years later, time became even more pressing.
I'll handle it myself?
Is that what she understood? I personally killed those people from the Luo Jing Jiang family.
Yes. If we don't get rid of it, there will be endless troubles. You can consider it.
Seeing Su Yeshuan's intention, he made it very clear that if she couldn't do it, he would let those people handle it directly. Jiang Shuyu is indeed vicious. But Jianlian's habitual thinking makes it impossible for her to do those things.
Create a big accident. Whether they live or die depends on their own abilities.
She is not soft-hearted and unable to take action for the moment, waiting for her to do some mental preparation. She didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately before it was determined who had destroyed the Xuchong tribe. She was waiting for everything to be done.
Okay.
Chapter 155, Fulfilling the Punishment. When Su Yeshuan agreed, Jianlian knew that the accident would definitely be huge. So big that there was no possibility of survival. Although he knew it, Jianlian didn't stop him. What Su Yeshuan said was that with how ruthless Jiang Shuyu was, if they met again, the other party would definitely kill her.
Have you known about my brother for a long time?
Because he just found out last night. He didn't react yet. Thinking about it carefully today, Su Yeshuan knew it.
Yeah. You know, I'm asking people to find a way to cure his amnesia. But there's no definite result yet.
Putting his palms on his delicate little face, Su Yeshuan said warmly.
Originally, I wanted to wait until there was a result. I tell you so that I won't rejoice in vain.
Jianlian didn't care that Su Yeshuan hid that she had a brother. Su Yeshuan thought about her in everything. She also has to work hard to grow stronger, to the point where she can stand side by side.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, the system continued to remind.
If the host does more tasks, the problem may be solved. Tell me, how much can I exchange for?
She knew the system's urinary properties. After doing it so many times, the lottery could be used to directly exchange for designated items in addition to direct draws. This gives a lot of convenience. And even the problems she encounters can be solved in time every time. It's just that now she only has one draw left, so she still hasn't done enough tasks.
A gift package for growth. No additional analysis is required.
Ask clearly so that you can be mentally prepared.
No need this time. Jiangyan's memory is not caused by some rare medicine, and the medicine is easy to refine, as long as you can refine the 9th level elixir.
9th level pill. Knowing that there has not been a 9th level alchemist in this world for thousands of years, Jianlian was somewhat doubtful whether he could do it.
Isn't it possible for other grades?
I'm afraid she won't be able to complete the 9th level alchemy master in the near future. At this time, she is very eager to rescue her brother. The little boy in her memory who looked at her with a smile on his face, should not have lived like that, and suffered like that.
No. If it was possible, Su Yeshuan would have found a way to deal with it long ago. The most difficult thing is that there are no 9th-level alchemists in the world. And there is no antidote.
After saying that, the system reminded again.
Post. Do the task well. Maybe everything will be solved directly one day.
Jiang Lian was instantly comforted by the system. Okay. Let's work hard and work hard. Not because we are afraid of being struck by lightning, but because we have completed the task. And everything will get better.
Silly.
This time Su Yeshuan brought Jiang Lian into the kitchen. Looking in a good mood, Jiang Lian watched carefully during the cooking process. And this time, she saw something different. The decomposition of the meat and the integration of ingredients are well controlled at every step. I don't know how this special small stove was refined, but it can control the flame so accurately.
Curious?
Seeing the little girl staring at the stove, Su Yeshuan asked clearly.
Well, sir, how did you refine this kind of stove? How can you control the flame so accurately?
The flames for cooking spiritual food and ordinary ingredients are more strict. Now she is still good at cooking. She likes to use it the most. It's this small stove specially made by Su Yeshuan. I feel like the cooked food tastes more delicious. A formation has been added to it. It has the same principle as your practice alchemy furnace. But we need to control it smaller. Sometimes when the fire needs to be strong or slow, does it require us to control it a little, and it will automatically change. Something is wrong with the food. It will also adjust automatically.
Su Yeshuan began to explain the relevant knowledge. Jiang Lian seemed to understand, but he had a better understanding of the way to control flames. The aroma of braised pork soon spread out, and Jiang Lian's whole mind was attracted. Looking at Su Yeshuan's plate, Jiang Lian felt that her saliva could not help but increase. Add a bowl of sweet spiritual rice and a big spoonful of soup. It's simply delicious. After finishing the braised pork beautifully, Su Yeshuan asked seriously,
"Are you still hungry?"
Jiang Lian was embarrassed.
"What if I'm greedy?"
As soon as the words were finished, the person ran away. Su Yeshuan stood there and looked at the little girl who had run away. His eyes dark, like the madness brewing in the darkness that was about to sweep everything away, and filled with infinite tenderness. The next day Jiang Lian went to the Shuezong Peak Academy to study as usual. Everyone just laughed at what happened yesterday and didn't discuss it too much. Sure enough, without the influence of the original plot, everyone is sane and will not be mad at the supporting characters. Not long after she came out of the academy that day, Yin Yin ran up to her and said,
"Junior sister, let's go to Lingxian Peak with me. Xiao Shengsheng is out."
Jiang Lian was surprised.
"So soon? Is the punishment over?"
At first, I thought that it would not appear again for 10.5 years. But I didn't expect that it would come out not long after.
Yes, the punishment is over. The Xiao family really loves her. Xiao Shengsheng has made a lot of contributions. But I heard that the time is much less. But the punishment is definitely doubled. I heard that it was not easy to live in there. And it took several days to come out. Layer of skin.
The two of them walked towards Ling Xianfeng together. Yin Yin continued.
The main thing she is doing in Lingshuanfeng Square today is to fulfill the contract. I heard that the time limit is about to expire.
No wonder. She almost forgot about it because of what happened to the Luo Jingjiang family.
Then I'll definitely go and see it.
Without her, I was a little curious about what Xiao Shengsheng, who had always been arrogant and domineering, would become now. Soon we arrived at the square. There were many good people. Even Xiao Miao, Wang Qian and others were there. And in the center stood Xiao Shengsheng in Kunlun Zong uniform. Jiang Lian found that she had changed. In the past, Xiao Shengsheng was domineering, unreasonable, but also confident. Now she seemed to be much more depressed. Like a deflated balloon. The crowd was almost gathered, and Xiao Miao took the lead to ask everyone to be quiet. At this time, Jiang Lian was surprised to find that Xiao Miao had also broken through the nascent soul stage. Recently, she has been following Su Yeshuan's method to suppress the solid cultivation. Although she is still in the early stage of yuaning, she can definitely crush the early stage of yuaning that Xiao Miao has just advanced to. I bother you all to come here today because of the bet between junior sister Xiao and junior sister Jiang.
Xiao Miao said high-sounding words on the stage, which were quite convincing. In fact, Xiao Miao, as the heroine of the original novel, is not mentally retarded. In addition to having excellent luck, she also has the ability to win over people's hearts. Jiang Lian was standing in the crowd,
and Xiao Shengsheng saw her for the first time when she looked up. His eyes were filled with poisonous hatred, but they were also full of fear and did not dare to take any substantive action. His pale face had lost its former charm. I once signed a contract with junior sister Jiang. If she advances to the annual competition, then I need to shout the corresponding words in front of all my fellow disciples. Now that I have lost, I am willing to fulfill the punishment I deserve. Saying these words, Xiao Shengsheng felt that she had exhausted all her strength, and the unwillingness in her heart had been tortured recently until she was left with panic. Chapter 156 Practicing Strange Fire. There were many people below who were unhappy with Xiao Miao and others, and some of them had been suppressed by Xiao Shengsheng. At this time, everyone who did not think it was a big deal began to make noises. Xiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the contract totem flashing in her hand, feeling angry but helpless. Finally she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, shouting, I am Dasha. I am Dasha. I am Dasha. This sentence seemed to have taken away all her strength. Xiao Shengsheng was slumped. It was Xiao Miao who supported her from behind and kept her from falling to the ground. Xiao Shengsheng, who has always been arrogant and domineering, also has times like this, which makes her very happy for some reason. Wang Qian, who stood coldly behind, looked over with cold eyes, her meaning very clear, as if she was saying wait and see. Wang Yiren stared back and whispered in Jiang Lian's ear, Jiang, you have to be careful in the future. Wang Qian may want to cause trouble. Look at her. I am familiar with her. Familiar? How many times have I been tricked by Wang Qian? I'm still familiar with it. Don't you hope that one day I can have a fight with Wang Qian to see if I can defeat her? Wang Yiren giggled. It's better not to let it go. Wang Qian is very insidious and holds a grudge. I'm afraid she'll do it secretly or not. It is also Wang Qian who is the executioner around Xiao Miao. At least the dark things she has seen in the early part were all done by Wang Qian without telling Xiao Miao. With the protection of these friends around her, it can be said that Xiao Miao's reputation was spotless from beginning to end. Thank you. I'll remember it. If I really have to fight another day, I'll call you. Jiang Lian laughed. Although Wang Yiren was worried, he also believed in Jiang Lian's strength. At worst, she would not let Jiang be harmed if she went to bring in reinforcements. Time passed quickly, and the studies in the academy also passed quickly. Jiang Lian spent his time growing things in the constant space, upgrading his consciousness and practicing elixirs. Nowadays, the spiritual consciousness has risen to a big stage. It is estimated that the cultivation level under the spiritual transformation will not be discovered at all. As for elixirs, she can now refine 5th level high-grade elixirs. As for top-grade elixirs, she can refine them except for 2nd-grade elixirs. But she cannot yet refine the others. Master Guyu said that as your cultivation level and spiritual consciousness increase, the chance of refining the best product will be higher. At first, he persistently wanted to accept Jiang Lian as his disciple, in addition to Aiwu Jiwu. This kid was also quite lovable. Now after getting in touch with him, she realized that the only nominal disciple she had fancied was actually such an excellent talent. You must know that there are very few alchemists in this world who can actually refine the best products. Top quality products all depend on chance, let alone the best ones. However, Jiang Lian can control it at will from the top grade to the 1st and 2nd grade. Sometimes the best quality will appear in just 1 or 2 months. He has reached the level of a 5th level alchemist, although the golden year alchemy furnace is used later. And the flame used is also the flame of earth fire. This is already a very powerful existence. It is estimated that it is difficult to find a few in this world. And even the number 1 in the Dan sect may not have this talent. A disciple who is talented and willing to work hard is probably everyone's dream. However, Guyu and Zhang Butao both had the same opinion and did not let outsiders know. Jiang Lian didn't say anything stupidly. The elixir. She has 2 masters who are 8th level alchemists. No matter how good the elixir is, no one can doubt her. After resting for 2 days, Su Yeshuan told her to be ready to enter the sword tomb. During this period of time, his cultivation has almost solidified. He later entered the secret realm that the little girl mentioned before and checked again. And now it is confirmed that there is no danger. If you want to practice the strange fire, go to the secret realm to practice first, and then go to the sword tomb when you are ready. He estimated that after entering the secret realm to practice the strange fire, his cultivation level would have almost improved. And then, he would go directly to the sword tomb to accept the sword. After experiencing the baptism of Qi,
The cultivation just stabilized again.
Okay.
Jiang Lian agreed with a smile. When Su Yeshuan took her to an open place, Jiang Lian looked at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him and the alley-like environment around him, and asked with some surprise,
Is this the entrance to the secret realm?
She didn't doubt how Su Yeshuan knew the entrance to the secret realm. After all, he had guarded this sword tomb for so many years. It would be even more impossible if he didn't understand the surrounding environment.
Well, protect yourself. I'll wait for you outside.
He had already agreed beforehand that he would wait outside, because he had confirmed that there was no danger. He was not so worried. Besides, with him watching over you, he will deal with it in time if anything happens.
Thank you, husband.
She saw everything that Su Yeshuan did for her and remembered it in her heart. The relationship between husband and wife was mutual. It seemed that Su Yeshuan was always giving, and she was always the one being pampered. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian suddenly had the urge to pamper Su Yeshuan someday.
Silly. Say thank you to me.
He touched Jiang Lian's hair and said,
If you encounter a situation, exit immediately. You know? Yes.
Jiang Lian nodded and agreed. Under Su Yeshuan's gaze, Jiang Lian stepped into the entrance of the secret realm. The array was activated. A ray of light flashed, and the environment in front of Jiang Lian completely changed. There was an empty square with the same altar as outside. In the distance was a burnt forest, and even the land was red. The hot breath made the surrounding temperature a little higher. A huge stone tablet in the distance has ancient writings engraved on it. Jiang Lian observed the surrounding environment and found that there was indeed no other living creature inside. It was empty except for the altar and the stone tablet.
The fire element here is relatively strong. It will be easier to control if you practice the control of strange fire.
The systematic explanation verified Jiang Lian's thoughts in a timely manner. Seeing that there was nothing strange around her, she didn't waste any more time. She had already looked up a lot of information on how to use the strange fire, and now all that was left was practice. Blue and red flames suddenly emerged from Jiang Lian's hands. The flames were so big that Jiang Lian himself was startled. The dry tree trunk in front was instantly turned into nothingness, and the flames instantly dissipated under the tension. Although he had the previous experience of controlling ordinary flames to make pills, Yin Yang and Yiming were even more powerful than the first one on the list. And he still had his fierce arrogance, a ferocious existence. But in front of the master Jiang Lian, he is still considered docile. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lian continued to practice, because he was fully prepared. It was just difficult at the beginning, but then it became much smoother. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. When the two-color flame was in Jiang Lian's hand, the blue part also turned into ice blue. Jiang Lian looked at the two-color flame in her hand excitedly. It felt so good to be able to do whatever she wanted. Taking out several low-level herbs from the space, the fine exotic fire control instantly decomposes the herbs into their essence. Now she is more than enough to refine 6th-level elixirs. So it can be said that it is difficult to refine first-level herbs. Handy. Chapter 157 Other Worlds. After a while, the essence of the medicinal solution was condensed into a ball, gradually becoming more and more solid, and finally turned into 7 crystal clear pills. The 2nd-level high-grade elixir is a bit of a pity, but not a pity at all. It is a pity that if it is refined using the Golden Year Alchemy Furnace, it will definitely be a top-quality elixir. It is a pity that these herbs were originally refined into a first-level Big Pill, but it was suddenly raised to a higher level and became the existence of the 2nd level. The strange fire is different. Not only is it easier to refine, but the energy contained in the refined elixir is also more powerful. When the practice was almost done, Jiang Lian was about to go back, but he was attracted by the stone tablet that was as smooth as new. He saw the ancient characters on the smooth stone tablet floating above the stone tablet, and there seemed to be a fiery red bird leaping inside with light. Jiang Lian was instantly attracted when he turned his head. There was a buzzing sound in his mind, like a giant beast coming from ancient times, with the potential to destroy the heaven and the earth. I saw the fiery red bird in the text flying from a distance. The speed in the clouds reached the extreme, and the flames were scorching. If you look carefully, you can easily find that this is Suzaku, one of the ancient mythical beasts. But Jiang Lian was completely attracted by the complicated eyes. There was deep longing in those eyes full of meaning, looking at Jiang Lian as if he had been waiting for a long time.
I will form a contract with you with my soul, and I will serve you as my master, and I will never abandon you.
A loud female voice sounded in his mind.
and Jianlian felt that the surrounding environment turned into darkness. The flames instantly swept through the entire space. But she didn't feel hot. She even felt that the flames were particularly gentle. Like old friends she hadn't seen for many years. A faint light shone in the depths of darkness. Jianlian narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked into the distance through the gap in surprise. A series of cage-like caves are lined up side by side. And the cold eyes look over, making people tremble all over. At this time, Jianlian put down the hand that was blocking his sight, and looked at the surrounding environment that had changed. The dark corridor was lined with cages. A sudden loud roar came, which was extremely terrifying in the entire stone prison. Gwawazi, what are you yelling at? Have you forgotten how to speak after being locked up for so long? The irritable voice kept cursing. If the owner of the loud roar in the past would have quietly crawled down and continued to sleep. But today it seems that it no longer afraid of the owner of that violent voice. The roar continued, and he was extremely excited. Old redhead, that kid is probably stupid. Let him vent his anger. Otherwise, even a powerful demon will go crazy. The owner of this voice was very gentle, admonishing the grumpy old redhead. Obviously, this voice was very soothing. The grumpy voice instantly became gentler, but the rough voice could not change its loud voice. The Lord doesn't know when he will come back. For the sake of the survival of the world, we, the Demon Clan, are willing to be imprisoned here and wait. But hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the outer world has not yet been opened. If the Lord does not appear again, even I will probably it's going crazy. Dharma Protectors was said. Let us wait patiently. The Lord will come back to find us. Jianlian stood there and listened to their chatter, while the blue dragon close to her opened his eyes like bells, looked at her and roared with excitement, as if he wanted to say something, but failed. He couldn't tell it. The anxious look made Jianlian couldn't help but want to comfort it. Don't be anxious and take your time. Unfortunately, before she could make any sound, Jianlian's consciousness returned to her body again, looking at the calm stone monument in front of her, as well as the charred woods not far away, and the man supporting her. Miss Sir, why did you come in? At this time, she was lying on Su Yesuan's body, and Su Yesuan's hand was on her forehead, and his spiritual power had just been recovered. You just entered another world. Fortunately, you found it in time. Su Yesuan helped Jianlian sit up with lingering fear. I had already checked it out, but I didn't expect something to happen. Fortunately, there were no injuries. Other worlds? This was a new topic. Jianlian looked at Su Yesuan. My husband said that there is a real existence? Su Yesuan didn't know which world the little girl had entered, but he was sure that she had entered another world and nodded. Fortunately, he was discovered in time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find his way back. Yes, it really exists. Su Yesuan looked at her and asked with concern. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Jianlian shook his head and couldn't help but wonder what kind of world that was. Why are they all prison cells? From the origin of the two sounds, Jianlian was very sure that the two men were not on the same floor. How high was the cell, and how many cells were there? How many have been closed? She remembered that rough voice said that their demon tribe was willing to be imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years for the sake of the world's survival. And they were waiting for the opening of the outer world, and their master would rescue them. She knew that Time-Wation had been closed for a long time. It had been so long that no one knew why the road to the upper world was suddenly closed. No one could fly to the upper world anymore. The spiritual energy of the entire Xianming world had also become much thinner. He is still a half-immortal, unable to ascend to immortality. As for the Demon Clan, Jianlian only saw all the relevant records about the Demon Clan in the collected books that he checked. And there was no information about the Demon Clan. Facing Su Yesuan's concerned eyes, Jianlian shook his head obediently and said, No! Jianlian was stunned mid-sentence, and unconsciously looked at a fiery red Suzaku bird flying below his dantian. It was the one seen on the steel tablet, Suzaku's star map. When Jianlian looked over, she could clearly see that Suzaku responded to her, and gave her a friendly cry. Mr. Sir, what should a normal star map look like? She had read records related to star maps before, but it seemed that they couldn't move on their own. When used normally, it acts as a means of borrowing force, and it does not seem to be alive like this. She thought the existence of the dragon was a little strange when she knew what a normal star map looked like, and didn't take it to heart. After all, it was given by the system. She thought it was a golden finger. She didn't expect that what she got here this time would be like this. Is your star map abnormal? Su Yeshuan knew that Jiang Lian knew what the star map looked like normally. He gave her detailed information when he started to supplement her knowledge. Even if a person who cultivates immortality has a poor memory, he only has a few dozen points. I can't remember things clearly from a year ago. Not to mention that their immortal and demonic bodies have stronger memories than ordinary people. Yeah. Jiang Lian told him that his star map looked like a real spiritual beast. And Su Yeshuan said warmly, "It's normal." Seeing that the little girl was confused, he touched her head and said, "I'll talk to you when I get back. You take a rest first while we go out." Chapter 158. The future is promising. When the two of them appeared on the altar in the sword tomb again, there was finally the sound of sword energy around them. And it was no longer the silent scorched forest. The sword energy around him was so fierce that Jiang Lian estimated that he would turn into a sieve if he was really exposed to the air. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan opened the protective barrier as soon as he came out. Su Yeshuan's spiritual power was seen floating, and a formation in his hand was shot into the sky. The sword energy around him became gentler. When the barrier was removed, Jiang Lian took a while to adapt. Now you take a walk inside the sword tomb. I have just helped you solidify your cultivation level again. You don't need to control your cultivation level later. You can be promoted in any way. I realized something was wrong at that time. And when I went and I found that the spiritual energy in the little girl's body was surging wildly, when her soul was separated from her body. If she didn't do anything wrong, she might explode and die. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Hearing what Su Yeshuan said, Jiang Lian was secretly glad that he had been discovered. If he could not come back and his soul would wander in that strange world forever, he would feel scared. But what kind of world is that? Here Jiang Lian entered the sword tomb. But the demon clan in the previous world caused a great shock for hundreds of thousands of years. The giant blue dragon was lying on the ground and roaring outside. When Jiang Lian disappeared, he stood up in a panic, and the black iron trapping the huge body made a loud clang. The roar became more intense. It seems that hope is so close, but it disappears in an instant, which makes people panic. The grumpy old redhead suddenly realized something was wrong. Something's wrong? What happened to Gua Zi? In the past, the child liked to follow the master the most, and because it was the most obedient, it had been imprisoned here for hundreds of thousands of years, either sleeping or sleeping every day. Some demons even couldn't bear it for so long. But it didn't respond at all. It shouldn't be like this all of a sudden and so crazy. A faint blue light came out, carrying the sound of ancient magic formulas. And the gentle voice instantly became extremely serious. The light attached to the blue dragon's body, and the dragon was instantly comforted. The grumpy old redhead sighed faintly. You are the one who suffers so much. Every time you lose your demonic power here, you will lose 1 point. If you have to wait millions of years, aren't you afraid of being wiped out? No. I think this is unusual. This little demonic power is nothing. If you can get out, you can recover immediately. If you can't get out, I won't have the patience to wait for so many years. It would be better to die. The grumpy old redhead's voice was no longer so grumpy at this time, and his voice was dull. Yeah. I guess there won't be much hope if I wait for 1,000,000 years. He was still deceiving himself. If the Lord hadn't appeared after millions of years, then there would be no improvement. After the giant blue dragon calmed down, he collapsed on the ground and sobbed. Tears fell down, causing his fellow racers locked downstairs to curse. You brat! Why are you so crazy today? The water is going to flood my place. How can I sleep? The person next door smiled and said, You don't care about me. I do. After so many years, I have almost become a dried fish due to dehydration. As he spoke, the water was instantly taken to another room. The demon who got the water was immersed in the bath water formed by those tears. He suddenly felt the sadness in the tears, and what the blue dragon wanted to express. He was instantly shocked on the spot, and even forgot to transfer those tears. Next door was flooded again. Stinky fish! Hurry up! Move this water away quickly! My place is about to be flooded again. After a long time, the fish said a surprising word with a trembling voice. Long, you just saw that the master is on board. What did you say? The firebird closest to him was instantly shocked. Say it again! You took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Long, you just saw that the master is on the throne. The sound was so loud that it woke up all the fellow demons in the prison. The irritable old redhead's pupils shrank, full of disbelief. And he shouted anxiously, Gwawazi! Tell me quickly! Tell me clearly! Is the Lord really here? But at this time, Long Yu had fallen asleep, with tears still in his closed eyes. His gentle voice was silent for a long time. And finally he said in a quiet voice, "No need to shout. He is asleep. When will he wake up? We still need to see him." "When are you willing to wake up? Or the Lord himself will appear again." "Why did the Lord come in and then leave? Everyone is puzzled." "But since the Lord has reincarnated again and has been here, then the demon clan can be saved. The future is promising." Here Jiang Lian was walking with difficulty in the sword tomb. He had already understood the benefits of the sword energy in the sword tomb. Jiang Lian did not use Fei Yu's sword to resist this time. Every step was a baptism for his body. His spiritual power was in the tomb. The body is warm and nourished. This is a good opportunity to train. Although it is difficult, the benefits are obvious. At this moment, the spiritual power in the body surged crazily. The spiritual energy in the Dantian became more and more solidified, and the entire nascent soul was glowing. So dazzling. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her position. The sharp sword energy entered the body along with the spiritual energy, but was unexpectedly absorbed and divided into every muscle and bone. Her cultivation was rising steadily. When her cultivation stabilized, Jiang Lian looked at her Dantian again, and was shocked to find that her cultivation had reached the late nascent soul stage. This leap transcended 2 stages. Fortunately, he was promoted in the sword tomb. Otherwise his cultivation level would have been unstable again. After this period of steady training, the original cultivation level is also very solid, and there is no instability. But now she feels that her actual combat experience is still insufficient. The spiritual energy around him seemed to have become a little thinner after undergoing huge changes, and soon returned to normal. Jiang Lian walked towards the exit again, and the sword energy around him clearly felt more than 1 level higher than before. With the current level of fierceness, it would probably be very uncomfortable if the leader Guohai and others came in. But Jiang Lian seemed to be used to it. Walking on flat ground, the sharp sword energy could not affect her in the slightest. It seems that a certain pattern has been formed in the body. Every ray of spiritual power entering the body will pass through the yin and yang fish beforehand, and then be divided into different strands and distributed to different places. Some are absorbed by the nascent soul, and some are absorbed by the muscles and bones, nourishing every part of the body. The yin and yang fish swim around, day and night, without stopping. When Jiang Lian walked out of the sword sect, he even felt that his cultivation had become more solid, and there was a faint tendency to break through to the great perfection. Su Yeshuan stood waiting at the exit. When Jiang Lian came out, he immediately looked at her, nodded and said, "It's gone up 2 levels. Not bad, but it still needs to be more solid. Don't go in after suppressing it for a while. It will be better." "Okay." Although the robe on his body is specially made, it is still slightly damaged after being baptized by the sword energy of the sword tomb. The improvement of his cultivation has eliminated some impurities remaining in his body. It's not very smelly, but still has some smell. Jiang Lian approached Su Yeshuan in a playful manner, put her hands around his neck, and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 159, Because I'm Hungry. Su Yeshuan looked at the little girl's narrow eyebrows, and knew that the little girl was trying to be funny again. He gently scraped her delicate nose with his hand, and said warmly, "Naughty." After speaking, he picked up Jiang Lian, and this time, he did not break the void and go directly to the main hall, but walked slowly towards the main hall. You must know that the distance from the entrance of Sword Tomb to the main hall is not short. It is almost the entire distance of the mountain peak. Jiang Lian himself felt a little embarrassed. "Miss Sir, you'd better let me down. I can just walk by myself." "It's okay. You can take a rest." He tilted his head and looked at Su Yeshuan's strong and handsome facial lines. The previous coldness was gone, and he looked unusually soft. "Don't you mind the smell?" She could faintly smell the stench, like the stench of sweating a lot. Although it wasn't very smelly, it was still faint. She couldn't stand it. Not to mention someone like Su Yeshuan, who had a bit of a mysophobia. No. Seeing the little girl staring at him, as if she wouldn't stop until she saw something, Su Yeshuan said a little funny, "I will never dislike you no matter what. So you can rest in peace. It's time I call you." After speaking, he reminded, "I won't let you fall." Jiang Lian was a little embarrassed. She did it because she thought it was fun, but now she regretted it. She couldn't stand the smell, and her body felt sweaty and sticky. This kind of thing could have been removed directly with the dust removal spell. but she was still squeamish and wanted to wash it with water. She always felt weird if she didn't wash it with water. Seeing Su Yeshuan's insistence, Jiang Lian quickly used a dust removal spell on herself. Because being held by Su Yeshuan would stain his clothes. Jiang Lian rolled his eyes and said with a flowery smile, "Sir, do you want to go back and have a mandarin duck bath?" That cute little appearance made Su Yeshuan confused for a while. But on the surface, he was very indifferent. "Aren't you hungry?" The little girl used to complain that she was hungry and wanted to eat after practicing or advancing. But she was so interested today. After being teased like this by Su Yeshuan, I originally wanted to say no. But my stomach rumbled uncomfortably. It is unlikely that a normal cultivator would be in a situation like hers. But her situation might be quite special. Cultivation level rises relatively quickly. And the hunger is temporary. For nascent soul stage monks, who have already been able to live without food, the hunger will disappear after a while. But it is obvious that Jiang Lian does not want to treat himself badly. When you are hungry, you can eat whatever you want. Being able to eat is a blessing and a kind of enjoyment. Then Jiang Lian retreated and asked, "Let's go take a shower and eat right away. I want to eat barbecue and hot pot today." This way Su Yeshuan doesn't have to prepare food for her. And the two of them can still chat while eating. Which is great. Looking at the sky, Jiang Lian had an idea. "How about we eat outside while enjoying the scenery?" It's rare to have such leisurely moments. After taking a quick battle bath, facing delicious food and beauty, Jiang Lian, who was already hungry, resolutely chose delicious food. Su Yeshuan looked at her tenderly throughout the whole process. And he was completely a good husband. Everything is about my wife. After eating a few skewers of barbecue, Jiang Lian's stomach felt comforted. And he became lazy. The two chatted about recent events. And most of them were Jiang Lian talking and Su Yeshuan listening. "Miss Sir, do you think I need to find a place to gain practical experience? In addition to Thunder Ancient Forest and Wilderness Secret Realm, she really has very few actual battles now. Oh, by the way, there is also Old Su too from Tianyong City in the beginning." "Okay." Su Yeshuan placed the cooked meat on the baking sheet on a spare plate aside. And the aroma was filled with it. Then he put other ingredients on the grill. "Lobster." This huge guy must be a lobster. They look really alike. "Miss Sir, did you buy this?" "No. I have a pool full of ingredients. If you like, I will cook them one by one for you to try some other time." At first, he thought the little girl only liked to eat meat. But last time he saw the little girl eating so happily at Shuazung Peak. Only then did I realize that she also liked it. He admitted that he was a little bit annoyed at first. But it was just a taste. And he would not interfere with the little girl's normal communication. "I like it. I like it. My husband, what's delicious in that pond?" Jiang Lian, who is really a foodie, looked at Su Yeshuan with bright eyes. And then looked at the ingredients on the table. There were fish and shrimps. There were all the dishes on the table that she had eaten on Shuazung Peak the first time. Some of which she had never tasted before. And she couldn't name them. But she knew that as long as it was cooked by Su Yeshuan, it would definitely be delicious. At this time, Jiang Lian asked curiously, "Miss Sir, why did you think of learning to cook in the first place?" Su Yanhui had said before that Su Yeshuan was able to cook when he was very young. And the cooking was quite delicious. Which made him still have endless aftertaste. "Because I'm hungry." The seafood on the baking sheet gave off a tempting aroma. Su Yeshuan explained, "Our immortal and demonic bodies are all like this. Our cultivation level increases too fast. And sometimes we need spiritual food to supplement it." Jiang Lian always thought it was his foodie potential that was causing trouble. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Don't we all say that you shouldn't eat too much for fear of being affected by impurities? This was what Xiao Miao and her group said to mock her when she first started. Later, she also asked other senior brothers and sisters. They say it's okay to eat some occasionally. Her senior brothers and sisters even reassured her to eat without any worries, and it would not have much impact. No. The amount of impurities depends on the producer's ability to handle the ingredients. You can eat these with confidence. There are no impurities. This sentence reminded Jiang Lian that when Su Yeshuan taught her how to handle ingredients, a group of black things would indeed fall out. Are they those black things? After thinking about it, Su Yeshuan said that those things are not delicious. The clearer they are, the more delicious they are. Therefore, every time Jiang Lian cooks, he will carefully remove those things that can only be removed with spiritual power. Yes, the same is true when refining elixirs. The cleaner the impurities are removed,
the higher the grade of the elixir will be.
Jiang Lian nodded. The two masters' methods of removing impurities were different, but they were similar. She had also wondered whether the method Su Yeshuan taught her could be a way to remove impurities. But now it was confirmed. I can study it carefully another day. Maybe I can improve the quality of the elixir.
If you like to eat seafood, this experience can be arranged in this regard. I just want to collect some ingredients.
Su Yeshuan's voice was indifferent. But Jiang Lian was a little curious about where he could get seafood to eat and gain practical experience.
Miss Sir, where is this place?
Su Yeshuan probably meant to take her there. There seemed to be a limit to the range that Su Yeshuan could leave, and the surrounding area was not close to the sea. She was a little curious about where this place was. Chapter 160 Dangerous Place.
Wuwanghai.
Wuwanghai.
Can I go in then?
Those who committed crimes in Kunlun were imprisoned on Wuwang Cliff, and Wuwang Sea was at the bottom of the cliff. There are ferocious beasts walking there all year round, and the bottom of the sea is even more dangerous. You must know that the danger level of Wuwanghai is extraordinary. It is precisely because of the natural barrier of Wuwanghai that it is impossible for the prisoners to escape. She actually wanted to suspect that Su Yeshuan was talking about the wrong place, but it was impossible with Su Yeshuan's character.
Okay, I'll take you there.
Wuwanghai is a dangerous place for others, but not necessarily for them.
Okay.
Trusting him wholeheartedly, Jiang Lian didn't doubt anything, and wasn't even worried at all. The sky was getting dark. Jiang Lian looked at the sky and couldn't help but think of his relatives in the clan and his brother Jiang Yan, who had lost his memory and was treated as a slave by the Luojing Jiang family. What is urgent now is to find an antidote for my brother's amnesia. The master's prescription is also a top priority. Looking at the master now, and every time Master Guyu and Master Zhang Buitao go to see him, they don't look very good. Now she can make alchemy. Although her level is still low, she already understands all the pharmacology she needs to know. The master's situation is not optimistic. As for improving the strength and personally executing those who destroyed the Jiang family, now the other way besides slowly searching is to exchange the universe mirror and use the universe mirror to find the real murderer. And the condition for agreeing to protect the ancient tree of the clan is that you need to reach a certain level of strength. When going deep into the forbidden areas of the demon clan, you must be fully prepared. Fortunately, the ancient tree protecting the clan gave them enough time, and the safety of the souls of the clan members was guaranteed to be fine.
System, can you issue more tasks?
Back then she could be struck by lightning at any time because of punishment. But now she wished she had a few more missions so that she could gather all the things she needed. It depends on the situation. My authority is limited, and I can't issue unlimited tasks.
Tian Dao is afraid that it will do whatever he wants, so he won't give it too much authority. If it is really unlimited, then there will be no restrictions on it. Although Jiang Lian was a little disappointed after getting the answer, he had already expected that this was a normal situation.
But I can try my best to facilitate you.
The system's words were like sounds from heaven. Especially beautiful. Jiang Lian was a little confused.
Why are you helping me like this?
From the beginning, it seemed like he was trying to trick her every time. But in fact, he was hiding in the dark and helping her. Now that the black-hearted cotton in the system is no longer installed, Jiang Lian is very confused by such obvious help. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And she doesn't think the system is a good system where a kind-hearted person just helps the owner casually.
Because you are the host. Our fates are bound together.
This sentence is true and false. It cannot tell the truth and can only be discovered by the host himself. This was the original limitation on it. But Jiang Lian is indeed related to the host. If the host dies, then it probably won't survive. When that person's memory revives and the world returns to normal order again. But this person dies, then everything probably won't get better. Jiang Lian was a little dubious. But she didn't ask too much. She knew that if the system didn't want to tell her, she wouldn't be able to find out no matter how much she asked. She would know sooner or later anyway.
Unless you can get the heart of the abyss this time when you enter the Wuwang Sea, the number of missions can be increased, and you can get some urgently needed items more quickly in the future. Heart of the abyss? What is that?
It sounds like it is not easy to get it.
The essence bred from the bottom of the sea will help me to a certain extent. Of course, it will also benefit you.
The system still reminded.
That thing is difficult for others to find, but it is very easy for you. You have the magic branch, and it's no problem to find Yu Qiongyan's assistance. But the guardian beast is difficult to deal with.
As long as you can find it.
What's the level of the guardian beast?
The system itself is a high-end product. And the thing that can have an effect on it must not be ordinary. And the guardian beast must also be extraordinary. Now with her late nascent soul cultivation, she can probably only outweed her.
It's similar to the one in your family. But with the strength of your family, he will definitely crush him. Even if the immortal comes down and crosses the level to challenge Su Yeshuan, he will not be afraid at all.
However, if the outer world is not opened in a few years, this guy is probably going to die sooner or later. By then, the two of them don't know how many more reincarnations it will take before they meet again. Heaven side, and even the whole world don't know if they can afford to wait. Jianlian was shocked. Is Su Yeshuan so strong? I knew he was powerful before, but I didn't know he was so powerful.
What's the name of that guardian beast?
She needed to find out and make complete preparations. No matter how powerful Su Yeshuan was, she was not willing to let him take risks as long as there was danger.
I can't remind you about this. You can only find it and deal with it by yourself. External help will not affect anything.
If it said anything, it would probably be struck by lightning. Jianlian was suspicious. But obviously the system still couldn't explain it so clearly, as if there was something restricting it. Looking at Su Yeshuan, Jianlian asked,
Does Mr. Xian know the heart of the abyss? Well, you want it?
Su Yeshuan was a little surprised, although he didn't know how the little girl knew this thing. If he really wanted it, he would find a way to find it.
Is that guardian beast easy to deal with?
Looking at Su Yeshuan's appearance, Jianlian thought he knew the specific situation. So he asked,
I don't know the specific location very well. I need to make some inquiries.
There are only a few high-level ones in the deep sea of Wu Sea. Things like the heart of the abyss can normally be found from those few. Jianlian was also a little surprised at this time. But the system also said that it would be difficult for normal people to find him.
I may know where that thing is. What preparations do I need to make if I want to get it?
Although people who cultivate immortality can go to heaven and earth, it is still difficult to go into the depths of the sea.
Don't worry. We were originally going to go to the bottom of the sea. I have all those things, so there is no need to prepare anything else.
Jianlian was a little surprised. He originally thought that after training, he would fight ferocious beasts near Wuang Sea. But he didn't expect that he would go deep into the bottom of the sea. Jianlian returned to Chongyan Peak the next day. He went to see his master first before setting off to Wuhanghai. Su Yeshuan said he needed to go out for a few days. This time it's relatively close, so you can stay a few days longer. What Su Yeshuan didn't say was that after the last time the little girl entered the secret realm of Sword Tomb, she didn't know which small world she entered. Even the movement in the seal became smaller, so she felt more at ease when going out this time. When Jianlian arrived, as expected, Master Yin Chongzi was in retreat again, so she could only worship outside. Yin Yinyan called out to her when she left.
Junior sister, the sect will hold an engagement ceremony between second senior sister Xiaomiao and senior brother Su of Xianling sect in a while. Will you come back to attend? We will leave Xianling sect together to participate in the marriage ceremony.
The sect is paying great attention to it this time. The engagement ceremony is nothing, but the marriage ceremony has been blessed by heaven and earth. Even the people watching the ceremony may get certain benefits, but the specific benefits still depend on the situation.